Chapter 1. The Imperial Gate Beyond the Skies, guarded alone, faithful to humanity. In a vast expanse of a universe, at the very brink of the nine heavens, stands an ancient fortress of immeasurable grandeur. This majestic city, seemingly eternal, rises high, its blackened edifice stretching for miles, akin to a colossal dragon coiling through the boundless atmosphere. What captivates even more is the ancient and weathered city wall, saturated with dark crimson stains of dried blood. These remnants have long since desiccated, their existence perhaps spanning eons, yet they exude an overwhelming aura of power that refuses to dissipate. One can only imagine the horrific beings that once claimed these bloodstains as their own. Beyond the ancient city, a million armored warriors of the demon realm lurk within swirling clouds of jet-black mist, their fierce eyes gleaming like rubies as they gaze upon the formidable fortress that stands resolute at the edge of existence. Their expressions betray a myriad of emotions: rage, cruelty, fear, and trepidation. Once, they were renowned as the most formidable warriors of the demon realm, leaving devastation in their wake, conquering realms with ease, and none could stand in their way. Yet, for a staggering 90,000 years, they have been unable to advance even a single step towards that distant fortress, for the crimson stains upon its surface are a testament to the blood they have shed. If not for that individual, the eye in the convergence of the million demon warriors' gazes, atop the Imperial fortress, lies a realm of desolation. No signs of life disturb the stillness, save for a solitary figure clad in white, majestic and serene, seated upon the city walls, facing the abyss of the universe, undeterred by the million demon soldiers before him. This figure, with flowing black hair cascading down his back, is the embodiment of strength. Before him rests an imperial sword, gleaming like fresh snow. From this blade emanates a formidable aura of lethal intent, soaring skyward, capable of piercing mountains and rivers alike. It has been a full 90,000 years, Gu Chen murmurs softly, lifting his gaze towards the legion of demon warriors who, though poised to advance, remain rooted in place. A hint of weariness flashes in his eyes. 90,000 years ago, he had forged his path to immortality, only to find himself in a realm of unimaginable terror, the demon world. Countless malevolent beings sought to invade, threatening the existence of the universe, to protect the myriad lives of the world. Gu Chen, having already ascended to the rank of emperor, resolutely repelled the malevolence and obliterated the so-called path to immortality that led to the universe that he then constructed this imperial fortress, single-handedly defending it, engaging in countless battles against the hordes of demons, sealing them away from entering. Now, after 90,000 years, the relentless assaults of the demon realm have not waned. Many demon sovereigns have risen against him, yet all have been vanquished by Gu Chen. The dried blood that stains this imperial fortress stands as a testament to his monumental achievements over these long millennia. Alas, despite his formidable stature and the sharpness of his blade, Gu Chen is acutely aware that his time is dwindling. A great emperor's lifespan rarely exceeds 30 to 50,000 years. Had it not been for Gu Chen's unparalleled talent and combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary emperors, he would have long since perished, returning to dust. Yet, even so, although he still possesses a flicker of life, years of relentless warfare have inflicted irreparable injuries upon his body, and the day of his demise draws near. How I long to return, if only for one last glance. Gu Chen's thoughts stirred. After guarding the Imperial Pass for 90,000 years, his deepest yearning was to revisit the vast realm, to behold his kin and cherished companions once more. However, he understood that this was likely but a fleeting wish, not to mention the passage of 90,000 years, during which the great eras have undoubtedly undergone numerous transformations his former friends and family have probably long since departed this world. Moreover, even if he wished to depart, it was simply impossible that if he were to leave, the endless malevolence from the demon realm would undoubtedly surge forth, launching another invasion of the vast realm. Although the path to immortality leading to the vast realm had been destroyed by Gu Chen 90,000 years ago, he knew that while this path was obliterated, the nine heavens still bordered the chaotic sea beyond the vast realm. The demons from the demon realm could easily circumvent the nine heavens and traverse the chaotic sea to arrive at the vast realm. merely requiring a bit more time. At that point, his 90,000 years of vigilance would come to naught. Has it truly been 90,000 years? And yet no new emperor has arisen in a vast realm? Gu Chen turned his gaze toward the outer nine heavens, seemingly peering into the direction of the vast realm 90,000 years ago. Before he destroyed the path to immortality, he had entrusted the imperial clans and the eternal families with a solemn charge to ensure they harbored no selfish motives and to exert every effort in nurturing the emergence of a new emperor. Once a new emperor appeared, they would traverse the chaotic sea and journey deep into the nine heavens to seek him out, aiding him in guarding against the demon realm. Yet now, after the passage of 90,000 years, no emperor from the vast realm had come to his aid. Could it be that some calamity had befallen the vast realm? After 90,000 years, surely one or two emperors should have emerged among the human race. Unless, during his absence, the laws of heaven and earth in the vast realm had transformed, rendering the path to enlightenment exceedingly arduous. Gu Chen gathered his thoughts. With his lifespan dwindling and no sign of assistance from the vast realm, once he departs, this Imperial Pass that has stood for 90,000 years would collapse in an instant. Nevertheless, if he wished to continue living, there remained a glimmer of hope. Gu Chen's gaze fell slightly. Before him, a faint golden panel emerged, visible only to him. In the face of the demon realm's invasion and the imminent fall of the vast realm, will you stand idly by, or will you offer your assistance? Please make your choice. 1. Stand forth in battle for the vast realm, thwarting the invasion of the demon realm until the very last moment of your life. Task reward. None what use is a reward if all are dead. 2. Stand idly by, seize the dominion of the forbidden zone, becoming its master, watching coldly as beings perish. What concern is it of mine? Task reward. Complete restoration of injuries and attainment of peak imperial cultivation, the true pinnacle of imperial realm. Not something a mere foe emperor can touch. The divine selection system. Gazing at the panel before him, Gu Chen chuckled wryly that it was only upon his entrance into the path of immortality and the onset of the demon realm's invasion that this very system had awakened and presented its tasks. The initial task left Gu Chen at a loss for words, confronted with the dire predicament of a world on the brink of collapse. How could he, the emperor of the present age, choose to stand idly by? Moreover, he was compelled to enter the realm of lives forbidden zone, assuming the mantle of the sovereign feared by all beings. Within the life-forbidding territory of the vast realm lie the slumbering remnants of ancient emperors and sovereigns, some of whom have been dormant for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. They are cold-hearted and ruthless, unmoved even by the demise of myriad beings. In the eyes of the inhabitants of the vast realm, the rulers of the forbidden zones are scarcely distinguishable from the invading demons of the infernal realms. As a protector of the denizens of the vast realm, how could he become the supreme ruler within such a zone? It is with this conviction that Gu Chen resolutely embarked upon the path of vanquishing the demons of the infernal realms. The rewards for completing his task became a distant consideration. However, now, if he were to choose to master the forbidden zone of the vast realm, to become its lord and attain the pinnacle of imperial cultivation, he would fully restore his injuries, thus evading the looming specter of demise. Yet, gazing at the panel before him, Gu Chen's gaze remained tranquil. Even after 90,000 years, his choice remained unchanged from that of 9 millennia past. As a sovereign born of the vast realm, he would not fail the human race of the vast realm, nor would he forsake its myriad beings. Book's hierarchy, body refinement, Qi Si, divine bridge, Tao palace, transformation into dragon, celestial phenomenon, harmonization of Tao, sage, emperor. Chapter 2. The imperial edict of the semi-emperor, a celestial hoax, annihilation of the clan. In the vast realm, within the eastern wilderness path domain, atop an ancient mountain shrouded in celestial mist, numerous ancient palaces rise majestically, resembling a paradise. On earth, this esteemed presence brings forth the edict of the emperor, seeking to take your illustrious descendant, Gu Qingxue of the Gu clan, as a concubine. Refusal is not an option. Should you dare to defy the emperor's decree, the Gu clan shall face total annihilation. High above, a proud elder clad in black stood, surveying the ancient mountain below with indifference and mockery in his eyes. Above him, an ancient edict lay suspended, exuding waves of oppressive power that enveloped the entire mountain in a shadowy embrace. Within a grand hall atop the mountain, numerous members of the Gu clan stood in silence. Upon hearing the arrogant and contemptuous voice from outside, nearly all clenched their fists, their eyes igniting with flames of fury. The eternal emperor. This is sheer tyranny. On the throne of the hall, the current head of the Gu clan, Gu Daolin, slammed his hand against the armrest, his words laced with indignation and frustration. Despite their current plight, the Gu clan was once a lineage that produced an emperor. That eternal emperor, with merely the cultivation of a semi-emperor, dared to call himself by such a title and oppress the Gu clan so brazenly, threatening annihilation over a mere disagreement. This was intolerable. Clan leader, we must never agree to the conditions laid out by that eternal emperor. Indeed, that eternal emperor is clearly humiliating our Gu clan. If we acquiesce to these terms, our clan may never hold its head high in the vast realm again. Cried a member of the Gu clan in outrage. I am fully aware. Gu Daolin's voice was heavy with melancholy, his heart shrouded in despair. The offspring of the eternal emperor, Hung Wujiao, possesses neither talent in cultivation nor admirable character, having taken hundreds of female cultivators as concubines, epitomizing a plethora of vices. In stark contrast, the young lady Qingxue stands as the brightest gem of the Gu family's younger generation, endowed with the potential to ascend to the throne of emperors, truly the cherished jewel of the Gu clan. How could Hung Wujiao ever be deemed worthy of such a treasure? Yet, as Gu Daolin contemplated the current plight of the Gu family, a heavy weight settled upon his heart. 90,000 years ago, the illustrious ancestor Gu Chen attained the status of emperor, dominating an era revered by all. This elevation catapulted the Gu family to prominence, establishing them as a significant force within the vast imperial clans. However, this golden age was fleeting. 90,000 years passed, as the fabled path to immortality opened in the skies of the Kangmang realm. Ancestor Gu Chen could not resist the temptation and plunged into this celestial route. Yet, just as he neared the long-sought realm of the immortals after traversing the 9 heavens, he discovered that the end of this path was not the fabled paradise, but rather the demon realm. Legions of malevolent entities awaited at the threshold, sharpening their knives, seemingly poised to invade the Kangmang realm. In a bid to protect the human race of the Kangmang realm, Ancestor Gu Chen not only repelled the countless demons, but also resolutely destroyed the so-called path to immortality, ensuring no remnants of threat lingered for the Kangmang realm. Since that fateful day, however, Ancestor Gu Chen vanished without a trace, never to return. Compounding the embarrassment, he had taken with him imperial treasures and elixirs of immortality, leaving the Gu family bereft of substantial imperial legacy. Consequently, the Gu family, though bearing the name of an imperial clan, lacks the formidable foundation that other clans with emperors in their lineage possess, which could instill fear throughout the realm. Had the Gu family been safeguarded by imperial artifacts and fortified by profound legacies, how could a mere quasi-emperor dare to insult them? Gu Daolin seethed at the thought. Patriarch, a melodious voice broke through Gu Daoling's reverie. The speaker was a graceful young maiden clad in a delicate gown of pale yellow. With skin as smooth as jade and an ethereal beauty, she exuded an aura of celestial elegance. It was none other than Gu Qingxue, the prize jewel of the Gu family. Even in our current state of decline, we are still recognized as an imperial clan. How can Hung Wujiao, under the edict of quasi-emperorship, suppress the Gu family while other imperial clans remain indifferent? Gu Qingxue gazed at Gu Daolin seated in the main seat. Her voice steadied. We must remember that our ancestor Gu Chen fought fiercely against the terrifying demons of the demon realm to protect the beings of Kangmang. The various imperial forces within this realm are, in truth, indebted to the Gu family. Her words. Gu Daolin was momentarily taken aback. He knew her assertion was not unfounded. 90,000 years earlier, when demons descended, the Kangmang realm teetered on the brink of devastation. Had it not been for Ancestor Gu Chen's valiant intervention, repelling the relentless demons, the formidable imperial forces would have been the first to suffer, becoming the targets of the demon onslaught. It can be said that it was precisely due to Ancestor Gu Chen's efforts that those clans, which should have faced annihilation, were spared from calamity. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to assert that all the imperial clans owe a debt to the Gu family. Indeed, were it not for the esteemed Ancestor Gu Chen, those imperial clans would have long since perished in the chaos of the past demonic upheaval. How could they maintain their lofty status today? Precisely. Now that our Gu family is in distress, can they truly remain indifferent? Upon hearing Gu Qingshua's words, the other members of the Gu family were invigorated, hoping that the family head would seek assistance from the other imperial clans to alleviate their current plight. However, observing the spirited members of the Gu family, Gu Daoling's expression remained heavy with concern. He gazed at Gu Qingxue and the others, slowly shaking his head. In truth, prior to the arrival of the ancient emperor's subordinate, I had already dispatched emissaries to the imperial clans for aid. Nevertheless, you ought not to harbor excessive hopes. Since the ancient emperor dares to suppress our Gu family today, he has undoubtedly anticipated this very situation. He continued, moreover, you must understand that when one departs, the warmth of relationships diminishes. During the time of Ancestor Gu Chen, the imperial clans naturally bowed in submission. Yet now, with Ancestor Gu Chen having departed for 90,000 years, who can say? When faced with a contender on the verge of attaining the Imperial Path versus a once mighty but now waning imperial clan, the choice has likely already been made by those clans. Gu Daoling's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the flickering hope of the Gu family members gathered in the Grand Hall. As he observed the extinguishing flames of hope in their eyes, Gu Daoling could not help but smile bitterly within. He did not wish to extinguish everyone's hopes, but at such a critical juncture, where a single misstep could lead to the family's annihilation, clinging to unrealistic fantasies would be a grave mistake. Outside the Gu family estate, a figure cloaked in black stood suspended in the void, displaying a hint of impatience upon his visage. Faced with the command of the emperor, how could the Gu family still be hesitating? They truly did not know the meaning of peril. Very well, let me hasten your decision. The black-robed elder smiled ominously, grasping the imperial decree above him and slowly unveiling a corner. With a hum, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the decree, rushing toward the Gu family's residence below. With a deafening roar, the force swept over an ancient hall, instantly reducing it to rubble. Furthermore, over a dozen members of the Gu family within the hall were crushed under the weight of this imperial might, forced to kneel and spitting out blood in unison. Chapter 3. A failed plea for aid in the eastern wilderness domain. The Gu family stood as witnesses to a disheartening spectacle, observing their kin, a dozen Gu descendants, kneeling helplessly under the oppressive weight of the imperial edict. The other members of the Gu clan turned their gaze towards the imposing figure of the elder draped in black robes high above. Their eyes widened in fury, their hearts brimming with indignation. A mere swarm of ants. I merely sought to expedite your decision-making. It is my desire that all members of the Gu family kneel before the decree of my sovereign, only to be subsequently executed, so that the world may witness the emperor's majesty, which must not be desecrated. The elder's contemptuous gaze swept over the enraged and fearful faces of the Gu clan, his voice devoid of warmth. This is intolerable. Within the grand hall of the Gu family, several venerable elders sensed the turmoil outside, their hair standing on end as they prepared to rush out and confront the black-robed elder. On the territory of the Gu family, witnessing their kin forced to kneel, utterly powerless, was a disgrace that rubbed the family's honor into the dirt. This is unbearable. We must resist. Chief, let us fight back. We, the Gu descendants, would rather die standing than live kneeling. Indeed, let's retaliate. The fervor among the Gu disciples surged, their faces flushed with determination, as they cast aside any thoughts of fear or death. Hold on a little longer. Our kin sent to seek aid from the imperial clans will return shortly. Gu Daoling urged, striving to calm the agitated disciples within the hall. If possible, he too yearned for revenge, to join these young warriors in a rousing battle. However, as the patriarch of the Gu family, he bore the weight of his responsibilities. Even if the odds were slim, he could not relinquish the hope of finding a path to survival for the Gu clan. In the stifling atmosphere, time dragged on, each second feeling like an eternity. At last, several figures of Gu descendants appeared hastily at the hall's entrance. You have returned? What do the Imperial clans say? Gu Dowling's eyes brightened at the sight of them, eager for news. These were the very disciples he had dispatched to seek assistance from the other Imperial clans, and he could only hope they bore good tidings for the Gu family. The gazes of the other clan members converged upon these individuals, a flicker of hope rekindling in their hearts. Alas, this flicker of hope was soon extinguished. The returning Gu disciples, kneeling on the ground, expressed their shame and frustration. "We have failed you, Chief. All the Imperial clans refused to meet with us. We did not even lay eyes on their leaders. Chief, those clans have no intention of aiding us." Within the hall, an oppressive silence reigned. After an agonizing pause, Gu Dowling, seemingly aged by years in an instant, finally raised his hand and managed a bitter smile. "I understand." Though he had anticipated this grim possibility, its reality was a blow too hard to bear. Although the ancient ancestor Gu Chen has departed from the vast realm for 90 millennia, it is undeniably true that the warmth of human connections has since faded. Yet, can the Gu family's former contributions to this expansive world truly be regarded as mere illusions? The actions of those Imperial clans are indeed disheartening. If there is no solution to break this impasse, I shall depart alongside the minions of the Eternal Emperor. Suddenly, the previously silent Gu Qingxue spoke, her voice calm, as if recounting an event unrelated to herself. "Rest assured, after I leave and resolve the Gu family's predicament, I shall take my own life, ensuring no shame befalls my family." The moment her words echoed in the hall, they evoked vehement opposition from the elder members and younger descendants of the Gu family. No, if that were to happen, would it not fulfill the Eternal Emperor's desires? Absolutely not. Even if our clan faces extermination, we shall never betray our kin to secure our family's survival. Indeed, what if we face annihilation? Before I perish, I shall take a piece of them with me. From top to bottom, everyone rejected Gu Qingxue's proposal. Observing the united front of her kin, a warm current surged through Gu Qingxue's heart. Even in the face of their clan's imminent doom, not a single elder or descendant harbored thoughts of sacrificing her for the preservation of the entire family. It was this very Gu family that she was willing to protect with all her heart. Alas, Gu Qingxue caressed an ancient ring nestled between her fingers, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of unwillingness. Within this ring lay an unparalleled boon she had once acquired. Given time to mature, it could undoubtedly shield the Gu family from storms and resolve all conflicts. Yet now, time was no longer on her side. "Cough, allow me to take the lead." Amidst the clamor, a slightly frail cough resonated, instantly silencing the entire hall. An elderly man clad in a dark robe, seated beside Gu Dowling, appeared gaunt and white-haired, resembling a figure nearing the end of his days. "Second uncle, you mustn't." Upon hearing the old man's words, Gu Dowling hastily interjected. The elder, known as Gu Jingshan, represented the last vestiges of the Gu family's sage lineage. Due to his waning lifespan, he had long sealed himself away in slumber. Yet, with the impending doom facing the Gu clan, Gu Jingshan had awakened from his deep slumber. Gu Dowling understood all too well that in his current state, if Gu Jingshan were to unleash his sage might, he could not sustain it for long and would be at grave risk of perishing. Under no circumstances would Gu Dowling allow this living relic of the Gu family to take action unless absolutely necessary. Cough, with our clan on the brink of annihilation, what significance remains for this old body, even if I preserve myself? Gu Jingshan disregarded Gu Dowling's objections, rising slowly and speaking with profound intent. "Dowling, remember this. Even if the Gu family has fallen on hard times, we are still one of the supreme Imperial clans of this vast realm. Even in destruction, we must do so with grandeur. Those Imperial clans, each one shutting their doors and remaining aloof, is it not their desire to witness the Gu family groveling for survival? I, Gu Jia, shall not yield to their wishes. Even in death, I will stand resolute. I shall never kneel." With these words, Gu Jingshan brushed off his sleeves and gracefully departed from the grand hall. As he advanced, his silvery hair billowed in the wind, and an overwhelming aura of sanctity erupted from within him, akin to a blazing ember of decaying wood, radiating an imposing presence across the heavens and the earth. "How dare you? Young wretch, defy the Gu family. The voice of age, resonant and profound, emerged from Gu Jingshan's lips. This voice, like the roar of a dragon or the howl of a tiger, echoed throughout the world. Chapter 4. Standing tall in defiance of death. The inviolable edict left by Gu Chen as Gu Jingshan departed from the grand hall of the Gu family. He waved his sleeve, and the more than 10 disciples of the Gu family, who had been under the oppressive force of the edict from the quasi-emperor, felt an immediate lightness, as if a gentle power lifted them from the ground. An ancient sage, such as the profound heritage of the Gu family. High above, the black-robed elder, adorned with the quasi-emperor's edict, gazed down upon Gu Jingshan, radiating an overwhelming saintly aura. Instead of exhibiting any semblance of fear, the disdain on his face only intensified. A dignified imperial clan reduced to such a plight, ultimately only managing to summon a sage on the brink of death. This clearly illustrated the dwindling strength of the Gu family. Our Gu family is one of the vast imperial clans. Even a contemporary emperor should treat us with respect. How dare a mere quasi-emperor bully my Gu family to such an extent? This is intolerable. With his robe billowing, the might of the sage surged continuously, causing vast fissures of darkness to appear in the void, resisting the oppressive weight of the quasi-emperor above. The existence of a saint is indeed a true embodiment of strength on this expansive continent. In a mere breath, they could seize the stars and shatter mountains. Even though Gu Jingshan had aged significantly, he remained a genuine powerhouse in the realm of saints. The elder in black, overwhelmed by the saintly pressure, involuntarily let out a muffled groan, his body swaying dangerously as if he might plummet from the heavens. Fortunately, the corner of the quasi-emperor's edict above his head released strands of protective power, shielding him from Gu Jingshan's formidable presence. However, this only fueled the elder's fury. What does a saint matter? He was here under the command of the eternal emperor. A quasi-emperor's presence is not something a saint can confront. So, this is the last vestige of the Gu family? Very well, let us force you to kneel, utterly shattering the Gu family's backbone and bringing them to disgrace before the world. With an indignant snort, the black-robed elder continued to channel the quasi-emperor's edict, causing it to unfurl gradually. In an instant, a more potent and terrifying pressure emanated from the edict, as if it possessed a will of its own. Surging toward Gu Jingshan below, the pressure of the quasi-emperor, Gu Jingshan's expression tightened, and he dared not hesitate. He opened his mouth and summoned a towering ancient purple saint tower, 9 layers high, which appeared above him, cascading with purple energy to envelop him within its protective embrace. With a thunderous crash, the might of the quasi-emperor struck the purple saint tower, causing it to tremble violently. The purple energy flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished. As the black-robed elder's edict continued to unfold, the quasi-emperor's pressure intensified, making it increasingly arduous for Gu Jingshan to withstand. Ultimately, cracks began to appear on the surface of the purple saint tower, and even Gu Jingshan's saintly body seemed unable to endure, his once upright form gradually bending under the weight, as if burdened by an immense load. "Stand up," Gu Jingshan roared, his eyes bulging in fury as he fought against the terrifying pressure that felt as if the very sky was descending upon him. Within his body, the bones of the saint began to emit sounds of cracking. Blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth, yet he remained resolute, refusing to kneel. "Very well, let us see how long you can endure this." The elder in the black robe chuckled mockingly, as if he were merely a spectator to an amusing performance. The more Gu Jingshan struggled and resisted, the more entertained the elder became. The chasm between a quasi-emperor and a saint, though seemingly narrow, was indeed vast. An ordinary saint, faced with the oppressive might of a quasi-emperor, would typically submit and kneel. Yet this venerable elder of the Gu family dared to defy? He truly did not know the meaning of peril. Second uncle. Cries of despair echoed as members of the Gu family beheld the figure valiantly resisting the decree of the quasi-emperor, refusing to bow even in the face of impending doom. Tears welled in their eyes, and their fists clenched tightly. They understood that Gu Jingshan stood firm for the dignity of the Gu family, choosing death over submission. Just as he had proclaimed earlier, the Gu family could die standing, but they would never live on their knees. Gu Jingshan's body trembled. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The sacred tower, nurtured by his life's essence, had shattered into countless fragments above him. The sacred bones within him were nearly shattered as well. Nonetheless, driven by the indomitable spirit within him and an unwavering belief, he refused to yield. He could not kneel, for if he did, the backbone of the Gu family would be broken. Gu Jingshan's thoughts struggled to coalesce. He was prepared to face death. Alas, even in death, he could not exact a toll from his enemies. Gu Chen, my ancestor, I am sorry. Jingshan is powerless to protect our family. His consciousness began to fade, the blazing sacred fire ignited by his very life gradually dimming. Curse that eternal emperor. I shall fight them to the bitter end. Patriarch, we must break through. Second uncle cannot hold on much longer. Second uncle. All the Gu family members' eyes turned red, filled with a seething desire to devour that black-robed elder. Yet at that moment, Gu Daolin seemed to arrive at a decisive resolution. He rose abruptly, waving his hand with fervor, declaring, "All Gu family disciples, follow me." Seeing Gu Daolin stand, the Gu family members assumed he intended to lead them in a desperate confrontation against the black-robed elder. They rallied, unwaveringly following in his wake. However, to their surprise, upon exiting the Grand Hall, Gu Daolin hastily led them into the ancestral hall of the Gu family. What is the patriarch bringing us here for? Confusion spread among the crowd, even Gu Qingshua's lovely face betraying a hint of perplexity. Everyone kneel, Gu Daolin commanded solemnly, causing all to drop to their knees as he turned his gaze toward the many ancestral tablets enshrined above in the ancestral hall. His eyes, however, transcended generations of ancestors, fixating on the highest tier of the hall. There, amidst all the tablets, lay no offerings, only an ancient decree laid bare. Gu Daolin stepped forward, carefully cradling the scroll of edict, and then spoke solemnly, "In this moment of peril for the Gu family, I have no secrets to withhold from you. This scroll of edict was left by our ancestor, Gu Chen, upon departing from the vast realms. Our ancestor once proclaimed that if the Gu family ever faced dire straits, this scroll could be unfurled to repel our foes. This scroll now stands as our sole hope for the salvation of the Gu family." Chapter 5, Devout Prayer. The transformation of the Imperial Pass, aiding from the vastness? As Gu Daolin recounted the tale, the other members of the Gu family gathered in the ancestral hall turned their gazes toward the ancient decree resting in his hands. At first glance, the scroll appeared unremarkable. Could this be the relic of the venerable Gu Chen, the legendary emperor of the Gu lineage, who lived 90,000 years ago? Yet, after such a long passage of time, could the heirlooms still wield any efficacy? The assembled members of the Gu family were filled with uncertainty, yet they clung to it as their final glimmer of hope, beginning to silently invoke their prayers. Witnessing the collective hush of devotion, Gu Daolin let out a faint sigh. The lore surrounding this decree had been passed down through generations of Gu family heads. In truth, even Gu Daolin remained uncertain whether the tales were genuine or merely a benevolent fabrication by some past patriarch to console future descendants. He had refrained from sharing this method earlier, for he himself was unsure of its authenticity. Now, with his second uncle's life hanging by a thread, Gu Daolin recognized that even if this approach were fictitious, he had no choice but to grasp at straws and give it a try. In the vast realm beyond the 9 heavens, at the Imperial Pass, Gu Chen sat in quiet meditation, as still as a bell. He had remained in this state for nearly 10 millennia, since the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago, where he vanquished 2 supreme demons of the demon realm. A palpable fear had settled over that domain, preventing any further incursions. However, Gu Chen understood that such tranquility did not signify safety. Rather, it was merely the calm before a brewing storm of greater schemes. Casting a casual glance at the formidable army of 1,000,000 demons arrayed beyond the Imperial Pass, Gu Chen closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, conserving his energy for the impending final confrontation of his life. Just then, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle change that stirred his attention. from the direction of the boundless sea of chaos behind him. He felt the emergence of a burgeoning imperial presence approaching. Was it possible that an entity of imperial stature from the vast realm had finally come to his aid? Gu Chen's heart surged with renewed vigor. After all these years, the emergence of a new emperor in the vast realm had at last occurred. His solitary vigil at this juncture for 90,000 years had not been in vain. Now that an imperial ally from the vast realm was en route, if he could merely secure a moment's respite, he might regain his strength, heal his injuries, and continue to guard the Imperial Pass, preventing the demonic forces from breaching its sanctity. With a resonant clang, the imperial sword resting across his lap seemed to sense his heightened emotions, emitting a sound filled with excitement. A faint cold gleam, akin to the Milky Way unfurling, erupted from the blade, shattering the heavens for 100 miles. This sudden display sent the demon horde into disarray, as countless fiends instinctively recoiled, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and trepidation as they looked toward the Imperial Pass. The malevolent entity has remained dormant for nearly 10,000 years. What could have provoked such a stir now? Is it poised to actively invade the demon realm? Upon the walls of Imperial City, Gu Chen paid little heed to the chaos and fear instigated by the dark forces. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon the direction of the chaos sea, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 6. The Cleansing Snow and the Retreat of Enemies. The Decree of Our Ancestors. Shaking heaven and earth, Gu Dowling held the decree in his hands, feeling as if he bore an immense weight, one that exceeded 10,000 June. This document represented the last flicker of hope for the Gu family. The divine parchment seemed to possess a spirit of its own. Even when folded, it exuded an aura of solemnity and sanctity, akin to a transcendent deity reigning in the celestial realms beyond reproach. Legend has it that the ancient emperors possessed powers that transcended creation itself. Even the most mundane of objects, once touched by them or imbued with their essence, would shed their mortal coil and transform into something divine. Truly, the ancients did not deceive us. An elder from the Gu family could not help but express his sentiments. Enough of idle chatter. Quickly summon the imperial decree and rescue our second uncle. Another elder urged. Qingxue, it is your turn to wield this imperial decree and drive away our formidable foes. Gu Dowling's gaze fell upon Gu Qingxue, his expression grave. Me? Gu Qingxue was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the clan leader's directive. However, she soon comprehended the implications of Gu Dowling's decision. The ancient emperor had threatened the Gu family, ostensibly targeting Gu Qingxue, demanding her as a concubine for his son, Heng Wujiao. Given this circumstance, having Gu Qingxue bear the imperial decree to confront their adversary was indeed the most prudent choice. You do not seek merely to intimidate the younger generation of the Gu family and annihilate our clan, do you? Now, a mere junior from my family can send you away empty-handed, utterly humiliated. You shall go. Without hesitation, Gu Qingxue accepted the imperial decree from Gu Dowling and hurriedly departed from the ancestral hall. Outside the Gu residence, a black-robed elder stood imperiously in the skies, observing Gu Jingshan below, who stubbornly refused to kneel. A flicker of incredulity crossed the elder's fierce gaze, for he had just sensed a surge of unmatched, exalted energy rising from within the Gu family. Though the sensation was fleeting, it eclipsed anything even the ancient emperor could muster by 1,000-fold. This was the essence of a true, supreme, imperial existence. Was a misperception on his part, or did the Gu family still harbor untapped imperial potential? The black-robed elder was engulfed in uncertainty. Yet, he quickly stifled this doubt with a cold sneer. He could not believe that the Gu family possessed any undisclosed imperial reserves. After all, even their ancient sage had been compelled to intervene, reduced to such a pitiful state. If there were indeed imperial resources, why had they remained dormant until this moment? Refusal to kneel, is it? Then prepare to perish. Seeing Gu Qingshan transformed into a bloodied figure, yet still obstinately unwilling to submit, the black-robed elder's face darkened with malice. Determined to make an example of this elder from the Gu family, he raised his hand, ready to invoke the quasi-imperial decree hovering above him. unleashing its full force to obliterate this venerable Gu elder. But at that moment, a clear and resonant voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth. "Stop!" The old man in the black robe turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld a maiden clad in a gown of pale yellow. Her beauty, striking and ethereal, hastening towards him with an object cradled in her hands. "You must be Gu Qingxue, the concubine the young master has specifically requested." The old man discerned the identity of the approaching girl from afar, and a sardonic smile, tinged with mockery, crept across his wrinkled visage. "Ah, it appears the Gu family has chosen to submit by sending you forth. Alas, had I known this would be the case, why would I have acted otherwise?" The old man felt a pang of regret. Soon, he would have been able to personally eliminate a being of the sacred realm. However, since the Gu family had opted to yield in present Gu Qingxue, he had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw. "Qingxue, what brings you here?" Observing Gu Qingxue arriving alone, Gu Qingshan, whose consciousness was already clouded, initially froze in surprise. Then, as realization dawned upon him, a profound sorrow emerged on his aged face. Tears of blood cascading from the corners of his eyes. "You should not have come. You should not have come at all. The Gu family can only die standing, not live on their knees. Have you all forgotten the words I just spoke?" Gu Qingshan's voice trembled with despair. He even believed that Gu Qingxue had come as a result of a collective decision by the Gu family to abandon her in exchange for fleeting survival. Yet, what significance does that hold? To bow today is to bow forevermore. Sooner or later, the Gu family would be utterly crushed, trampled into the dust. A Gu family in such a state would be better off extinguished entirely, just as Gu Qingshan was consumed by grief and indignation, preparing to take his own life to awaken the numb and indifferent members of the Gu family. Gu Qingshue's words caught him off guard. "You are mistaken. The patriarch and the other elders have not abandoned me in hopes of reconciliation." Gu Qingxue spoke softly. "I have come, under the orders of the patriarch, to repel the enemy." "Repel the enemy?" Gu Qingshan was taken aback. The old man in the black robe, high above, laughed uncontrollably. "Ha ha! Repel the enemy? They have sent only you, a mere girl? Do you wish to amuse me to death?" The old man in the black robe thought the Gu family must be mad. Even a sage was powerless under the edict of the quasi-emperor. What could a mere girl accomplish? It was utterly absurd. Yet, Gu Qingshue's countenance remained unperturbed by the old man's derision. She simply raised her delicate hand to hold the edict aloft, speaking with reverence and solemnity. "Please, ancestral decree, vanquish the foe and bless my Gu family." As her words resonated, the edict she cradled slowly unfurled. As it did, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens and the earth. From a ninth sky, radiant auspices descended. On the ground, golden lotuses blossomed, their luminous radiance swirling and shimmering with divine brilliance, nearly engulfing the entire Gu family. An overwhelming pressure, akin to an endless ocean, emanated from the edict, as if it could subdue heaven and earth, past and future. Chapter 7. Annihilation and Suppression of Foes. Accompanied by the underworld, what a magnificent scene it was. A decree of divine authority was summoned forth by Gu Qingxue, rising majestically into the air as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens to impose its will upon the mortal realm. The spectacle was truly extraordinary, with ethereal melodies resonating in the atmosphere and various auspicious ethereal creatures flitting about in the skies. The supreme aura emanating from the decree far surpassed that of the quasi-emperor decree conjured by the black-robed elder. Indeed, when the imperial edict held by Gu Qingxue was unveiled, the oppressive quasi-emperor pressure that enveloped the world was supplanted by an even more overwhelming and grandiose presence. In that moment, throughout the eastern wilderness domain, countless formidable beings seemed to sense something amiss, their gazes converging upon the direction of the Gu family. Gu Qingshan, on the brink of collapse, felt the immense weight upon his shoulders vanish without a trace in an instant. He gazed at the extraordinary decree fluttering above Gu Qingshue's head, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. A decree from the ancestral forebears? Which revered ancestor of the Gu family had bestowed this edict? Why had he never heard of it before? What? High above, the black-robed elder was also taken aback by the decree summoned by Gu Chen. The mockery and disdain that had adorned his features were replaced by an expression of profound shock. A decree from the Gu family's forebear? Why did it feel as though its aura was even more terrifying than that of the ancient emperor's decree? Could it be that this was a decree from a true emperor? The forebear. The Gu family's ancestral emperor was a figure from 90,000 years ago. Shouldn't he have long since perished? How could he still bestow a decree? Perhaps this was merely the imperial legacy left behind by the Gu family's emperor, now finally summoned by the Gu clan. The Gu family truly possesses remarkable patience. A cold glint flickered in the black-robed elder's eyes as he believed he had unraveled the mystery. Clearly, this so-called decree from the forebear was the Gu family's ultimate trump card, to be employed only in dire situations. Otherwise, they would not have sent an aged sage nearing the end of his days to face imminent death instead of directly utilizing this imperial decree. Once this decree was invoked, the Gu family would likely have no further resources or backup to rely upon. With this thought, the black-robed elder's initial trepidation gave way to a sense of calm. Even if the Gu family possessed a genuine emperor's decree, what of it? After all, it was merely an inanimate object, capable of being wielded just once. Should they expend it in an attempt to eliminate him, the future arrival of the ancient emperor would undoubtedly result in a bloody reckoning upon the Gu family in retribution. Without a true emperor in existence, it was merely a decree, not to be feared. With that realization, the black-robed elder sneered and spoke. Very well. I did not expect your Gu family to have such hidden depths despite your fall from grace, but before he could articulate further, Gu Chen seemed wholly disinterested in his words, resolutely urging the imperial decree hovering above her. A resonant hum echoed as the imperial decree was activated, gradually unfurling. Upon this decree, an ancient character emerged, its strokes vigorous and formidable, exuding an overwhelming pressure that could be felt more acutely by those of greater strength. This character bore the inscription Jun. It radiated brilliantly, akin to a sun blazing high in the sky, illuminating all beneath it. The imperial might spread forth, carrying unmatched authority, directed at the elder in the black robe hovering above. How dare you? The black-robed elder was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the seemingly gentle woman to unleash such a forceful attack. The imperial decree, suspended above the elder's head, seemed to sense the incoming overwhelming pressure, activating autonomously to emanate the gravitas of a quasi-emperor, enveloping the black-robed elder within its protective sphere. However, in that moment, the invincible power of the quasi-emperor proved ineffective. Before the resplendent imperial might, the mere strength of a quasi-emperor melted away like snow under the scorching sun, disintegrating instantaneously. The decree itself was pierced as if it were mere tattered cloth, dissipating into the void of existence. The contrast between the quasi-emperor's decree and the emperor's decree, while seemingly slight, mirrored the vast chasm between a quasi-emperor and an emperor, one residing in the heavens, the other beneath. With a thunderous crash, boundless imperial might descended upon the black-robed elder, crushing him as one would a mere fly, sending his form plummeting from the skies, shattering his knees as he fell to the ground in abject submission. How dare you insult me so? The eternal emperor shall not let this go unpunished. The black-robed elder howled in madness. Who could have foreseen that in an instant the tide would turn, leaving him humiliated on his knees? Perhaps you should consider your own predicament first. Gu Chen cast a cold glance at the elder before disregarding him entirely, instead supporting the nearly exhausted Gu Chen. She had no intention of executing the black-robed elder immediately. Her plan was to compel him to kneel before the Gu family, repenting for his prior transgressions, subjected to the contempt of the Gu family's younger generation, before ultimately ending his life. Cough, cough, Qingshu this, Gu Qingshan observed the black-robed elder, now immobilized and kneeling in submission, a glint of astonishment in his voice. Matters concerning the emperor's decree were beyond even his comprehension. Seemingly perceiving the confusion in Gu Qingshan's eyes, Gu Qingshu softly explained, this decree was recently retrieved from the ancestral hall by the family head. It is said to be a legacy left by our ancestor, Emperor Gu Chen. The decree left by Emperor Gu Chen. Gu Qingshue's expression shifted. But soon anxiety took hold as he lowered his voice to inquire. Qingxue, does this decree represent our family's ultimate trump card? It should be, Gu Qingxue replied, raising her gaze to the decree hovering high above, which shielded the entire Gu family, letting out a heavy sigh. Such folly. Upon hearing Gu Qingshue's words, Gu Qingshan felt a pang of sorrow. How could you resort to such a last resort to save me? Though the might of the imperial decree is formidable, it is destined to fade with time. Should the ancient sovereign return, how shall the Gu family navigate such a perilous juncture? If I were to perish, it would not weigh heavily upon Gu Qingshan. However, if my demise were to bring ruin upon the entire Gu clan, I would be rendered a pariah within my own family. Now that the Gu family's final trump card, the imperial edict, has been invoked, when its power dissipates, how shall we withstand the return of the ancient sovereign? We shall confront adversaries as they come and shield ourselves against the torrents of fate. Gu Qingxue spoke with a voice both chilling and resolute, asserting, I have faith that neither the head of the family nor the other members of the Gu clan will stand idly by as you fall before us. If the ancient quasi-emperor dares to descend and obliterate our family, then we shall traverse the path to the underworld together, united as one. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Emperor Betrayed. Faces a choice in the vast expanse beyond the realms, at the edge of the 9 heavens. I am the emperor who has come to aid from the boundless realm. Is it you, Emperor Gu Chen? From the direction of the chaos sea, the imperial figure, enveloped in chaotic energies, conveyed a message to Gu Chen atop the Imperial Pass through mental resonance. Upon recognizing the identity of the arriving imperial entity from the chaos sea, Gu Chen felt a slight relaxation in his heart and discreetly replied, I am indeed Gu Chen. You may meet me at the Imperial Pass. It is inconvenient for me to move at this moment. For nearly 10 millennia, Gu Chen had been seated cross-legged upon the walls of the Imperial Pass, confronting the million-strong army of the demon realm without ever stirring. The vast demon army, too, was cowed by his presence, daring not to approach the Imperial Pass even a step. Though the boundless emperor had come to assist, Gu Chen wished to avoid any missteps at such a critical juncture, thus remaining vigilant towards the direction of the demon realm. As for the emperor who had come to aid him, having already revealed his identity, Gu Chen did not pay him excessive attention. Great Emperor Gu Chen, your steadfastness here has been arduous. Great Emperor Gu Chen, I have come to assist you. As the mental communication resonated, the figure shrouded in chaotic energies gradually approached the Imperial Pass, ultimately ascending the walls. Fellow Taoist, upon seeing the arrival at the Imperial Pass, Gu Chen felt a wave of relief and turned a glance. However, in the next moment, a brilliant imperial sword silently cleaved through the void, piercing into Gu Chen's chest. You. Gu Chen gazed at the sword tip protruding from his chest, a look of bewilderment dawning in his eyes. Why? Was this individual not an emperor from the boundless realm come to aid him? Why would they turn against him? Gu Chen, in shock, sought to discern the face of this imperial being, only to find that the figure was completely enveloped in chaotic energies, rendering it impossible to see through. Gu Chen, after a full 90,000 years, you should have long perished. The imperial being who had ambushed him withdrew swiftly after landing the blow, their voice laced with indifference and mockery. Since you are an emperor of the boundless realm, why seek to kill me? As the blood flowed relentlessly from his chest, Gu Chen felt no pain. The anguish within his heart had transcended all. He was unequivocally certain that the one who came to aid him was indeed an emperor from the boundless realm. The unique imprint of the boundless realm's myriad paths was unmistakable. It was precisely for this reason that he had let his guard down, allowing the individual to approach him from behind. Yet if this person was indeed a boundless emperor, why would they strike against him? I do not merely wish to kill you. I intend to obliterate your entire Gu family. The voice of the mysterious emperor from the boundless realm was frigid. Gu Chen, had you perished earlier, you could have attained the noble reputation of dying for the boundless realm. Yet you linger on, refusing to die. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands and send you on your way. As the mysterious emperor spoke, He waved his hand nonchalantly. In the next instant, an ethereal scroll unfurled before Gu Chen, depicting the scene of the ancient quasi-emperor's subordinates threatening the Gu family. Before my arrival, I had already dispatched a quasi-emperor to annihilate your Gu family. How tragically ironic it is that, despite your esteemed Emperor Gu Chen's past contributions to the vast realm, not a single faction, nor even an individual, dares to extend aid to your family. The mysterious emperor's derisive laughter sent Gu Chen's heart plummeting. A quasi-emperor. In the days when he roamed the vast realm, such beings were not even worthy of his regard. Over the years, while guarding the imperial barriers, he had slain no fewer than 800 quasi-emperors of the demonic realm. Yet, this insignificant insect, whom he had never deemed worthy of his attention, dares to humiliate the Gu family? Amidst his fury, Gu Chen also understood. In his efforts to combat the demonic forces, he had taken nearly all imperial resources with him, leaving his family with scarcely any substantial foundation. It was no surprise that the Gu family had gradually fallen into decline without imperial resources. However, what of the imperial clans? Had they forgotten the instructions he had given them upon his departure? Contemplating this, Gu Chen spoke solemnly. When I left the vast realm, I instructed those imperial clans to look after the Gu family, the Wang family, the Tuoba family, the He family, the Zhao family. Now that the Gu family is in peril, will they remain indifferent? The families he casually mentioned were those that had assured him nearly 90,000 years ago that they would care for the Gu family in his absence. Even if a quasi-emperor now sought to oppress the Gu family, these imperial clans could assist them in overcoming their tribulations. The vast imperial clans? The mysterious emperor seemed to find this notion amusing. Do you truly believe, Emperor Gu Chen, that those vast imperial clans would come to your family's aid? Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen fell silent. It suddenly dawned on him that this enigmatic emperor hailed from the vast realm. An emperor from the vast realm. Perhaps this individual was indeed a member of one of those clans. It was likely that these clans had long since reached an understanding, with everything meticulously arranged beforehand. Very well, very well. Gu Chen murmured softly, his voice light, yet each word icy as millennia-old frost, chilling the soul. What had he sacrificed his life for? Guarding the imperial barriers for 90,000 years? Betrayal from the imperial clans, silence from the multitudes, as his family faced annihilation. Not a single soul stood forth to utter even a word of support. In such a vast and indifferent world, what purpose remained in his continued guardianship? At that moment, Gu Chen recalled his solemn oath. He vowed not to fail the human race, to keep the demonic forces at bay beyond the vast realm, and to protect the peace of the vast realm. Yet now, the human race had forsaken him. What then should he do? Perhaps he should abandon the imperial barriers, allowing the demonic forces to surge forth, to obliterate everything, to cleanse the slate entirely. With this thought, clarity washed over Gu Chen's heart. He was not a man bound by rigidity. He acted according to his true intentions, indifferent to all else. In the past, he believed that as a member of the vast human race, it was his duty, upon ascending to the throne, to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding his people. However, now, while he remains stationed at the Imperial Pass, the Gu family he left behind faces extinction. In light of this, he contemplates whether it is worth defending this expansive world. His sole desire is to return to the realm of the vast, nurturing the descendants of the Gu family. As for the fates of others, they are of no concern to him. He has already devised a plan for the path ahead. Upon his return to the realm of the vast, he intends to settle old scores, and thereafter he will lead the Gu family into the forbidden zone of life. At that juncture, even if the demon realm invades, they would dare not challenge the sanctity of the forbidden zone under his command. After all, this forbidden zone is not merely a sanctuary for humans. It is a refuge for all races and spirits. System, I shall make my choice. Abandon the Imperial Pass and take command of the forbidden zone, becoming its sovereign. Without a trace of hesitation, Gu Chen declared solemnly. After 90,000 years, he has finally made his decision. Chapter 9. Pinnacle of the Emperor's Realm, Supreme Astonishment. The name of the Celestial Emperor Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Current reward. Pinnacle of the Emperor's Realm, Cultivation. The voice of the system resounded. Gu Chen felt an inexhaustible surge of power descending from the void, all converging within his body. As this force flooded in, his cultivation, which had stagnated for many years, began to grow rapidly. The pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, indeed, as he sensed the continuous enhancement of power within him. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. Among the ancient and revered Emperor-level beings throughout the vast history, he was already a paragon, one of the mightiest emperors who had traversed the furthest on the path of the Emperor. Otherwise, he could not have single-handedly defended against the demonic invasion for nearly 90,000 years. Gu Chen estimated that his current cultivation should be considered late-stage emperor, with only a thin line separating him from the true perfection of the Emperor's realm. However, now, feeling the nearly inexhaustible surge of power, Gu Chen found himself somewhat bewildered. This power could not possibly belong to the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm as he understood it. It was far more formidable and terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the words he had seen on the choice panel. The true pinnacle of the Emperor's realm is not something an ordinary pseudo-emperor can attain. The true pinnacle of the Emperor's realm? Pseudo-empereur? Could it be that the strength he had previously taken pride in was merely regarded as pseudo-emperor by the system? Gu Chen found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet soon, boundless joy replaced his confusion. Who could refuse the prospect of possessing even greater strength? Furthermore, with the influx of this seemingly infinite power, Gu Chen also discovered that his battle-worn body, which had suffered from years of conflict, was gradually restoring to its former state. Even the wounds inflicted by the Emperor's sword were healing. He felt as if he had returned to his most glorious peak years. His vitality was boundless, his blood surging with unparalleled vigor. What an unexpected delight! Gu Chen murmured softly to himself. He had originally thought that this so-called cultivation at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm would merely enhance his current combat prowess somewhat. Little did he expect that this enhancement would be monumental. Sensing the overwhelming and terrifying power within him, Gu Chen estimated that the once formidable demonic sovereigns, whom he had previously needed to engage in fierce battles to defeat, would now hardly last more than 3 exchanges against him. Excellent. Gu Chen was immensely satisfied with his current state. However, he did not reveal this satisfaction outwardly. Although his inner self had undergone a seismic transformation, he appeared unchanged on the surface. Gu Chen, embark on your journey. The mysterious emperor once again drew the emperor's sword, unleashing boundless imperial might. Ready to send Gu Chen forth. Yet, a glimmer of brilliance suddenly erupted in Gu Chen's eyes. Now, not only had his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, but all his internal injuries had also healed completely. How could a mere emperor of the vast realm, in light of his prior precautions, possibly harm him? Gu Chen let out a cold laugh, swiftly striking out with a hand, coalescing boundless imperial might, and to the astonishment of the enigmatic emperor, sent him flying through the air. Meanwhile, outside the imperial gate, from the direction of the demon realm, the arrival of this mysterious emperor to launch a surprise attack on Gu Chen, followed almost instantaneously by Gu Chen's effortless counter, transpired in mere breaths. Yet, the demon realm had already been thrown into chaos. Behind the million-strong, tumultuous army of the demon realm, several forces erupted like deities, sweeping through the cosmos and engulfing the world. Countless demonic beings, upon sensing that overwhelming aura, immediately fell to their knees, unable to resist the instinctual reverence emanating from their very souls. A primal fear born from the depths of lower life forms towards those of a higher order. Supreme of slaughtering heaven, supreme of crimson serpent, supreme of demon mountain, numerous demons of the realm knelt in reverence, fervently roaring, invoking the exalted names of their supreme leaders. The supremacy of the demon realm had awakened. In the boundless void beyond the edge of space, chaotic energies swirled, revealing pairs of cold, icy eyes directed towards the Imperial Gate. What terrifying gaze was this? The depth of those eyes seemed to encapsulate the vastness of the cosmic sea, unfathomable and profound. Within them, scenes of collapsing galaxies and the terrifying spectacle of the heavens being forged flickered in succession. Wherever those gazes landed, the void crumbled, unable to withstand such unparalleled might, disintegrating into nothingness. What transpired at the Imperial Gate? Gu Chen, what has happened? The majestic figure of the Supreme of Demon Mountain, shrouded in swirling black mist, boomed with a voice reminiscent of ancient mountains. It appeared that Gu Chen had been betrayed. Another figure, cloaked in ethereal light, with crimson hair that hinted at an alluring silhouette, the Supreme of Crimson Serpent, spoke gravely. Betrayal? What were these emperors of the vast realm thinking? To betray Gu Chen, clad in a dark golden, celestial armor, with only the tail covered in gray scales visible beyond the hem of her battle skirt, the Supreme of Slaughtering Heaven exclaimed in surprise. Tiandi. All three demon supremes addressed Gu Chen as Tiandi, and none found it unusual. In past years within the vast realm, Gu Chen had never been bestowed with the title of Tiandi, for it was not merely a realm, but represented an exalted status and honor, the pinnacle of emperorship. One who commanded the respect of all emperors could be called Tiandi. After he had guarded the Imperial Gate and battled the demon realm for tens of thousands of years, slaying several demon supremes, he unexpectedly heard this title from their lips. This designation signified the acknowledgement of Gu Chen's combat prowess by the demon supremes. Without the unparalleled strength that had subdued an era, how could these demon supremes, who bore deep-seated enmity towards Gu Chen, willingly address him as Tiandi? In a sense, this affirmation from the demon supremes carried even more weight than the praises sung of the title of Tiandi throughout the vast realm. Chapter 10. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos, the prison of 10,000 paths. Effortlessly annihilated, though the motives of the imperial realm of the vast world in launching a surprise attack on Emperor Gu remain a mystery. It undeniably presents a splendid opportunity for us. The Supreme of the Demon Mountain gazed with eyes as round as brass bells, his gaze ablaze with fervor. The three of them, stationed in this locale, were acutely aware that Emperor Gu, having endured years of relentless warfare, bore profound wounds from the Great Path and was nearing his end. Now, having been ambushed by the enigmatic sovereign of the vast world, they pondered whether an alliance with this imperial entity could facilitate the demise of Emperor Gu. With this thought in mind, not only the Supreme of the Demon Mountain, but also the Supremes of Crimson Serpent and Sky Slayer felt their eyes ignite with ambition. A mere exchange of glances solidified their resolve. They could not afford to squander this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. They prepared to join the fray and eliminate Emperor Gu. Humanity's Emperor Gu. For 90,000 years, your hands are stained with the blood of our kin. Such a blood debt must be repaid in kind. The cold and unrelenting voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. As this proclamation echoed, the silhouettes of the three supremes began to materialize amidst the boundless void beyond the ninth heaven. What sort of figures were these? Standing between heaven and earth, shrouded in thick black mist, the mere exhalation of their essence shattered the surrounding wilderness. They appeared as exalted deities descending from on high. As the forms of the three demon supremes became visible, the countless legions of the demon realm arrayed before the Imperial Gate erupted in a cacophony of roars. Their eyes ablaze with fervent zeal. The arrival of the Supremes sent shockwaves through the very fabric of reality. Simultaneously, the enigmatic sovereign had already engaged in battle with Gu Chen. The mysterious sovereign, sent flying by a single strike from Gu Chen, bore a look of astonishment and disbelief, seemingly confounded by Gu Chen's current state. How could Gu Chen, who was clearly burdened by wounds from the Great Path, and who had just been ambushed, still possess such formidable strength? Surely, it must be a fleeting resurgence. Gu Chen received my blow, the prison of 10,000 paths, binding heaven and earth to ensnare all living beings. With this thought, the mysterious sovereign let out a piercing howl, summoning the myriad pathways of heaven and earth. An explosion of boundless black light erupted around him, resembling a galaxy of profound hues bursting forth in resplendent brilliance. The cascading black radiance coalesced into an enormous prison, exuding a terrifying aura capable of subduing the myriad spirits of the world as it descended upon the location of the Imperial Gate. This massive prison, entirely composed of runes forged from the laws of heaven and earth, emanated an air of inscrutable profundity, embodying the most potent mysteries. The mysterious sovereign intended to ensnare not only Gu Chen, but also the Imperial Gate beneath him within this formidable prison. As he beheld the prison he had conjured soaring towards Emperor Gu, a glimmer of pride flickered in the sovereign's eyes. Though he had long heard tales of Gu Chen's terror, he was confident that the now weakened emperor, whose lifespan had dwindled and strength depleted, was far from his former glory. With his own powers unleashed, he might easily subdue him. "How dare you strike against me?" Upon the towering walls of the imperial city, Gu Chen stood resolutely, gazing at the ominous prison that seemed capable of ensnaring all beings within the universe. Not a trace of panic marred his countenance. Rather, an unparalleled tranquility enveloped his heart. "Very well, let this be the test of my true combat prowess." A glint of coldness flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. This individual, daring enough to strike at him today, had already sealed his own fate. Gu Chen made his move, yet he did not summon any extraordinary divine power. Instead, he simply extended a hand, seemingly intent on extinguishing that formidable prison of myriad paths. Witnessing this, the enigmatic sovereign from the vast realm revealed a hint of disdain. Did he truly believe that with a mere gesture he could annihilate his prison of countless paths? It was nothing short of a delusion. However, the swift turn of events was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the disdain in the enigmatic sovereign's eyes was replaced by sheer horror. Gu Chen's outstretched hand seemed to resonate with the very fabric of existence, coalescing into a colossal chaotic hand that obscured the heavens and eclipsed the sun. Effortlessly, it grasped the prison of myriad paths conjured by the supreme of slaughter. With a surge of power, the giant hand began to close inwards. That terrifying prison, capable of confining even the myriad paths, appeared fragile before this chaotic hand, disintegrating into nothingness in a mere instant. This was impossible. As he beheld the prison's instantaneous destruction, the enigmatic sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The prison of myriad paths was a supreme technique he had cultivated from a transcendent realm. Even a peak emperor would struggle to escape its grasp, yet Gu Chen had merely extended a hand and effortlessly obliterated it. Chapter 11. Like a mere insect. The three sovereigns arrived, completely disregarding the astonishment of the mysterious emperor. However, the colossal chaotic hand that obscured the heavens showed no intention of sparing him. Effortlessly erasing the myriad of confinement seals, the chaotic hand continued its relentless trajectory, striking towards his position with an air of casual disdain, akin to swatting a fly. "How dare you insult me?" As the colossal hand descended, the mysterious emperor roared, his shock swiftly replaced by fury. After all, he was a dignified emperor. The battle with Gu Chen was devoid of divine abilities or intricate techniques, relying solely on the brute force of imperial might. Such contemptuous disregard was undoubtedly a grave insult to him. With a thunderous clang that reverberated through the cosmos, the mysterious emperor swung his palms in succession, forming profound seals while simultaneously pushing forward. His motions resembled the celestial bodies in motion, striving to obstruct Gu Chen's impending strike. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic hand crashed down, colliding with the emperor's palms. The unleashed power erupted in the void, provoking an endless and terrifying spatial tempest that engulfed all directions. Even the distant legions of tens of thousands from the demon realm were swept into this maelstrom, reduced to dust in an instant, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. At the very center of this cataclysmic clash, the mysterious emperor was confronted with the most terrifying spectacle of his life. As he collided with the overshadowing chaotic hand, he truly felt the immense and horrific power it harbored. This sensation rendered him, a supreme being, utterly helpless, akin to an insignificant ant. His armor, tightly affixed to his body, cracked and shattered. The overwhelming force, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, compelled the mysterious emperor to emit a muffled groan as he was violently hurled away, plummeting toward the horizon. As the dust settled, the figure of the mysterious emperor reemerged. Yet, upon witnessing his current state, the previously boisterous million-strong demon army fell into an eerie silence. The Emperor's condition was tragically dire. His armor was riddled with fissures and shattered remnants, and beneath it, Imperial blood flowed profusely, indicating he had suffered grievous injuries. In stark contrast, Gu Chen remained unscathed atop the city wall. Even his garments showed not a single wrinkle. Coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, the mysterious emperor stood in disbelief. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he could not withstand even a casual strike from his opponent. Was Gu Chen truly burdened with injuries from the great Tao? And had he successfully ambushed him? Why did he appear completely unscathed? Flee! We must escape. Amidst the shock, an uncontrollable wave of terror surged within the mysterious emperor's heart. Although the nature of Gu Chen's formidable and terrifying power remains a mystery, the enigmatic emperor is acutely aware that he stands no chance against the Emperor of Heaven, Gu. He could easily be obliterated in an instant. He must flee swiftly, otherwise, his fate remains uncertain. Is this truly the pinnacle of imperial strength? Observing the pitiful state of the mysterious emperor from atop the Imperial Pass, Gu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. This power, even at his zenith thousands of years ago, would have been unattainable. Moreover, Gu Chen had not even exerted his full strength. Were he to unleash his complete power, it would signify the ability to eradicate this mysterious emperor with a single strike. In the realm of emperors, to annihilate a sovereign in one blow is an unfathomable feat. However, now is not the time for such reflections. Gazing at the distant horizon, where the terrified and retreating figure of the mysterious emperor fled, Gu Chen's expression remained impassive. Since he dared to strike at the emperor, he must pay the price with his life. As the Emperor of Heaven, no foe who dares to attack him shall leave alive. Gu Chen poised to extend his other hand, intending to continue his assault on the mysterious emperor. Yet at that moment, a series of overwhelming imperial forces suddenly erupted throughout the heavens and the earth. The three supreme beings from the demon realm had arrived. The Emperor of Heaven, the demon mountain sovereign, the crimson serpent sovereign, and the profound evil sovereign gazed upon the wretched state of the mysterious emperor, their eyes filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the emperor of the vast realm would be so easily overwhelmed. A mere encounter nearly led to his demise at the hands of Gu Chen. Had they arrived just a few breaths later, the human Emperor of Heaven would have undoubtedly claimed his life. As he beheld the approaching trio of demon sovereigns, the mysterious emperor felt a surge of relief wash over him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He understood that these three demon sovereigns now stood on the same side as he did. However, his expression soon darkened as he thought. I had assumed Gu Chen was gravely wounded and on the verge of collapse, but this must be an illusion. His current state feels strange. The state of the Emperor of Heaven is peculiar. The three demon sovereigns were momentarily taken aback before the crimson serpent sovereign dismissively laughed. Peculiar? Though the Emperor is strong, he bears the wounds of the great Tao and has just been ambushed by you. He is likely in a fleeting moment of brilliance. At this remark, the demon mountain sovereign and the profound evil sovereign both chuckled, seemingly in agreement with the crimson serpent sovereign's assessment. It is not as simple as you think. Just as the mysterious emperor prepared to elaborate, he suddenly felt as though his heart was gripped tightly, engulfed in an almost infinite murderous intent. The mysterious emperor turned in horror to see the human Emperor of Heaven at the Imperial Pass. Upon noticing the arrival of the three demon sovereigns, he slowly lowered his hand but raised the imperial sword. The sword's radiance shimmered, its brilliance devouring all. The murderous intent shook the cosmos, like waves crashing upon the shore. The relentless murderous aura disregarded the approaching demon sovereigns and directly locked onto the mysterious emperor. Is it possible that the esteemed Emperor Gu Tian truly intends to slay the enigmatic sovereign before the eyes of the three of them? Witnessing this scene, both the Supreme Demon Mountain and the Supreme Red Serpent, along with the Supreme Slayer of Heaven, couldn't help but conclude that Gu Chen must be utterly deranged. Chapter 12. The Sword of Destiny, Shattering the Weak, the Fall of the Imperial Realm Arrogance. The Supreme of the Demon Mountain bellowed, his fury surging like a tempestuous sea. threatening to engulf the very heavens and earth. This human Emperor Gu Chen was utterly presumptuous, depleted, and on the brink of collapse. He dared to strike forcefully before the three supremes? Such audacity was a blatant disregard for their presence. Emperor Gu Chen, I acknowledge your formidable prowess. Yet today marks your demise. The Supreme of Slaughter Heaven also snorted in anger, convinced that Gu Chen had lost his sanity. Let us seize this opportunity to slay him here, thereby clearing the final obstacle to our invasion of the vast realm. The Supreme of Crimson Serpent coldly chuckled. They were all acutely aware of Emperor Gu Tian's unparalleled combat strength. But so what? Gu Chen was now gravely injured, and with the combined might of the three demon supremes, along with that of a certain imperial sovereign, even the Gu Chen of millennia past would stand no chance. Unleash your full power. The mysterious sovereign howled, instantly channeling his supreme energy to its utmost, as if facing a dire threat, without even the time to explain to the Supreme of Crimson Serpent and the others. Among the four present, only he had truly experienced Gu Chen's combat prowess. Thus, only he understood that if the Supremes of Crimson Serpent and others underestimated him, they would surely suffer great losses. I have stated before, those who dare strike against me must pay with their lives. Atop the Imperial Gate, Gu Chen wielded the Imperial Sword single-handedly, his expression remaining serene in the face of the threats posed by the Demon Mountain Supreme and others. He calmly raised his hand, directing a leisurely strike towards the location of the mysterious Emperor. Buzz! The Imperial Sword resonated, its brilliance radiating forth, akin to the first light that heralds the dawn of creation. Dazzling and boundless, shaking the ancient starry void. As this sword was unleashed, the faces of the Demon Mountain Supreme and others instantly paled, for the might of this strike was overwhelmingly fierce. The Imperial Sword trembled, its blade gleaming like a beacon illuminating the eternal universe. The emitted sword light nearly filled the cosmos, obliterating vast expanses of the starry realms above, as if poised to annihilate the world itself. Even more terrifying was the unparalleled aura of dominance emanating from the sword light, which the Demon Mountain Supreme and the others perceived as the very will of the heavenly path, intent on claiming the life of the mysterious Emperor. This was the sword of destiny. If heaven decrees your death, dare you defy it? Fearsome, fearsome. There was no need for the mysterious Emperor to utter another word. As this terrifying sword light descended, the Demon Mountain Supreme and his cohorts no longer dared to hesitate, hastily summoning their most potent abilities in a desperate attempt to intercept the lethal strike aimed at the mysterious Emperor. Demon suppression of the 9 heavens, severing the 2 realms. Through ancient and modern times, as the ages fade and the cosmos dissolves, the 3 demon supremes roared, invoking the laws of heaven and earth, unleashing their mightiest blows. Even the mysterious Emperor held nothing back, realizing that even with the aid of the 3 supremes, his survival was not guaranteed. Thus he unleashed his utmost power. 4 imperial sovereigns united to resist Gu Chen. Boom! The brilliance of the sword light shone resplendently, traversing the vast expanse and colliding with the formidable powers of the 4 esteemed sovereigns, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The primal force unleashed wreaked havoc, wielding the capacity to rend the heavens and split the earth, enveloping the celestial realm in a tumultuous sea of chaos. Here, 4 sovereigns united in their efforts. Surely, even the formidable Gu Chen could not withstand such an onslaught. The vast army of the demon realm roared in a frenzy, witnessing the 4 supreme beings joining forces. They could scarcely believe that their esteemed Gu Chen would falter against them. Yet, in the next moment, the malevolent denizens of the demon realm found themselves silenced, as if grasped by an invisible hand around their throats. Their eyes, once brimming with cruelty and exhilaration, now clouded with incredulous terror. What did they witness? Gu Chen, the human sovereign, unleashed a single stroke of his sword, which surged forth like an unstoppable decree of fate, tearing through the defenses erected by the Demon Mount Sovereign, the Scarlet Serpent Sovereign, and the profound Fiend Sovereign. The 3 sovereigns staggered back, their vitality surging uncontrollably. The sword light, relentless in its momentum, obliterated the mysterious Emperor's resistance, drawing near with a radiance that began to disintegrate the Emperor's very form. The blade's brilliance reached the heavens, dazzling like a river of stars. Imbued with an overwhelming and terrifying intent to kill, capable of rending asunder all that is tangible and intangible. Even the supreme body of the mysterious Emperor could not withstand its ferocity, succumbing to disintegration. The mysterious Emperor let out a pained howl. His corporeal form was shredded by the sword light, teeming with insatiable murderous intent, yet miraculously restored in an instant. For one of imperial stature, even a mere drop of blood could coalesce into a new form, resurrecting as if immortal. However, the sword light harbored an unfathomable power, repeatedly tearing his body apart time and time again. No matter how swiftly he restored his form, the relentless sword light clung to him like a parasite, severing his body anew countless times. No, the mysterious Emperor's anguished cry echoed, imbued with dread. While he could indeed restore his form with remarkable speed, it was not an infinite capability. His strength was finite. With each successive dismemberment by the sword light, the speed of his restoration dwindled, rendering his newly formed body increasingly ephemeral and translucent. Ultimately, he could not withstand the relentless assault of that singular sword light. The sovereign's blood spilled forth as his form disintegrated completely, leaving him powerless to coalesce into his true self. With the echoes of the mysterious Emperor's terrified wail fading, the heavens above transformed suddenly into a blood-red hue. An unending deluge of blood rained down from the sky. In the void, a chilling sound akin to anguished wails resounded, heralding the fall of the mysterious Emperor of the vast realm. Suppressing the tumultuous blood within, the scarlet serpent's sovereign gazed at the blood rain descending from the heavens, his voice laden with fear and trepidation. The fall of an imperial entity brought sorrow to the very fabric of existence. The current scene serves as undeniable evidence of the fall of the enigmatic Emperor. Yet, how did Gu Chen accomplish such a feat? Is this truly the extent of his formidable power? The supreme of the demon mountain murmured, his colossal form, akin to an ancient demonic mountain, trembled uncontrollably. He was genuinely astounded by the sword strike unleashed by Gu Chen. The combined might of the three supremes failed to thwart the blade wielded by this Emperor of Heaven. In fact, even the mysterious Emperor could not withstand it, being effortlessly slain by a single stroke. Regardless of the Emperor's weaknesses, he was undeniably a genuine figure of imperial stature, and yet, he could not withstand even one strike from Gu Chen. Were they to take his place, they would likely fare no better, possibly falling victim to Gu Chen's blade with equal ease. This is precisely what instilled a profound sense of dread in the Supreme of the Demon Mountain and his companions. Chapter 13. Abandoning the Imperial Pass, the Supreme is shaken. The aftermath lingers. How is this possible? The Scarlet Serpent Supreme murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and trepidation. The three Supremes had joined forces, yet they could not withstand even a single strike from Gu Chen. Was this Gu Chen, who bore the wounds of the great Tao and had just suffered a sneak attack, on the verge of demise? From whence did this terrifying, almost demonic power originate? At that moment, the three realized the truth behind the mysterious Emperor's prior words, the implication that this human, Gu Tiandi, was not quite right. Yet, it was painfully evident that it was too late. Gu Tiandi, what are your intentions? Do you intend to fight to the death? Seeing Gu Chen standing resolutely at the Imperial Pass with the Imperial sword in hand, the Xiansha Supreme seemed to sense an immense pressure and forced himself to inquire. They could scarcely imagine the carnage that would ensue should Gu Chen, in such a state, unleash his fury. I never claimed I would fight to the death. Gu Chen raised his gaze slightly, casting a glance at the Xiansha Supreme, and spoke in a calm tone. Not to fight to the death. Then what do you intend to do? The Scarlet Serpent Supreme gritted her teeth, her heart brimming with wariness. She had already prepared herself. Gu Chen's current condition was exceedingly ominous. Should he truly come to kill, she would flee immediately to secure her own future. Clearly, the Demon Mountain Supreme and the Slaughtering Heaven Supreme shared similar sentiments. Gu Chen's previous strike had nearly shattered their courage, and even if they were given another chance, they would not dare engage him further. Otherwise, their fate would mirror that of the mysterious emperor. I merely wish to depart from this place. Gu Chen glanced at the Demon Mountain Supreme and the others, inquiring nonchalantly, "Do you intend to prevent me from leaving? Depart?" Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the Demon Mountain Supreme, the Scarlet Serpent Supreme, and the Xian Sha Supreme were all taken aback. Surely, they had not misheard? This harbinger of death was declaring his intention to leave the Imperial Pass. The Demon Mountain Supreme even doubted his own hearing. For a full 90,000 years, Gu Chen had steadfastly defended the Imperial Pass for the sake of the vast realm, never taking a single step away. And now, he proclaimed he wished to leave. Leave? Gu Tiandi, do you think we would believe such a claim? The Xian Sha Supreme snorted coldly, utterly incredulous. After 90,000 years of vigilance, he now wished to depart? Was Gu Chen attempting to deceive them? Whether you choose to believe or not is your concern. Gu Chen wore a faint smile, slowly sheathing the imperial sword. With a single step, he departed the Imperial Pass. Before he left, a solitary phrase echoed through the heavens and earth. Just so you know, I shall no longer guard this Imperial Pass. Do as you will. At this moment, Gu Chen's heart raced with urgency, focused solely on hastening back to the vast realm to ensure the safety of the Gu family. And he certainly would not waste time further entangled with these supremes of the demon realm. As for the enigmatic emperor, Gu Chen initially intended to interrogate him. Yet at the last moment, it appeared that some form of restriction within the soul of that mysterious being caused the final remnants of his essence to dissipate entirely. However, even in the absence of any valuable information, Gu Chen remained unfazed. The betrayal from the vast imperial clan was an undeniable truth. Once he returns to the boundless realm, he will inevitably settle all scores. The human emperor, Gu Tian, has truly departed. Observing the desolate frontier where Gu Chen once stood, the three supreme beings of the Demon Mountain were left in utter disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Gu Chen's words were indeed genuine. If I heard correctly, did Gu Tian declare that he would no longer guard this imperial gate? Xian Sha, the supreme, swallowed hard, struggling to grasp the reality. If I am not mistaken, then neither are you, remarked the supreme of Demon Mountain with a somber tone. Is it due to the betrayal of the boundless emperor? Qi Lian, the supreme, instinctively responded. Although Gu Chen's abandonment of the imperial gate could be seen as exceptional news for the demon realm, the issue lay in the fact that no one dared to believe it readily. For a staggering 90,000 years, Gu Chen had steadfastly defended the imperial gate, thwarting countless waves of assaults from the demon realm. Now, without any apparent reason, he had suddenly departed? Could there be a deception at play? Xian Sha, the supreme, pondered with skepticism. Would he truly risk the life of an emperor for such a ruse? Yet, he has undeniably left, the supreme of Demon Mountain stated, pointing towards the direction of the imperial gate with a grave demeanor. All three were supreme beings, and with a mere flicker of perception, they could ascertain that Gu Chen had spoken the truth. No trace of any living presence remained in the vicinity of the imperial gate. How bizarre! Had he announced his intention to leave earlier, we would have gladly bid him farewell rather than take action against him. Lu Tian, the supreme, expressed his profound frustration. The betrayal of the boundless emperor and the abandonment of the imperial gate by Gu Tian. This news was far too significant to ignore. It was imperative to return immediately and inform the other allies before making any decisions. After a brief contemplation, Qi Lian, the supreme, resolved, I shall create a doppelganger to follow Gu Tian and discern what tricks he is up to. You too, hasten back and relay today's events to our fellow allies. Upon hearing Qi Lian's plan, both the Supreme of Demon Mountain and Xian Sha nodded in agreement, endorsing the strategy. Indeed, the abruptness of Gu Tian's departure raised suspicions of deceit. Clarifying the reasons behind his exit would be most advantageous. Entrusting this task to Qi Lian, the Supreme, was undoubtedly the wisest choice, as her true form belonged to the Yuhuang clan, endowed with innate doppelganger abilities. Remaining stationary, she could manifest a doppelganger wielding a substantial portion of her power, which would not dissipate even across vast distances. Moreover, should this doppelganger encounter peril, it would not endanger her true self, making her the optimal candidate for gathering intelligence. I shall return at once. The Supreme of Slaughter turned his gaze back towards the towering Imperial barrier, which had stood resolutely for 90,000 years against the demonic realm. With a slight lift of his hand, it seemed he contemplated erasing this formidable blockade that had thwarted the demon world for eons. Yet, as if recalling something significant, he forcibly suppressed that impulse and soared deeper into the abyss of the demon realm without a backward glance. This frontier Imperial barrier, though it symbolized the unrelenting disgrace of the demonic domain, was ultimately forged by the illustrious Emperor Gu of the vast expanse. Until the reasons behind Gu Chen's departure were unraveled, even though this Imperial barrier had become a mere empty city, the Supreme of Slaughter dared not to obliterate it. Such was the resounding reputation that Gu Chen had carved out over these 90 millennia. Even an empty city, seemingly left behind without care, instilled a sense of caution in a supreme being of the demon realm, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. Observing that both the Supreme of Demon Mountain and the Supreme of Slaughter had departed, the Supreme of Crimson Serpent did not hesitate either. With a graceful gesture, she conjured a doppelganger that transformed into a dazzling streak of light, swiftly darting towards the rear of the Imperial barrier. In an instant, tranquility returned to the heavens and the earth, leaving behind an empty Imperial city, accompanied by over 1 million fearsome demons, who, despite their ferocity, dared not take a single step forward. Chapter 14. The Realm of Death, traversed as if on level ground, the supreme celestial gold behind the Imperial Pass. Gu Chen navigated around the already collapsed 9 heavens, taking a detour through the Chaos Sea, hastening towards the vast realm. The Chaos Sea is a naturally chaotic expanse, where unrelenting and fierce winds sweep through the void. Ordinary cultivators caught in these gales face the inevitable destruction of their physical forms and the obliteration of their souls. Even beings of the sacred realm cannot linger here for long, as a moment's carelessness may lead to their demise. Yet now, a figure clad in white, unparalleled in grace, seemed to transcend the speed of the world, moving effortlessly through this tumultuous terrain toward the direction of the vast realm. This traveler was none other than Gu Chen. After departing from the Imperial Pass, he wasted not a moment, heading directly towards the vast realm, observing the ceaseless and fierce extraterrestrial winds swirling around him. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. The origins of the Chaos Sea remain a mystery to all. After attaining the Imperial realm, Gu Chen had delved deeply into the Chaos Sea, where he discovered numerous weapons, armor, and even remnants of shattered structures. It was as if this place had buried countless worlds, constructed from the debris of many realms. Moreover, certain perilous areas within the Chaos Sea are perpetually battered by relentless calamity winds, capable of eroding even the boundless Emperor's body, making it impossible for even those of the Imperial realm to remain for long. Gu Chen harbored a vague intuition that profound secrets lay hidden within the depths of the Chaos Sea. However, before he could dedicate more time to exploration, the invasion of the demon realm occurred, and he subsequently guarded the Imperial Pass for 90,000 years, setting aside his inquiries into the Chaos Sea. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he would indeed explore the depths of the Chaos Sea thoroughly. Speaking softly to himself, Gu Chen altered his course. The detour from the Chaos Sea to the vast realm would require several days of travel, as it involved traversing a domain of death. Even those of the Imperial realm risked peril with the slightest misstep. However, with his greatly enhanced strength, he resolved to save time and cross directly through this deadly expanse. Before long, Gu Chen arrived at the threshold of this dreaded domain that even ordinary beings of the Imperial realm spoke of with trepidation. Endless chaotic winds enveloped the area, carving dark fissures into the void. Some of the ferocious winds even morphed into illusory dragons and tigers, clawing at the heavens and instilling fear in the heart. Due to the overwhelming density and intensity of the chaotic winds here, capable of slaying saints at a whim and even wounding emperors, Gu Chen had refrained from delving deeper upon first discovering this realm of death, merely skirting its periphery, and, finding no gains, had chosen to bypass it. Yet now, Emboldened by his newfound strength and eager to return to the vast realm, Gu Chen resolved to traverse this domain head-on. "Let me see for myself what lies deep within this realm," Gu Chen murmured, and with that, he plunged directly into the boundless chaotic winds. Moments passed. A figure, enshrouded in a faint black mist and exuding an alluring yet eerie charm, emerged at the periphery of this desolate realm of death. It was none other than the avatar of the Crimson Serpent Sovereign, who had chosen to follow Gu Chen in pursuit of the truth. Had the Emperor Gu ventured into this place? Observing the relentless and tempestuous gales, the sovereign furrowed her delicate brows in concern. Merely gazing at the unbridled fury of the wind instilled within her a profound sense of trepidation. She understood that even if she had come in her true form, she would scarcely endure in the face of such unyielding, chaotic winds. The Emperor Gu had brazenly entered. It was unthinkable to follow him now. The expression on the Crimson Serpent Sovereign's face darkened. She had manifested this avatar solely to accompany Gu Chen and ascertain the unfolding events, not to unwarrantedly court death. Resolving to proceed to the vast realm first, she contemplated that the Emperor Gu would inevitably return there. If given the opportunity, she would infiltrate the vast realm and deliberate on her next move. With her gaze glimmering with determination, the sovereign made her decision. She understood that no matter Gu Chen's intentions, he would ultimately find his way back to the vast realm. Thus, it was prudent for her to await him there. With her resolve firm, the Crimson Serpent Sovereign did not hesitate. She circumvented the deathly domain and continued her journey toward the vast realm. Years ago, she had wisely refrained from delving deeper into this place, for the intensity of the disastrous gales rivaled that of an ordinary emperor's strike. Within the depths of the desolate realm, Gu Chen sensed the potency of the chaotic winds swirling around him and could not help but express mild astonishment. The chaotic winds here harbored an inexhaustible intent of destruction, capable of severing even an unparalleled emperor's body. What was more terrifying was the seemingly endless nature of these winds. Even a typical emperor would find it impossible to endure for long without facing a fatal demise. Fortunately, Gu Chen's current strength was no longer comparable to before. The fierce and terrifying gales appeared to him as gentle breezes, incapable of so much as ruffling his garments. As he advanced further, the chaotic winds intensified, culminating in a breathtaking spectacle where they shimmered with a faint golden hue. The mere glance at this golden light evoked a visceral sensation of peril, as if one's very soul might be cleaved asunder. Undeterred, Gu Chen pressed onward. However, after traversing a distance, he suddenly paused. Gu Chen murmured softly. It dawned upon him that upon seemingly crossing an invisible boundary, the ferocious winds that had once enveloped the cosmos abruptly ceased. A profound silence enveloped the world, and before Gu Chen, there hovered a square piece of divine gold, roughly the size of a human head, suspended in the void. This divine gold radiated a resplendent golden hue, devoid of any blemish. Upon the surface of the divine gold, there shimmered captivating rays of golden light, each beam concealing an unimaginable sharpness, akin to the zenith of gold itself, seemingly capable of cleaving through the very fabric of eternity. What further astonished Gu Chen was the ethereal strands of faint golden divine light that emanated from this divine gold, dispersing throughout the cosmos, ultimately transforming into a ceaseless chaotic gale imbued with a subtle golden hue. The transformations occurring in this realm of desolation were indeed instigated by this piece of divine gold. With just a fleeting glance, Gu Chen grasped the entirety of the situation. The reason for the formation of this deathly domain was intrinsically linked to this divine gold. The relentless sharpness that permeated from this divine gold had rendered the chaotic gales here increasingly fierce and terrifying. Supreme celestial gold. Gu Chen's gaze towards the resplendent divine gold grew increasingly fervent. Undoubtedly, this was a piece of celestial gold that transcended even the most extraordinary of divine materials. Chapter 15. Tremendous Harvest, Extraterrestrial Outpost. Two semi-emperors, the mere radiance emanating from the surface of the celestial gold was sufficient to conjure a terrifying gale that could injure even those of the emperor realm. What does this signify? Gu Chen understood all too well. It indicated that the essence of this celestial gold surpassed even the most formidable materials used for forging imperial weapons. Perhaps it was indeed the legendary supreme celestial material. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with fervor as he forcibly suppressed his excitement and swiftly approached, extending his hand to secure the celestial gold into his possession. For an ordinary emperor-level cultivator, acquiring this celestial gold might require considerable effort. Yet for Gu Chen, it posed no challenge. His physique was even sturdier than that of imperial weapons, rendering the sharp celestial brilliance on the gold surface utterly ineffective against him. To his astonishment, this journey had yielded such a remarkable bounty. With the celestial gold now in his grasp, a satisfied smile graced Gu Chen's face. In the vast expanse of the realm, even the most exalted materials were exceedingly rare. Many ordinary emperors, throughout their lifetimes, never managed to forge a weapon of their own due to the scarcity of these ultimate materials. Gu Chen had once acquired such materials during a dark upheaval, after slaying an ancient emperor who had emerged from the life-forbidden zone, thus enabling him to forge his own limitless emperor sword. And now, amidst this chaotic expanse beyond the realm, he had obtained a celestial gold that transcended even those ultimate materials. How could this not bring him joy? If he could integrate this celestial gold into the limitless sword, it might propel the sword towards its transformation into a true celestial weapon. Gu Chen pondered deeply, having silently resolved to undertake this endeavor upon his return to stabilize the Gu clan in the realm. Simultaneously, his curiosity about this chaotic sea, independent of the vast realm, intensified. It was evident that this celestial gold was not a natural formation, but rather had drifted here from an unknown land. What secrets lay hidden within this chaotic sea? When the opportunity arose, he would certainly investigate thoroughly. After securing the celestial gold, the chaotic gales of this desolate death zone gradually began to subside. With the absence of the gold's empowering force, this death zone would, after some time, revert to a more ordinary region, devoid of significant danger. But those concerns were for another time. Having departed from the death zone, Gu Chen pressed onward towards the vast realm. Thanks to the time saved traversing the death zone, he arrived at the outskirts of the realm within a day. As the contours of the vast realm gradually came into view, Gu Chen could hardly contain his excitement. 90,000 years, a full 90,000 years. He had finally returned. However, just as Gu Chen drew closer to the vast realm, his gaze suddenly shifted to a particular location. It was the necessary path towards the realm. Amidst a relatively tranquil section of the extraterrestrial chaos, a platform of Tao floated. Yet, rather than merely a platform, it spanned a considerable area of 1,000 zhong, resembling an island suspended in the heavens. Upon the Tao platform, several ancient palaces are nestled. Gu Chen's gaze fell upon two figures seated cross-legged, seemingly engaged in conversation. Both figures donned Taoist robes, one with flowing white hair and the other robust in stature, yet both emanated an immensely powerful aura. Indeed, they were two quasi-emperors. These quasi-emperors, seated along the essential route to the vast realm, were they perhaps guarding the periphery of that realm? Meanwhile, upon the ancient Tao platform suspended in the chaotic void, merely 200 years had elapsed. Damn it! When would I be able to return to the vast realm? The robust quasi-emperor cast a glance towards the vast realm behind him, voicing his complaints. Yin Kuan, my friend, what is the hurry? This cycle lasts a mere 1,000 years. 200 have passed, and after another 800, we shall return to the vast realm. The white-haired quasi-emperor replied matter-of-factly. To spend 800 years in this desolate and inhospitable place, how easy it is to say, lamented Yin Kuan, the quasi-emperor. Why don't those old geezers in the Alliance come to guard themselves? They only know how to send us here. It's truly infuriating. Chun Qian, what do you think is the purpose of our watch here? To guard against incursions from external beings into the vast realm? Don't be ridiculous, from what I understand. It has been a full 90,000 years since the vast realm faced any external threat. In the face of Yin Kuan's grumblings, Chun Qian remained noncommittal, merely lowering his eyelids in silence. In truth, he also held significant reservations regarding the higher-ups' decisions. Although their talents were insufficient to ascend to the rank of emperor, they were still quasi-emperors. To be dispatched to guard the outer reaches of the vast realm felt akin to exile, an utterly unacceptable fate. In my opinion, this external outpost serves no purpose whatsoever. There are no external beings to guard against. Yin Kuan continued to voice his grievances, poised to express more, when suddenly his complaints were cut short, his eyes widening in shock. For he beheld a figure clad in white, traversing the boundless chaos, swiftly approaching the direction of the vast realm. In an instant, that white-clad figure had crossed an immeasurable distance, untouched even by the ferocious chaotic winds. As the figure drew near, an overwhelming aura began to envelop him, instilling a sense of fear and trepidation. An imperial aura. The figure in white exuded a genuine imperial presence. He was indeed a being of the imperial realm, an entity from the imperial realm, crossing the vast chaotic sea. Who could this be? The two quasi-emperors, belatedly aware, had yet to react when the figure in white had already approached them. The overwhelming imperial might forced Yin Kuan and Chun Qian to their knees, rendering them immobile. Despite their quasi-emperor status, they paled in comparison to a true being of the imperial realm, an envoy of the imperial alliance, with no attempt to conceal his presence. Gu Chen observed the two quasi-emperors kneeling before him, his expression tranquil. Only the imperial alliance possesses the capability to dispatch two quasi-emperors to guard the outer realms within the vast expanse of the Kangmang world. However, the purpose of this outpost stationed in the chaotic sea remains ambiguous, whether it is intended for monitoring the invasion from the demon realm or for surveilling him. Contemplating this, Gu Chen's demeanor grew increasingly indifferent. He turned his gaze toward the two quasi-emperors and spoke with an air of detachment. I ask you both to respond truthfully. Should there be the slightest hesitation or a single falsehood, I shall show no mercy. Now, answer my first inquiry. In the past 90,000 years, has anyone within the Kangmang world achieved the state of emperor? Chapter 16. Shameless Betrayal, No One to Aid. The tactics of the imperial clan over the span of 90,000 years. Has anyone attained the status of an emperor within the boundless realm? Upon hearing Gu Chen's inquiry, Yin Kuan and Chun Qian instinctively exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of bewilderment and confusion. Who exactly is this individual? An emperor emerging from the chaos sea, posing such questions to them right from the outset. Could it be that, as they contemplated the significance of the outpost beyond their realm, a vague yet terrifying suspicion arose in the hearts of the two quasi-emperors? Could it be that this person hails from the fabled demon realm? Yin Kuan and Chun Qian had only recently been born into the boundless realm, and their knowledge of events from 90,000 years ago was limited. Their understanding was gleaned solely from ancient texts, which vaguely indicated that the boundless realm had faced a great calamity during that time. At the end of the boundless nine heavens, countless malevolent beings had sought to invade, and it was only the collapse of the nine heavens that thwarted their descent into the realm. However, despite the collapse of the nine heavens, it was conceivable that those malevolent entities could still traverse the chaos sea to find another way in. The purpose of establishing the outpost was to remain vigilant against and prepared for the potential resurgence of the demons from the demon realm. If this person truly originated from that legendary realm, the hearts of the two quasi-emperors raced, feeling the intensifying pressure of imperial might, and they steeled themselves to respond. Indeed, over the past 90,000 years, our boundless realm has given birth to several beings of imperial status, and even now, there are great emperors still living among us. In the annals of the boundless realm, it was true that several imperial beings had descended during these 90,000 years. As for whether any current emperors still lived, Chun Qian and Yin Kuan could only speculate. They merely hoped to intimidate the enigmatic figure before them into restraint. There have been more than one imperial being born. Listening to the responses of the two quasi-emperors, Gu Chen muttered softly to himself, though his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Initially, when he posed the question, he harbored a flicker of hope that the mysterious emperor who had betrayed him from the Imperial Pass might have acted out of personal greed. However, upon hearing the responses from the two quasi-emperors, Gu Chen's heart grew utterly desolate. The imperial clans of the boundless realm had indeed betrayed him. 90,000 years ago, when he departed from the boundless realm, he had made an agreement with the contemporary imperial clans. He would guard the outer edge of the nine heavens, endeavoring to delay the demon invasion, while the imperial clans within the boundless realm would devote their resources to guiding and nurturing new imperial beings to come to his aid deep within the nine heavens. Yet the outcome was that Gu Chen stood alone at the border for a full 90,000 years, without ever witnessing a single imperial being from the boundless realm come to his assistance. The last one to arrive was, in fact, the very one who had betrayed him. At that time, Gu Chen had merely thought that the boundless realm had been unfortunate over the past 90,000 years, failing to give rise to new imperial beings. However, based on the responses of these two quasi-emperors, it was clear that this was far from the truth. Throughout these 90,000 years, not only had there been births of imperial beings within the boundless realm, but there had been more than one, as he fought valiantly in the desolate frontier, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the supreme beings of the demon realm. Where were the imperial existences of the vast realm? How ironic. Gu Chen's voice was as cold as ice, yet his heart felt a chilling emptiness. The Gu family was on the brink of annihilation, and the imperial clans remained unmoved. Not a single soul in the entire vast realm stood up to advocate for the Gu family, not even to utter a word in their defense. Even with the emergence of a new emperor within the vast realm, no aid was rendered to him. Instead, they continued to revel in their own power. In such a vast realm, what significance remained for him to protect? Perhaps it would be cleaner to obliterate it entirely. Speak of your origins, Gu Chen continued to inquire. Faced with his questioning, Chen Qian and Yin Kuan could only summon their courage and respond. I hail from the imperial clan of the Chen family. I come from the imperial clan of the Yin family. The Chen and Yin families? Indeed, they were among those ancient and storied imperial lineages. Upon hearing their surnames, Gu Chen was assured that they were not lying. The Chen and Yin surnames were indeed among the ancient imperial clans. Furthermore, Chen Qian and Yin Kuan exuded an unstable and superficial aura, clearly relying on divine treasures to artificially elevate themselves to the quasi-emperor realm, with no hope of becoming true emperors in the future. Nevertheless, even so, they were genuine quasi-emperors. To have two quasi-emperors stationed to guard the outer realms was certainly a display of power that only the imperial clans could command. Following this, Gu Chen posed several more questions, most pertaining to the events that had transpired in the vast realm over the past 90,000 years. He had been absent from the vast realm for nearly 90 millennia. The grand tides of fate had turned countless times, rendering the current vast realm utterly unfamiliar to him. As Gu Chen asked his questions, Chen Qian and Yin Kuan seemed to glean some insights from his inquiries. This mysterious figure in white appeared exceedingly familiar with the vast realm, yet strikingly oblivious to its changes over the past 90,000 years. He did not seem to originate from the demon realm, but rather resembled a powerful being who had once departed from the vast realm. A suspected imperial existence who had emerged from the vast realm 90,000 years ago. This conjecture arose in the minds of Chen Qian and Yin Kuan, filling them with a mix of astonishment and delight. They were astonished at how an imperial existence could survive for 100,000 years, yet delighted at the prospect that if this individual truly hailed from the vast realm, they had nothing to fear. If he came from the demon realm, Chen Qian and Yin Kuan would naturally be apprehensive. Regardless of their own backgrounds within the vast realm, he would hardly concern himself with them, and they could easily meet their end after answering his questions, with no regard for the potential retribution from their imperial clans. After all, the demon realm was intent on invading the vast realm. Why would they care about a few imperial clans? However, if this individual were indeed from the vast realm, matters would be different. If he could not contend with the powerful beings of the demon realm, could he not manage to deal with them? Even the great emperors would be powerless. The two hailed from unparalleled imperial clans, representing not only themselves, but also the dignity of their exalted lineages. What does it mean to be from an unparalleled imperial clan? Such a lineage boasts an unbroken ancestry, with ancestors who have produced more than one great emperor. Even though this individual currently stands alone, he is undeniably rooted in the vast expanse of the Kangmang realm. Surely, he possesses some connections to kin and old friends, as well as a legacy of disciples. With such vulnerabilities, coupled with his origins in the Kangmang realm, how could one possibly fail to exert control? Yin Kuan has perused the annals of his clan's history. In times past, a prodigious being poised to become an emperor emerged from the Kangmang realm. Given sufficient time, he was virtually destined to attain the path of the emperor. However, this aspiring emperor, in his arrogance, disregarded the Kangmang imperial clan and eventually offended the Yin family. What was the outcome? Enraged, the Yin family unleashed their formidable resources, initially apprehending the friends and family of the aspiring emperor, and subsequently ensnaring him within a fragmented imperial formation. Every 10 breaths, the Yin family would randomly select one of the emperor's acquaintances or relatives to execute before his very eyes. Ultimately, within the span of less than a cup of tea, the promising aspirant succumbed to despair, compelled to take his own life within the confines of the fragmented imperial formation, thus extinguishing his existence and path. Reflecting on this, Yin Kuan's confidence swelled further. If the aspiring emperor met such an end, the same fate would undoubtedly befall an emperor. This elder, being a sovereign born of the Kangmang realm, why then should he stoop to humiliate us? Since the elder has ventured forth from the Kangmang realm, he must surely be aware of the names of the Chun and Yin families. Yin Kuan lifted his chin, steeling himself, and declared with pride. Chapter 17. Arbitrary Annihilation. Without remorse, this emperor bears the surname Gu. The Chun and Yin families? Surely, I am well aware of them. Gu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yin Kuan, a smile playing upon his lips, yet his eyes remained devoid of warmth. To him, the so-called supreme imperial clans, revered by the masses, were nothing more than a collection of shameless traitors. Knowing the names of the Chun and Yin families, why then does the elder treat us in such a manner? Yin Kuan held his head high. Though he referred to Gu Chen as an elder, there was no trace of respect in his tone. He was attempting to exert pressure on Gu Chen, hoping to leverage the prestige of the imperial clan to compel him to yield. Observing Yin Kuan's antics, reminiscent of a buffoon, Gu Chen could not help but smirk inwardly. Such blatant disrespect towards a contemporary emperor was indeed a hallmark of these arrogant imperial clans. They relied on the legacy of their ancestors, who had birthed more than one emperor, and with a history spanning millennia. They possessed a deep-rooted foundation that allowed them to feign respect while harboring contempt. After all, no matter how formidable an emperor might be, their lifespan is limited to a mere 30 to 50,000 years. In contrast, those who are deemed imperial clans have existed for over 100,000 years, some even for several 100,000, with a heritage so profound that it commands respect across the realms. However, what does it matter that I know of your Chun and Yin families? Even if the ancient ancestors of your clans were to descend upon this realm, they would be obliged to show utmost reverence, daring not to overstep their bounds in my presence. With indifference in his gaze, Gu Chen merely thought a single thought, and a strand of supreme imperial might descended, shattering Yin Kuan's bones, rendering him a pitiful heap upon the ground, issuing cries of agony. Common emperors might maintain a facade of respect towards these arrogant imperial clans, but Gu Chen was no ordinary emperor. 90,000 years ago, even among all imperial beings born in the history of the vast realm, Gu Chen's renown ranked among the foremost. There exists a hierarchy among the emperors. At that time, Gu Chen's combat prowess already surpassed that of ordinary emperors, having slain more than one true holy spirit of the ultimate path and ancient emperors from forbidden zones. Without such unparalleled strength, how could he have established an imperial stronghold beyond the 9 heavens, dominating the demon realm for 90,000 years? Thus before him, even those once haughty imperial clans had no choice but to bow their heads, not daring to flaunt their imperial majesty in his presence. The ancient figures of those clans understood that to provoke Gu Chen could lead to their entire lineage being expunged from the vast realm. And now, a mere waste of a quasi-emperor, artificially propped up by divine materials, dared to exhibit such disrespect before him, truly courting death. Yin Kuan's screams reached a pitch of sheer despair. He never anticipated that this emperor, hailing from the vast realm, would unleash such venomous wrath upon him for a mere disagreement. Did the other truly care not for the name of the imperial clan? Elder, since you are an emperor born from our vast realm, this action seems excessively harsh. Beside him, Chun Xian, witnessing Yin Kuan's pitiful state, changed his expression and exclaimed fiercely, "In our imperial lineage, we have not only had great emperors among our ancestors, but we also have a living emperor today." Although Chun Xian and Yin Kuan were not of the same family, they belonged to the same imperial clan, and seeing Yin Kuan humiliated compelled him to speak up. In truth, even he could hardly believe that this white-clad emperor before him would dare offend all the esteemed clans of the vast realm. However, in the next moment, Chun Xian realized his mistake. The overwhelming imperial might descended upon him, shattering his bones and leaving him as helpless as Yin Kuan, unable to move. The indifferent and emotionless gaze of the other party sent a chill down Chun Xian's spine. He seemed to discern that this individual before him cared little for the reputation of the vast imperial clan. Merely ants, daring to make a ruckus before this emperor. Gu Chen spoke with indifference, waving his hand casually, as if swatting away a fly. In the next instant, Yin Kuan's screams abruptly ceased, for an unparalleled imperial force surged forth, instantaneously reducing his body to a mist of blood, dissipating into the ether. "You, my Chun family, the Yin family, and other imperial clans will not let you go." Chun Xian shouted in rage, threatening with a fierce tone. At this point, he had realized that Gu Chen had no intention of sparing them. Is that so? This emperor is eager to see what progress you, these worthless imperial clans, have made over the past 90,000 years, Gu Chen remarked nonchalantly. "Who are you?" As Gu Chen maintained his air of indifference, Chun Xian's heart sank, sensing an ominous turn of events. Since this person hailed from the vast realm, it was inconceivable that he had not heard of the name of the vast imperial clan. Yet, the fact that he knew of it and remained unafraid signified something profound. Either he was a fool who feared nothing, or he possessed confidence that rendered the vast imperial clan inconsequential. This individual was an emperor, certainly not a fool. Thus, there was only one possibility. Even if he was aware of the vast imperial clan, he was utterly unafraid. "This emperor's surname is Gu Chen said, lowering his gaze slightly to regard the flustered Chun Xian with indifference. The emperor of the Gu surname hails from 90,000 years ago. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Chun Xian was first taken aback, then seemed to recall something, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. The records he had perused indicated that there was only one human emperor of the Gu surname from 90,000 years ago. No wonder. If it were that individual, perhaps there was indeed reason to disregard the vast imperial clan. But how could he still be alive? As Gu Chen raised his hand carelessly towards him, Chun Xian's eyes widened in horror, hastily connecting with the vast realm through secret means, and shouted in a frenzied voice, "Whoever seeks to kill me, 90,000 years ago, Gu." Unfortunately, Chun Xian's words were cut short as Gu Chen's palm struck him, reducing him to dust. Just like Yin Kuan, dead beyond salvation. After watching Chun Xian's demise, a streak of light vanished into the horizon, while Gu Chen remained unmoved. He understood that this fleeting light was a warning and message from Chun Xian before his demise to those from the imperial clans. However, he harbored no intentions of obstruction. Upon his return to the vast realm, he had no desire to conceal his presence, and the grievances with the imperial clans were destined to be settled. Even if they were forewarned of his impending return to the vast realm, what difference would it make? Those who needed to be held accountable would not escape their fate. As for the outer sentry post, now that he had returned, its existence had become redundant. Gu Chen let out a cold chuckle, raising his hand with casual grace, effortlessly erasing the ancient platform that spanned 1,000 feet. Having returned from the Imperial Pass, the invasion of the demon realm was now an inevitable reality. Thus, the outer sentry post had no reason to persist any longer. The vast realm should prepare itself for the impending clash with the demon realm. Chapter 18. The stirring of the Chun family, the emergence of the second ancestor. Could it be him? After effortlessly erasing the towering Dao platform, Gu Chen continued his journey toward the vast expanse of the Kangmang realm. He had now reached the outskirts of this realm, and soon he would enter its depths. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the eastern wilderness of the Kangmang realm, a place of extraordinary beauty unfolded. Majestic mountains rose dramatically, adorned with ethereal mist and radiant colors, while exquisite palaces perched upon the clouds, resembling a celestial paradise. This was the ancestral land of the Kangmang Imperial clan, the Chen family. Yet, within one of the ancestral halls atop a prominent peak, chaos erupted. The soul tablet of the seventh ancestor, Chen Qian, had shattered. What could have transpired? The fracture of the soul tablet signified the demise of the seventh ancestor. Could there have been some calamity beyond the realm? The elders and high officials of the Chen family gathered in disarray, all shaken by the news. Just moments ago, the soul tablet housing Chen Qian's essence had inexplicably fractured. This tablet contained a fragment of his divine soul, and should Chen Qian have perished, that essence would dissipate, leading to the shattering of the tablet. The only logical conclusion from its destruction was that Chen Qian had indeed fallen. The inexplicable demise of a quasi-emperor was a monumental event, even for the illustrious Chen family. Hence, the elders convened urgently, all eager to discern the circumstances surrounding the fall of the seventh ancestor. Who could possibly vanquish a being of such strength? Indeed, I have heard that accompanying the seventh ancestor and guarding the outer realm was a quasi-emperor from the Yin family. Have I sent inquiries to the Yin family? The Yin family has responded. The quasi-emperor Yin Kuan has also perished. What? 2 quasi-emperors have fallen? Could there have been a significant upheaval in the outer realm? Inside the ancestral hall, chaos reigned. The loss of a quasi-emperor, while not crippling for the well-established Chen family, was nonetheless profoundly distressing. More importantly, none knew the reason behind the downfall of the seventh ancestor or the Yin family's quasi-emperor. This uncertainty was the most chilling aspect of all. Cough, cough. What was there to panic about? Just as the elders of the Chen family floundered like ants on a hot pan, an elderly cough resonated, plunging the ancestral hall into sudden silence. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. An aged man, his hair white and face etched with deep wrinkles, clad in a purple robe, leisurely made his way through the crowd and took his seat in the most esteemed position. Upon seeing this venerable figure, all present, whether elders or the current head of the family, bowed their heads respectfully and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the second ancestor, Chen Yuanwu." The second ancestor of the Chen family was indeed a living relic from 90,000 years ago, having witnessed the rise and fall of the Chen lineage. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was one of the stabilizing forces of the family. The second ancestor typically slumbered within the imperial formation of the Chen family, utilizing unparalleled methods to prolong his lifespan. Yet, the news of the seventh ancestor's demise has stirred even him. Observing Chen Yuanwu elegantly seated in the principal position, an inexplicable calm enveloped the anxious hearts of the gathered Chen clan members, dispelling their unease in an instant. The gazes directed toward Chen Yuanwu were imbued with a profound trust, as if his presence alone could quell any impending turmoil, no matter the severity of the situation. Is it merely the death of a quasi-emperor that instills such fear in you? Chen Yuanwu raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over the elders of the Chen family present. The intensity of his stare compelled the elders to instinctively bow their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Chen Qian possessed only the potential of a sage, although considerable resources from the Chen family were expended to facilitate his ascension to the quasi-emperor realm. He was of limited value. Even his death would not constitute a significant loss for the Chen family. Chen Yuanwu spoke deliberately. However, he is still a quasi-emperor of our Chen lineage. Regardless of who is responsible for his death, such an act is a direct affront to our family, an enmity towards us. As he continued, his voice sharpened immeasurably. Even the reigning emperors must show our Chen family due reverence. Those who choose to stand against our illustrious lineage shall find only a path to demise, no matter their identity. His words resonated within the hearts of all the Chen clan members like a potent elixir, igniting their fervor. Well said, ancestor. Whoever dares to oppose our Chen family shall not escape unscathed. Let us avenge the seventh ancestor. The might of the imperial lineage must not be tarnished. Seeing the elders of the Chen family reinvigorated, Chen Yuanwu nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Did Chen Qian leave behind no words or messages before his passing?" Reporting to the second ancestor, "Shortly after the shattering of the seventh ancestor's soul tablet, we received a message transmitted just before his demise. Although we have yet to examine it." The current head of the Chen family interjected, promptly presenting a jade slip with utmost respect to Chen Yuanwu. "Let me see who possesses such audacity." Chen Yuanwu took the jade slip and casually crushed it. He was eager to discover which divine being dared to disturb the peace of the emperor's domain. With the shattering of the jade slip, the ethereal image of Chen Qian appeared within the ancestral hall of the Chen family. The apparition of Chen Qian opened his eyes wide and bellowed with fervor. "The one who killed me 90,000 years ago, Gu." His voice abruptly ceased, and the apparition faded away. Within the ancestral hall, the elders of the Chen family exchanged bewildered glances. "Is that all? 90,000 years ago? What does this mean? Gu? Could the slayer of the seventh ancestor bear the surname Gu?" Chen Qian seemed to have uttered something significant, yet left much unsaid. Who truly killed the seventh ancestor? Why did not clarify? Even if a surname is retained, it bears no distinction from having left nothing at all. Within the vast expanse of the realm, how many bear the surname Gu? The Chen family cannot possibly eliminate all those named Gu to avenge the seventh ancestor. Can they? Thud. Just as the esteemed elders of the Chen family were engulfed in confusion, a sudden sound echoed through the air. Instinctively, they turned their gaze to discover that their venerable ancestor, Chen Yuanwu, had unexpectedly fallen from his seat. Not only that, but as he lay on the ground, his frail and aged body trembled uncontrollably, and he muttered incoherently, 90,000 years ago, the surname Gu. Could it be him? Impossible. It simply cannot be. How could it be him? It will never be him. The members of the Chen family exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily forgetting to assist Chen Yuanwu in rising. For they sensed an uncanny transformation. The once formidable second ancestor now appeared as if stricken by terror. It was as if the incomplete words left by the seventh ancestor, Chen Qian, contained an ineffable enchantment. Chapter 19. Renowned Glory, Ancient Imperial Alliance, and the Divine Temples of the Emperors after a prolonged silence. The current head of the Chen family cautiously approached, attempting to help Chen Yuanwu rise from the ground. Not only the family head, but also the other elders of the Chen clan were filled with astonishment and shock. What profound power lay within the words of the seventh ancestor that could so profoundly astonish the second ancestor? Impossible, this cannot be. Supported to his feet and seated once more in the main position, Chen Yuanwu continued to murmur to himself. In truth, his heart was already tumultuous with waves of disbelief. The fragments of speech from Chen Qian before his demise pointed towards an inconceivable conclusion. 90,000 years ago, with the surname Gu. Could it be that the one who killed Chen Qian and Yan Kuan was none other than the once celebrated Emperor Gu Chen? Chen Yuanwu, born 90,000 years prior, though now the head of the Chen family, was but a mere junior in his eyes. Yet before Emperor Gu Chen, he was nothing more than an insignificant descendant. But if it were indeed that person, how had he managed to survive? His own survival was due to the suppression of his life force by the Imperial Array, plunging him into a prolonged slumber, thus enabling him to endure through the ages to the present day. However, that esteemed Emperor Gu Chen had already attained the realm of an emperor 90,000 years ago, such an existence, with a life force as formidable as a dragon in the sea, could not be subdued, and it was impossible for him to survive in such a manner. An existence of the imperial realm could only live for 3 to 5 decades at most. Yet now, an entire 90,000 years had elapsed. How could Emperor Gu Chen possibly still be alive? Furthermore, when he departed from the vast realm to single-handedly suppress the supreme beings within the Imperial Alliance, it was presumed that he had long perished beyond the domain, buried in a foreign land. All clues indicated that the once mighty Emperor Gu Chen had long since fallen. Yet, what did Chen Qian's words imply? To effortlessly annihilate 2 quasi-emperors, leaving them without a chance to flee. Such power, combined with Chen Qian's dying words, clearly pointed to the fact that this individual was indeed the Emperor Gu Chen from 90,000 years ago. If it were truly him, then they were in grave danger. Chen Yunwu's expression tightened, realizing he must immediately convey this information to the supreme beings within the Imperial Alliance. After all, that was Emperor Gu Chen, not merely an ordinary existence of the Imperial realm. Emperor Gu Chen, a figure who had forged an infamous reputation in the vast realm 90,000 years ago. Before he attained the path of enlightenment, he had withstood the might of a supreme imperial weapon unleashed by an ancient dynasty without perishing. After achieving his imperial status, Emperor Gu Chen took merely a few hundred years to traverse the path that other imperial beings took a lifetime to complete, soaring to the heavens, commanding the sacred spirits of the ultimate path, descending to the underworld, suppressing the ancient emperors of forbidden zones, and truly becoming invincible, dominating all realms and directions. Later, during the invasion, several supreme beings united to storm into the vast realm, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed, yet they were still repelled by Emperor Gu Chen, retreating into the chaotic expanse beyond. One could say that throughout the vast and ancient history of the boundless realm, while other imperial realms existed and, after attaining the status of emperor, have displayed unparalleled might, they have nonetheless encountered formidable adversaries and endured arduous battles. However, the illustrious Emperor Gu Chen stands apart. From the very moment he embarked on the path to enlightenment, he has surged forward with unwavering momentum, effortlessly securing his position as an emperor. After his ascension, his brilliance became even more pronounced, engaging in battles that spanned both ancient and contemporary eras, exuding an aura of invincibility that seemed to transcend time itself. Even the myriad imperial clans, whose legacies extend over hundreds of thousands of years, are compelled to bow their heads and acknowledge his supremacy in his presence. Indeed, had it not been for the subsequent invasions that forced Emperor Gu Chen to retreat into the chaos, never to be heard from again, his formidable prowess could have etched a profound legacy in the annals of the Boundless Realm's history. It is lamentable that, in a mere span of 100,000 years, he has faded into obscurity, largely forgotten by the majority of sentient beings. Of course, despite his extraordinary strength, Gu Chen is still an emperor who emerged from the Boundless Realm, and it stands to reason that Chen Yuanwu should not harbor such trepidation. 90,000 years ago, although Chen Yuanwu was not the head of the Chen family, he was acutely aware that, prior to Gu Chen's departure to confront the chaos, he had forged solemn vows with numerous imperial clans. Now, after the passage of 90 millennia, nearly all imperial clans, including the Chen family, have betrayed Emperor Gu Chen, forsaking the oaths they once swore. With the return of Gu Chen, one cannot help but ponder whether there will be a reckoning for the imperial clans. The thought sends beads of cold sweat cascading down Chen Yuanwu's forehead. He realizes that he can no longer afford to hesitate. Regardless of the veracity of this news, it is imperative that he promptly reports it to the Imperial Alliance. Rising from his position, he disregards the bewildered gazes of his fellow family members and hastens from the ancestral hall to the inner sanctum of the Chen family, where an ancient and forbidden hall resides. This is the true heart of the Chen family, a place unknown to the ordinary elders. Inside the ancient hall, emptiness reigns, with only a solitary table adorning the space. Upon this table rest several incense candles, their bright yellow hue gleaming. Approaching the table, Chen Yunwu respectfully ignites one of the candles and kneels upon the ground, fervently calling out, "A matter of great importance requires the attention of the Imperial Alliance." As the candle burns, tendrils of smoke ascend, weaving a surreal vision within the vastness of the hall. It appears to depict the interior of an ancient grand hall, where colossal thrones stand in stately array, each towering hundreds of feet high, imbued with the weight of time's passage. Witnessing these ethereal thrones, a glimmer of reverence flickers in Chen Yuanwu's eyes. The Imperial Alliance is the supreme confederation of ancient imperial clans within the Boundless Realm, its origins stretching back to an era long forgotten. Each throne represents a seat possessed solely by those who have attained the exalted status of emperor, embodying the essence of past imperial beings. This hall, known as the Hall of All Emperors, serves as the deliberative chamber for the supreme emperors of the Imperial Alliance. No one knows the true location of the Temple of the All Emperors, nor is it known how many sovereign entities reside within its hallowed halls. These are the utmost secrets of the Emperor Alliance, discernible only to those who have attained the status of emperor. As Chen Yuanwu fervently called out, the ethereal temple of the All Emperors seemed to respond. An overwhelming, supreme presence descended within the temple. On a colossal throne, a figure emerged, shrouded in chaotic mist, revealing only a pair of merciless eyes akin to the celestial order, gazing down upon the kneeling Chen Yuanwu. "What brings you here?" The grand, indifferent voice emanated from the exalted throne, causing Chen Yuanwu's heart to race and compelling him to bow his head even lower. Chapter 20. Indifference. The peril of the Gu family. And observing coldly in the ancient hall, Chen Yuanwu first bowed respectfully before conveying the grave news of Chun Qian and Yan Kuan's demise, along with Chun Qian's final words. Upon his conclusion, an oppressive silence enveloped the magnificent chamber. After a prolonged pause, a resounding voice finally echoed, "This emperor is aware." "Is that all? Shall no further arrangements be made?" Chen Yuanwu's heart raced, and he could not resist casting a glance upward. Yet, the imposing figure seated upon the throne was shrouded in a chaotic aura, obscuring any glimpse of the mysterious sovereign's expression. Even the return of Gu Chen was inconsequential. Seemingly perceiving Chen Yuanwu's unease, that distant gaze descended once more, and the grand voice resonated again. 90,000 years have passed. His era has come to an end. As these words fell, the illusory scene of the Imperial Hall vanished. Contemplating the mysterious sovereign's words, Chen Yuanwu felt his heart pound violently. Could it be that the esteemed figures within the Imperial Alliance regarded Gu Chen with such indifference? Indeed, during the vast span of 90 millennia, although Chen Yuanwu had spent most of his time in slumber, he had occasionally caught wind of significant events transpiring across the desolate realm. Throughout these 90,000 years, more than one emperor had emerged from various imperial clans. It was conceivable that several sovereigns still lived, casting their gaze over the vast world. With numerous imperial powers seated within the alliance, how could they possibly fear Gu Chen? With this realization, Chen Yuanwu's anxious heart began to settle. Since the esteemed members of the Imperial Alliance had already reached a consensus, he need no longer fret over the matter. In the Eastern Wilderness domain, the Gu family stood beneath the Emperor's decree, which hung high in the heavens, enveloping the entire clan in an ethereal aura of protection. The elder in black robes, a servant of the ancient emperor, remained paralyzed before the Gu family's gates, overwhelmed by the imperial might. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of despair or indignation, the elder wore an expression of exhilaration. Shortly after his suppression, the ancient emperor dispatched numerous subordinates to encircle the Gu family, circumventing the decree's power, and relentlessly berating them day and night. This blatant display of intent was unmistakable. Once the decree's power waned, the ancient emperor would ensure the Gu family faced dire consequences. It was precisely for this reason that the elder was so elated, as he eagerly anticipated witnessing the torment of the Gu family and the tragic annihilation of their lineage. As the situation escalated, more and more forces from the Eastern Wilderness became aware of the unfolding events. At this moment, countless eyes were fixated on the Gu family, closely monitoring their plight. The actions of the Gu family were undeniably unwise. The ancient emperor stood at the pinnacle of power, poised for ascension, and was indeed a formidable presence in the current desolate realm. The actions of the Gu family are nothing short of slap in the face to the ancient emperor. Surely, the ancient emperor will not let the Gu family go unpunished. It is evident that the ancient emperor's behavior has been excessively domineering. He demands that the most talented disciple of another family become a concubine for his son at the slightest provocation. Who could possibly tolerate such arrogance? But what does it matter if one cannot endure? In this vast world, the one with the mightiest fist holds the truth. Whispers arose not far from the Gu family. Voices belonging to formidable individuals from various factions within the Eastern Wilderness, closely monitoring the unfolding events. The Gu family, after all, is one of the supreme imperial clans. Although the ancient emperor possesses the potential for enlightenment, he has yet to ascend to the throne. Does he truly fear the humiliation he inflicts upon the Gu family? An elder from a celestial sect could not help but inquire. Fear? What is there to fear? Another elder clad in crimson robes, his hair and beard as white as snow, scoffed. The Gu family may bear the title of an imperial clan, yet they lack the substance that comes with it, falling far short when compared to other deeply rooted imperial families. Otherwise, they would not have been subjected to such assaults, reduced to relying on imperial decrees for protection, rendered immobile. If the Gu family is indeed an imperial clan, why does it differ so greatly from others? A young elder from a prominent sect asked curiously. He could not fathom why the Gu family's strength and resources were so feeble compared to their peers. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. The crimson-robed elder replied in a tone laden with gravity. It is said that the founder of the Gu family, the Emperor Gu Chen from 90,000 years ago, ventured into the chaotic realms to combat the forces of the demon world, taking nearly all the resources of the imperial realm with him, leaving little for the Gu family. This resulted in the Gu family's inability to thrive after the departure of Emperor Gu Chen, rendering them far weaker than other imperial clans. Upon hearing the name of Emperor Gu Chen, the expressions of those present varied greatly. They were all cultivators born within the last several millennia, having gleaned only fleeting knowledge of this name from ancient texts. As for the invasion of the demon world 90,000 years ago, it has long been forgotten, leaving only scant records in the annals of history. Consequently, the deeds of Emperor Gu Chen are largely disregarded by contemporary cultivators, often met with scorn. What invasion of the demon world? They have never witnessed such an event. The historical accounts claim that Emperor Gu Chen saved the vast world, but this seems rather exaggerated. After all, 9,000 years have passed without any sign of a demon world incursion. Perhaps the tales of that ancient invasion were merely fabricated to embellish the achievements of Emperor Gu Chen. Even if such an invasion did occur, it surely was not as outrageous as chronicled. It would have been easily resolved by a being of imperial stature. Thus, it stands to reason that Emperor Gu Chen, like any other imperial figure, was likely not dissimilar and may even have been somewhat weaker. Indeed, the existence of other emperors who have attained enlightenment has ultimately resulted in the establishment of profound legacies, giving rise to unparalleled divine clans. In contrast, although the esteemed Emperor Gu Chen has also left progeny, he has not bequeathed any substantial heritage. From this perspective, Emperor Gu Chen is naturally inferior to his illustrious counterparts. Consequently, even in the face of the Gu family's current plight, various sects and grand teachings merely observe from a distance, devoid of any sentiment. And they certainly do not entertain the notion that the ancestors of the Gu family, who once salvaged the vast realm, have left them indebted to the Gu family, necessitating their assistance. In fact, many sects have already begun to scheme on how to voraciously devour and partition the inheritance of the Gu family once it has fallen or perished. Chapter 21. The Indifference of the World. The sacred body of humanity, the grateful maiden, the trials of life reveal the strength of a horse. And time unveils the true nature of individuals. Indeed, the principles of the world hold true. Within the main hall of the Gu family, Gu Daolin let out a heavy sigh, his heart filled with a tinge of chill. The Gu family had always been benevolent, cultivating friendships with surrounding powers without ever resorting to the tyranny of the imperial clans. They had even extended help to other factions on numerous occasions. Yet what had they received in return? Previously, he had dispatched envoys to seek assistance from those imperial clans, as well as from several prominent celestial sects that had historically maintained good relations with the Gu family and had benefited from their patronage. While these celestial sects lacked the foundation of imperial realms, if just 3 or 5 of them were to speak in favor of the Gu family, perhaps that ancient emperor would not dare to act so brazenly. After all, that ancient emperor had not yet attained the path of emperorship and could not ignore everything as a true sovereign would. What saddened Gu Daolin was this. Not only did the imperial clans remain unresponsive to the Gu family's pleas, but even the sects from the eastern wilderness, which had once been on friendly terms, refused to entertain them. He could understand the silence from the imperial clans, for 9,000 years was a long time, and it was only natural for them to disregard the oaths made so long ago. However, the doors of those sects being shut tight was what truly left Gu Daolin in disbelief. The Gu family had always treated those sects generously, and in their times of weakness, they had received considerable aid from the Gu family. Yet now, in their time of distress, those who had once benefited from the Gu family's kindness turned a blind eye, with no one willing to utter even a single word in their defense. The world is indeed a cold place, where people are inclined to seek profit and evade harm. Observing the sorrow etched on the family head's face, an elder of the Gu family could not help but offer words of comfort. It is lamentable, had our ancestors still been present, even without the assistance of these individuals, the Gu family would have remained unscathed. Perhaps, Gu Daolin replied, waving his hand dismissively, for I have become utterly disenchanted with this world. If we could weather this storm and retreat into seclusion, it would spare us the need to interact with these opportunistic individuals. After this incident, Gu Daolin had long since lost all hope in the current state of affairs. He could envision that had their ancestors remained, the Gu family would surely have entered a period of prosperity, becoming the object of desire for various factions. But what of it? With the absence of their ancestors, the Gu family's decline would inevitably lead those very people and powers to abandon them without hesitation. The nauseating facade of false prosperity made Gu Daolin's stomach turn at the mere thought. Thus, he would prefer for the entire Gu family to withdraw from the world entirely, avoiding any dealings with these hypocritical traitors. There is no need for the family head to be so disheartened. A clear voice resonated within the hall, capturing the attention of all present. Gu Qingxue, with her beautiful eyes cast down, spoke softly. This situation presents both a crisis and a rare opportunity for the Gu family. Seizing this opportunity, I am determined to discern who among the vast multitude is the true ally of the Gu family. Even if but one individual comes to their aid at this moment, it would far surpass the support of several prominent sects and noble clans. Outside the Gu residence, countless gazes converge here. The plight of the Gu family has spread throughout the Eastern Desolation, becoming common knowledge, a tale known by all. The news of their plea for assistance has not escaped the attention of the world. Many lament that the Gu family is now like a setting sun, desperately grasping at straws. In such circumstances, who would dare to brave the enmity of a quasi-emperor to lend support to the Gu family? After all, while the Gu family appears to be on the brink of collapse, that ancient emperor is in the prime of life, poised perhaps to ascend to true imperial status. Faced with the choice of offending a potential emperor or a family that is already waning, it is likely that any individual would make the prudent choice. Observing the desolate state of the Gu family, the onlookers sigh in resignation. It seems the Gu family is truly on the verge of extinction. However, just as various factions closely monitor the Gu family's movements, a keen-eyed observer is taken aback to notice a figure traversing the hills and valleys, slowly yet resolutely making their way toward the Gu family's stronghold. What? At such a time, someone dares to approach the Gu family? An elder from a celestial sect exclaims in disbelief. To avoid incurring the wrath of the quasi-emperor, even those of us merely spectating have kept our distance, not daring to draw near. The path of this figure is unmistakably directed toward the Gu family. There is no possibility of error. Who would be so audacious as to involve themselves with the Gu family at this juncture? Let me see who it is. The elder's eyes shimmer with a divine light as he employs mystical powers to peer into the distance. They are amidst the distant mountains and forests. A slender girl with short hair, seemingly young, yet possessing a graceful stature, is quietly advancing. Could it be that individual known as the human sacred body? The mention of the human sacred body immediately captures the attention of many. After all, in the current Eastern Desolation, only the girl named Yi Yingying holds such a title. Yi Yingying, with her sacred bloodline, has risen to prominence in the Eastern Desolation, achieving the Dao Palace realm in less than a decade, and has garnered the favor of various sects eager to recruit her for cultivation. Yet, she has turned down all offers, choosing instead to forge her own path in solitude. Why has she suddenly appeared here today? A mere child at the Dao Palace level, does she truly intend to assist the Gu family? She may be a prodigy, but she's not a genuine powerhouse. Some cannot help but scoff. Assist the Gu family? That is nothing short of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Utterly delusional. Meanwhile, in the distant woods, Yi Yingying remains oblivious to the derisive comments. In her beautiful eyes, there's only the sight of the Gu family as stronghold. Just yesterday, upon learning of the Gu family's plight, she resolutely embarked on her journey to aid them. Many have advised her, deeming her efforts to be futile. Before a formidable figure of imperial stature, her mere presence at the Dao Palace level rendered her insignificant, scarcely more than an ant. What tempest could she possibly stir? Yet, Yi Yingying remained resolute, deaf to their warnings. Aware that the Gu family now stood at the brink of ruin, facing an inevitable decline, she pressed onward with unwavering determination. This conviction stemmed from a time in her youth when a powerful force pursued her relentlessly, leaving her with nowhere to turn. It was the Gu family that sheltered her, preserving her life in a moment of desperation. How could she neglect to repay a life-saving grace? Even with the knowledge that her arrival might alter nothing, that she could stir not even a single ripple, and that her efforts might lead only to her demise, Yi Yingying chose to come. For her, gratitude is paramount. It is the very essence of her principles as a person. Chapter 22. The Invitation of the Celestial Sect and the Pass of the Moth to the Flame, Little One. Are you truly headed to the Gu family? Just as Yi Yingying was engrossed in her journey, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, with hair and beard as white as snow and an ethereal presence, appeared abruptly before her, inquiring with a voice as calm as a gentle breeze. Indeed, Yi Yingying replied, lifting her gaze to the elder, a flicker of caution glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Who is this man? Could he be a subordinate of that quasi-emperor? You need not be wary. I am neither from the Gu family nor a subordinate of that ancient quasi-emperor. The elder, seemingly discerning the caution in her eyes, replied with a serene smile. I am Gu Chen, an elder of the Hunyuan sect, not a member of the Gu family, nor a servant of the quasi-emperor, but rather an elder of the Hunyuan sect. Upon hearing his introduction, the wariness in Yi Yingying's eyes diminished slightly. Yet, sensing the elder's intentions, she replied with indifference. Though I'm uncertain why Elder Ji seeks me, if your purpose is to dissuade me from visiting the Gu family, then there is no need for further discussion. Do you truly intend to venture to the Gu family, courting death? Ji Wuxian remarked, his brow furrowing at her resolute demeanor. Are you not aware that the Gu family is on the brink of annihilation, their end imminent? Yi Yingying maintained her composure, responding calmly, I am aware. But what of it? What of it? The elder of the Hunyuan sect appeared to regard her words as a jest, retorting coldly, in this current situation, even if a sage were to come to their aid, they could not alter the Gu family's fate. Only a quasi-emperor or a great emperor could resolve their plight. You, with your mere Dao Palace cultivation, are leagues away from the quasi-emperor realm. Venturing forth would merely invite your own demise. I have revealed myself solely to prevent your needless death. We are still far from the Gu family, and their adversaries have not yet taken notice. If you would but change your mind and accompany me, joining the Hunyuan sect, your future potential would be boundless. At this juncture, Ji Wuxian finally articulated his true intentions. He perceived Yi Yingying's exceptional talent and wished to rescue such a prodigy from an untimely demise, hoping to take her as his disciple. However, in the face of Ji Wuxian's entreaties, Yi Yingying's expression remained unchanged. She regarded him with a mocking tone. In the days when my meridians were yet unawakened and I had not embarked on the path of cultivation, I was relentlessly pursued by assassins from the Luotian Palace. At that time, even though I bore the bloodline of a sacred body, I had yet to awaken. Yet, in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, was there any celestial sect or great teaching that came forth to fend off my enemies, or even utter a word on my behalf? Later, when I was gravely injured and on the brink of death, I fortuitously fled to the outskirts of the Gu family, where I fell unconscious. Upon awakening, I discovered I was within the Gu family, who had repelled my assailants and even healed my injuries. When I inquired why they would aid me, knowing I was pursued by the Luotian Palace while others shunned me, do you know how the Gu family responded? Upon hearing Yi Yingying's words, Ji Wuxian's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. The Luotian Palace is a notorious assassin organization within this vast realm, infamous enough that even elders from esteemed immortal sects have fallen victim to its assassins. Thus, when Yi Yingying found herself pursued by assassins from Luo Tian Palace. No sect was willing to risk incurring the wrath of the organization to aid a mere ordinary woman whom they had never met. After all, at that time, Yi Yingying merely possessed the bloodline of the sacred body of the human race, yet had not awakened it. The awakening of such a bloodline is fraught with challenges. Without awakening, she is no different from an average person. Consequently, she held little value for the various immortal sects, as their motivation for saving her would only stem from the hope that her sacred body bloodline might awaken, thus making it a mere investment. Ji Wuxian spoke with an unnatural tone, suggesting that the Gu family, despite their current decline, possessed some imperial means. Perhaps they saved Yi Yingying simply because they saw the potential for her bloodline to awaken, hoping to cultivate a favorable connection by sparing her life. You are mistaken, Yi Yingying replied, shaking her head slowly, her gaze towards Ji Wuxian growing increasingly mocking. The members of the Gu family told me that their reason for rescuing me was solely due to the blood of the sacred body flowing within me. The descendants of the sacred body should not be subjected to such humiliation, and that is all there is to it. Is it merely because Yi Yingying possesses the blood of the sacred body? Ji Wuxian was taken aback. The legend of the sacred body bloodline stretches back through the annals of human history in a vast realm. Millions of years ago, when humanity was still weak, several formidable beings with the same bloodline emerged to protect and nurture its growth. It was from these beings that the bloodline came to be known as the sacred body. Thus, it could be said that the ancestors of the sacred body have greatly benefited the human race. Did the Gu family save Yi Yingying solely because of her sacred body bloodline, rather than recognizing her potential for awakening? The Gu family saved my life, and now that they are in distress, I cannot stand idly by. Even if it means facing death, so be it. Yi Yingying's voice grew calm. Forget it. The principles of humanity I speak of you would not comprehend. With that, Yi Yingying disregarded Ji Wuxian's presence and continued her silent journey forward. Watching her retreating figure, Ji Wuxian fell into silence, his expression tinged with embarrassment and shame. He was aware that the Hunyuan sect had received a plea for help from the Gu family just 2 days prior, but their leader had chosen to refuse decisively. At that moment, neither he nor the other elders and disciples of the sect found fault in the leader's decision. Yet now, Yi Yingying's actions felt like a stinging slap across his face. A rebuke directed not only at him, but also at the Hunyuan sect and the other immortal sects who remained unmoved in the face of the Gu family's plea for assistance. A mere child of Dao Palace cultivation, driven by gratitude for the Gu family's past life-saving intervention, was now willingly stepping into the flames, fully aware that this endeavor might lead to her demise. In stark contrast to the vast and formidable Hunyuan sect, as well as other esteemed immortal sects, the Gu family's plea for assistance has been met with an unsettling silence and indifference. It is merely the bravery of a fool. Like moths drawn to a flame, the inevitable outcome only leads to self-destruction. In an apparent attempt to mask his own embarrassment, Ji Wuxian let out a cold huff, filled with indignation. Were he to be the sacred body, even with a desire to repay the Gu family's kindness, it would be foolish to court death in such a reckless manner. It is far wiser to remain concealed for the time being, biding one's time until strength is amassed, thereby seeking an opportunity for vengeance against the Gu family in the future. After all, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade, is it not? Chapter 23. A Solemn Aid. The Eternal Emperor, the true intent outside the Gu family. Several individuals stood high above, gazing downwards. They were all subordinates of the Eternal Emperor, having received orders to besiege the Gu family, preventing any members from departing. Is there truly someone daring enough to approach the Gu family at this juncture? One of them remarked, having spotted Yi Yingying stealthily nearing the Gu family stronghold. Let me take a look. Merely a little one with the cultivation of the Dao Palace. Could she possibly be here to aid the Gu family? An elder glanced down, momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the approaching figure was just a young girl of Dao Palace cultivation, before bursting into laughter. This is by far the most amusing sight I have witnessed in the preceding days. They had enforced the siege on the Gu family under the Eternal Emperor's directive, with no other forces daring to come to their aid. And now, a mere Dao palace child had the audacity to risk it all in support of the Gu family? This was undoubtedly the grandest jest in the realm. The Dao palace realm, inferior to even an ant. Was she seeking her own demise? A middle-aged man, enveloped in divine light, scoffed disdainfully. Given the current predicament of the Gu family, even the arrival of several sages would not alter their fate. A trifling Dao palace being is insignificant, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple. How dare a Dao palace insect challenge the majesty of the emperor? This is an excellent opportunity to set an example, to demonstrate to the world the fate that befalls those who oppose the emperor. Another spoke ominously, preparing to depart and eliminate Yi Yingying. However, before he could act, he was halted by the elder beside him. No need. The emperor's command was merely to encircle the Gu family, forbidding anyone from leaving. If someone wishes to enter seeking death, let them. The elder shook his head slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. This is a perfect opportunity to eradicate anyone or any force that dares to defy the emperor. Should you slay her now, it would only deter those who might have considered coming to the Gu family's aid. Upon hearing the elder's counsel, the man suppressed his urge to act, remaining motionless. With no one to obstruct her, Yi Yingying soon arrived at the perimeter of the Gu family stronghold. Observing the vigilant and perplexed disciples guarding the entrance, she asserted confidently, "I am the scattered cultivator Yi Yingying, here to assist the Gu family." In a certain spatial interstice of the eastern wilderness Dao domain, a towering crimson 9-story divine tower floated amidst the chaotic currents of the endless expanse, standing resolute. This was an immensely powerful divine tower, having begun to exhibit the potential of an ultimate imperial weapon, with its emanating aura infused with strands of imperial truth. If any formidable beings from the eastern wilderness Dao domain were to behold this tower, they would undoubtedly gasp in astonishment. For the owner of this crimson divine tower was none other than the figure currently rising to prominence within the vast realm, the Eternal Emperor. At this moment, within the grand expanse of the ninefold divine tower's pinnacle, a space meticulously crafted through the art of Nesumi, the Eternal Emperor, clad in resplendent crimson robes and radiating an overwhelming divine majesty, sat regally upon his throne, surveying the realm below. "Father, the Gu family, obstinate as they are, audaciously dares to belittle your divine authority. You must not let them escape your wrath," exclaimed a young man, pallid yet with a piercing gaze, as he raised his eyes in complaint to the Eternal Emperor. This individual was none other than the Emperor's sole progeny, Hung Wujiao. "Patience. Once the imperial decree's power wanes, I shall ensure they face the consequences," the Eternal Emperor replied with a casual glance at his son. In truth, even the Eternal Emperor had not anticipated that the Gu family would resort to wielding such a formidable trump card as the imperial edict in their final hour. Before the might of the imperial decree, even he, though a quasi-emperor, found himself unable to breach its defenses and could only bide his time until its power dissipated. Yet, this was of little consequence. It merely granted the Gu family a few more days of existence. "By the way, father, please do not harm Gu Qingxue. I wish to take her as my concubine." Hung Wujiao suddenly envisioned her captivating figure, his heart aflame, and promptly urged his father with fervor. "Humph! I have warned you. Only through one's own strength can one truly attain what they desire. Once you grow formidable, no woman shall be beyond your grasp," the Eternal Emperor remarked, somewhat exasperated by his son's impatience, yet feeling a sense of helplessness. For cultivators, the greater their power, the more arduous it became to produce offspring. Hung Wujiao was his sole bloodline, and thus, even when he flaunted his father's name, the Eternal Emperor chose to turn a blind eye. "Understood, father. After this matter, I shall devote myself to my training." Hung Wujiao chuckled, though his thoughts were already consumed with plans to win over the enchanting beauty, eager to revel in her allure. Observing Hung Wujiao's dismissive demeanor, the Eternal Emperor remained unfazed. In his view, any woman caught in the gaze of his son was indeed fortunate. How could she dare to refuse? Moreover, his current antagonism towards the Gu family was merely a pretext for securing a concubine for his son. The true motive behind the Eternal Emperor's actions was rooted in directives from a transcendent existence, compelling him to specifically target the Gu family. Currently, the Eternal Emperor stood at the threshold of quasi-emperor cultivation. Though many claimed he possessed the potential of an emperor, he was acutely aware of the limitations imposed by his current talents and experiences. The path to true emperorhood remained dauntingly out of reach. The transcendent entity had promised that upon the destruction of the Gu family, he would bestow divine artifacts to aid him in achieving the emperor's realm. This, indeed, was the underlying reason for the Eternal Emperor's relentless pursuit of the Gu family. As for securing a concubine for his son, it was merely a superficial guise. As events unfolded, they aligned perfectly with the Eternal Emperor's expectations. The Gu family, under his duress, had ultimately resorted to presenting only an imperial decree, devoid of any more formidable cards. Contemplating this, the Eternal Emperor's gaze intensified with fervor. Once the imperial decree's power dissipates, I shall ascend to rule over the Gu family, obliterate them, and receive the rewards from that supreme being, thereby achieving a momentous breakthrough into the long-coveted realm of imperial transcendence. Chapter 24. The Ascension of the True Emperor. The unveiling of the hidden blade, the indecent conditions in the eastern wilderness domain, at the Gu family estate, the power of the imperial decree was nearing its expiration. Gu Daolin lifted his gaze towards the grand imperial edict suspended above the Gu family, his eyes clouded with an inescapable sense of dread. The decree had loomed over the Gu family for 2 days, and with less than a day remaining, the latent imperial might within it was on the verge of depletion. Gu Daolin could not help but feel a pang of urgency. If the decree's power were to wane, the Gu family would face utter ruin. Patriarch, do all that is within your power and leave the rest to fate, Gu Qingxue softly consoled. Alas, as the days passed, the only assistance that arrived for the Gu family was from a mere child. How ironic. Perhaps recognizing the futility of his anxiety, Gu Daolin shook his head slightly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The current state of the Gu family could only be described as desolate. In the span of a few days, only a young cultivator at the Dao Palace realm had come to their aid, a truly mocking circumstance. Nevertheless, the bravery demonstrated by Yi Yingying, who risked her life to assist, was met with profound gratitude from the entire Gu family. In the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, this young girl had resolutely chosen to offer her support. It is far easier to embellish a feast than to provide sustenance in times of hardship. Her intentions were invaluable, deserving of the family's utmost appreciation. Gu Daolin had even resolved that, regardless of the outcome, he would protect this young girl at all costs, ensuring that her life would not be sacrificed within the Gu estate. The imperial decrees would linger for a while longer, but what of his second uncle? Gu Qingxue's lovely visage was etched with concern. Gu Qingshan, already aged and frail, was further weakened by the pressure of the imperial decree. Not only had he sustained grave injuries, but his life force was nearly extinguished, and he was barely clinging to consciousness, unable to endure much longer. Surely, my second uncle will have divine providence on his side. Gu Daolin forced a smile, though inwardly he offered silent prayers. Second uncle, you must hold on. Suddenly, as Gu Daolin and Gu Qingxue conversed, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure inundated the heavens and the earth, capturing the attention of all present. Outside the Gu estate, the sky above had transformed into a crimson expanse. In an instant, the fabric of space shattered, and a towering red, 9-tiered divine tower gracefully descended, exuding an immense and formidable presence. Upon that divine tower stood a figure reminiscent of a demon god. As this formidable presence manifested in the realm, the surrounding void twisted, and shadowy images of deities and demons flickered into view, captivating all with their awe-inspiring essence. Upon witnessing the crimson divine tower, gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the heavens. The 9-tiered red divine tower, that is the weapon of the eternal ancient emperor. The eternal ancient emperor has personally descended. The powerful beings of the eastern wilderness, gathered outside the Gu estate, were astounded. No one had anticipated that the eternal ancient emperor would arrive so swiftly This also signified that the enmity between the eternal ancient emperor and the Gu family had reached an irrevocable point of no return. Before Gu Jia lay only two paths, either submission or annihilation. The ancient emperor, Gu Daolin, gazed at the formidable figure in the void, akin to a demonic deity, and felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, his expression darkening considerably. The predicament that Gu Jia found itself in today was entirely attributable to this individual. As the ancient emperor descended, he first cast a glance at the black-robed subordinates kneeling under the imperial edict's oppressive might, before indifferently shifting his gaze towards the Gu family stronghold. With a cold snort, he declared, "This emperor has issued an imperial decree, yet you not only refuse to comply, but also dare to defy it and injure my subordinates. Are you seeking death?" As the ancient emperor spoke, an overwhelming pressure akin to the sea surged towards the Gu family's residence. Simultaneously, the imperial decree suspended above the Gu family seemed to sense something, emitting a faint glow, and the unmatched imperial authority descended, instantly nullifying the grandeur exuded by the ancient emperor. Witnessing this, a flicker of barely perceptible apprehension crossed the depths of the ancient emperor's eyes. Yet he quickly resumed his indifferent tone, stating, "However, out of mercy, I am willing to spare your Gu family a path to survival. Simply surrender that woman, and let the other members of the Gu family take their own lives. This will preserve a bloodline for you." Upon hearing the conditions laid out by the ancient emperor, the Gu family remained stunned, while the powerful figures from other celestial sects erupted in an uproar. The terms proposed by the ancient emperor were indeed excessively harsh. To leave only Gu Qingshue's life as a means of preserving a bloodline for the Gu family? Such terms rendered the entire Gu family as mere pawns. Under such conditions, the Gu family would rather face extinction than acquiesce. You may as well abandon that hope. Gu Qingxue glared fiercely at the ancient emperor, her eyes ablaze with indignation. If her life alone could secure the peace of the entire Gu family, she would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Yet, the ancient emperor's demands sought the lives of the entire Gu family. Should they truly agree to his conditions, what meaning would her survival hold? The entirety of the Gu family would be extinguished. Observing Gu Qingshue's audacity to oppose his will, the ancient emperor's gaze turned even colder. "Very well. It has been long since I have felt such anger. This imperial edict may protect your Gu family for a moment. But do you believe it can shield you for eternity? Once this decree dissipates, I shall undoubtedly eradicate your entire family, leaving not a trace behind." Chapter 25. Return to the vastness. Unconcealed disdain. Shaking the universe, the imperial decrees might had yet to dissipate when the ancient emperor hastened to arrive. Concerned that unforeseen events might arise during the remaining time, he chose to descend early and establish his dominion here. How naive ye to believe that a mere imperial edict could safeguard you for an eternity. With a cold snort, the ancient emperor ceased his words. Now that he had personally descended to guard this place, the Gu family would no longer possess even the slightest chance of survival beyond the chaos domain. After an indeterminate period of travel, Gu Chen finally came to a halt, his gaze filled with nostalgia and complexity as he looked ahead. Ah, the vast realm. After 90,000 years, this emperor has finally returned. Gu Chen murmured softly to himself. Before him lay a spatial rift stretching over 100 kilometers. Crossing through this rift would lead him to the vast realm. Within the vast realm lies an infinite universe, teeming with countless stars. Yet only a scant few celestial bodies harbor life. The Gu family's residence is situated in the eastern wilds of the vast continent within this realm. Let's proceed. After pausing for but a moment, Gu Chen traversed the spatial rift, arriving in a desolate expanse of the cosmos. In the vast realm, the universe is boundless. Even a corporeal being capable of traversing the starry skies, in their lifetime, could not cross the entirety of the grand cosmos, relying instead on spatial formations constructed between various stars for travel. However, for Gu Chen, crossing the myriad star rivers was merely a matter of thought. The vast realm. This emperor has returned. After 90,000 years, stepping onto familiar soil, Gu Chen could hardly contain the tumult within his heart. At that moment, This barren and silent cosmic expanse resonated with an imperial aura, reverberating through the heavens and trembling the depths of the abyss. The heavenly Tao seemed to sense it, showering forth boundless brilliance, strands and beams enveloping Gu Chen, akin to a resplendent celestial river encircling him. This was the true and supreme realm of imperial fruit, where all beings and spirits in its presence would bow in reverence and worship Gu Chen with utmost devotion. It is time to return home. Gu Chen collected his thoughts, murmuring softly to himself, and then took a step forward toward the direction of the vast continent. As he stepped forth, the entire cosmic starry expanse receded, as if surpassing the swiftness of a world, lingering in an eternal realm of time, one step equating to 10,000 years. As he advanced, myriad paths resonated, giving rise to various wondrous phenomena along his destined route. There, strands of divine radiance and auspicious colors paved a brilliant golden avenue, upon which true dragons soared. Vermilion birds sang, white tigers roared, and black turtles forged paths, showcasing an array of extraordinary sights. This could be deemed a miracle, not a deliberate act by Gu Chen, but rather a spectacle bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao of the vast realm, acknowledging his supreme attainment. Moreover, Gu Chen did not restrain his imperial aura. It surged across the 10 directions, rendering the resonance of the heavenly Tao increasingly vivid and profound, thus creating this immortal spectacle. This was undoubtedly a scene that would astonish the entire grand cosmos. A golden avenue, vast and resplendent, emerged from the desolate edges of the universe, spanning the entirety of the grand cosmos, stretching toward the direction of the vast continent. In this moment, on the ancient star of life hidden deep within the cosmos, all beings and spirits sensed the overwhelming aura of imperial dominion that permeated the universe. Compelled by an instinctive reverence, they knelt and bowed, paying homage to the unfathomable depths of the cosmos. What transpired? Had an exalted sovereign descended upon them? On this ancient life star within the profound cosmos, an archaic sage was awakened by the majestic presence that transcended realms. Instinctively, he soared into the starry expanse, yearning to follow the luminous golden path and uncover the mysteries of the unknown sovereign's arrival. Yet, disappointment and despair gripped the ancient sage. He was simply too slow to keep pace. In an instant, he beheld a figure enshrined in endless auspicious radiance, advancing with a swiftness that left him in awe. Within but a fleeting moment, the figure vanished from sight, a testament to its extraordinary speed, traversing mountains and rivers with each step, rendering even the most ancient of sages unable to catch a glimpse. In the vast expanse of the continent, Gu Chen murmured softly to himself, unperturbed by the need to conceal his aura or disguise his presence. He held such considerations in contempt. As the celestial emperor, he possessed the power to subdue all beneath the heavens. What did it matter if the imperial clans recognized his return? In the face of absolute might, all conspiracies and schemes appeared feeble and ineffectual. Those who were to be held accountable would find no escape. As Gu Chen advanced, the true supreme beings within the boundless realm were stirred. A multitude of gazes ignited from various corners of the grand cosmos, all fixated on the path he traversed. These gazes were indifferent and frigid, possessing the power to unravel the very fabric of time and space, piercing through the vastness of the universe with a single glance. The aura of imperial existence. Could it be that someone had once again attained the status of an emperor in this expansive cosmos? It seemed unlikely. The aura was overwhelmingly majestic, far beyond that of a newly ascended sovereign. Even a mere glimpse left an indelible impression on the emperor. Who could it be? Uncertain, for the figure departed too swiftly, leaving no trace to discern its identity. This aura bears a resemblance to that of a long-lost acquaintance from 90,000 years ago. 90,000 years past. Could it be Gu Chen? Impossible. Even if he had survived the outer realms, 100 millennia would be sufficient to extinguish his existence. Uncertain. Let this emperor observe closely. As Gu Chen continued his journey, grand and magnificent divine consciousnesses collided within the cosmic void. Even a mere thread of that will when cast into the vast starry expanse, caused the heavens to quiver and distort. However, this overwhelming divine consciousness soon fell into silence. They had merely been stirred by the imperial aura emitted by Gu Chen, and since he departed swiftly, these ancient beings deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper. After all, he was not approaching them. Why investigate further? In the vast continent within the Eastern Desolation Domain, the eternal quasi-emperor gazed down upon the Gu family's residence, the indifference and icy intent in his eyes deepening. He had already sensed it. The imperial decree, suspended above the Gu family, harbors a waning aura of imperial might. It is anticipated that within half a day's time, this decree shall utterly lose its potency, rendering it incapable of safeguarding the Gu family any longer. At that moment, it shall also signify the complete annihilation of the Gu family by my hand. Chapter 26. A critical moment, the arrival of Gu Chen, the Emperor's submission, the Gu family. Your patience is finite. Agree to my terms now, and at least one of you may survive, thus preserving your lineage. The eternal Emperor gazed down upon the Gu family, seemingly attempting to persuade them. Yet, rather than persuasion, it felt more akin to a condescending bestowal. It was as if he were proclaiming, I have granted you a chance at survival. Why do you not comply? Faced with the humiliating terms imposed by the eternal Emperor, the Gu family could not possibly acquiesce. Observing the obstinate members of the Gu family, the eternal Emperor slowly shook his head. To defy my will is to court death. Lifting his gaze slightly, he regarded the imperial edict, whose authority was waning. A glimmer of eagerness flickering in his eyes. Talents emerge in every generation, each commanding their own era. The epoch of this Gu family emperor concluded over 90 millennia ago. Today, the Gu family shall be consigned to history, transformed into the stepping stone upon which I shall ascend the path of supreme sovereignty. Alas, it is lamentable for the Gu family, a dynasty of 9,000 years, now on the verge of obliteration. How foolish it is to resist so stubbornly, to remain unyielding. What significance does such futile defiance hold? It would be wiser to accept the eternal Emperor's terms, preserving at least a fragment of their bloodline. Fortunately, when I was approached by the Gu family for assistance, I did not acquiesce. Otherwise, I would now be facing the wrath of the Emperor alongside them. I wonder, once the eternal Emperor eradicates the Gu family, whether we will be able to partake in the spoils. Even in their decline, the Gu family once constituted a formidable imperial lineage. Various powerful figures lurking on the periphery of the Gu family resembled vultures awaiting a feast. Their expressions and words tinged with an insatiable greed. They certainly lacked the audacity to seize the Gu family's imperial legacy from the eternal Emperor. However, some items deemed insignificant by the eternal Emperor might be regarded as extraordinary treasures in their eyes. Many from their respective sects had previously benefited from the Gu family's patronage. But what of it? The laws of this world dictate that the strong prey upon the weak. Power reigns supreme. Rather than allowing the Gu family's precious artifacts to fall into the hands of others, it is far better for us to claim them for ourselves. After all, we share a history with the Gu family. Yet, just as the eternal Emperor could no longer contain himself, a nearly imperceptible aura suddenly permeated the distant realms, swiftly enveloping the entire expanse. This aura was transcendent and formidable, akin to a prison. Though it manifested as but a mere wisp, its essence soared to an unimaginable height, rendering even the eternal Emperor insignificant and trivial before it. As for the other so-called strong beings in the world, upon the arrival of this imperial presence, their bodies surrendered to the ground involuntarily. This was the true essence of imperial existence. Moreover, as time progressed, that imperial aura became increasingly potent and terrifying. What was happening? I seemed to sense the aura of the great Emperor. It is undeniably the presence of the imperial realm. What has transpired? The crowd is engulfed in fear, their jaws clenched and trembling, struggling to contain themselves. The overwhelming, oceanic aura of the imperial realm is truly terrifying, causing involuntary shivers and instilling a profound reverence, leaving only the thought of bowing in worship in their minds. the aura of the imperial realm. Even the ancient sovereign, standing high above the heavens, feels a sudden pulse in his heart. Even the ninefold crimson divine tower beneath him struggles to move under the oppressive influence of this aura. Why does the aura of the imperial realm manifest here? Could it be that the old man from the Imperial Alliance has descended? In an instant, several thoughts flashed through the mind of the ancient sovereign, his expression shifting between shadows and light. For regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of this aura signifies the potential for upheaval, a situation the ancient sovereign wishes to avoid at all costs. However, in stark contrast to the unsettled ancient sovereign, those from the Gu family below have suddenly become excited and fervent upon sensing that trace of the imperial aura, the aura of the imperial realm. Where could it originate from? Gu Dowling's heart raced, his eyes filled with astonishment. Although the Gu family sought aid from those vast imperial clans, none were willing to assist them. How could a great emperor appear here now? The great emperor. Gu Qingxue toyed with the spatial ring on her finger, a peculiar light shimmering in her enchanting eyes. A great emperor? I am curious to see what this so-called great emperor in the vast realm truly embodies. The ancient ring began to glow, and a voice, cold yet proud, only audible to Gu Qingxue, whispered in her ear. Boom. When the overwhelming imperial might reached a certain threshold, it left the entire world in stunned silence. At some point, a golden path emerged, stretching across the distant horizon. This golden avenue appeared as though forged by the myriad paths of the universe, impervious to the twisting of space or the shattering of the void. At this moment, a magnificent figure stood upon this golden path. The sun and moon rotated, stars shone brilliantly, and the four symbols protected him. Boundless phenomena manifested around him, elevating his presence to an extraordinary pinnacle. What truly astonished the powerful beings of this realm was that all paths resonated at this moment, transforming into an immortal chain of order, cascading around his form, making him appear as the singular supreme deity of this realm. A profound sense of reverence filled the hearts of onlookers, leaving them with only the desire to bow and worship, devoid of any other thoughts. It was as if merely lifting their gaze to this figure constituted an intolerable act of disrespect. As this figure descended, all powerful beings in the world bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. The ancient sovereign gritted his teeth, attempting to resist the naturally emanating aura of the other, striving to maintain his own dignity. Yet, in the end, he was astounded to discover that even the aura emanating from the other party was beyond his capacity to withstand. Confronted by the oppressive might of the imperial realm, akin to an abyss or a prison, even the eternal sovereign could only lower his head in humiliation, too fearful to raise his gaze. Chapter 27. Mere ants, erased with a snap, instantly refined the distinction between the imperial realm and the semi-imperial realm may appear to be a mere thread, yet in truth, the chasm between them is vaster than the heavens and the earth. The ancient semi-emperor, calling himself the Emperor Lord, believed he had nearly reached the pinnacle of his cultivation journey. Although he had yet to attain the imperial realm, he felt he was not far from it and deemed himself worthy of such a title. However, it was only now that he comprehended the absurdity of the gap between himself and a true being of the imperial realm. How vexing! Why does this person's aura differ so greatly from that of the emperor I encountered previously? The ancient Emperor Lord ground his teeth in frustration. He had once met a mysterious emperor who, despite descending merely as a fragment of his being, had still exuded the might of the imperial realm. Yet now, in the ancient Emperor Lord's perception, the aura emitted by this imposing emperor was incomparably more formidable. Is it possible that the disparity between an incarnation and the true self of an imperial being is so stark? Feeling the overwhelming pressure akin to the weight of the heavens, the ancient Emperor Lord struggled to turn his head, his voice strained as he spoke. I do not know which great emperor has descended. The ancient one offers his respects. In the presence of a genuine contemporary emperor, even the proudest semi-emperor must bow in deference. However, to the ancient Emperor Lord's astonishment, the grand figure standing above the nine heavens merely lowered his gaze slightly, his indifferent eyes revealing no trace of emotion, as if he were gazing upon an inconsequential ant. What are you, to dare claim to be this emperor? A majestic and indifferent voice resonated from Gu Chen. He looked at the ancient semi-emperor with eyes growing more frigid and detached. You, akin to an ant, dare to speak of eradicating the Gu family? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the ancient emperor lord's face flushed crimson. He had never anticipated that this suddenly appearing emperor would be so merciless in his words, treating him as if he were nothing. What weighed even heavier on the ancient emperor lord's heart was the implication that this emperor seemed poised to defend the Gu family. Yet, the sight of Gu Chen's arrival had made it abundantly clear to the ancient emperor lord the vast gulf between them, compelling him to forcibly suppress his rage. Donning a stiff smile as if attempting to explain. However, Gu Chen showed no inclination to hear the ancient emperor lord's words. In his eyes, a semi-emperor was no different from any other, merely a slightly stronger ant. As a true dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Why would he heed the explanations of an ant? Gu Chen's thoughts stirred, and the supreme might of the emperor descended, even without a flick of his finger. The boundless imperial power forcefully pressed down upon the ancient emperor lord, rendering him instantly kneeling and motionless. The ancient emperor lord's eyes bulged in disbelief, his furious roar echoing, clearly unprepared for the emperor's immediate aggression. However, upon hearing Gu Chen's subsequent words, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him momentarily stunned. How dare you, a mere ant, boldly claim to extinguish the heirs of this emperor? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? His heirs? The great emperor boldly proclaimed that these members of the Gu family are his descendants. When did the Gu family ever give rise to an emperor of such stature? Was it not the case that they had only produced a single emperor in their history? Wait, could it be? Could he be the illustrious ancestor of the Gu family? Emperor Gu Chen? You're Gu Chen? The ancient emperor was rendered speechless in shock. How could this individual be Gu Chen the Great? It was believed that the ancestor of the Gu family had perished in the chaotic realms beyond 9,000 years ago. Moreover, even if Emperor Gu Chen had somehow survived after the passage of 90 millennia, he would surely have returned to dust by now. Emperor Gu Chen, he is indeed a forebear still alive. This. If the ancient emperor harbored doubts, struggling to accept this revelation, the members of the Gu family below were utterly astonished upon hearing Gu Chen's words. No one among the Gu clan had ever imagined that their ancestor, Emperor Gu Chen, from 90,000 years past, not only still lived, but had returned at this crucial moment to descend upon the Gu family. In an instant, all members of the Gu family, young and old alike, wept uncontrollably, bowing in reverence and prostrating themselves before Gu Chen. Recently, the Gu family had endured tremendous oppression and grievances. But now, with the return of their ancient forebear, no one in this vast world could dare to bully the Gu family any longer. Emperor Gu Chen? How could it be him? How could it possibly be him? The powerful figures from various celestial sects and teachings surrounding the Gu family were equally dumbfounded. Their sentiments mirrored that of the ancient emperor. Hadn't Emperor Gu Chen long since perished? How could he possibly be alive and descend into the world now? Impossible. How can you claim to be that Emperor Gu Chen? Gu Chen has been dead for ages. The ancient emperor blurted out, still questioning Gu Chen's identity, for it was beyond his comprehension. How could the Gu family's emperor from 90,000 years ago still be alive today? Observing the ancient emperor's incredulous expression, Gu Chen remained indifferent, harboring no intention of offering explanations. After all, he was but an ant. What need had he to justify himself? Speak. Who sent you to trouble the Gu family? Reveal it now, and I may grant you a swift end. Gu Chen gazed down upon the ancient emperor, speaking calmly. The Gu family, after all, was of imperial lineage. Even in their decline, they might possess hidden trump cards. It would be a grave mistake for a mere quasi-emperor to underestimate the depths of imperial heritage. Yet the ancient emperor showed no hesitation in cornering the Gu family, seemingly well-informed about their plight, displaying no concern for a potential counterattack. How could a mere quasi-emperor possess such intimate knowledge of the Gu family as circumstances? The only plausible explanation is that someone had tipped him off in advance, revealing the current situation of the Gu family, thus emboldening him to press them without fear. This ancient emperor must be under the influence of someone else. As for the instigator, it could only be that mysterious figure from the Imperial realm who had once betrayed him at the Imperial Pass. It seemed that Gu Chen had struck a chord within the heart of the ancient emperor, whose expression fluctuated between shadows and light. Nevertheless, he forced himself to respond. What is the emperor saying? I cannot comprehend it all. Cannot comprehend? Gu Chen slightly lowered his gaze, regarding the ancient emperor with a smile that was both enigmatic and detached, and spoke indifferently. Then there's no need to listen further. As these words fell, Gu Chen extended a single finger, which, under the incredulous gaze of the ancient emperor, descended languidly above his crown. A tremendous imperial force surged forth from Gu Chen's fingertip, shattering the corporeal form of the ancient emperor in an instant, swiftly refining him into essence. Chapter 28. The Eternal Soul Search, the Mysterious Emperor. The vast changes of heaven. The voice of the ancient emperor abruptly ceased, and in the next moment, his body disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. In truth, he had never anticipated that Gu Chen would strike with such ruthlessness and decisiveness, denying him even the slightest opportunity for defense or explanation before shattering his corporeal form. Gu Chen the Great, you cannot kill me. With his physical body destroyed, only a spectral soul of the ancient emperor remained, his expression twisted with terror. It was only now that he gained a lucid understanding of this great emperor of the Gu clan, and recognized the vast disparity in combat prowess between himself and a true emperor. This individual was unyielding in his resolve, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. In the presence of Gu Chen, he felt less like a lofty quasi-emperor and more like a naive child, utterly devoid of any power to resist. Ha! A mere insect. Why should I refrain from slaying you? Gu Chen's demeanor was indifferent. Regardless of the commands behind the ancient emperor, it remained a fact that he had threatened the Gu clan. Thus, today, this man must perish, no matter the cost. You have departed from the vast realm for 90,000 years. During this span, the world has undergone numerous transformations. Do you still believe this is the vast realm of 90,000 years ago? Understand that you are not the sole emperor in existence. The ancient emperor, with a steely resolve, attempted to invoke the name of the mysterious emperor he had previously encountered, hoping to use it as a banner to temporarily intimidate this great emperor of the Gu clan. However, it was evident that he did not realize this ploy held no weight against Gu Chen. To think that one could intimidate me with the name of a fellow emperor? Gu Chen, hearing something amusing, lowered his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. I have ascended to the heavens, commanding the sacred spirits of the ultimate path, descended into the abyss to suppress ancient emperors of forbidden zones, and journeyed to the Chaos Sea, where I have slain the supreme of the demon realm no less than twice. To invoke the name of a contemporary emperor in an attempt to intimidate me? How naive! As Gu Chen recounted his past victories in a tranquil voice, the ancient emperor felt a chill wash over him. Had he still possessed a corporeal form, cold sweat would have surely streamed down his brow. He understood that this great emperor had no need to deceive him, nor did he hold him in contempt. Thus, it followed that all the feats he spoke of were indeed true. Each glorious deed was akin to towering mountains, overwhelming the ancient emperor to the point of dizziness. This great Emperor Gu Chen was truly terrifying. The exploits he described did not resemble the capabilities of an ordinary emperor at all. I am willing to submit. I will reveal my hidden instigator. I beseech you, spare my life. In a flash, the ancient emperor altered his tone, beginning to plead for mercy from Gu Chen, hoping the latter would grant him a reprieve. For he understood that the terror embodied by this great emperor was beyond his imagination. Even if he truly had the backing of a contemporary emperor, it was unlikely that such support could save his life. Yet, in response to the pleas of this quasi-emperor, Gu Chen harbored no intentions of sparing him. Why wait until now to beg for mercy? He wore an expression of indifference, uttering not a single word, merely extending a finger to languidly point. In the next instant, the ethereal soul of the ancient emperor erupted, countless points of light emerging and flowing into Gu Chen's fingertip. These were the memories of the ancient emperor, And as Gu Chen obliterated his soul, he concurrently employed a soul-searching technique. As those points of light surged in, scenes from the ancient emperor's past unfolded before Gu Chen's eyes. In scarcely the span of 2 breaths, a smile graced Gu Chen's lips. He had found what he sought. Before him materialized a phantasmagorical vision. In the imagery, the ancient emperor stood silently, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. Before him loomed a figure, shrouded in chaotic energy, perched upon an ancient throne, revealing only a pair of eyes directed at the ancient emperor. Is it true that the Gu family lacks any formidable imperial heritage to guard them? A flicker of struggle and greed crossed the ancient emperor's eyes. After all, the Gu family had once been one of the supreme imperial clans. Though now fallen, he feared? What do you have to fear? Would this emperor deceive you? The sovereign on the throne spoke with a deep voice, tinged with disdain, asserting that the Gu family now merely bore the title of an imperial clan, devoid of any substantial imperial essence. 90,000 years ago, the Gu family's emperor ventured into chaos, nearly absconding with all the divine artifacts of the imperial realm, and in his haste, naturally left nothing of worth for the Gu family. With your prowess, dealing with the Gu family would be but a trivial matter. At this juncture, the mysterious sovereign paused, his tone laden with significance, declaring that should the Gu family be eradicated, he would bestow upon you unparalleled divine artifacts to aid your ascension to the imperial realm. How you choose to proceed, ponder it well. With that, the chaotic energy that nearly engulfed the entire throne gradually dissipated. The enigmatic figure that once dominated the throne had vanished without a trace. The content displayed in the vision abruptly ceased at this point. It appeared that the ancient emperor dared to act against the Gu family, having been significantly incited by this mysterious sovereign. Yet, who could this individual be? Gu Chen's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Although this mysterious sovereign had concealed his visage, Gu Chen could distinctly sense that the aura resonated with that of the assailant who had ambushed him at the Imperial Pass. Why did this figure shroud himself in mystery, launching a covert attack against him while urging the ancient emperor to strike at the Gu family? Moreover, how could he possess such clarity regarding events from 90,000 years prior? Could it be connected to the ancient imperial legacies? Contemplating this, Gu Chen let out a cold chuckle, opting to dismiss the thoughts. After all, he had returned, with ample time to settle accounts with those treacherous imperial clans and the scheming rats lurking in the shadows against the Gu family. As Gu Chen pondered, the powerful beings from various celestial sects, who had gathered around the Gu family to observe, were left utterly stunned. They were shocked to learn that the Gu family's emperor from 90,000 years ago still lived. One is left in utter astonishment as the once mighty ancient emperor finds himself utterly powerless before the formidable Gu Chen, effortlessly obliterated without even a trace of resistance. A potential sovereign poised to attain the path of emperorship has met his demise in such a simplistic manner, leaving not even a ripple in the vast expanse of existence. The celestial realm is on the brink of transformation. A tremor of reverence resonates from the depths of the unknown. It is clear to all that the events surrounding the Gu family today shall swiftly echo throughout the entirety of the celestial realm, inciting a profound upheaval across the world. Chapter 29. The current state of the Gu family, the inheritance of the imperial realm. The ancient scriptures of the celestial sovereign, after obliterating the ancient sovereign and extracting his memories, Gu Chen cast a fleeting glance at the 9-tiered crimson divine tower. In an instant, the tower ceased its rotation and obediently diminished, merging into the palm of Gu Chen. This weapon, once wielded by the ancient sovereign, though not an imperial artifact, was imbued with numerous divine materials. In the future, purging all traces related to the ancient sovereign from this tower and bestowing it upon the members of the Gu family would be exceedingly beneficial. Upon collecting the tower, Gu Chen regarded the shocked and terrified subordinates of the ancient sovereign, who were contemplating escape, including the elder in the black robe who had initially exerted pressure upon the Gu family. All of the ancient sovereign's followers stood frozen, only to explode into a myriad of crimson blossoms, meeting their demise. After completing these deeds, Gu Chen stepped forward and returned to the Gu family. Master Gu Daolin, paying respects to our distant ancestor. Gu Qingxue, paying respects to our distant ancestor. Paying respects to our distant ancestor. As Gu Chen set foot upon the sacred grounds of the Gu family, all members, including Gu Daolin, reverently knelt before him, bowing in respect, their eyes brimming with fervor and excitement. The ancestral figure of the Gu family, the Emperor Gu Chen, had returned. Now let be seen across this vast world. Who would dare to bully the Gu family? Rise, Gu Chen said, glancing at the sea of kneeling family members. In his previously indifferent gaze, a hint of warmth finally emerged. For 90,000 years, he had devoted nearly everything to the vast realm, yet he felt a profound debt towards his own family. Fortunately, he had returned. In this boundless world, those who wished to protect could do so. His only duty was to safeguard the Gu family. Ancestor, my second uncle was grievously injured by a subordinate of the ancient sovereign wielding the decree of the quasi-emperor. He is now on the brink of death. I beseech you to save him. Gu Daolin hurriedly reported after paying his respects. Upon hearing Gu Daolin's words, the previously elated expressions of the other family members were tinged with concern. For thousands of years, Gu Qingshan had been like a stabilizing force for the Gu family. In moments of peril, it was Gu Qingshan who had resolved their crises. Now, although the true anchor of the Gu family, Emperor Gu Chen, had returned, no one wished to witness the tragic downfall of Gu Qingshan. Fear not. Upon my arrival, I have already bestowed a thread of imperial aura to ensure his safety. Gu Chen replied, waving his hand with indifference. He was aware of Gu Qingshan's condition upon his descent. Fortunately, he had returned in time, and Gu Qingshan had yet to perish. Thus, he merely needed to lower a thread of imperial essence to dispel the lingering ailments within him and secure his life. However, the overwhelming power of the imperial realm was daunting, and even with Gu Qingshan's saintly physique, it would be exceedingly challenging to bear. Therefore, Gu Qingshan would require 3 to 5 days to gradually recover, and could not be expected to regain his strength immediately. Nonetheless, upon hearing that Gu Chen had intervened to provide assistance, Gu Daolin and the others could not help but exhale in relief. With the ancestral patriarch taking action, what was there to fear? They had no doubt that even if their second uncle were left with but a breath of life, the formidable power of their ancestor could effortlessly restore him to vitality. Within the grand assembly hall of the Gu family, Gu Chen sat leisurely at the head, observing the multitude of family members standing below. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Although he had not bequeathed any imperial legacy to the Gu family upon his departure, he had left behind the most crucial complete transmission of imperial teachings. Now, after 90,000 years, despite the assistance of the imperial scriptures he had authored, he could not fathom why their cultivation levels remained so feeble. Having surveyed all the members of the Gu family, Gu Chen realized the overall strength of the clan was woefully inadequate. Even among those who had reached the Holy Realm, only Gu Qingshan stood alone. As for those beneath the Holy Realm, such as those in the harmonious Tao and celestial phenomenon stages, there were merely a handful. Among the younger generation, the only one worthy of notice was the young prodigy named Gu Qingxue, whose talents and combat prowess were indeed commendable. Yet, this level of strength, while not inferior to that of ordinary immortal sex, was utterly unworthy of the title of an imperial family. One must acknowledge why imperial families could maintain their exalted positions in this vast realm, enduring through the ages without faltering. It was not merely due to their imperial heritage, but rather the existence of a complete transmission of imperial techniques. With a comprehensive transmission of imperial techniques, an imperial family could continuously give rise to formidable warriors, thus ensuring their eternal prominence. 90,000 years ago, Gu Chen had departed with peace of mind, confident that the legacy of imperial techniques he had entrusted to the Gu family would allow them to ascend above other immortal sects, even in the absence of imperial artifacts or other imperial legacies. Yet, upon his return, he was dismayed to find the overall strength of the Gu family to be in a state of disarray, scarcely deserving the title of an imperial lineage. As Gu Chen's words resonated within the assembly hall, the members of the Gu family exchanged glances of concern. Ultimately, it was Gu Daolin who stepped forward, expressing his shame. The celestial scriptures left to us by our ancestor, such a profound and transcendent tome, would undoubtedly hold a supreme place among the legacies of various imperial families. However, the difficulty of practicing these celestial scriptures is immense. Their lofty ideals and intricate interpretations are truly. Gu Lin felt a deep sense of shame, believing that the descendants of the Gu family were woefully incapable, leading to the presence of untapped treasures surrounding them without the means to exploit them. Upon hearing Gu Lin's explanation, Gu Chen's understanding deepened. The celestial scriptures he had left behind were indeed too challenging. It was then that he realized he had perhaps been somewhat short-sighted in his considerations. Gu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. After attaining enlightenment, he had made remarkable strides within a few hundred years, far surpassing the capabilities of typical imperial beings, before he began to establish his own imperial techniques. At that time, Gu Chen harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to create a supreme scripture that would surpass all imperial-level techniques. After dedicating a full century to this endeavor, he finally birthed the imperial technique, which he named the Heavenly Emperor's Classic. Subsequently, the invasion from the demon realm ensued, leaving Gu Chen with little time to observe the disciples of the Gu family as they practiced the classic. He could only pass it on to them. It was only through the feedback from Gu Lin that Gu Chen became aware of the situation. Although the Heavenly Emperor's Classic was one of the foremost techniques within the imperial realm, its formidable power came with an exceptionally high level of difficulty. Only those with extraordinary innate talent could hope to cultivate this scripture, while the ordinary members of the Gu family found it nearly impossible to practice. Consequently, this led to the disheartening reality of the Gu family's descendants growing weaker with each generation. Chapter 30. Clearing the Heart, Relocating the Clan. Forbidden Zone of Life. Gu Chen had initially aspired to leave the Gu family with the finest legacy. However, he did not anticipate that the treasures he bequeathed would be too profound for his descendants to appreciate. This outcome naturally left Gu Chen feeling both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, he did not regret his earlier decisions. The teetered scripture encapsulated the essence of his life's insights and realizations. As the creator of this method, he found it straightforward. Thus, what right did his descendants, who struggled to comprehend it, have to claim it was difficult? Their inability to practice the teetered scripture stemmed solely from their insufficient talent. Contemplating this, Gu Chen pondered. Given the scripture's complexity, it was unreasonable to compel the less gifted members of the Gu family to continue their pursuit. Therefore, in the future, he could compose a more accessible and simplified imperial cultivation technique for the ordinary disciples of the Gu clan. As for the teetered scripture, it would be better suited for those truly gifted individuals among the Gu family, much like the young girl named Gu Qingxue. Thus, he declared in due course, I shall create a more ordinary imperial technique for the disciples with moderate talent. The teetered scripture will be entrusted to those exceptionally gifted disciples. Gu Chen spoke calmly, announcing his decision to the entire Gu family. Although his descendants may not possess great strength or exceptional aptitude, he was generally content with them. He appreciated the absence of internal strife within the Gu family. They were united, fostering a harmonious atmosphere, working collectively for the family's benefit, with no one betraying their kin for personal gain. This was evident when the ancient emperor threatened the Gu family. Yet not a single member chose to betray their kin for survival. It was precisely because these Gu disciples were of pure heart that Gu Chen was inclined to invest more effort in nurturing them. Conversely, had the clan been filled with traitorous individuals, he would have had no interest in their cultivation. The notion of creating an ordinary imperial technique for the moderately talented disciples of the Gu family was met with disbelief. Not only Gu Dowling, but all the others were rendered speechless. After all, an imperial technique was not something to be taken lightly. Throughout the vast history of the Songmang realm, the number of imperial techniques created was exceedingly limited. Each imperial technique represented the culmination of an emperor's lifetime of understanding. It could be said that every scroll of imperial scripture embodied the heartfelt efforts of a great emperor. Yet, why did it seem that, in the mouth of their ancestor, the creation of an imperial scripture was as effortless as the act of eating or drinking? Moreover, I have other significant matters to announce. Glancing at the astonished faces of his family, Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively. For him, establishing a simple imperial scripture was truly not a formidable task. 90,000 years ago, he was already capable of creating the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra, surpassing ordinary imperial scriptures. Now, having ascended to the pinnacle of true imperial realm cultivation, establishing a volume of standard imperial scripture is an effortless endeavor. Is there an important matter to announce, Ancestor? Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the family members of the Gu clan in the Grand Hall straightened their expressions, adopting a posture of earnest attentiveness. They understood that anything referred to as important by the ancestor must be significant. Our Gu family will no longer reside here. We must relocate as a whole to other lands. Gu Chen spoke calmly, declaring this decision. The relocation to the Life Forbidden Zone had been a choice he made long ago while stationed at the border Imperial Pass. Now, with the border Imperial Pass unguarded by him, the impending invasion of the Kangmang realm by the demonic realm is merely a matter of time. When that moment arrives, the Kangmang realm will undoubtedly be engulfed in fierce warfare, affecting not only the imperial families, but also the ordinary celestial sections. The Life Forbidden Zone is an ancient and highly taboo place, one that even the malevolent beings of the demonic realm would hesitate to tread upon. Relocating the entire Gu family to the Life Forbidden Zone is undoubtedly the best choice, as it will spare them many troubles. Moreover, the news of his return to the Kangmang realm will inevitably reach those imperial families sooner or later. Given their methods and cunning, it is likely they will seek out trouble with the Gu family in the future. Although Gu Chen has returned to the Gu family, he cannot remain there indefinitely. After the relocation to the Life Forbidden Zone, even those imperial families will think twice before acting recklessly. As Gu Chen calmly announced the decision for the entire Gu family to relocate, the family members in the Grand Hall were thrown into a state of uproar. The ancestor has decided to move the Gu family? Why? Is the Gu family not safe now? Confusion filled the hearts of many Gu family members, who could not comprehend why such a sudden relocation was necessary. However, since this was a decision made by Gu Chen, no one dared to question or challenge it, though their hearts brimmed with perplexity. Only Gu Qingxue, her beautiful eyes flashing with contemplation and seriousness, seemed to have an inkling of the underlying reason. Is the ancestor preparing for something unforeseen? Gu Qingxue murmured to herself. She vaguely knew about the oath made between the Gu family and those imperial families 90,000 years ago. She understood that those imperial families had betrayed the Gu family. Now that the ancestor has returned, he surely does not intend to let those imperial families off easily. There will inevitably be friction, even conflict. During the 90,000 years of the ancestor's absence, several emperors have arisen in the Kangmang realm, most of whom belong to the imperial families. It is possible that there are still living emperors among them. In this case, the ancestor will have to tread carefully in his confrontations with those imperial families. The existence of the Gu family may well become the ancestor's Achilles heel. Thinking of this, Gu Qingxue could not help but feel a pang of bitterness. This is no longer the era of 90,000 years ago when the ancestor ruled supreme, and with a single word, all beings bowed in submission. After 90,000 years, the strength and foundation of those imperial families have only grown more formidable. Even the ancestor may find it challenging to fully intimidate them. Otherwise, the ancestors would not have contemplated relocating the Gu family. Gu Qingxue surmised that, if her intuition proved accurate, the ancestors intended to transport the entire Gu clan to a secluded realm, thereby allowing them to engage in conflict with the imperial families without any reservations. Presently, the survival of the Gu family rested solely upon the shoulders of the ancestors, and she felt an urgent need to mature swiftly, to the extent that she could protect her family and alleviate the burdens of the ancestors. As she caressed the ancient ring on her finger, she silently vowed to herself. Gu Qingxue believed that Gu Chen was apprehensive, fearing future coercion from the imperial families, which prompted the decision to move the Gu family ahead of time. This sentiment was not hers alone. The current head of the Gu family, Gu Daolin, also harbored similar thoughts. However, he bore no opposition to this decision. After the events concerning the Eternal Emperor, he had long since become disillusioned with the corrupt world. and the idea of the Gu family retreating to a hidden sanctuary seemed quite appealing. Although the conditions of this secluded refuge would undoubtedly pale in comparison to their current residence, and might even be a secret realm established by the ancestors, it would suffice to escape the turmoil of the mundane world in exchange for the peace and continuity of the Gu family lineage. With this in mind, Gu Daolin respectfully inquired, "Ancestors, to where do you intend to relocate the Gu family?" Upon hearing these words, the other members of the Gu family gazed eagerly at Gu Chen. It was evident that the destination for their relocation would be far inferior to their present circumstances. They merely hoped it would not be excessively worse. However, just as the Gu family members were enveloped in a sense of melancholy and disappointment, Gu Chen's response left everyone in the hall momentarily stupefied, even questioning the reality of their hearing. "We, the Gu family, shall relocate en masse to the forbidden zone of life," Gu Chen stated calmly and indifferently. Chapter 31. The Forbidden Zone, Supreme Enlightenment. In the surge of emotion, the Gu family intends to relocate their entire clan to the life forbidden zone. Upon the utterance of Gu Chen's words, disbelief washed over the faces of all the members of the Gu family gathered in the Grand Hall. The life forbidden zone? What kind of place is that? It is a terrifying realm that instills fear in the hearts of all living beings. It is said to harbor many ancient entities that have survived since time immemorial. Even the contemporary emperors regard these scattered, forbidden zones with caution, refraining from provoking them lightly. And now, the ancestor has proclaimed a plan to move the entire Gu family to the life forbidden zone. How is it that you harbor such attachment to this place, unwilling to follow this emperor into the forbidden realm? Gu Chen, observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of his kin, casually inquired. No, absolutely not." Gu Daolin hastily shook his head in denial, then quietly added, "It's just. I never imagined that the place where our Gu family would relocate would be the fabled life forbidden zone. I have heard that the life forbidden zone already has its masters, ancient and supreme entities slumbering within. Will they consent to our Gu family's relocation to their domain?" Each life forbidden zone is situated in a location of profound cosmic significance. The geographical and environmental conditions of such places are far superior to those of the current residents of the Gu family. Otherwise, the life forbidden zone would not serve as a resting place for those ancient and supreme beings. However, because of this, the life forbidden zones have long been divided among mysterious and fearsome entities. Now, as the ancestor proposes to move the entire Gu family into the life forbidden zone, will those terrifying beings within permit it? Yet, in response to Gu Daolin's concerns and doubts, Gu Chen merely lowered his gaze slightly and replied with a calm demeanor. "The matters I intend to pursue do not require their approval. You all need only to accompany me into the forbidden zone when the time comes." No one understands the circumstances of the life forbidden zones better than Gu Chen. The entities that lie in slumber within are all former sovereigns of the Emperor realm. Ordinary emperors have lifespans that rarely exceed 30 to 50,000 years. However, some of these sovereign beings, unwilling to succumb to death as their lifespans dwindle, seek the opportunity for immortality and thus seal their own powers, choosing instead to slumber in the world. These slumbering places of the Emperor realm beings have now become the life forbidden zones within the vast universe. Due to the accumulation of time, many of these life forbidden zones contain more than one slumbering emperor. Hence, even contemporary emperors who achieve the emperor state are often reluctant to provoke these zones. After all, no matter how powerful a contemporary emperor may be, their strength is limited and cannot rival the accumulated power of a life forbidden zone over the years. 90,000 years ago, during the invasion of the demon realm, Gu Chen considered the strategy of unleashing these ancient emperors and sovereigns within the forbidden zones to combat the demon forces. Yet, these ancient entities slumbering within the forbidden zones of life are no longer the majestic emperors of your who once sheltered the vast world. Instead, they have transformed into monstrous beings, their hearts as resolute as iron, consumed solely by the desire for immortality. To them, the upheaval of the entire realm and the annihilation of all living beings hold little significance, as long as their pursuit of eternal life remains unimpeded. It was precisely for the sake of the myriad creatures in this vast world that Gu Chen refrained from encroaching upon these life-deprived zones in the past. The potential emergence of these entities, coupled with the supreme beings from the demon realm, would have undoubtedly caused him considerable distress. However, upon Gu Chen's return to the vast realm, unburdened by the responsibility of protecting its inhabitants, everything became straightforward. Previously, he had been constrained by the weight of the myriad lives, acting with caution and restraint, wary of provoking those entities within the forbidden zones. Now, liberated from this encumbrance, he found himself devoid of vulnerabilities. What the supreme beings of the forbidden zones, should they dare to challenge him, they would face dire consequences. The emergence of forbidden zone supremacies, threatening to leverage the lives of the masses? Let them come. The annihilation of the myriad beings in this vast world holds no concern for him. He aimed to seize the position within the forbidden zone. Who would dare oppose him? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Gu Chen's resolve became immensely clear. This sensation of lacking vulnerabilities, free from the entanglements of so-called righteousness, was utterly exhilarating. In essence, Gu Chen now adhered to a singular principle: suppress any who dared to defy him, regardless of their status as supreme beings of the forbidden zones, or emperors of the current age, or lords of the demon realm. Should anyone contravene his will or provoke his ire, they would be utterly subdued, none spared. His ancestor, was he truly planning to relocate into the forbidden zone of life? Gu Qingxue murmured, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She had initially believed that her ancestor intended to move the secrets of the Gu family to a concealed location or small world, fearing retribution from the imperial clans. Yet, it seemed she had entirely misjudged his intentions. Her ancestor had no such thoughts at all. What is the forbidden zone of life? It is a place that instills terror in the hearts of all beings in the vast realm, a land of utter desolation. Why is the forbidden zone so notorious within the vast realm? Beyond the existence of those unparalleled beings slumbering within, it is also due to the fact that no matter the prowess of the individual, should they dare to step into the forbidden zone, it would spell their doom. The Gu family's relocation into the forbidden zone signifies a formidable stance. Henceforth, in the vast realm, no matter how powerful the individual or which faction they belong to, any who dare approach the Gu family's domain within the forbidden zone must face death. This was not a preparation for the Gu family to seek refuge, but a declaration of defiance against the entire world. In an instant, Gu Qingxue felt her heart surge with excitement, a spark of fervor igniting in her beautiful eyes. As a member of the Gu family, she had grown up hearing tales of Gu Chen's deeds and legends, fostering a natural sense of reliance and affection towards him. Now, with Gu Chen's return, Gu Qingxue, however, discovered that the esteemed Ancestor Gu Chen was even more resolute and domineering than depicted in legends and accounts. This realization stirred her emotions profoundly, leaving her unable to contain herself. This was indeed the ancestor of the Gu family. This was the unparalleled Emperor Gu Chen that lingered in her memory. Very well, if there are no further matters, you may all take your leave, he declared. Once the members of the Gu family present in the hall had sufficiently absorbed the news of their impending relocation to the life-forbidden zone, Gu Chen waved his hand, signaling them to depart. "We obey your command," responded Gu Dowling and the others, bowing respectfully before making their way out of the hall. Observing the family head and others leaving, Gu Qingxue also intended to follow suit. However, before she could take a step, the gentle voice of Gu Chen reached her ears. "Qingxue, please stay for a moment." Chapter 32. The Fragments of the Ring. The celestial maiden of the sky moon, silent awe upon hearing Gu Chen's call. Gu Qingxue couldn't help but pause momentarily. Why had the ancestor chosen to keep her behind? Nevertheless, despite her confusion, Gu Qingxue naturally complied with Gu Chen's command. Thus, once all the other members of the Gu family had departed, only Gu Chen and Gu Qingxue remained in the council hall. Uncertain of the reason the ancestor had summoned her, Gu Qingxue lowered her head slightly and respectfully inquired. Gu Chen's gaze fell upon Gu Qingxue, undoubtedly the most gifted disciple among the younger generation of the Gu family. At not yet 20 years of age, she had already attained the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, having begun her cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor scripture, which he had created. She was, without a doubt, the most satisfactory among the Gu clan in his eyes. However, Gu Chen's gaze shifted to the ancient ring nestled between her fingers. Previously, even with his imperial-level cultivation, he might have overlooked this ring had he not examined it closely. Yet now, possessing the true pinnacle of imperial power, his spiritual force had multiplied several times over. Thus, after summoning all the members of the Gu family to this hall, a mere glance allowed him to detect the ring's extraordinary quality. Within this seemingly plain ring lay a fragment of a soul. Moreover, the essence of this soul seemed to transcend that of an ordinary imperial existence. How intriguing! A grandfather residing within the ring. Was this the golden finger of his young descendant, Gu Qingxue? However, even with this knowledge, Gu Chen had no intention of probing further into the nature of this golden finger. Throughout history, which prodigy had not risen due to a myriad of fortuitous encounters. Every genius harbors secrets. As Gu Qingxue's ancestor, the more opportunities she had, the stronger she became. And Gu Chen could only feel joy in that, harboring no ulterior motives. Nonetheless, as Gu Qingxue's forebear, now that he had discovered this golden finger she possessed, Gu Chen felt compelled to eliminate potential hazards. After all, a fragment of a soul hidden within the ring, seemingly superior to an ordinary imperial essence, posed an unpredictable risk. No one could ascertain whether this soul was benevolent or malevolent, or whether it might act detrimentally towards Gu Qingxue in the future. Let us reveal ourselves. Gu Chen's gaze lowered towards the ring on Gu Qingxue's finger, while an overwhelming aura descended, enveloping the ring completely. Buzz, as Gu Chen made his move. The concealed soul within Gu Qingxue's ring appeared to sense its exposure. The ring emitted a faint glow, and an ethereal silhouette began to form in the void. It was a hazy figure of a woman, clad in a moon-white palace dress, her figure tall and delicate, resembling a celestial maiden from the vast cold, exuding an otherworldly grace. Celestial maiden of the sky moon, I pay my respects to the great emperor. Once the hazy figure manifested, she quickly quelled the astonishment in her eyes and gracefully bowed to Gu Chen. Master Yu, Gu Qingxue, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. She never anticipated that the ancestral figure would discern her greatest secret with merely a glance. This ancient ring, which she had fortuitously acquired during her adventures, was a conduit through which she had once sought guidance from the spirit of the woman within, receiving invaluable insights for her cultivation. This was the reason for her remarkable progress and burgeoning reputation among the younger generation in the Eastern Wilderness. Now, however, the ancestor had uncovered the existence of her master with a mere look. What left Gu Qingxue particularly bewildered was that, despite her master currently being nothing more than a remnant soul, having lost much of her former memories, their past conversations had hinted at a lineage that was both mysterious and extraordinary. It seemed that her master was not only likely not from the vast realm, but also that her peak power had once surpassed even the imperial realm of the vast realm. Although her master had not encountered the imperial beings of the vast realm since joining Gu Qingxue, her dismissive tone whenever the imperial beings were mentioned suggested an air of superiority. Yet now her master had appeared, bowing respectfully to the ancestor. How could this be? Gu Qingxue was momentarily dazed but quickly regained her composure, hastily explaining, Ancestor, please do not misunderstand. My master harbors no ill intentions. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Gu Chen's wave. There is no need for explanations, Gu Chen remarked, casting a knowing glance at Gu Qingxue before directing his gaze toward the fairy of Xiaoye. I have no interest in how Qingxue acquired this ring or the agreement you have made with her. I solely wish to convey that since you have taken residence within Qingxue, you are to guide her diligently. Should you harbor any treacherous thoughts, I will not be lenient. His voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible threat. Yet, the expression of the fairy of Xia grew grave under Gu Chen's imposing presence, compelling her to repeatedly acquiesce. Witnessing this, Gu Qingxue chose to remain silent. Although she felt a twinge of sympathy for her master's subservient demeanor before the ancestor, a warm current flowed through her heart. She understood that the ancestor was safeguarding her from potential dangers. After all, She had heard tales of those fortunate enough to acquire artifacts housing the souls of powerful beings, only to be subsequently usurped and devoured. Although she had come to believe over the years that the fairy of Xiaoya was not that sort of person, the ancestors' formidable warning undoubtedly added a layer of security to their master-disciple bond. "Depart now," Gu Chen stated, having conveyed all that was necessary. He had no desire to elaborate further. As long as the fairy of Xiaoya refrained from acting detrimentally toward Gu Qingxue, he would not concern himself with other matters. "Master, I." Upon exiting the council hall, Gu Qingxue absent-mindedly caressed the ring on her finger, feeling compelled to explain. She worried that her master, with her pride, might feel discontented after being threatened by the ancestor, despite outwardly acquiescing. There is no need for any explanations. The ancient ring emitted a faint glow, from which the slightly wistful voice of the celestial maiden of the moon, Xiaya, resonated. "Were you merely a so-called emperor of the vast realm? Speaking to me in such a manner, I would undoubtedly be displeased. However, you, my esteemed ancestor, I find myself compelled to heed your words." Harboring not a shred of discontent, upon hearing the unreserved sentiments of the celestial maiden, Gu Qingxue was momentarily struck dumb. Her revered master was known for her haughty demeanor, often dismissing the existence of emperors in a vast realm with an air of indifference. Yet now, the esteem with which her master regarded their ancestor was astonishingly high. Chapter 33. The Legend of the Emperor, the true immortal bows down, the alliance of emperors because of you, my esteemed ancestor. There exists a fundamental distinction between your essence and that of the other imperial realms within this vast world. The celestial maiden, Xiaoya, spoke softly. "Though I am but a remnant soul with fragmented memories, I am aware that the so-called imperial realms in this expansive domain are hardly worthy of the title emperor. They are mere false emperors. Yet you, my venerable ancestor, are true emperor, a true emperor." Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, Gu Qingxue remained in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend. She could not fathom why her ancestor, who was undeniably in existence of the imperial realm, was regarded so differently by Xiaoya compared to the others. Moreover, her master claimed that most of the imperial realms in this world were false. What could this possibly mean? My memories are severely lacking, and I cannot elucidate this to you fully. However, you must understand that the imperial realms in your world can only be referred to as supreme. It is only those who are invincible within the supreme realm, even capable of defying true immortals, who can truly be called emperors. Xiaoya expressed with a sense of melancholy. The title of emperor is less a measure of a realm and more a symbol of honor and strength. Throughout history, many may attain the status of supreme, yet those who can be honored with the title of emperor are exceedingly few. Those graced with this title will undoubtedly achieve immeasurable greatness in the future. This is precisely why I hold such profound respect for you, my esteemed ancestor. For in my fragmented memories, even true immortals, who surpass the supreme realm of humanity, must bow in reverence before a true emperor. Xiaoya's revelations sent Gu Qingxue's heart racing. She had never anticipated that within the exalted domain of the emperor, there lay such profound secrets. Her ancestor, the Emperor Gu Chen, had reached an unparalleled realm, one that was truly unprecedented and unparalleled. No wonder her ancestor had endured for 9,000 years and still remained in the world. Gu Qingxue had previously speculated whether her ancestor had, like those sovereigns within the forbidden zones, suppressed their own power to survive, slumbering in chaos. Yet now, it was evident that this was not the case. Her ancestor had evidently ascended to a realm far more potent than the ordinary imperial realms, which allowed him to endure an immortal realm. Qingxue, from now on, you should dedicate yourself to the cultivation of the heavenly emperor scripture passed down by the great Emperor Gu Chen. As for my own techniques, they may serve as auxiliary support for your practice in the future, Xiaoya continued, her tone laced with a subtle hint of unnoticeable shame. Previously, in her efforts to nurture Gu Qingxue, she had persuaded her to abandon the heavenly emperor scripture of the Gu family, advocating instead for the immortal techniques she had imparted. For Xiaoya believed that her own techniques surpassed the so-called imperial legacies of this vast world. Choosing the superior path, Gu Chen naturally opted to cultivate the immortal methods passed down by Xiaoya, rather than the ordinary imperial techniques. However, upon truly encountering Gu Chen and experiencing his formidable power, which bordered on the terrifying, the fairy of Xiaoya immediately altered her perspective. What method of cultivation should one pursue? Naturally, it must be the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra, passed down by this esteemed emperor of the Gu family. While many celestial techniques exist, the authentic methods passed down by true emperors are few and far between throughout history. When genuine imperial techniques emerge, they're invariably met with a frenzied rush from all realms. The distinction between them, in terms of strength and significance, is clear to the fairy of Xiaoya. Yes, master. Listening to her mentor's words, filled with reverence and awe for their ancestor, Gu Chen felt a mixture of shock and profound curiosity. Could this true emperor, spoken of by her master, truly surpass the emperors of the vast realms throughout history? In the boundless realm, in an unknown location, stood the interior of an ancient grand hall, where massive pillars, each as thick as 100 feet, soared towards the heavens, supporting this immense and timeless edifice. Within the hall, colossal thrones loomed, each rising over 1,000 feet, emanating an aura of ancient grandeur. If the second ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Yuanwu, were present, he would surely be taken aback. For this place was none other than the supreme domain of the Imperial Alliance, the abode of the myriad emperors. At this moment, the ancient hall resonated with boundless, majestic energies, all emanating from the great beings seated upon the thrones. Among the ancient thrones, 3 figures sat in solemn silence. The first figure appeared to be a robust man clad in dark armor. The second was an elderly man in a Taoist robe, his hair a striking silver. The third was a woman adorned in a purple palace gown. Each figure was distinct in form, yet they shared a singular trait. They were enveloped in an aura of chaos, exuding an unrelenting imperial majesty. The ancient has perished. Considering the information reported by that Chen youth not long ago, it seems the Gu family's figure from 90,000 years ago has returned. How do the two of you perceive this? The elder in the Taoist robe spoke first, his tone indifferent yet tinged with a hint of gravity. How to perceive it? We simply stand ready to counter whatever may come, replied the emperor clad in dark armor with a light chuckle, his voice resonating like thunder. Indeed, what you say holds merit, the woman in the purple gown added with a carefree laugh. Even if that Gu family emperor returns to the vast realm, what of it? 90,000 years have passed, and his era has long concluded. Our imperial alliance is now powerful, with numerous emperors at the helm. Do we truly fear the Gu family emperor? Though she spoke thus, the emperor's greatest concern was not the Gu family emperor, but rather the situation with the demonic entities from the demon realm. 90,000 years ago, the demonic invasion brought considerable turmoil to the vast realm. Now that Gu Chen has returned, we must wonder if those demonic forces will seize this opportunity to invade our realm once more. Upon hearing these words, the woman adorned in a purple palace gown scoffed and remarked, "Dear friend Yuan Jun, I believe you are overly concerned. It has been a full 90,000 years since then. Logically speaking, the esteemed Emperor Gu should have long since passed away. Yet, he remains alive to this day, which can only signify one thing, that the Emperor Gu, akin to the sovereigns within those forbidden zones of life, has suppressed his own combat prowess, thus delaying the decay of his vitality and lifespan, and has managed to survive until now. Furthermore, with a span of 90,000 years having elapsed without any incursion from the demonic realm into our vast domain, it suggests that those malevolent entities have likely long abandoned their plans to invade our world. Surely, neither of you genuinely believe that the Emperor Gu has single-handedly thwarted the demons from the ninth heaven for a staggering 90,000 years, do you? Chapter 34. The Contempt of the Emperors, the Methods of the Yen Emperor, the Edict Concerning Gu Chen? It is naturally met with disbelief. The moment the words of the lady in the purple gown were uttered, both the great Emperor Yuan Jun and the Yen Emperor burst into laughter. They could hardly accept the notion that for the past 90,000 years, the Emperor Gu Chen of the Gu family had been engaged in a relentless struggle against the demons from the abyss, up until now. Such a scenario is simply implausible. In the realm of emperors, even with the elixir of immortality, one could at most extend their life to 30 or 50,000 years. It is already an extreme limit for the mighty Gu Chen to survive for 50 or 60,000 years, regardless of his prowess. Furthermore, during the invasion of the Abyss 9,000 years ago, several demon sovereigns of equal standing to the emperors of the vast realm emerged. The Gu family's emperor, having plunged into the depths of the nine heavens at the end of the celestial path, battled those demon sovereigns for an entire 90,000 years until now. How could this be conceivable? The only plausible explanation is that the Gu family's emperor, after departing from the vast realm, did not impede the demons for long. Upon realizing the imminent end of his lifespan, he retreated from the nine heavens, seeking refuge in the Chaos Sea, sealing his powers as those who dominate the forbidden zones do, and fell into a deep slumber until now. The demons of the Abyss must have long since relinquished their ambitions to invade the vast realm, which account for the nearly 90,000 years of peace in the vast realm. None of the emperors present believed that the tranquility of the vast realm for the past 90,000 years was solely the result of Gu Chen's guardianship. Thus, there was no cause for concern. The return of an aged emperor in decline would hardly stir any disturbances. The great Emperor Yuan Jun felt reassured, his eyelids lifting slightly. However, while he no longer harbored excessive worries regarding Gu Chen, the matters concerning the Abyss still warranted thorough investigation. Friend Zihen, I entrust this matter to you. Please venture into the depths of the nine heavens to investigate. Should no traces of the abyssal demons be found, we shall feel more at ease. Rest assured. This task is well within my capabilities, the lady in the purple gown replied with a slight nod, appearing quite at ease with the great Emperor Yuan Jun's request. To her, this was hardly a challenging task. After all, in her view, there should be no signs of abyssal forces in those depths. Otherwise, they would have long circumvented the Chaos Sea and invaded the vast realm. Esteemed Yuan Jun is overly cautious, she thought, shaking her head dismissively before her figure dissipated from the throne. From my perspective, there is no need for such complications. We could simply summon Gu Chen and clarify everything, could we not? The Yin Emperor remarked, casting a glance at the direction in which Zihen had vanished. His voice booming. Gu Chen has only just returned to the vast realm. It would be prudent for us not to startle the snake in the grass. The great Emperor Yuan Jun lowered his gaze slightly, noting that his true form was currently inconvenient to mobilize, and he did not wish to stir up trouble at this juncture. Upon hearing the words of the great Emperor Yuan Jun, the Emperor Yan's laughter resonated like thunder. Rest assured, this matter requires no intervention from you, my fellow Taoist Yuan Jun. It is for me to handle. Though Yan Kuan is but a descendant of mine whom I regard with little esteem, it is intolerable for him to be slain without cause. I shall seek an explanation. The words of Emperor Yin rendered the great Emperor Yuan Jun silent. The former was the ancestral figure of the Yin clan, and Yan Kuan had seemingly been wantonly extinguished by Gu Chen while stationed in the outer realms. Naturally, Emperor Yin would not let this transgression go unpunished. What do you intend to do? Knowing that Emperor Yin would undoubtedly seek vengeance to alleviate his grievances, the great Emperor Yuan Jun refrained from dissuasion, merely inquiring with a calm demeanor. What difficulty lies in that? I need only issue an imperial decree summoning Gu Chen to answer. Emperor Yin replied with a booming voice, exuding indifference. Although I currently possess but a single avatar on the vast continent, I trust that the Gu family emperor, provided he is not excessively foolish, would not dare defy my command. After all, this is no longer the era of 90,000 years ago. Emperor Yin brimmed with confidence. Even with only one avatar on the sprawling continent, he believed Gu Chen would not dare to disobey his orders. After all, 90,000 years had elapsed, and the Gu family emperor had long since lost his former glory. He likely faced the twilight of his life, his vitality waning, and barely capable of exerting imperial power. In contrast, Emperor Yin was in the prime of his strength, a peak emperor unmatched by Gu Chen. Moreover, the moment Gu Chen returned to the vast realm, he went directly back to his family, indicating his deep regard for his clan. Presently, Emperor Yin stood at his zenith, poised to dominate the world for millennia to come, while Gu Chen likely had little time left to live, poised for imminent demise. Even if he did not consider his own interests, he would not dare to disregard the orders issued in the name of the entire Gu clan. For the killing of my Yin family's quasi-emperor, I shall ensure that you pay a price, and I shall make you lose face within this vast realm. A chilling glint flickered in Emperor Yan's eyes. The Gu family emperor who once ruled supreme 90,000 years ago? That era has long since passed. Now it is the age of the Imperial Alliance, the age of Emperor Yin. In the depths of the Yin family within the vast continent, there existed a shrine enshrining the statue of Emperor Yin. The current head of the Yin family knelt reverently before the statue, his face filled with trepidation. Just moments ago, the distant ancestor, Emperor Yin, had unexpectedly manifested his divine presence, a fragment of his consciousness attaching itself to the statue, explicitly demanding to see him. I have descended, and there are matters I require you to attend to, Emperor Yin proclaimed, surveying the kneeling head of the Yin family with a voice that thundered. Your command shall be carried out, my emperor. The head of the Yin family responded promptly. Dispatch someone with my imperial decree to the Gu family, Emperor Yin instructed. Convey my summons to Gu Chen, urging him to come forth swiftly, for I have matters to discuss with him. Do you understand? As Emperor Yan's voice echoed, an ancient imperial edict descended from the void, landing before the head of the Yin family. Proceed to the Gu family and deliver the decree to Gu Chen. Gu Chen. Could it be the ancestral figure of the Gu family, the seemingly returned Emperor Gu Chen? The head of the Yin family was struck with astonishment. Yet upon witnessing the imperial decree before him, he dared not hesitate for a moment, promptly replying, I shall faithfully adhere to the will of Emperor Yin. After respectfully exiting the ancestral hall, the head of the Yin family, holding the imperial edict, was brimming with excitement and satisfaction. Previously, he had felt stifled by the demise of the quasi-emperor Yin Kun. Little did he expect that the reaction from their ancestor, Emperor Yin, would be so swift and forceful. The issuance of the imperial decree, summoning the great emperor of the Gu family for an audience, was nothing short of a blatant disregard. As if the illustrious figure who had once shaken the world 90,000 years ago held no significance whatsoever. Chapter 35. The Majesty of the Imperial Clan, Emperor Yan's Chariot. Accompanied by the semi-imperial. In the realm of the same domain, regardless of age, individuals may refer to one another as fellow Taoists. And this holds especially true for those of imperial stature. For the renowned Gu family emperor, who made a name for himself 90,000 years ago, Emperor Yin is merely a newcomer. Yet at present, it appears that Emperor Yin does not regard the emperor of the Gu family as a senior or even a fellow Taoist worthy of respect. Instead, he seems to have elevated himself to a loftier position, looking down upon his counterpart. If this were not the case, how could he dare to command the other with such audacity? Since Emperor Yin is bold enough to act thus, he must certainly possess thorough preparations. The head of the Yin family pondered deeply. He had previously worried about how to respond if the legendary Gu family emperor from 90,000 years ago were to return. However, it seems that Emperor Yin has not even deemed that esteemed figure worthy of consideration. Otherwise, he would not display such disdain, merely issuing a decree summoning the Gu family emperor to respond. Indeed, even if the Gu family emperor was once extraordinarily powerful after the passage of 90,000 years, it would be a stroke of fortune for him to still be alive. He is likely frail and weakened by age. How could he dare to contend with Emperor Yin? The head of the Yin family muttered softly to himself. Emperor Yin attained his Tao 2,000 years ago and still possesses nearly 20,000 years of lifespan. Now, he stands at the pinnacle of his life, brimming with vitality and vigor. Even if the Gu family emperor is still alive, he is likely long since withered, his essence depleted, and his life nearing its end. This matter requires careful consideration. One should not act rashly. It would be best to allow the myriad beings to witness this, bolstering the prestige of the Yin family, demonstrating to all that there exists a disparity among imperial clans. The head of the Yin family felt a surge of determination. He resolved to seize this opportunity to showcase the might of the Yin family to the world. He wished to illustrate the consequences of offending a formidable imperial clan. With this thought in mind, the head of the Yin family hesitated no longer. Holding the imperial decree with reverence, he approached a grand hall deep within the Yin family estate and respectfully proclaimed, "Ancestors above, the current head of the Yin family seeks an audience." In the eastern desolation Dao domain within the Gu family, Gu Chen sat leisurely in the council hall, yet his gaze transcended the barriers of the hall, surveying the entirety of the Gu family. Ever since he announced the decision for the Gu family to relocate to the life-forbidden zone, the entire clan had sprung into action, diligently packing their belongings and preparing for the migration. After all, the Gu family had existed in this locale for 90,000 years. The preparations for such a move could not be completed in just a few hours, requiring at least 2 to 3 days. Observing the bustling members of the Gu family, Gu Chen remained unhurried, allowing ample time for everyone to prepare. After all, once they moved to the life-forbidden zone, the Gu family would not be returning. Just as Gu Chen was leisurely watching the clan members organize their belongings, a subtle shift occurred within his heart. He sensed a surge of imperial might rising from a distant region of the eastern desolation Dao domain, approaching the position of the Gu family at a steady pace. Turning his gaze toward the source of this imperial presence, a cold smile involuntarily graced his lips. "Excellent. I had yet to seek you out. Yet you have come knocking at my door." For the esteemed celestial sex of the eastern wilderness, today undoubtedly marks a momentous occasion. Shortly after the return of the esteemed Gu family emperor, who indiscriminately obliterated the ancient imperial master, an imperial aura began to rise from the direction of the Yin clan, resounding across the lands and captivating the attention of all. What transpired? Why does the Yin clan also exude the presence of an emperor? Could this event be connected to the Gu family? Swiftly, powerful beings from various factions hastened to uncover the truth. Upon their arrival, these formidable figures were greeted by an astonishing sight. In the vicinity of the Yin clan stronghold, an ancient war chariot emerged, drawn by 9 heads of a creature resembling a qilin, thundering across the earth. This ancient war chariot, resplendent in bronze, bore the scars and marks of countless fierce battles, exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur. As it crushed the ground beneath, it released a deafening roar akin to a tsunami, causing the vast earth to tremble as if on the verge of being shattered. Trailing behind this chariot was an elderly figure clad in a dark robe, his hair as white as snow, hands downcast as he followed the chariot's path. Even in his stillness, the old man's presence radiated a terrifying aura, reminiscent of a deep abyss, rivaling that of the ancient imperial master. This was indeed a powerful being on the brink of emperorhood. Had the Yin clan summoned a quasi-emperor? What would they possibly intend to do? This appeared to be the Yin clan's 5th ancestor, a formidable figure from nearly 10 millennia past. As recorded in the ancient texts of the sect, a quasi-emperor in this era, when saints are scarce, truly underscores the unfathomable heritage of the Yin clan. While the onlookers were struck with awe and reflection, their gazes soon shifted from the 5th ancestor to the ancient bronze chariot itself. The chariot was extraordinary, not a peak imperial weapon, yet it emanated an undeniable majesty akin to that of such legendary artifacts. Observers were taken aback, as if recalling something significant. Was this not the very chariot once wielded by the Yin clan's emperor? In days of yore, the Yin emperor had traversed the heavens in this chariot, vanquishing a formidable quasi-emperor and clearing the path for the imperial realm. Upon this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The chariot previously commandeered by the Yin emperor, though it may not possess the might of a peak imperial weapon, its symbolic significance is beyond imagination. Look closely. What lies upon that chariot? Some appeared to sense a shift, their gazes towards the chariot filled with tremors of revelation. As their collective attention focused, they beheld a scroll of edict resting serenely atop the ancient bronze chariot. The scroll remained closed, exuding no discernible aura, yet it stirred profound emotions within those who beheld it, igniting their imagination. Consider the gravity of the situation. The venerable Yin clan ancestor, of such lofty stature, now humbly trailing behind the bronze chariot, constrained to show utmost reverence and deference. The decree, resplendently displayed upon the bronze chariot, evokes profound implications. It suggests that this scroll is far from ordinary. It is highly probable that it is the imperial edict bestowed by the revered Emperor Yin of the Yin family. The mere mention of a Yin emperor's decree sends ripples of astonishment through the crowd, rendering them momentarily breathless as they gaze, spellbound, at the awe-inspiring spectacle. As the ancient chariot rumbles across the earth, the onlookers awaken from their stupor, trailing behind in a dazed reverie. A collective curiosity ignites within them. They yearn to discern the destination of this bronze chariot and the purpose behind the decree seemingly delivered by the Emperor Yin. Chapter 36. The arrival at the Gu family. At this moment, the entire eastern wilderness was enveloped in a tempest of anticipation, as myriad powerful figures trailed behind the ancient imperial war chariot of the Yin family, eager to uncover the unfolding spectacle. Among those following the chariot, the esteemed fifth ancestor of the Yin family sensed the throng of individuals trailing behind, yet he chose to remain silent, continuing the journey with stoic resolve, allowing the multitude to follow in his wake. This was, in fact, part of the Yin family's grand design. With the decree of the Yin emperor now in effect, the Yin family sought to seize this opportunity to instill fear across the realms, revealing the terrifying might of the vast imperial lineage. The Yin emperor's war chariot thundered across the land, its wheels turning with an unhurried grace, seemingly moving at a leisurely pace. Yet, in the span of a single breath, it left the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers far behind. Had the fifth ancestor not intentionally slowed their advance, the formidable cultivators from various celestial sects would have been left far behind, unable to keep pace. As time progressed, the powerful figures trailing the Yin emperor's chariot could not help but display expressions of astonishment. For, judging by the direction in which the chariot moved, they had arrived at a startling conclusion. The Yin emperor's war chariot was heading towards the Gu family. What business did the Yin emperor have with the Gu family? Could it be related to the recently returned Emperor Gu Chen? In an instant, a flurry of thoughts crossed their minds. Was the return of the Gu family's emperor prompting a visit of welcome or congratulations from the Yin emperor? Yet, this speculation was swiftly dismissed. The aura emanating from the Yin emperor's chariot was undeniably aggressive, suggesting intentions far from cordial. After all, in the presence of the Gu family's emperor, even the Yin family's emperor would be regarded as a junior. If the Yin emperor truly intended to offer congratulations, he would have made his presence known in person rather than dispatching merely a war chariot. This was a clear expression of disdain, implying that the Gu family's emperor was not worthy of a personal visit from the Yin emperor. Such ominous intentions raised the question, would there be a confrontation between the imperial forces today? Some strong individuals could not help but reflect on this possibility, instinctively distancing themselves from the Yin emperor's chariot. A clash of emperors could resonate through the ages. Even the slightest remnants of such a confrontation could obliterate vast landscapes and alter the very fabric of existence. Should the Yin emperor truly seek to engage with the Gu family's emperor, being too close could render them vulnerable to collateral damage. Despite the known peril, the crowd did not waver. They chose to continue their pursuit. After all, a confrontation between two imperial beings was a spectacle worthy of being etched into the annals of history. A rare occurrence that an ordinary cultivator might never witness in a lifetime. With such an opportunity at hand, they were determined not to let it slip away. Rumbling at the Gu family's residence, those busy preparing their belongings were jolted by the tremors that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. What was happening? Was the earth itself upheaving? Surely, it couldn't be as tumultuous as that. It felt as though the very realm were on the brink of collapse. No, there was something more beyond the tremors. They sensed an overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloping the atmosphere. The members of the Gu family whispered among themselves, and several elders, unable to suppress their curiosity, soared into the air to gaze into the distance. What they beheld left them utterly astonished. No, it appeared I have glimpsed an ancient war chariot. seemingly heading towards the Gu family. Following the chariot was an individual. I must ascertain who it is. Ah, a Gu elder exclaimed, covering his eyes as he plummeted from the sky, two streaks of blood flowing between his fingers. He had intended to utilize his divine abilities to perceive the distant scene clearly, but unexpectedly, he seemed to have triggered a certain taboo, and was overwhelmed by a colossal force, injuring his eyes. Witnessing this, the members of the Gu family felt an involuntary chill in their hearts. Merely catching a distant glimpse resulted in injury, undoubtedly indicating that the approaching presence was far more formidable than they could fathom. Yet, who could possibly be coming for the Gu family? Was it the ancient emperor already slain by our ancestor? The mere mention of their ancestor calmed the previously unsettled members of the Gu family. Indeed, they almost forgot that their ancestor remained with them. What was there to fear? Even if the visitor were a quasi-emperor, they would still not stir any significant turmoil. Before long, the resounding rumble that echoed through the heavens and earth came to a sudden halt. The Yin Emperor's war chariot quietly rested outside the Gu family residence. Observing this scene, the powerful figures who had followed the chariot felt a profound sense of awe. They had indeed not misjudged. This Yin Emperor's chariot was directed towards the Gu family. Yin family? What brings you here? Gu Daolin inquired solemnly regarding the imposing Yin Emperor's chariot stationed at the Gu family grounds. He held no fondness for the Yin family, having previously dispatched individuals to seek their aid, only to be ruthlessly turned away. Has your esteemed family sent but a mere child to welcome me upon my arrival? How exceedingly rude. The fifth ancestor of the Yin family cast a glance at Gu Daolin and spoke indifferently. At these words, Gu Daolin was momentarily at a loss for words. The fifth ancestor of the Yin family did not conceal his aura, allowing Gu Daolin to easily discern that he was a quasi-emperor. Logically, a quasi-emperor from another imperial clan should be met with another quasi-emperor, or at the very least, accompanied by a sage. However, their family's sole sage, the second uncle, was still in a state of unconsciousness. How could he be expected to greet anyone? Surely, it would be absurd to have the ancestor come forth. A mere quasi-emperor lacked the qualifications to warrant such an honor. Reflecting on this, Gu Daolin felt a twinge of anger. He could perceive that the words of the Yin family's fifth ancestor were clearly aimed at undermining the Gu family's prestige. A show of power. Thus, Gu Daolin calmed his emotions and responded with measured composure. I am the current head of the Gu family. It is only fitting that I receive the quasi-emperor. However, I am curious as to the purpose of the Yin family's visit. The Yin family recently received a plea for assistance from your Gu family. As members of the imperial lineage, we must naturally look after one another. Thus, I have come to offer my aid to the Gu family. The fifth ancestor of the Yin family smiled ambiguously, yet beneath that smile lingered a hint of disdain. Here to assist? Gu Daolin was taken aback at first, but soon anger flickered in his eyes. The Gu family had sought help days ago, only to be coldly rebuffed by the Yin family. When the Eternal Emperor threatened the Gu family, the Yin family offered no support. Now, after the fall of the Eternal Emperor, the Yin family's quasi-emperor arrives to lend assistance? What a farce. The Gu family is no longer in peril. I kindly ask this quasi-emperor of the Yin family to take their leave. Gu Daolin replied with a sardonic laugh, his tone firm. In former times, he would never have dared to speak so boldly to a quasi-emperor of an imperial lineage, needing to treat them with utmost respect. However, now that it was clear the visitor came to provoke and ridicule the Gu family, Gu Daolin saw no reason to extend courtesy. Well, the quasi-emperor, with the return of our ancestor, the Gu family is now under the protection of a true emperor. With this thought, Gu Daolin straightened his posture, gazing defiantly at the fifth ancestor of the Yin family. Observing Gu Daolin's utter lack of respect, the fifth ancestor of the Yin family snorted coldly. Yet his gaze involuntarily darted toward the depths of the Gu family estate, revealing a trace of inscrutable apprehension. He understood that Gu Daolin's audacity stemmed solely from the return of the Gu family's great emperor. Otherwise, how could an insignificant creature, not even a sage, dare to speak so to a quasi-emperor? Nevertheless, the fifth ancestor of the Yin family glanced at the Yin emperor's war chariot beside him, and the flicker of apprehension soon vanished. What if the Gu family is protected by an emperor? The Yin family possesses formidable emperors of their own. Since the Gu family no longer requires assistance, I shall take my leave. The fifth ancestor of the Yin family chuckled, but then abruptly shifted his tone, stating, however, before I depart, there is one matter to address. Present the edict of a Yin emperor. The fifth ancestor of the Yin family spoke solemnly, approaching the Yin emperor's war chariot, extending his hands reverently to lift the edict resting upon it. He spoke in a dispassionate tone, "You young ones of the Gu family, before the edict of a Yin emperor, why do you not kneel?" As he spoke, the fifth ancestor slowly unfurled the edict. As the edict was unveiled, a torrent of overwhelming imperial might emanated from it, rapidly spreading throughout the Gu family estate. Should this imperial might envelop them, without question, every member of the Gu family would be compelled to kneel and receive the imperial decree, and as the head of the Gu family, Gu Dowling would undoubtedly be the first to bow. Witnessing this scene, the fifth ancestor of the Yin family smiled slyly. If Gu Dowling were to kneel, it would undoubtedly be a severe blow to the Gu family's prestige. Though Gu Dowling's strength was not formidable, his status as the head of the family was uniquely significant. In this present age, even the head of the Gu family must kneel to receive the imperial edict of Emperor Yin. Witnessing this spectacle, the vast multitude across the realm shall undoubtedly comprehend that there exists a disparity among the imperial clans. However, just as the five ancestors of the Yin family prepared to relish the humiliation of Gu Dowling kneeling before them, an aura of profound equanimity, yet resplendently grand, suddenly surged forth from the depths of the Gu family. In an instant, it enveloped the entirety of the Gu household, rendering the imperial might emanating from the Yin edict incapable of extending even a fraction beyond its confines. Under the protection of this magnificent presence, Gu Dowling remained unscathed, impervious even to the imperial authority radiating from the edict. The expression of the Yin family's fifth ancestor shifted, yet a cold smile soon graced his lips as he abruptly unfurled the entirety of the edict in his grasp. Evidently, the emperor of the Gu family could not maintain his composure any longer. How fortuitous, for I was just lamenting your reluctance to emerge. With a resounding boom, the Yin imperial edict was fully unfurled, unleashing an overwhelming imperial might that surged forth unceasingly, accompanied by several formidable ancient characters inscribed upon the edict. The laws of heaven and earth resonated, and myriad forces converged, causing a grand voice to echo throughout the void of existence. Yin imperial edict summoned Gu Chen of the Gu family to present himself. This majestic proclamation, devoid of warmth and compassion, rang through the heavens and the earth, akin to the frigid decree of celestial order. This, indeed, is the will of Emperor Yin. Chapter 37. The speed of light slap, the semi-imperial chariot, and the sword aimed at the Yin family. The grand proclamation reverberated across the heavens, leaving all who heard it in a state of astonishment. The decree of the Yin emperor summoned Gu Chen to an audience. Gu Chen, is that not the name of the esteemed ancestor from the Gu family, the illustrious Emperor Gu Chen from 90,000 years ago? Upon comprehending the significance of the name Gu Chen, the powerful beings across the Eastern Wilderness Path were left in shock. They could scarcely fathom that the decree from a Yin emperor was so audacious and arrogant as to summon the emperor of the Gu family for an audience. This was nothing short of a blatant affront to the Gu family's esteemed emperor. What? The Yin emperor dares to summon our ancestor for an audience? On what grounds? As fellow emperors, our ancestor ascended to his divine status 70 to 80,000 years before the Yin emperor. Who does he think he is to demand such a meeting? In the Gu family stronghold, shouts filled with indignation erupted among the clan members. Even if the Yin emperor were a mighty sovereign of this age, he ought not to be so brazen and dismissive. Our ancestor is also an emperor. Why should he go and greet the Yin emperor? This is a complete disregard for our ancestor. In truth, even the fifth patriarch of the Yin family, who was tasked with delivering the decree, was momentarily taken aback upon learning the decree's contents. He had not anticipated such explosive wording. Although he had been informed beforehand by the Yin family's head that the decree was intended to intimidate the Gu family's emperor, and avenge the death of Yin Kun. He never expected the Yin Emperor's tone to be so unyielding. This was no mere intimidation. It was a blatant contempt, failing to recognize the Gu family emperor as an equal. However, after the initial astonishment and stupor, the fifth patriarch of the Yin family quickly regained his composure. His confidence bolstered. Previously, out of fear of the Gu family emperor, he had refrained from any excessive actions, only daring to mock and provoke verbally. Yet now, seeing that the Yin emperor had completely disregarded the emperor of the Gu family from 90,000 years ago, the fifth patriarch naturally decided to adopt a more assertive stance. Gu family, will you not accept the decree? The fifth patriarch of the Yin family bellowed, holding the imperial edict aloft, his heart surging with fervor. Accept the decree? Who would accept it? Of course, it was the Gu Chen mentioned within the Yin emperor's decree. The fifth patriarch of the Yin family had not anticipated that one day he would exert pressure over a true emperor. Even if this was through the might of the Yin emperor, it was still an experience that would linger in his memory for a long time. How amusing. Just as the fifth patriarch of the Yin family stood tall, reveling in the splendor of his newfound authority, a sudden laughter echoed from deep within the Gu family. The laughter was calm, devoid of any anger, yet it sent a chill down the spine of the fifth patriarch. In the next moment, a figure clad in white, with an imposing presence, suddenly appeared before him. With the emergence of that figure came an overwhelming imperial presence, akin to a tempestuous wave, relentless and grand. The might of this authority was so formidable that it instantly overshadowed the imperial decree emanating from the Yin emperor, rendering it as fragile as a flickering candle flame amidst a tempest, on the verge of extinguishment. The Gu family's emperor, upon witnessing this extraordinary figure before him, the fifth ancestor of the Yin family could not help but think of this singular individual. In the entirety of the Gu family, such an imposing presence could only belong to the esteemed Gu Chen. The name of a person bears the shadow of their stature. The moment Gu Chen descended, an involuntary sense of dread surged within the heart of the Yin family's fifth ancestor. Yet, recalling his purpose for this visit, to represent the will of the Yin emperor, he gritted his teeth, compelling himself to suppress that feeling of fear. However, to Gu Chen, this display of defiance appeared nothing more than the futile fluttering of an ant's wings, insignificant and laughable. As the emperor descended, how dare a mere quasi-emperor not kneel? With a slight lowering of his gaze, Gu Chen cast a fleeting glance at the Yin family's fifth ancestor, and an immeasurable imperial might cascaded forth, obliterating everything in its path, instantly drowning out the imperial decree of the Yin emperor, descending like a colossal mountain, leaving the fifth ancestor no time to react, causing him to suddenly kneel before Gu Chen. Thud! The fifth ancestor's knees crashed violently against the ground, creating two deep craters. Moreover, his head could not rise. Overwhelmed by the supreme imperial might, he could only humbly bow his head to the earth, prostrating himself before Gu Chen. A junior dares to deliver an imperial decree to me, the emperor? How amusing, truly amusing. With a casual motion, Gu Chen summoned the imperial decree from the hands of the Yin family's fifth ancestor, and with a mere flick of his finger, the decree crumbled as if crushed by an unparalleled force, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. Watching the imperial decree of the Yin emperor transform into flames and vanish, a cold glint flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. After 90,000 years, it seemed the vast realm had forgotten his existence, forgotten who he truly was. How dare a mere novice, who later achieved the path, show him such disrespect? It is worth noting that even during his tenure guarding the frontier, not even the supreme beings of the demonic realm dared to treat him with such insolence. The Gu family's emperor, that was the decree of the Yin family's sovereign. Though the fifth ancestor of the Yin family trembled with fear as he witnessed Gu Chen casually obliterate the imperial decree, he still managed to shout defiantly. In truth, the fifth ancestor felt somewhat dazed at that moment. He could not comprehend why this Gu emperor was so overwhelmingly forceful, entirely contrary to his prior expectations. It was always the emperor who issued decrees to others. Who would dare to issue a decree to him? Gu Chen cast a dispassionate glance at the fifth ancestor of the Yin family, then strolled leisurely towards the ancient war chariot of the Yin emperor. A wave of imperial might swept across, and the 9 Qilin beasts harnessed to the chariot exploded into blossoms of crimson. What does he intend to do? Witnessing Gu Chen's actions, the fifth ancestor felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. In the next moment, he watched in astonishment as Gu Chen stepped forward, boldly mounting the ancient war chariot. Why did he ascend the chariot of the Yin emperor? The fifth ancestor of the Yin family was momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend Gu Chen's actions. However, in the next instant, clarity dawned upon him. For Gu Chen, standing atop the ancient war chariot, beckoned him with a finger, akin to summoning a tame beast or steed. Gulme, this sovereign of the Gu family intended for him to pull the chariot. The fifth ancestor of the Yin family swiftly grasped Gu Chen's intent, nearly succumbing to fury. He, a dignified being on the verge of becoming an emperor, was to be treated like a mere beast of burden. Gu Chen abandoned this thought. Even in death, I shall not endure such humiliation. The Yin emperor will not let you go unpunished. Consumed by rage, the fifth ancestor of the Yin family bellowed. To be made to pull Gu Chen's chariot before the eyes of the world was an affront that surpassed even death. Yet, observing the fifth ancestor's indignation, Gu Chen harbored no sympathy. If one dared to challenge the Gu family and seek to humiliate them, one must be prepared to face humiliation in return. A mere quasi-emperor holds no authority to defy my command. Gu Chen spoke with an air of indifference, his boundless imperial power surging forth, leaving no room for the fifth ancestor of the Yin family to refuse. In the next moment, he found himself involuntarily crawling to the front of the Yin emperor's chariot, pulling it forth. Throughout this ordeal, no matter how fiercely the fifth ancestor resisted, he could not alter his actions. Even the thought of self-harm became a distant dream. Let us proceed. Casting a glance at the fifth ancestor of the Yin family, now harnessed to the chariot, Gu Chen issued a calm instruction, directing him to return whence he came. The fifth ancestor of the Yin family screamed in despair and fury, yet he could only watch helplessly as he pulled the chariot, his limbs working in unison. With a thunderous rumble, the Yin emperor's chariot set forth once more, retracing its path. However, the current scene was starkly different from the one that had preceded it, leaving onlookers astounded. The emperor of the Gu family presided over the chariot, while the beast of burden had been replaced by the quasi-emperor of the Yin family. This, our ancestor, is truly formidable. As Gu Chen drove the chariot away, Gu Dowling could not suppress a gulp, forcing the quasi-emperor of the Yin family to pull the chariot. Goodness, this journey was akin to grinding the Yin family's pride into the dirt. Now I begin to understand why all ancient texts recounting events from 90,000 years ago hold such reverence for our ancestor's name. A Gu family elder stroked his beard, murmuring, "This is indeed our Gu family ancestor, our steadfast anchor." The youthful disciples of the Gu family erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had finally released the pent-up frustration in their hearts. In recent years, the Gu family had been diminished, with even other vast imperial clans disregarding them. Thus, Gu family members faced scorn from other imperial families during their travels. Yet now, with the return of our ancestor, all would finally be reversed. We're other vast imperial clans. As long as our venerable Gu Chen stands, they pose no threat. The thunderous rumble resonated as the chariot of Emperor Yin traversed the earth, trailed by formidable figures from the eastern wasteland domain. The powerful cultivators from various celestial sects and esteemed schools were now rendered nearly numb with astonishment. Who could have anticipated that the Emperor Gu Chen of the Gu family would act with such overwhelming dominance? A mere disagreement led to the Yin family's quasi-emperor being harnessed like a beast of burden. And this was no ordinary quasi-emperor, but one from the imperial lineage of the Yin family. As he paraded through the eastern wasteland domain, it was as if he had trampled the very dignity of the Yin family into the dust. Furthermore, the demeanor of this Emperor Gu Chen suggested that his intentions transcended mere humiliation. He appeared poised to assert dominion over the Yin family and exact reckoning. Truly, a tempest was brewing. A powerful figure quavered. Upon his return, The Emperor Gu Chen of the Gu family had stirred such monumental upheaval. Could it be that they were destined to witness history today, the emergence of imperial warfare? In the eastern wasteland domain, at the Yin family residence, the patriarch stood at the boundary, anxiously awaiting the return of their fifth ancestor. Patriarch, do you think the emperor of the Gu family will heed the commands of our Emperor Yin? An elder of the Yin family expressed his unease. Despite the current circumstances, that emperor of the Gu family had once been a peerless sovereign renowned across the vast expanse. Would he truly acquiesce to the orders of Emperor Yin? There are disparities even among emperors. It has been a staggering 90,000 years since the era of the Gu family's emperor, though he may still draw breath. His lifespan must be waning, nearing its end. How could he possibly compare to our Emperor Yin? The patriarch's disdainful words were abruptly interrupted by the resounding rumble that jolted his senses. Such a commotion could only signify the imminent return of their fifth ancestor. In an instant, all members of the Yin family instinctively turned towards the source of the quaking, bracing themselves to welcome back their revered fifth ancestor. Yet, to their utter shock and disbelief, they beheld a scene that left them utterly astonished. Chapter 38. Decisive and Ruthless, the Fall of the Yin Emperor. Anger and shock the members of the Yin family indeed beheld their five ancestors. Yet the sight diverged vastly from their expectations. The five ancestors had returned, not in a triumphant manner, but prostrated upon the ground like ancient beasts, using their hands and feet to pull the chariot of the Yin Emperor. Above the chariot stood a figure, imposing and aloof, gazing down upon the world with indifference. What is this predicament? Who is this person that dares to humiliate the five ancestors in such a manner, compelling them to pull the chariot? The members of the Yin family, including their patriarch, were utterly bewildered. No one had anticipated that the five ancestors would return in such a disgraceful posture. It was a resounding slap to the face of the entire Yin clan. Who is this individual? An elder of the Yin family, filled with shock and fury, exclaimed, "Could it be that esteemed emperor of the Gu family, the patriarch of the Yin family murmured, with an inkling of suspicion stirring within him? This time, the five ancestors had ventured forth bearing the edict of the Yin emperor. Now that the edict had vanished without a trace, the ancestors were rendered powerless, forced to act as mere beasts of burden. Who else could orchestrate such a scene, if not that emperor of the Gu family? As the tumultuous emotions surged among the Yin clan, Gu Chen had already driven the chariot to the threshold of their residence. Where is the Yin emperor? I have descended. Should he not kneel to welcome me? Gu Chen surveyed the Yin family estate, veiled in ethereal mist, his gaze devoid of warmth, as he commanded the Yin emperor to appear and kneel, dismissing him entirely. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the Yin family members were etched with shock and indignation. The Yin emperor is no ordinary figure. He is a supreme sovereign, the pinnacle of the Yin family. Even if this individual hails from the ancient Gu family, how dare he speak to the Yin emperor in such a manner, demanding his presence and subservience? Silence. How dare you insult the ancestors of the Yin family? An elder of the Yin family rebuked, unable to contain his ire. Although this elder harbored a deep-seated fear of Gu Chen, he felt emboldened by his affiliation with the Yin family and the presence of the Yin emperor behind him, thus daring to speak out with such resolve. Yet, it was evident that he had underestimated Gu Chen's prowess. Do mere ants dare to challenge the heavens? Gu Chen cast a fleeting glance at the elder, and without any action on his part, the elder's face was suddenly beset by a wave of horror. In the next moment, the elder's body erupted, transforming into a gruesome blossom of blood, dissipating into the ether. The other members of the Yin family, who had harbored intentions of interjecting like this elder, were left aghast, their mouths sealed in terror at the sight. Who could have foreseen that this emperor of the Gu family would act with such merciless ferocity, resorting to murder at the slightest provocation? Meanwhile, the numerous powerful figures from the Eastern Desolation following Gu Chen remained largely unfazed, merely perceiving that the elder of the Yin family had acted with undue foolishness. It is crucial to understand that the recently ascendant Emperor Gu effortlessly shattered the decree of Emperor Yin, forcefully compelling the Yin family's five ancestors, who were on the verge of imperial ascendance, to yield. Now, Merely an elder of the Yin family dares to speak recklessly in his presence. Is this not a blatant invitation to death? Emperor Yin, if you do not reveal yourself within 3 breaths, I shall eradicate your entire clan, Gu Chen declared, overlooking the Yin family's expressions of shock and fear. His actions have always been decisive and ruthless, his promises unbreakable. Should Emperor Yin fail to appear within the stipulated time, Gu Chen would unhesitatingly wipe out the entire Yin family. After all, it is not just the Yin family. There are other imperial clans as well. Had he not defended the borders for 90,000 years, they would have perished long ago, reduced to ashes, and would not have had the opportunity to flaunt their power before him today. Thus, it is only reasonable that he takes their lives now. As Gu Chen's voice echoed, a sudden laughter erupted from deep within the Yin family stronghold, a laughter laced with suppressed fury, somewhat chilling in its intensity. Following this sound, a towering beam of blood light surged upward, like a dragon breaking through the clouds, piercing the heavens above. Emperor Yin, the supreme existence of our clan, has descended. Feeling the tumultuous energy emanating from within the Yin family, the onlookers were filled with elation. They understood that this formidable presence was none other than their Emperor Yin. In an instant, the blood-soaring dragon of energy arrived high above, gazing down upon Gu Chen. It was a magnificent figure clad in dark iron armor, standing silently in the celestial realm. The sheer force radiating from his being distorted and shattered the void, as if the heavens themselves struggled to contain his immense power. Gu Chen, you are audacious. Not only have you slain our quasi-emperor, but you have also nullified my decree, thus shaming my clan. Emperor Yin looked down with an expression akin to that of a deity, his eyes revealing a profound anger. He had not anticipated that this Emperor Gu would act with such brazen defiance. How could a figure who had attained enlightenment 90,000 years ago, now aged and frail, possess the audacity to oppose him? Emperor Yin found this incomprehensible. Do not waste my time, he stated with a hint of impatience. Upon witnessing the Emperor's arrival, Gu Chen nodded slightly. His purpose was to confront Emperor Yin. The other members of the Yin family were, in his eyes, no more significant than mere insects. With the Emperor's appearance, he had saved considerable time. Yet, no one dares to speak to me from such a lofty position. Come down. Gu Chen had no desire for further conversation. Swiftly and decisively, he raised his hand and struck toward the Emperor high above. As a peak emperor, his combat prowess overshadowed all of history. How could a mere upstart who had only recently attained enlightenment dare to address him in such a condescending manner? With a thunderous crash, his palm struck forth, as if the very heavens were about to upheave. The boundless imperial power surged forth, and it seemed that Emperor Yin was caught off guard, as he was directly sent plummeting from the celestial heights by Gu Chen's powerful strike. As the Emperor Yin plummeted, the overwhelming and ferocious force instantaneously obliterated a significant portion of the Yin family's stronghold below. Several elders of the Yin family were swept away by the residual shockwave, their bodies disintegrating without so much as a cry of despair. How dare you? Struck down from the heavens by Gu Chen with a single slap. The Emperor Yin initially found himself momentarily dazed, soon followed by a mixture of astonishment and fury. His anger stemmed from Gu Chen's audacity. How could he be so tyrannical as to strike without provocation, seemingly disregarding him entirely? Yet, what astonished him further was the realization that he had failed to react to Gu Chen's onslaught, unable even to evade. Although he had merely descended as an avatar and was devoid of his true form's might, such a scenario was still utterly preposterous. Chapter 39. Complete Domination. A single gesture to shroud the heavens. The fall of the Yin family. Yin Di found himself momentarily bewildered, while the members of the Yin family, who had erupted into jubilant cheers at his appearance, were abruptly silenced. Even they could not have anticipated that the esteemed emperor of the Gu family would strike without a word, exhibiting no semblance of mercy or room for negotiation. What was even more unfathomable was that, in the face of the Gu family's emperor's formidable palm, Yin Di did not attempt to evade. It seemed that amidst the chaos beyond the realms, he had indeed encountered significant fortuity. Yin Di cast a profound gaze at Gu Chen. Though he was merely a manifestation of his true self, he retained a portion of his original strength, enabling him to sense that Gu Chen's prowess did not resemble that of a decrepit emperor nearing his twilight. The atmosphere crackled with tension. In response to Yin Di's scrutiny, Gu Chen displayed no interest in dialogue. Instead, he simply continued to invert his palm, striking down at Yin Di as if swatting a fly. Having discerned that this was merely a projection of Yin Di, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in further discourse. What appeared to be a casual strike from Gu Chen was imbued with an overwhelming aura, and even before the blow reached its target, Yin Di's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that he held no assurance of being able to repel this seemingly nonchalant attack. It was one thing for him to be unable to withstand it, but this was the Yin family. Should even a fraction of that power escape, the entire Yin family would face dire consequences. With a grave countenance, Yin Di acted without hesitation, soaring into the boundless expanse of the outer realms. He endeavored to relocate the battlefield, unwilling to engage in a cataclysmic clash within the eastern wilds, fearing that he would be unable to protect his family. After all, confrontations between Imperial beings carried a weight so immense that even a mere ripple of residual force could obliterate all non-Imperial entities in its path. Yet, as Yin Di ascended to the outer realms, Gu Chen remained resolute in his stance, showing no intention of pursuing him. Instead, he effortlessly altered the trajectory of his palm, directing it towards the heavens above. With a resounding boom, an unparalleled aura surged forth, and resplendent light erupted in the expanse of the outer realms. The might of the Emperor wreaked havoc, and even the mere residual shockwaves from their clash caused numerous celestial bodies to shatter, casting the outer realms into a shroud of darkness. Was this the nature of conflict between Imperial beings? The formidable warriors of the eastern wilds gazed into the outer realms, their expressions filled with horror. The speed of their confrontation was astonishing, surpassing all imagination. Even as they watched, they could not capture the trajectory of their clash, only vaguely sensing the boundless Imperial power boiling and rampaging. The energy that led to the obliteration of those celestial bodies was merely a trivial remnant of this confrontation. Observing the dimming starry skies of the outer realms, the entire Yin family turned pale. It was difficult for them to conceive what calamity would have befallen them had Yin Di not swiftly retreated to the outer realms, allowing that residual force to spread across the vast land. Surely, the entire Yin family would have ceased to exist due to the aftermath of that single strike. What left the world in utter astonishment was the sheer magnitude of this attack's outcome. The esteemed emperor of the Gu family remains steadfast upon the vast expanse of the earth, his form as unyielding as a mountain, not even the slightest flutter of his garments betraying any movement. In stark contrast, the Emperor Yin, who has ascended to the realms beyond the skies, is now beset by an overwhelming aura, his body marred by wounds of varying depths. A mere casual strike reveals the clear disparity in their might. Something is amiss. The Emperor Yin stands outside the domain, yet is gripped by an uncontrollable sense of dread. Until now, he had believed that even if this emperor of the Gu family still drew breath, he was far from his former glory. However, after truly engaging with Gu Chen, the Emperor Yin comes to realize that Gu Chen's power is disturbingly formidable. Even if his true self were to descend, victory would not be guaranteed. How dare you approach? Get down here. Yet, before Yin could gather his thoughts, he heard Gu Chen's faint yet chilling snort. In the next instant, Gu Chen extended a finger, pointing imperiously at Emperor Yin, and with a sudden downward motion, commanded, "Boom!" In the outer realms, spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, coalescing into a colossal finger of chaotic hue that obscured the light of the heavens, descending mercilessly towards the position of the Emperor Yin. Beneath this mighty digit, it seemed that Yin possessed no capacity for resistance, as he was forcefully pressed down from the heavens, akin to a mere fly being crushed, crashing violently onto the eastern wasteland. The sky was obscured by the snap of a finger. A muffled and fleeting cry emanated from beneath the chaotic finger, quickly fading into silence. The avatar of Emperor Yin was utterly unable to withstand the pressure exerted by this colossal finger, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The disintegration of the Emperor's form, even if merely an avatar, unleashed a power beyond mere terror. Boundless imperial might erupted from the point of the avatar's explosion, radiating violently in all directions. Gu Chen, of course, remained unfazed. Such a degree of power was to him akin to a gentle breeze, having no impact whatsoever. In stark contrast, the Yin family faced devastation. The point of the Avatar's descent lay near the Yin family's domain, and, as it suddenly detonated, the family bore the brunt of that unparalleled force. No cries of anguish escaped, nor did any members of the Yin clan have the chance to flee. The explosive power of the Avatar obliterated everything in an instant, leaving no survivors among the Yin family. The entire lineage was erased from the eastern wasteland, vanishing without a trace. The Yin family, an ancient imperial lineage with a heritage spanning countless generations, faced utter annihilation today, and in such a ludicrous manner. The 5 ancestors of the Yin family could only watch in horror as their entire clan disappeared before their eyes, their anguish palpable. By merely being the charioteer for Gu Chen, they had narrowly escaped this calamity. Yet for them, living in the aftermath was more unbearable than death itself. For the once resplendent Yin family had been reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, and all of this was merely the result of a single strike from the emperor of the Gu family, a mere downward gesture. You have obliterated my Yin family. When the true self of Emperor Yin descends, we shall surely settle the score, roared the 5 ancestors of the Yin family. Though the Yin family has fallen, despair has not yet taken root, for Yin D still lives. As long as Yin D endures, a mere span of recuperation will suffice to restore the Yin family to its former glory. However, in the face of the indignation of the 5 ancestors of the Yin family, Gu Chen merely cast a fleeting glance, responding with serene composure. I, the Emperor, am compassionate and have always cherished the sanctity of life. The downfall of the Yin family was wrought by your ancestor, Yin Di. What connection does it bear to me? You. The 5 ancestors of the Yin family trembled in fury, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet found themselves unable to retort. Indeed, the immediate cause of the Yin family's demise was undeniably the forced self-detonation of Yin D. Chapter 40. A sword is sufficient to sweep the universe. Spare me. Heavenly Emperor, regardless of the circumstances, Yin Emperor will avenge my Yin family. The 5 ancestors of the Yin family seemed to have thrown caution to the wind, their necks held high, voices filled with indomitable spirit as they proclaimed, Gu family Emperor, do you comprehend? The obliteration of my Yin family will stand as your gravest misjudgment. With Yin Emperor present, you shall not dare to leave the Gu family even a single step. You can only remain entrenched within your confines, awaiting Yin Emperor's retribution. After all, should you dare to venture beyond the borders of the Gu family, who knows, your lineage may soon meet the same fate as mine, annihilated. Ha ha ha. As the proclamation reached its crescendo, the tone of the 5 ancestors of the Yin family had turned somewhat deranged. To extinguish the Yin family? This is destined to be the most grievous error committed by the Gu family emperor. Indeed, if the Yin family still existed, the struggle between Yin Emperor and this Gu family emperor would have remained confined to their rivalry. Yet now, with the Yin family extinguished, Yin Emperor will harbor no reservations. On any given day, the eradication of the Gu family will be a trivial task, and this Gu Chen Emperor, if he wishes to avert the demise of the Gu family, must from this day forth remain vigilant within his stronghold, never daring to leave his sanctuary. Undoubtedly, from this moment forward, the entire Gu family shall dwell under the ominous shadow of death. Do you know why I have yet to take your life? Gu Chen cast a curious glance at the utterly deranged 5 ancestors of the Yin family, speaking in a tranquil tone. Why? The 5 ancestors of the Yin family were taken aback. Could it be that this Gu family emperor wished to spare his life to negotiate with Yin Emperor? Do not be foolish. Now that the entirety of the Yin family has been extinguished, how could Yin Emperor forsake vengeance for the sake of one individual? Gu Chen Emperor, if you harbor thoughts of sparing my life to negotiate with Yin Emperor, I advise you to relinquish that hope post-haste. The 5 ancestors of the Yin family retorted through gritted teeth, having witnessed the annihilation of the Yin family before his very eyes. He was now wholly resigned to his fate, seeking only death and unwilling to bow before Gu Chen. However, what he did not anticipate was that upon hearing his words, this Gu family emperor was not only unfazed by the exposure of his intentions, but instead emitted a derisive laugh. There is no one in this world worthy of negotiating terms with me. I shall temporarily spare your life merely to allow you to witness that the Yin emperor, whom you revere as a deity, is but a mere wretch before me, easily dispatched. Gu Chen cast a nonchalant glance at the 5 ancestors of the Yin family, now resembling a lost dog, and then raised his hand. The boundless imperial sword materialized from the void, grasped firmly within his palm. With the imperial sword in hand, Gu Chen leisurely lifted his gaze towards the vast expanse beyond. Just moments prior, during the obliteration of Yin Emperor's avatar, he had locked onto the essence of Yin Emperor's true self. He could sense that the true body of Yin Emperor was still concealed within the profound depths of this boundless universe. As long as it resided within this cosmic realm, the task would be manageable. What are you planning to do? The 5 ancestors of the Yin family stared in shock at Gu Chen as he raised the imperial sword, their aged faces reflecting utter bewilderment. They could not fathom why. Even after the Yin family's demise, this Gu family emperor would summon the imperial sword. What am I to do? Naturally, is to send your ancestral spirits on their journey. Gu Chen, with an air of detachment, raised the imperial sword in his hand and, with a sudden motion, unleashed a fierce strike towards the boundless expanse beyond. As the 5th ancestor of the Yin family had previously stated, until the Gu family was properly arranged, Gu Chen could not easily depart from the vast continent. Should any unforeseen events befall the Gu family, as long as Gu Chen remained within the vast, he could return to his family at a mere thought. However, should he venture away from the vast continent into the depths of the cosmos to pursue the Yin emperor, he might very well fall into a trap, leaving the Gu family vulnerable. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Gu Chen was powerless against the Yin emperor at present. Even while situated on the vast continent, to deal with the Yin emperor, a single strike of his sword would suffice. With a resounding clang, the infinite imperial sword soared through the skies, erupting with boundless celestial radiance, annihilating millions with its brilliance, akin to a deluge breaking free from the starry seas. As if the Milky Way itself were cascading down, overwhelming the 9 heavens, and sweeping fiercely towards the vast expanse beyond, the imperial might surged forth, stirring countless ancient and formidable beings upon the vast continent. In that moment, terrifying gazes ignited, casting uncertain glances towards the direction where the sword light, resembling the Milky Way, surged forth, seemingly probing and confirming something. What? You dare to strike at the Yin emperor here? Such folly. Witnessing Gu Chen stand upon the vast continent and execute a strike into the cosmic depths, the 5th ancestor of the Yin family was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. He believed Gu Chen must have lost his mind. To think that a mere strike from such a distance could pose a threat to the Yin emperor was nothing short of a dream. The outcome was all too predictable. After Gu Chen delivered his strike, he stood leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the result. Meanwhile, the sword light he had unleashed was now racing through the cosmic void at an astonishing speed. Within the boundless universe, a figure draped in ethereal light, with flowing crimson hair hinting at a vague silhouette, the Scarlet Serpent Sovereign was acutely sensing the lingering presence scattered throughout the cosmos, cautiously advancing forward. Since the day she resolved to follow Gu Chen and uncover the truth behind recent events, the Scarlet Serpent Sovereign had been trailing at a distance, carefully shadowing him. Fearing detection by Gu Chen, she dared not venture too close, though she had only dispatched a fragment of her essence. Manifesting such a projection required the expenditure of millennia of her cultivation. Losing it would be a significant loss indeed. Moreover, her purpose was to investigate the sudden departure of the Gu Emperor from the border Imperial Pass. As of now, she had yet to uncover any information, and should she be discovered and slain, it would be a senseless demise. Fortunately, after a cautious pursuit, the Scarlet Serpent Sovereign had quietly infiltrated the vast cosmos without alerting anyone. She believed it would not be long before she unraveled the specific reasons behind the Gu Emperor's departure from the border Imperial Pass. What? As the Scarlet Serpent's sovereign advanced with caution, she suddenly sensed something, her delicate form freezing in place, her eyes widening with astonishment. For in the distant reaches of a universe, an unparalleled sword light, akin to a celestial river, was sweeping towards her. The vast radiance of the sword surged forth like tumultuous waves sweeping across the cosmos, causing even the celestial seas to collapse in its wake. This singular strike seemed capable of obliterating the very fabric of eternity. Could it be that this sword was aimed at me? The Supreme of Crimson Serpent felt an overwhelming dread, her body trembling uncontrollably as memories of the terror she once experienced at the hands of Gu Chen on the frontier resurfaced. Indeed, the aura of this sword unmistakably belonged to the illustrious Emperor of Heaven. It was beneath this very sword that the Supreme of Slaughter had met his demise, leaving an indelible mark on the mind of the Crimson Serpent. This strike was insurmountable. There was no escaping it. The Supreme of Crimson Serpent quaked in fear, realizing that even if she were to confront it in her true form, she might not withstand this blow, let alone her mere avatar. "Emperor of Heaven, spare me," she exclaimed in terror, instinctively pleading for mercy as the terrifying sword light approached. Chapter 41. Utter indifference, sword strikes Yin Emperor. Retreating in disarray in this vast and desolate universe, far removed from the borders of the Imperial realm, preserving this avatar was paramount. What shame was there in pleading for mercy? As the unparalleled sword light descended upon her location, the Supreme Red Lien's thoughts raced. In truth, her plea for mercy towards Gu Chen conveyed an unutterable sentiment. In her heart, she no longer regarded him as an equal within the realm of supremacy, but rather as a being that transcended the very notion of supremacy itself. Should they encounter each other in battle, even to the death, the Supreme Red Lien would never utter a word of surrender. Such was her pride as a sovereign of the demonic realm. Yet now, it was clear that this Gu Tian Emperor was no mere match for the Supreme Realm, but had ascended to a level far more horrifying and unfathomable. If that were the case, seeking mercy posed no disgrace. The sword light shimmered brilliantly, sweeping through the vast cosmos, shattering everything in its path into the most resplendent fireworks of the universe. The Supreme Red Lien held her breath, witnessing the sword light rushing towards her. In the next instant, what? Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively swallowed, her voice filled with astonishment. For that unparalleled sword light bore no intention of locking onto her. It merely zipped past her side in an instant, vanishing into the depths of the boundless universe. Could it be that Gu Tian Emperor had heard her plea and spared her? This incredulous thought flickered through the Supreme Red Lien's mind, only to be quickly dismissed. For it seemed that the sword light had been targeting someone else from the very beginning, its trajectory unwavering. Thus, it was evident that this sword light was never aimed at her. In that moment, the Supreme Red Lien's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and ashen. Just moments ago, she had feared for her life. Now she realized that the Gu Tian Emperor had never regarded her as a threat, and that strike had not been intended for her at all. Deep within the vast universe, in a dim star system, the formidable Yin Emperor, clad in armor and exuding a majestic presence, sat cross-legged on an ancient, desolate star, inhaling the essence of the cosmos. As his breath rose and fell, the entire star system seemed to sway in response, pulsating with energy. Suddenly, the Yin Emperor opened his eyes, a flicker of indifference passing through his gaze. His avatar left in the vast continent had been extinguished. Gu Chen, you have done well. Although he had yet to ascertain the events that transpired on the vast continent, he understood that the destruction of his avatar was undoubtedly linked to the Gu family as Emperor Chen. After all, within the entire vast continent, only that Gu Chen had the motive to obliterate his avatar. To annihilate my avatar, it appears you are resolute in opposing me and the Imperial Alliance. The Yin Emperor mused coldly, a hint of ruthlessness crossing his features. Gu Chen was clearly courting death upon returning to the vast continent. Not only did he not tread cautiously, but he also dared to destroy his avatar. Very well. Let me make it clear to you who reigns supreme in this vast realm. As Emperor Yin rose, his imperial might unleashed a tempest, instantaneously reducing the stars beneath him to mere dust. He intended to descend upon a vast continent to engage in an imperial battle with the Gu family as sovereign, ensuring they understood the grave consequences of offending him. Yet, just as he prepared to embark, a look of astonishment crossed his face. For at that moment, he sensed an indistinct yet terrifying wave from the endless expanse of the cosmos, which seemed to lock onto him with unyielding intensity. As time passed, that wave grew increasingly distinct and pronounced. Merely 2 breaths later, Emperor Yin beheld a terrifying sword light slicing through the sky, radiant as the Milky Way itself. "Who dares to strike at me?" he bellowed, his heart gripped by dread. The sheer ferocity of the incoming sword light was overwhelming, evoking an involuntary emotion of fear within him. Who was this assailant? He was the invincible emperor of the age. How could he feel fear? Who wielded this sword? Enraged and astonished, he had little time to ponder as the sword light bore down upon him. With a fierce roar, he resolved to confront the oncoming force. He unleashed his boundless imperial form, his body transforming into an immense ancient demonic mountain, towering into the frigid cosmos, where stars appeared as mere specks of dust before him. Concealed figures. He sought to uncover the identity of his assailant, but before his words could fully escape his lips, the brilliant sword light descended like a waterfall of stars, silencing him completely. The sword energy pierced through the heavens, rendering the surroundings a vast ocean of laws, obliterating all vitality, an unstoppable force. Amidst the rampant sword light, only the echo of Emperor Yan's furious roars could be faintly discerned. Yet, despite manifesting his boundless imperial form, he remained ensnared within the cascading sword light, its magnitude overwhelming. Each ray of light seemed to harbor immortal laws, slicing through the ages. With a thunderous crash, it felt as if but a moment had passed. Yet it also felt as though an eternity had elapsed. Emperor Yin's roar abruptly ceased, the sword light dimmed, and a bloodied figure was violently hurled away, crashing into the desolate fringes of the universe. It was none other than Emperor Yin himself. Coughing, he gasped in disbelief, his voice trembling. In that moment, he appeared utterly wretched, his armor shattered, imperial blood gushing forth, his aura diminished to a frail whisper. That single strike had nearly obliterated his boundless imperial form, almost sealing his demise. Who could possibly possess such power? In this vast cosmos, how could such a being exist? Dazed, all remnants of anger vanished from his heart, replaced by boundless terror. "Roar! Whoever you are, await my vengeance," Emperor Yin bellowed, opening his mouth to absorb the essence of the cosmos. In an instant, nearby star realms erupted, their vitality draining away, transforming into an endless stream of cosmic energy that flowed into Emperor Yan's being. He appeared to seek retribution, gathering momentum to reclaim his former glory. Yet at the very moment his vigor was poised to reach its zenith, his corporeal form disintegrated in an instant, transforming into a fleeting ray of light, vanishing into the boundless expanse beyond, disappearing from sight. This was a breathtaking spectacle. It turned out that Emperor Yin had no intention of resistance whatsoever, but was instead paralyzed with fear by that singular flash of sword light, hastily retreating into the outer realms to save his own life. Alas, it was but a narrow margin. On the vast continent, Gu Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly transcending the infinite cosmos, witnessing the frantic flight of Emperor Yin into the chaotic abyss beyond. His voice bore a hint of regret. Had it not been for the limited capacity of the infinite Emperor's sword to bear his full strength, perhaps that single strike could have indeed vanquished Emperor Yin. Chapter 42. No one dares to investigate, all regret. The inquisition of the sacred body in the profound depths of the vast cosmos. The shimmering sword light subsided, and the starry sky returned to its tranquil silence. The Emperor Yin had already fled into the chaotic realms beyond. Yet here, several terrifying gazes remained, converging silently to observe and assess something. Such a formidable sword strike. Could even a contemporary sovereign withstand it? Whose hand wielded this blade? After a considerable silence, a voice, tinged with gravity, resonated through the desolate expanse of stars. It was unclear, but the direction from which this sword light had just emerged seemed to originate from the boundless continent. Another resounding voice echoed forth. For reasons unknown, this sword light evoked a sense of familiarity within the Emperor, reminiscent of an old acquaintance. An unparalleled existence murmured. Which esteemed friend would venture to investigate? Let us ascertain the origin of this sword light. Upon utterance of these words, the starry sky fell into an eerie stillness, enveloped in silence. To probe into the origins of this sword light, just moments ago, the Emperor Yin had nearly met his demise at its hands. To pursue its source now, should its master take notice, could lead to misunderstanding and peril, turning them into the next casualty of the sword. As long as one's wits were intact, even the formidable entities slumbering throughout the vast cosmos would shy away from such a risk. After all, this sword light was not aimed at them. On the boundless continent, in the eastern wilds domain, Gu Chen stood in quiet contemplation, gazing toward the far end of the galaxy, with a faint sigh escaping his lips. Meanwhile, the fifth ancestor of the Yin family was left utterly astonished. Although the distance between the Emperor Yin and the boundless continent spanned infinite seas of stars and galaxies, the Emperor had just unveiled his boundless imperial physique, his aura permeating the grand universe, allowing even the fifth ancestor of the Yin family to sense it faintly. Yet, he could hardly believe this outcome. This Emperor of the Gu family, merely standing upon the boundless continent and striking a single blow, had compelled the Emperor Yin, deep within the cosmos, to reveal his boundless form and nearly face annihilation. How could this be possible? After all, the Emperor Yin was a sovereign of this era, roiling within. The fifth ancestor of the Yin family could neither accept nor comprehend this result. At this moment, a faint sense of regret and fear began to stir within him. He felt that the Yin family had indeed provoked an adversary far beyond their reckoning. This Emperor of the Gu family, who had attained enlightenment 90,000 years ago, was not a waning tiger, but rather an unfathomable divine dragon. However, it was too late for regrets now. In the twilight of his life, he merely caught a fleeting glance from Gu Chen. Subsequently, both the fifth ancestor of the Yin family and the ancient war chariot of the Emperor Yin disintegrated simultaneously, turning to ash. After effortlessly dispatching the fifth ancestor, Gu Chen cast a glance at the obliterated Yin family, his brow furrowing slightly. He suddenly recalled that with the fall of the Yin family, the myriad divine treasures hidden within them had also vanished without a trace. While these artifacts held no value for him, they would have been immensely beneficial to the currently weakened members of the Gu family. Regrettably, as the Emperor Yin transformed into a self-destructive force, the rampant power of the boundless Emperor had already obliterated everything in its path. Alas, there will be future opportunities to reclaim what was lost. Gu Chen shook his head, casting aside a fleeting sense of regret. In this vast realm, there is a shortage of many things, but not of imperial clans. With the Yin family extinguished, other imperial lineages will undoubtedly emerge. When the time comes to collect interest from them, one can simply reap the rewards anew. With a gentle breeze, Gu Chen's figure vanished into the wind, leaving behind the desolate ruins of the Yin family and the stunned experts from the eastern wilderness domain who were rendered speechless. The Yin family has been annihilated. After a prolonged silence, a voice, laden with suppressed fear and astonishment, broke the stillness. First, the ancient emperor perished, and now the Yin family has been eradicated. Indeed, the vast continent is on the brink of transformation. How could the emperor of the Gu family be so formidable? Is this truly a being from 90,000 years ago? It seemed that even Emperor Yin was no match for his single strike. Voices filled with shock and admiration echoed through the realm. The powerful figures from various celestial sects of the eastern wilderness domain were genuinely taken aback by Gu Chen's prowess. He hardly resembled a decrepit elder. He was even more terrifying than a peak emperor in their prime. He had slain the ancient emperor, obliterated Yan's imperial edicts, and with a mere gesture, extinguished Yan's avatar, only to subsequently cleave through the cosmos, forcing the true form of Emperor Yin into a hasty retreat. It can be said that the return of this emperor from the Gu family involuntarily rekindled the memories of the dread once wielded by Gu Chen 90,000 years ago. Amidst the astonishment, a subtle wave of regret began to permeate the hearts of all present. They lamented their decision not to intervene in aiding the Gu family days prior, instead opting to remain passive spectators. It is easy to imagine that had they chosen to support the Gu family at that moment, with the emperor's return, they would not have faced loss. Perhaps they would have soared to unprecedented heights, surpassing all other factions. Regret for the past. Elder Gu Chen of the Hunyuan sect gazed longingly towards the direction of the Gu family, and a profound sense of remorse welled up within his eyes. He recognized that the Hunyuan sect had missed the final opportunity to ally with the Gu family. Had they offered timely assistance during the Gu family's perilous times, the gratitude of Emperor Gu Chen would have been assured. Yet, alas, with the emperor's return, such reflections hold no value now. At that moment, Gu Xian's mind wandered back to the human saint he had once courted, and he felt a twinge of envy. Previously, he had deemed the young girl, named Yi Yingying, foolish for rushing to aid the Gu family alone. However, it was now evident that she had made the right gamble. She had demonstrated her loyalty and affection for the Gu family through her actions. As long as the Gu family endures, she would surely be rewarded. In the Eastern Wilderness domain, the Gu family. Have you contemplated whether you wish to join the Gu family in venturing into the forbidden zone of life? In the Grand Assembly Hall, Gu Chen sat serenely at the head of the table, gazing at the graceful maiden before him, a flicker of contentment and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Despite the perilous tribulations faced by the Gu family, there were silver linings. It had afforded them the opportunity to recognize the harsh realities of the world and, moreover, to discern who among them were allies and who were adversaries. Undoubtedly, this young woman, Yi Yingying, who bore the sacred bloodline of the human race, had demonstrated her loyalty to the Gu family in their hour of need. Your Majesty, I have made up my mind. I will move into the forbidden zone alongside the Gu family. Yi Yingying took a deep breath, having evidently prepared for this moment, and without a trace of hesitation, she responded resolutely. Chapter 43. The Sacred Body of the Disciple, transmitting the law of the Heavenly Emperor. Choosing the forbidden zone, if you were to move into the forbidden zone from this moment forth in the eyes of the world, you would be indistinguishable from the members of the Gu family. Your being would be irrevocably marked by the Gu family, with no possibility of alteration. Are you certain of this? Although Gu Chen heard Yi Yingying's resolute response, he continued to inquire with a tranquil demeanor. Your Majesty, Yi Yingying's mind is firmly made up and will not change. Yi Yingying replied without hesitation, her tone unwavering. Very well, then let us proceed together into the forbidden zone. Seeing Yi Yingying's steadfastness, Gu Chen did not attempt to dissuade her, merely nodding slightly and stating calmly, however, before we proceed, I have one more question for you. If in the future, this vast realm were to suffer calamities, with lives in despair and all beings in dire straits, as a sacred body of the human race, would you rise to shield the realm and fight for the masses? Upon finishing his query, Gu Chen quietly observed Yi Yingying, awaiting her response. In the face of great disaster, I would only protect those who have shown kindness to me or those dear to my heart. As for the state of the world and the plight of its inhabitants, what concern is that of mine? Yi Yingying's voice was calm, yet her delicate face bore a hint of mockery and self-mockery. When I was pursued by the Luo Tian Palace, everyone knew of my lineage as a descendant of the sacred body of the human race, and they were aware of the great merits my kind had for all beings. But what of it? When I was cornered with no escape, did any of the masses extend a helping hand to me? Ironically, many even revealed my whereabouts to the Luo Tian Palace to curry favor with them. Had it not been for the Gu family's eventual assistance, I would have long since become a pile of bones by the roadside. Ha ha, Your Majesty, do such indifferent beings truly deserve my protection and guardianship? Listening to Yi Yingying's lament, Gu Chen could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the young girl burdened with the bloodline of the sacred body, who had clearly endured much heartache. Yet, hearing her words brought him a sense of relief. Since the young girl harbored no great sentiments for the so-called masses or the righteousness of the human race, matters would be simpler. You risked your life to aid the Gu family a few days ago, demonstrating your great kindness towards us. I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you accept? Gu Chen gazed at Yi Ying with a gentle smile. What? I, as a junior, am unworthy of such an honor, to be taken under your majesty's wing. Upon hearing Gu Chen's intention to accept her as a disciple, Yi Ying was initially taken aback, then flustered and at a loss. She had never dared to dream of being accepted by Gu Chen as a disciple. Considering her humble abilities, what merit could she claim to be worthy of such an honor? I say you are capable, thus you are. Gu Chen replied with a calm tone, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Simply answer, do you wish to take me as your master? Having reached this point in the conversation, if Yi Ying still could not discern what choice to make, it would be truly foolish. She immediately knelt before Gu Chen, filled with excitement and reverence, and said, I am deeply grateful that the great emperor has not forsaken me. I, Yi Ying, wish to take my place under your esteemed guidance to pursue my cultivation. Rise. Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile, extending his hand in a gesture of encouragement. A wave of soft energy enveloped Yi Ying, lifting her gracefully from the ground. The decision to accept Yi Ying as a disciple was not one made on a whim by Gu Chen, but rather a conclusion reached after careful consideration. Firstly, she bore the bloodline of the holy body of the human race, undoubtedly showcasing exceptional talent and potential. With even a modicum of guidance, she would surely soar to unimaginable heights and stand at the pinnacle of the vast world. Secondly, through her actions, Yi Ying had already demonstrated her loyalty and affection towards the Gu family. No matter what challenges lay ahead, she would never betray them, allowing Gu Chen to cultivate her with peace of mind, free from the fear of nurturing a treacherous wolf. Lastly, Gu Chen would not always be present to guard the Gu family. By taking on several promising disciples for cultivation, he could ensure that, even in his absence, they would protect the family from harm, preventing occurrences akin to the past calamities brought by the ancient emperor. During Gu Chen's 9 decades away from the vast realm, the Gu family had seen a decline, with even a quasi-emperor daring to trample upon them. This was not solely due to Gu Chen's departure, leaving the family devoid of substantial foundations, but also related to their weakened position. Had he left behind a few disciples of quasi-emperor or even emperor caliber to safeguard the vast realm, neither the mere quasi-emperor nor the imperial clans would have dared to humiliate the Gu family. Thus, accepting Yi Ying as a disciple was Gu Chen's preparation for the future of the Gu family, a proactive measure against potential adversities. Now that you have pledged yourself to me as your master, I shall not treat you unfairly. Gu Chen gazed at the obedient young woman before him, and with a gentle press of his hand, an invisible force flowed through his fingers, entering Yi Ying's consciousness. It was the heavenly emperor scripture he had created, now imprinted within her mind through his supreme method. I have sealed the heavenly emperor scripture within your consciousness. At present, you may only access the preliminary volumes of the body refinement and Tao Palace scrolls. In the future, once you ascend to the dragon transformation realm, the subsequent scrolls will be unsealed and revealed to you, Gu Chen stated calmly. Thank you, Master, Yi Ying exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude as she felt the immense, profound scripture suddenly manifest within her mind like an ocean of knowledge. She understood well the immense value of the heavenly emperor scripture bestowed upon her. It was a treasure sought after even by those of the quasi-emperor realm, and now her master had freely granted it to her, leaving her deeply appreciative. Very well. You may go now and diligently study the initial volumes of the heavenly emperor scripture. Gu Chen smiled and gestured for Yi Ying to take her leave. She was aware that Yi Ying, having just obtained the treasure scroll of the emperor realm, was undoubtedly eager to delve into its mysteries at the earliest opportunity. Thus, there was no need for her to remain. The disciple took her leave. Upon receiving a nod from Gu Chen, Yi Ying joyfully withdrew. Just as Gu Chen had anticipated, she could scarcely contain her excitement to enter seclusion and study the heavenly emperor scriptures. After Yi Ying's departure, the discussion hall once again fell into a tranquil silence. Gu Chen sat leisurely, his fingers gently tapping on the back of the chair, yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. Now that the Gu family's affairs were nearly in order, It was time for him to make a decision regarding which life-restricting zone the family would move into. Contemplating the life-restricting zones on the vast continent, Gu Chen murmured softly to himself, a look of deep contemplation in his eyes. Which zone should he choose? Chapter 44. The Celestial Forbidden Zone, Mysterious Origins. The ancient emperor of burial heaven. Within the vast expanse of the realm, numerous zones of life exist, scattered across the grand universe. While most of these life zones are dispersed throughout various locations, a select few are situated upon the boundless continent. Among them are the Divine Tomb, the Island of Burial Heaven, the Ancient Emperor Mountain, and the Primal Ancient Mine. These zones of life are indeed located on the boundless continent, and it is here that Gu Chen has chosen his target. After all, he has no intention of traversing the cosmos with the entire Gu family. Rather, he aims to settle within the boundless continent. Ideally, remaining within the Eastern Wilderness domain would be preferable, as moving into a life zone does not imply severing ties with the outside world for the members of the Gu family. In the future, with Gu Chen's permission, some family members will still be able to traverse between the forbidden zones and the secular world, embarking on adventures and gaining experience. Thus, if their new location remains within the Eastern Wilderness domain, it signifies that the Gu family need not expend excessive energy to comprehend the changes in the outside world. In the Eastern Wilderness domain, the Ancient Emperor Mountain, the Island of Burial Heaven, and the Guishu Dao Sea are all located here. Which one shall he choose? Gu Chen stroked his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, he quickly arrived at a decision. He chose to take command of the Island of Burial Heaven. Every place that has become a zone of life is steeped in extraordinary and ancient legends, and the Island of Burial Heaven stands as a paragon among these sacred zones. This island is a suspended landmass measuring nearly 1 million kilometers in circumference. Yet, rather than merely being an island, it is more akin to a vast continent. There are rumors that the Island of Burial Heaven does not belong to the boundless realm, but instead drifted from the chaotic realms beyond and fell into the boundless realm. Additionally, there are tales suggesting that this island descended from the legendary celestial realm. When the Island of Burial Heaven fell into the boundless realm, the universe witnessed a cataclysmic upheaval, an alarming spectacle of cosmic collapse, hence earning its name as the Island of Burial Heaven, the land of burial for the heavens. Moreover, due to its rumored descent from the celestial realm above the boundless realm, it is also referred to as the Celestial Forbidden Zone, signifying a place that transcends the boundless realm, a realm of unparalleled supremacy. This Celestial Forbidden Zone is not only shrouded in mystery regarding its origins, but the events it has endured since entering the boundless realm are equally enigmatic. Throughout history, every emperor-level being that has claimed dominion over this land has met with a tragic end, as if cursed by a sinister fate. Consequently, few emperor-level entities dare to establish their presence here. However, these ethereal legends do not deter Gu Chen in the slightest. While ordinary emperor-level beings may harbor trepidations and concerns, he, as the heavenly emperor, is naturally unfazed by such matters. Should any ominous presence arise, he shall quell it with his own might. Indeed, the reason for selecting this celestial forbidden zone extends beyond its mysterious and transcendent origins. It is also due to the fact that, during the invasion of the demon realm 90,000 years ago, the sovereign of the celestial forbidden zone, the ancient emperor of burial heaven, had contemplated seizing the opportunity to emerge and instigate chaos. Although Gu Chen ultimately thwarted this plan, it nonetheless brought him considerable trouble. At that time, all of Gu Chen's attention was ensnared by the supreme beings of the demon realm, leaving him no opportunity to consider other matters. Subsequently, he hastily vanished into the chaos, never to return. Now that he has resolved to ascend to the Forbidden Zone, he will undoubtedly ensure that the ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven does not have an easy time. It is high time to reclaim the interest accrued over the past 90,000 years. Are you all prepared? In the Gu family's council hall, Gu Chen inquired as he surveyed the numerous family members standing within. Reporting to our ancestor, we are all ready, Gu Dao Lin promptly replied, a mix of excitement and apprehension evident on his face. The excitement stemmed from the Gu family finally preparing to leave this place of sorrow. while the apprehension arose from the uncertainty of whether the supreme beings slumbering within the life-forbidden zone would acquiesce to their ancestors' intentions. Since you are prepared, we shall set forth shortly. I must first attend to a few matters, Gu Chen remarked, nodding slightly as he noted the readiness of all the Gu family members. He then faded from view, disappearing from the council hall. What could our ancestor be doing? As they gazed at the now empty seat of honor, several elders of the Gu family exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of what Gu Chen might be attending to at such a critical moment. Why concern ourselves with such matters? What our ancestor chooses to do is beyond our comprehension. Gu Dao Lin admonished the elders with a glare, lowering his voice. We need only await in silence. Yes. Chastised by Gu Dao Lin, the elders of the Gu family shrank back, quickly falling silent. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed as if it emanated from the far reaches of the heavens, penetrating the barriers of the hall and reaching the ears of all present within the Gu family. Ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven, come forth. The voice was magnificent and vast, instilling an instinctive fear that compelled one to bow in reverence. Upon hearing this proclamation, the members of the Gu family were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances in confusion. For why did this voice bear such a striking resemblance to that of their ancestor? Above the eastern wasteland domain, Gu Chen stood tall among the clouds, his aura unmasked. The imperial might surged across the lands, causing countless beings in the eastern wasteland to sense his presence, all turning their gazes toward his position. Yet, amidst this gathering of eyes, Gu Chen remained unaffected, directing his gaze toward a specific point high above the eastern wasteland domain. Where his gaze fixed, the once clear sky began to twist and tremble. Soon, a magnificent and boundless island, seemingly capable of obscuring all heavenly light, materialized before Gu Chen. This island spanned 1,000,000 miles in circumference, appearing almost infinite. The entire island exuded a grand aura, shrouded in ethereal mist, transcendent and mysterious. Vast forests took root upon it, with each ancient tree's branches sprawling like mighty dragons, their trunks robust as small mountains. Just the sight of them hinted at ages of growth beyond comprehension. Indeed, the most striking and eerie aspect is the shape of this suspended island. The entire landmass resembles an ancient coffin, shrouded in ethereal mist that lends an air of serenity, yet conceals an unsettling aura. This is the Isle of the Buried Heaven, a forbidden realm. I have encountered its mention in ancient texts within the doorway of time. Within the eastern wilderness, a venerable elder from a sect recognized the origin of this coffin-like floating island, exclaiming in astonishment, "A realm of forbidden life? Is it not said to be the resting place of ancient emperors? In the eastern wilderness, all beings tremble in inexplicable dread. What, pray tell, are the intentions of Emperor Gu Chen from the Gu family?" Chapter 45, Gu Chen's Betrayal. 3 breaths later, I send you on your way. Not only were the formidable beings from the eastern wilderness shocked, but even the terrifying entities within other forbidden zones were stirred. A multitude of powerful gazes ignited from various dreadful locations, all directed towards Gu Chen's position. Among these gazes, besides indifference, there lingered hints of astonishment and suspicion. This emperor of the Gu family had just vanquished the Yin family of the imperial lineage, forcing Yin Di to flee in disgrace. Now, was he about to stir trouble in the Forbidden Zone once more? Zongtian Island materialized above the eastern wilderness, soaring through the 9 heavens. As Gu Chen's gaze fell upon it, terrifying scenes unfolded within the depths of Zongtian Island. A divine radiance surged forth from its core, piercing the clouds as if traversing through 33 layers of heaven. Faintly visible, a being appeared to be seated there, shrouded in celestial light. Although it restrained its own fluctuations, brilliant strands of immortal radiance emanated from its crown, ascending like a comet, connecting to the heavens. In the void, eerie cries of ghosts echoed, accompanied by a haunting symphony of celestial and sanguine light as blood rain and golden lotuses descended. Such extraordinary phenomena sent chills down the spine, making it difficult to remain composed. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles from Zongtian Island, every cultivator and living being trembled in fear. instinctively sensing the awakening of a supreme deity, an innate dread coursing through their veins. An ancient monarch, seated deep within Zhongtian Island, had now revived. Gu Chen, what do you intend to do? The ancient figure, seated within the depths of Zhongtian Island, spoke, his voice booming, shaking the nine heavens. Yet, it was not difficult to discern the underlying wariness within that grand tone. The name of Gu Chen had resounded across the vast realms 90,000 years ago, achieving a remarkable renown, particularly among the ancient beings slumbering in these forbidden zones. This name was etched deeply in their memories. 90,000 years had passed, epochs had turned, and countless beings had come and gone. They might have forgotten Gu Chen's existence. However, for the eternal emperors of the forbidden zones, even with the passage of time, Gu Chen's legend remained vivid, especially given that Gu Chen had just obliterated the Yin family, with Yin Di fleeing in defeat. Thus, even as Gu Chen displayed his imperial might, exerting pressure upon Zhongtian Island, the ancient being residing there felt a profound trepidation. Refraining from anger and merely questioning Gu Chen, I shall seize dominion over the celestial forbidden zone. Ancient emperor of Zhongtian, you may depart. Gu Chen cast a glance at the figure seated in the depths of Zhongtian Island and spoke coolly. At this proclamation, the world was taken aback. Emperor Gu Chen actually aspired to dominate the Forbidden Zone. Am I hearing this correctly? The emperor of the Gu family wishes to become the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone? Murmured an elder of the human race in disbelief. Those at the imperial realm often have limited lifespans. Many choose to seal themselves away, descending into slumber within the forbidden zones. What is so extraordinary about that? Remarked a knowledgeable human expert with a derisive smile. Yet, he was the Gu Chen of 90,000 years ago. How could he? The venerable elder of the human race remained in a state of astonishment, finding it utterly inconceivable. Even with a history resplendent with glory, one cannot escape the trepidation that accompanies the specter of life and death. The once revered emperor of the human race must now venture into the realm of oblivion. It is indeed a lamentable fate. All the proclamations of safeguarding the multitudes and sacrificing for the greater good ring hollow. It appears that this Emperor Gu Chen is not worthy of our trust. How tragic! How lamentable! Who would have thought that Emperor Gu Chen would betray humanity? The ancestors of the Gu family have fallen. They no longer deserve to be counted among the imperial clans. Many voiced their indignation, feeling that Gu Chen had forsaken the human race and the vast expanse of the realm. As an emperor of humanity, he ought to protect his people and shield the multiverse. Yet he has instead descended into the Forbidden Zone, potentially inciting dark turmoil that would lead to the suffering of countless beings. Is this not the very definition of betrayal? It seems that the once renowned Emperor Gu Chen, hailed nearly 90,000 years ago, is merely an echo of his former self. In this moment, how many hearts are aflame with rage and disappointment? In the skies above, Gu Chen keenly sensed this collective sentiment, yet his heart remained untouched by it. Had he betrayed humanity and the vast realm? What a farcical notion! Had it not been for his steadfast vigilance at the borders for 100,000 years, keeping the malevolent forces of the demon realm at bay, the entire expanse of the realm would have long descended into chaos and ruin. Of course, Gu Chen held no desire to elucidate these matters to the ignorant populace. When the demon realm eventually invades, these foolish beings shall come to grasp the truth. Should you wish to take command of Burial Sky Island, I would certainly welcome you. Upon hearing Gu Chen's intention to seize control of Burial Sky Island, the ancient emperor of Burial Sky was momentarily taken aback, then spoke in a grave tone. As for the ignorant words of the masses, they only elicited a scoff from the ancient emperor. With a dwindling lifespan, one seeks to enter the realm of oblivion? Utter nonsense. Who has ever witnessed a dying emperor, nearing the end of their days, vanquishing a vigorous peak emperor with a single strike, sending them fleeing in disgrace? Although the ancient emperor of Burial Sky was unaware of Gu Chen's sudden desire to enter the Forbidden Zone, he understood that the reasons were surely far more complex than the populace surmised. However, if Gu Chen truly wished to take command of Burial Sky Island, the ancient emperor would, of course, extend a warm welcome. You seem to have misheard. It is indeed my intention to take command here. But you must first vacate the premises. Gu Chen spoke coldly and without mercy. He had discerned that within Burial Sky Island, there was currently only the ancient emperor present, which undoubtedly simplified his task of clearing the Forbidden Zone. With only the ancient emperor to contend with, it sufficed to expel him. You, Gu Chen, I have slumbered within this Forbidden Zone for hundreds of thousands of years. To allow you to enter is already an act of mercy on my part. Do not overstep your bounds. The ancient emperor of Burial Sky was somewhat enraged. How outrageous of Gu Chen to demand his expulsion from Burial Sky Island. Such a notion is laughable. Throughout history, has there ever been a dominion of the Forbidden Zone that was cast out? Confronted with the unwavering retort of the ancient emperor of Burial Heaven, Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he silently summoned the infinite sword. Calmly, he declared within 3 breaths, "If you do not depart from Burial Heaven Island, I shall personally take action to send you on your way." The ancient emperor of Burial Heaven, naturally incensed by such a threat, could discern that Gu Chen was not merely speaking in platitudes. If he failed to vacate Burial Heaven Island within the stipulated time, it was evident that this individual would indeed act against him. Frustration welled within him as he lamented the absence of other slumbering ancient emperors within the island, for their alliance could have been pivotal in confronting Gu Chen. The ancient emperor's gaze wandered towards the other forbidden zones across the vast continent, yearning for the emergence of another ancient emperor to lend their support in this struggle against Gu Chen. Regrettably, despite his desperate plea for assistance towards the other forbidden zones, they remained shrouded in an oppressive silence, devoid of any response, as though no ancient emperor would dare to risk themselves for his cause. Chapter 46. Fearless Threats. The retreat of the Burial Sky. The shift of the Forbidden Zone, cursed be it. Observing the other life forbidden zones remaining utterly still, the ancient emperor of the Burial Sky could not help but feel a surge of fury. Presently, within the island of Burial Sky, he was the sole ancient sovereign in slumber, devoid of any other imperial presence. Had there been a few more ancient emperors resting alongside him, he might not have feared Gu Chen so greatly. Yet now, the countenance of the ancient emperor of the Burial Sky darkened, with only himself to rely upon. Opposing Gu Chen seemed somewhat insufficient. After all, the recent spectacle of Gu Chen obliterating the Yin clan, a single sword traversing the cosmos, forcing the true form of the Yin emperor to flee in disarray, was still vivid in his mind. The ancient emperor of the Burial Sky was acutely aware that Gu Chen's current state was rather sinister, far beyond what he could contend with alone. However, must he truly concede the island of Burial Sky to him? That would be a blow to his pride. Moreover, the ancient emperor's thoughts raced, and he resolved to strive for one more attempt. He gazed at Gu Chen, his voice low and somber. "Friend, the island of Burial Sky is vast. Even if several ancient emperors were to slumber here, it would be more than sufficient. At our level of cultivation, it is best to refrain from drawing swords. The clash of imperial forces is perilous. A careless strike could wreak havoc upon this boundless continent. Such a scene is one I wish to avoid." Although the ancient emperor lowered his posture, his words concealed a veiled threat. The power of a clash between imperial beings is unimaginable. Even the residual force of a casual blow could obliterate immense star realms and countless celestial bodies. While the boundless continent is indeed vast, it cannot withstand the tumultuous aftermath of 2 imperial entities engaging in battle. The ancient emperor was gambling, banking on Gu Chen's hesitation to act recklessly due to the potential consequences for the countless beings inhabiting this continent. Otherwise, even if he were not Gu Chen's match, the destructive capacity during their confrontation could still lay waste to the boundless land. Gu Chen, O Gu Chen, did you not fight 90,000 years ago to protect this vast expanse and safeguard its inhabitants? Now, after the passage of 90,000 years, I hold the lives of these countless beings as leverage. I am unafraid that you will refuse. The implication of the ancient emperor was clear to Gu Chen. Yet, the man he faced now was no longer the same as he had been 90,000 years prior. He had long since shed the shackles of duty and was no longer burdened by the weight of righteousness. To use the lives of the vast multitude as a bargaining chip? It was utterly laughable. You have but a breath of time. Gu Chen's gaze slightly lowered, his tone indifferent, as the endless emperor's sword was quietly raised in his hand. In but a breath's time, should the ancient emperor of the burial sky dare to remain, he would be struck down by a single sword. What a peculiar situation. Witnessing Gu Chen's unwavering resolve, completely indifferent to the lives of the so-called multitude, the ancient emperor gritted his teeth in frustration. He could vaguely sense that Gu Chen was a man of his word. After a breath's time, should he fail to depart, this harbinger of death would indeed take action. But could it be that he truly did not care for the lives of the vast multitude? The Gu Chen of 90,000 years ago was not like this. Back then, he had even ventured into the chaos to thwart the advance of the demonic forces from the abyss for the sake of safeguarding the vast expanse. Now, after a passage of 90,000 years, the transformation of this individual's state of mind is astonishing. The ancient emperor of burial heaven wore a grim expression. He could not ascertain the veracity of Gu Chen's words, yet he dared not take the risk. For should he gamble and lose, the price would be his very life. Just as the final moments were about to elapse, the ancient emperor of burial heaven let out an indignant snort, transforming into a streak of light, soaring forth from burial heaven island, vanishing into the vastness beyond. What is this? The supreme sovereign of the forbidden zone has retreated. A mere utterance frightened the supreme sovereign within burial heaven island away. Why does it seem to me that the might of Emperor Gu Chen appears even more formidable than it did 90,000 years ago? The denizens of the eastern wilderness, witnessing the departure of the ancient emperor of burial heaven, were all struck with awe. Who is the ancient emperor of burial heaven? He is the ultimate sovereign within a realm of life and death. Such an existence, once an emperor or a monarch, has remained sealed for countless millennia, observing the rise and fall of the grand world with a cold gaze. Even a contemporary emperor would be regarded merely as a newcomer and a junior in the eyes of such beings. Yet now, faced with the threat posed by Emperor Gu Chen, this ancient emperor of burial heaven lacked even the courage to engage, fleeing in fright. Such a display of power is simply beyond belief. To think it could scare away burial heaven. Gu Chen's current state is somewhat otherworldly. Within other realms of life and death, supreme beings cast their gazes toward the direction of Gu Chen, contemplating. The human, Gu Chen, indeed presents an unsettling aura at this moment. Over the course of 90,000 years, his state has shown no signs of decline. Rather, it has deepened, becoming more unfathomable. The changes within him are truly difficult to comprehend. Could it be that he has truly unraveled the mysteries of life and death, shattered the limitations of imperial longevity, and embarked upon his own path to immortality? Yet, the future stretches long ahead. The truth shall eventually be revealed. With the departure of the ancient emperor of burial heaven, this confrontation is destined never to occur. The ancient emperors and monarchs, previously stirred from their slumber in other realms of life and death, once again closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The change of ownership of Burial Heaven Island is not deemed significant by these existences. Although Gu Chen wields great authority, he dares only to exert his influence over Burial Heaven Island, which is presided over by a single ancient monarch. In contrast, within other realms of life and death, each harbors at least 3 or 5 ancient emperors in slumber. In such profound and unfathomable forbidden zones, Gu Chen would hardly dare to seek trouble. Therefore, the ancient emperors and monarchs in other realms naturally have little to worry about and once again succumb to their slumber. In the eastern wilderness, within the Gu family, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Gu Chen's figure reappeared at the head of the council hall. Observing the stunned expressions of his family members, Gu Chen spoke in a calm tone. "All right, I have completed my affairs. If you are prepared, I shall lead you now to the realm of life and death." Gu Chen's voice was exceedingly tranquil, sounding no different from usual. Within the grand assembly hall, both Gu Daolin and the other members of the Gu family could not help but swallow hard. The recent forceful arrival of Gu Chen at Burial Sky Island, coupled with the oppressive aura that overshadowed the ancient emperor of Burial Sky, though fleeting, was unmistakable to all present. Initially, Gu Chen and the others assumed that their ancestor had urgent matters to attend to. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that what Gu Chen deemed a trivial matter was, in reality, the coercion of a terrifying entity residing within a zone of life prohibitions to relocate. How could such an affair be classified as trivial? Gu Chen and the others were left in stunned silence. What their ancestor considered a minor issue appeared to them as far more terrifying than the collapse of the heavens themselves. Chapter 47. Entering the Forbidden Zone. Sovereign of the Heavens. Mythical land. In response to the ancestral query, Gu Chen, despite the tumult of emotions within, promptly affirmed, "We are fully prepared." "Very well. Then follow me," Gu Chen replied with a slight nod. With a sweep of his sleeve, the entire council hall, along with all the members of the Gu family, transformed into a stream of light and vanished into his garment. Within his sleeve lay a universe, encompassing the essence of the cosmos. This extraordinary power, even for beings of the sacred realm, was an unfathomable, transcendent art. Yet for Gu Chen, it was merely a trivial performance, carrying the entirety of the Gu family. Gu Chen stepped forth, departing from the Gu residence and ascending to the skies above the island of Morning Heaven. At that moment, although the ancient emperor of Morning Heaven had departed, the island itself remained suspended in the skies over the eastern wilderness domain, its form still visible. Thus, countless beings gazed upward in awe and reverence at the island that obscured the heavens. Gu Chen, returning to hover above the island of Morning Heaven, surveyed the vast expanse below and spoke softly, "From this day forth, the island of Morning Heaven shall no longer exist. It shall be known solely as the Forbidden Zone of the heavens. I, the Emperor, shall preside over the Forbidden Zone as Sovereign of the heavens." Though his voice was not loud, as he spoke, the very fabric of the universe resonated, and his words echoed throughout the vast 5 domains, reaching the ears of all living beings. Gu Chen did not favor the name of Morning Heaven Island, so he chose to bestow upon this realm of life a new title, the heavens. Having assumed dominion over the heavens, Gu Chen naturally became the singular ruler of the Forbidden Zone, henceforth known as the Sovereign of the Heavens. Upon concluding his declaration, Gu Chen waved his hand, shrouding the Forbidden Zone's presence once more, allowing the skies of the eastern wilderness domain to bask in light once again. Yet, despite the concealment of the Forbidden Zone, the vast 5 domains erupted into endless commotion at Gu Chen's proclamation. 90,000 years ago, the Emperor Gu Chen had now asserted his dominion over the Forbidden Zone, becoming its master. The Forbidden Zone of the heavens, Sovereign of the heavens. Had the Emperor Gu Chen indeed forsaken the human race? It appeared that the history of 90,000 years ago may not be entirely accurate. Ancient texts recount that 90,000 years prior, the Emperor Gu Chen, in his quest to protect the myriad beings of the realm, ventured alone into chaos to thwart the invasion of the demon realm, a truly noble act. In stark contrast to the actions of the present-day Emperor Gu Chen, they seemed like 2 entirely different individuals. Alas, it was merely the embellishment of posterity regarding this Emperor Gu Chen, nay, the Sovereign of the heavens. If he had genuinely protected the realm 90,000 years ago, how could he now choose to preside over the Forbidden Zone and become its ruler? Sigh, having placed faith in ancient texts, one might have believed that this Emperor Gu Chen made monumental sacrifices and contributions in the face of the demon realm's incursion. But it now appears to be nothing more than a glorified narrative from the ancient tomes. In the vast 5 domains, the murmurings grew louder. All were left perplexed and disheartened by Gu Chen's actions, for they felt he had betrayed them, forsaken the human race, and turned his back on the entire realm. In the minds of these beings, having resolved to shelter the vast multitude, one ought to provide such sanctuary unwaveringly until death, rather than faltering midway or even becoming the sovereign of a forbidden domain. As a great emperor of humanity, should one not dedicate oneself to the people and sacrifice for the realm? Yet, now that you remain alive, you abandon your responsibilities, an act that is utterly despicable. The opinions of the world have long ceased to trouble Gu Chen. Having just descended into the celestial forbidden zone, He released the members of the Gu family from his sleeve. Is this truly the legendary realm of life as restrictions? The Gu family members gazed at the scene before them with the wide-eyed wonder of those unaccustomed to the extraordinary, frequently exclaiming in astonishment. The sights here were indeed remarkable. Within the celestial forbidden zone, the expanse seemed boundless, with ancient trees dotting the landscape, shrouded in mist, and peaks rising majestically, accompanied by cascading waterfalls and flowing springs. Clouds billowed and colors danced in the air, while the ethereal energy seemed almost tangible, resembling a paradise on earth, an ancient pure land. This was hardly a desolate forbidden zone. It was clearly a mythical treasure land. Even Gu Qingxue could not help but express her admiration. Previously, the members of the Gu family perceived the life forbidden zone as a place of dread, fraught with perilous landscapes. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, they realized that within these confines, there was nothing so terrifying. Instead, a scene of tranquility unfolded, akin to an otherworldly sanctuary. The concentration of spiritual energy here was astonishingly tenfold greater than that of the Gu family's previous stronghold. Gu Dowling stroked his beard, feeling the overwhelming essence of the world, nearly pulling out his hair in astonishment. It is known that although the Gu family's past residents may not have compared to other imperial clans, it was nonetheless a distinguished locale when juxtaposed with various celestial sections. Yet, compared to the celestial forbidden zone, the Gu family's prior stronghold appeared utterly insignificant. What does a tenfold increase in the concentration of spiritual energy signify? It foretells that the future cultivation of formidable individuals within the Gu family would accelerate exponentially. Moreover, this was still not even close to the true core region of the celestial forbidden zone. Observing the Gu family disciples curiously exploring their surroundings, Gu Chen could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. After all, they were descendants of an imperial lineage, yet they now resembled country bumpkins in the city. Enough is enough. Witnessing some of the Gu family disciples unable to restrain themselves, even embracing the magical flora along the roadside with fervent expressions, Gu Chen felt compelled to intervene. Ahem, they are merely overwhelmed by their previous hardships. Please excuse them, esteemed ancestor, Gu Dowling said sheepishly. Although the Gu family bore the title of an imperial clan, it was, in reality, more of a fade, lacking substance and even falling short of certain more robust celestial sections. The lives of the clan's disciples had been quite frugal. Suddenly arriving in such a lavish and resplendent place, it was only natural for them to struggle to maintain their composure, nearly revealing their awkwardness. Gu Chen, of course, would not concern himself with such trivialities. He merely waved his hand and declared, "Very well, let us proceed together." Under Gu Chen's guidance, the members of the Gu family swiftly arrived at the heart of the celestial forbidden zone. Upon reaching this location, all the Gu family members were collectively astounded, rendered speechless by the sight before them. It was an even more extraordinary and transcendent realm, featuring a magnificent palace adorned with exquisite carvings and golden splendor. Enveloped in a pristine veil of mist, perched upon the lofty clouds above. Each brick and tile that composed this resplendent palace was intricately crafted from jade, breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of the legendary celestial abodes, radiating brilliance like the fabled divine courts. Chapter 48, Legends of the Celestial Realm, Awakening of Qingshan. A shocking transformation. Had I not been aware that this was a realm of life's prohibition, I might have believed that I had stumbled upon the fabled celestial realm. Gazing upon the magnificent and resplendent heavenly palace before me, a member of the Gu family could not help but express their awe. For countless cultivators in the vast expanse of the world, the term celestial realm evokes a sense of mystery and ethereal wonder. It is said that beyond the imperial domain lies the legendary paradise. Moreover, it is whispered that above the vast realm, there exists a celestial realm. Those who enter this paradise may ascend in broad daylight, liberating themselves from the constraints of lifespan, achieving eternal life, and reigning alongside the world. Now, upon witnessing the breathtaking sights deep within this divine sanctuary, the Gu family members felt a profound disorientation, as if they had truly entered the legendary celestial realm. Would they be destined to reside in this land akin to paradise? In that moment, the initial reluctance of the Gu family members to part with their ancestral home was overshadowed by a wave of exhilaration. Their longing for the past considerably diminished. From this day forth, this shall be the stronghold of the Gu family, Gu Chen remarked, surveying the ethereal and sacred celestial palaces suspended high above, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he nodded slightly. As a day passed, the Gu family members had thoroughly settled into the depths of the vast Forbidden Zone, with the most majestic and towering palace among the celestial abodes naturally becoming Gu Chen's residence. At this moment, within one of the celestial chambers, Gu Chen slowly awakened on a jade bed, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings with a look of bewilderment and confusion. Where am I? I'm not dead, he pondered, astonished to find that not only had he survived, but his injuries had also completely healed. Uncle, you're awake. Just then, the excited voice of Gu Dowling broke through Gu Qingshan's reverie, pulling him back to reality. Observing Gu Dowling standing at his bedside, Gu Qingshan initially froze before his expression shifted to one of urgency. Dowling, where is this? How long have I been unconscious? What is the current state of our family? Is it true that our ancestor is returning? Having sustained grave injuries from defying the decree of a quasi-emperor, Gu Qingshan had fallen into a coma. Before losing consciousness, he had heard Gu Qingxue mention that their forefather, Emperor Gu Chen, would soon return. Uncertain of the truth behind this news, and given the perilous circumstances surrounding the Gu family, Gu Qingshan's foremost desire upon awakening was to ascertain the current situation of his family. Faced with Gu Qingshan's barrage of questions, Gu Dowling was momentarily taken aback before responding with a beaming smile. Uncle, there is no need for you to worry. The Gu family is no longer in any danger. You can rest easy. As for what transpired during your 5 days of unconsciousness, I shall recount it all to you. What? I was unconscious for a full 5 days? Gu Qingshan exclaimed, anxiety creeping back into his demeanor. Yet, seeing Gu Dowling's relaxed expression, he reluctantly suppressed his worries and prepared to listen to the unfolding tale. Subsequently, Gu Dowling meticulously recounted everything that transpired during the 5 days of Gu Qingshan's unconsciousness. As he narrated, the expressions on Gu Qingshan's face became increasingly vivid. Following his fainting, the illustrious ancestor, Emperor Gu Chen, descended and decisively eradicated the ancient emperor who posed a threat to the Gu family. When a Yin family from the imperial clan sought retribution, the ancestor extinguished their imperial decree with a mere gesture, leading to the complete annihilation of the Yin lineage. Moreover, the ancestor traversed the boundless cosmos with a single stroke of his sword, forcing the true body of the Yin emperor to flee in disarray. Not only that, but the ancestor also exerted his influence over the Burial Heaven Island, compelling the slumbering ancient emperor of Burial Heaven to retreat, thereby allowing the Gu family to establish dominion over the life Forbidden Zone. Listening to Gu Dowling's account, Gu Qingshan felt his thoughts momentarily stilled, for the news was overwhelmingly sensational, so much so that he struggled to comprehend and accept it. Are you saying we are currently in the very heart of a life Forbidden Zone? After a lengthy period of processing, Gu Qingshan finally stammered his inquiry. Indeed, Gu Dowling nodded, expressing profound understanding of Gu Qingshan's current state. If the second uncle does not believe it, he may step outside and witness it for himself. Reflecting upon the situation, Gu Dowling mused that had he been in Gu Qingshan's position, awakening from a 5-day slumber to discover such monumental changes within the Gu family, he too would find it hard to believe. However, witnessing it firsthand would undoubtedly allow the second uncle to gradually digest and comprehend all that had transpired. After a brief moment, Gu Qingshan gazed into the depths of the life Forbidden Zone, utterly astonished by the breathtaking and magnificent sights. He exhaled deeply, finally acknowledging Gu Dowling's words. Although the shock etched upon his face would not easily fade. Merely 5 days had elapsed, yet the Gu family had undergone such a cataclysmic transformation, and all of this was instigated by the venerable ancestor, Emperor Gu Chen. At that moment, Gu Qingshan found himself profoundly curious about this ancestor he had never met. Although he had encountered the ancestor's name in the ancient texts of the Gu family on numerous occasions, he had never imagined he would have the opportunity to meet the living embodiment of his ancestor within the supreme celestial hall of the life forbidden zone. Emperor Gu Chen sat upon a jade throne, observing the somewhat apprehensive Gu Qingshan below. With a warm smile, he reassured, "There is no need for you to be overly tense." Yes, yes, Gu Qingshan nodded repeatedly, yet he remained somewhat flustered, resembling a fledgling embarking on the path of cultivation, devoid of any semblance of a sage's demeanor. It was no jest. Seated before him was the true patriarch of the Gu family, the illustrious Emperor Gu Chen, who had shone brightly in history nearly 90,000 years prior. Witnessing the legendary figure materialize before him, Gu Qingshan could hardly contain his excitement and nervousness. "Although I have healed the injuries within you, it appears your lifespan is somewhat limited," Gu Chen remarked, his gaze slightly lowered as he assessed Gu Qingshan's current condition. Though he possessed unparalleled divine power and healed all of Gu Qingshan's internal wounds and ailments, he could not prolong Gu Qingshan's lifespan. Gu Qingshan was already short on time, and after forcibly emerging into the world and burning his life essence to defy the edict of the quasi-emperor, his already limited lifespan became even more precarious. According to Gu Chen's estimation, without external assistance, Gu Qingshan might only have 3 to 5 months left to live. The ancestral concern is appreciated, although Gu Qingshan's life is nearing its end. The mere sight of the Gu family overcoming their tribulations and regaining their rightful path would render him willingly resigned to his fate at this moment. Gu Qingshan spoke sincerely, from the depths of his heart. He was acutely aware of his own condition. Gu Qingshan understood that if he wished to survive, he had only 2 paths available. The first was to immediately break through to a higher realm. Achieving such a breakthrough would naturally extend his life. The second was to consume a rare herb with a potency of at least several millennia, which could also prolong his life by hundreds or even thousands of years. However, either of these methods was exceedingly difficult to realize. Chapter 49. The Immortal Elixir, the Forbidden Zone, and the Demand for Gifts to begin with. The first method involves breaking through one's realm. Although I possess the cultivation of a sage, this level is further divided into 3 minor realms: the ordinary sage, the great sage, and the sage king. Currently, Gu Qingshan is merely at the level of an ordinary sage and has yet to touch the threshold of advancing to the great sage realm. Thus, attempting to achieve such a breakthrough within a mere few months is akin to chasing an illusion. The second method, consuming a divine elixir, presents an even graver uncertainty. How precious can an elixir that has matured over tens of thousands of years truly be? It is feared that even among the most affluent imperial clans, such a treasure may be scarce, let alone the Gu family, which possesses none. The efficacy of spiritual herbs increases with age, rendering them exceedingly valuable. Particularly, those that have matured for a millennium or more are often revered as the kings of herbs, capable of bestowing transformative effects upon any ordinary cultivator who consumes them. Yet, in Gu Qingshan's current state, even an ordinary herb king would prove ineffective. Only a royal king that has matured for at least tens of thousands of years could extend his life. The divine elixir is elusive, or might one seek it? Gu Qingshan mused that compared to the first method of elevating his realm, the prospect of finding an elixir to prolong his life was undoubtedly more remote. Fully aware of these facts, he harbored little hope regarding his longevity. He had even prepared himself for a noble demise, yearning only to witness the Gu family's disciples in his final moments, which would suffice. Noticing Gu Qingshan's calm demeanor, Gu Chen seemed to perceive his thoughts and could not help but shake his head with a gentle smile. "Since this emperor has pointed out that your lifespan wanes, rest assured there are means to extend it. Can our ancestor truly prolong my life?" Gu Qingshan momentarily froze before shaking his head. "I appreciate the ancestor's concern, yet my impending demise renders me of no use to the Gu family. I would not wish for the ancestor to expend excessive energy on this frail vessel." He understood that the ancestor's methods for extending his life would invariably revert to the 2 options previously mentioned, either forcibly elevating his realm or seeking out a divine elixir. To forcibly elevate his realm would mean depleting the ancestor's strength, while seeking an elixir would require the ancestor to exert tremendous effort traversing the vastness of the world. Thus, regardless of the method, it was not something Gu Chen wished to witness. There is no such thing as being useless among the descendants of the Gu family. Just as Gu Chen was about to elaborate further, Gu Chen decisively waved his hand, interrupting him with authority. I have witnessed all that you have done for the Gu family over the years. If this emperor desires you to continue living, then no force in this vast world shall cause your fall. Gu Chen had keenly observed Gu Qingshan's actions. It could be said that had Gu Qingshan not steadfastly resisted the decree of the quasi-emperor that day, supporting the backbone of the Gu family, it would likely have crumbled by now. In light of such commendable dedication and loyalty towards the Gu family, Gu Chen was naturally inclined to offer his assistance. The emperor shall not forcibly elevate your realm. Such an endeavor, even if it momentarily propels you beyond your limits, would ultimately lead to a stunted growth, rendering future advancements nearly impossible. This myopic approach is one I shall not entertain. Gu Chen spoke leisurely. As for consuming the divine elixir, it may merely extend your life by several centuries, nothing more than a futile attempt to quench thirst with poison. I shall not partake in that either. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Gu Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, if not through forced elevation or the pursuit of a divine remedy. How then could the ancestor grant him longevity? You need only consume an immortal herb to live a second life. The troubles of lifespan shall naturally dissipate. Gu Chen elucidated, meeting Gu Qingshan's puzzled gaze with a calm demeanor. An immortal herb? The ancestor intends for me to consume such a thing. Gu Qingshan was astounded. What is an immortal herb? It is a treasure that surpasses all medicinal wonders known to mankind, even those at the imperial level. Upon consuming an immortal herb, may live a second life, let alone someone of his mere sage status. Yet he was but a sage. What right did he have to consume such a supreme treasure? Was this not an egregious waste? Gu Qingshan felt a surge of panic. It was well known that the immortal herb was extraordinarily rare. Even those of imperial standing might spend their entire lives in search of a single specimen. One such herb signifies a second life for an imperial being. Thus, it is easy to comprehend its unparalleled value. Even if the ancestor possessed an immortal herb, he ought to reserve it for himself. What merit did Gu Qingshan possess to warrant such a gift from the ancestor? Rest assured, the immortal herb holds no exceptional value to me, Gu Chen replied languidly. You shall understand this in due time. With this pronouncement, Gu Chen's figure dissipated upon the jade throne. I shall understand in due time. Gazing at the now empty jade seat, Gu Dowling was enveloped in confusion. What exactly did the ancestor mean? However, before Gu Qingshan could ponder further, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming imperial might surging from the heavens above. In the next moment, he heard the ancestor's voice, imbued with authority, resounding throughout the cosmos. I shall assume control of the celestial forbidden zone. Why do the other forbidden zones not present their tributes? You have the duration of an incense stick to offer an immortal divine herb as a tribute to me. Should you dare to refuse, I shall personally descend upon your domains and seize it. This commanding voice, amplified by myriad forces, echoed across the vast expanse of the 5 domains, leaving all who heard it utterly astonished and speechless. Did I hear that correctly? Within the celestial forbidden zone, a young member of the Gu family looked skyward, swallowing hard. Is the ancestor intending to raid the other life forbidden zones? Simply because the ancestor had taken charge of the celestial forbidden zone, he demanded that the other forbidden zones across the vast continent present an immortal herb as tribute? This was not a tribute. It was clearly a heist. Throughout history, such a precedent had never been heard of. The other forbidden zones. Gasp. Was the ancestor truly prepared to challenge all the forbidden zones with the strength of a single individual? Moreover, the disciples of the Gu family were rendered speechless by the overwhelming shock. Within the vast expanse of the 5 domains, an unparalleled commotion surged forth. What was the sovereign of the celestial realm attempting to accomplish? Merely due to his ascension to the celestial forbidden zone, He commanded all other forbidden realms to present an immortal elixir in his celebration. Such an audacious display of dominance, such utter disregard for others. Could it be that this sovereign of the celestial realm has lost his sanity? His declaration has undoubtedly offended all supreme beings within the forbidden zones. Does he truly harbor no fear of retribution? Someone gasped in astonishment. Throughout history, there has never been a record of anyone daring to demand congratulatory gifts from the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. Moreover, to solicit from all of them at once. This sovereign of the celestial realm has indeed displayed a level of recklessness that is beyond comprehension. Chapter 50. The Forbidden Dialogue. Resolute to the end. Another choice the ancestral patriarch demands that all the vast forbidden zones present an elixir of immortality as a gift for his ascension to the celestial forbidden zone. Within the grand hall, upon hearing the words of the patriarch, Gu Chen was momentarily stunned. No wonder the patriarch had just remarked that the elixir of immortality held no particular value for him. It turns out he did not possess any and intended to seize it from other forbidden zones instead. Yet, would those sovereigns of the forbidden zones acquiesce to such an egregious demand? No, this could hardly be termed a request. Reflecting on the tone of the patriarch's earlier words, Gu Chen felt a tremor within. This was clearly a decree directed at the other forbidden zones. The patriarch's words evidently disregarded the other zones, looking down upon them with disdain. Across the vast 5 domains, all were stirred by Gu Chen's declaration. As the parties involved, the once tranquil and desolate realms within the Kangmang continent suddenly erupted with terrifying, chaotic energies. Deep within the North Absolute Dao domain, in a wild and desolate expanse, countless graves protruded, tombstones standing like ancient demonic peaks, each one towering in the heavens, with crimson blood trickling down, chilling and horrific. At this moment, a magnificent tombstone emanated light, rumbling and trembling, its terrifying aura stirring the myriad paths of heaven and earth, transforming into a merciless eye akin to the way of heaven. Gazing toward the east wilderness, its expression one of indifference. Within the depths of the South Ridge Dao domain, behind a grand celestial gate, in the supreme pure land resembling a divine abode, a terrifying gaze also ignited, staring toward the east wilderness, causing all beings to tremble. In the east wilderness Dao domain, amidst ancient mountains shrouded in gray mist, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. At times, crystalline petals fell from the sky, while at other moments, boundless blood rain cascaded down. And numerous ancient beings opened their eyes, coldly scrutinizing the celestial forbidden zone. In the West Desert Dao domain and the Central Continent Dao domain. In an instant, throughout the vast 5 domains, within the life forbidden zones, supreme existences awoke, their indifferent and ruthless gazes fixed upon the celestial forbidden zone. As the convergence of these gazes intensified, the very fabric of the void struggled to bear the weight, fracturing and dissolving into nothingness, sending tremors through all beings. Such was the terror of the slumbering entities within the life forbidden zones. Even a single gaze from them bore an overwhelming might beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. However, as those terrifying gazes fell upon the periphery of the celestial forbidden zone, all their might was utterly dismantled, dissipating into oblivion. For Gu Chen's figure was seated high above the celestial 9 heavens, surveying the myriad realms. "Friend, you have gone too far." A calm and indifferent voice suddenly resonated through the void. Though the tone was quiet, it sent a chill down the spine of all who heard it. This voice emanated from the primordial ancient mind within the life forbidden zone of the East Wilderness. A terrifying existence within the zone had spoken. In the other life forbidden zones, while no voices emerged, the cold and indifferent gazes were enough to convey everything. Oh, in the celestial realm, amidst the intertwining paths of myriad lights, there lay a resplendent imperial throne. Gu Chen sat serenely upon this throne, his body slightly inclined as he gazed toward the direction of the primordial ancient mind. In this subtle motion, he exuded an overwhelming aura of power, akin to the very heavens themselves. "What, are you dissatisfied? Or do you all dissent?" Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the 5 domains. Everyone presumed that this sovereign of the celestial realm, upon speaking, would adopt a tone of moderation, if not outright justification. For conversing with an ancient emperor of the primordial mind was no trivial matter. It was akin to addressing the terrifying beings within all forbidden zones. Yet, none anticipated Gu Chen's resolute tone, as he boldly questioned the forbidden zones, demanding to know who dared to oppose him. Did this celestial ruler truly intend to wage war against the formidable entities of the various forbidden zones? Deep within the primordial ancient mind, an endless mist swirled, the light of countless stars converging to create an ethereal sea of starlight. The supreme existence within the mind trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly taken aback by Gu Chen's unwavering response, which left no room for negotiation. After a brief silence, a detached voice arose once more, stating, "In my time, I too have ascended to the pinnacle, surveying the vastness and believing there was naught I could not accomplish. Yet, what has been the outcome? Eons have passed like a blade, severing all in existence, including emperors and monarchs. We, who slumber in the forbidden zone, are reluctant to reignite the flames of conflict. However, should you insist on pressing us, causing the vastness to collapse and the 5 domains to fall, the burden of that transgression shall rest upon you." The voice of the supreme existence within the primordial ancient mind was calm, seemingly merely stating a fact, yet anyone could detect the underlying threat. Firstly, if the celestial ruler overstepped, it would incite the displeasure of the ancient emperors and monarchs of the forbidden zones, who would unite against him. Secondly, in the realm of emperors, where battles obliterate all, should a true war erupt, the vast 5 domains would bear the brunt of annihilation, and all sentient beings would perish. Is this a threat directed at me? Above the celestial forbidden zone, Gu Chen's eyes glimmered with cold light, fully aware of the menacing undertone in those words. However, before he could respond, a melodious voice echoed beside him. The forbidden zones of the vast 5 domains are stirring. In the face of the supreme threat from the forbidden zones, will you choose to appease and withdraw, or stand fearless and confront it head-on? Please make your decision. Choice 1. Engage in battle with the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. A single thread pulled may unravel the entire tapestry, should a great war arise. The 5 domains will fall, and all lives will be extinguished. Thus, it would be my fault. If so, it may be wiser to appease and refrain from conflict. Reward for this choice: Xiangui Divine Armor, Emperor-grade protective gear. Choice 2. Reject the threat and confront it resolutely. What if the 5 domains fall and all lives perish? I act merely for my own satisfaction. The fates of others concern me not. Reward for this choice: 10,000 calamities killing array diagram, peak Emperor-grade formation. Divine choice? Hearing the voice beside him, Gu Chen nearly chuckled. If he chose to appease, he would be rewarded with a set of turtle shells? Was this mocking him for considering retreat? How could a sovereign like him ever choose to back down? Gu Chen spoke disdainfully to himself, without a moment's hesitation. He decisively settled on his second choice. Long before making the decision to abandon the Imperial Pass, he had ceased to concern himself with the lives of the countless beings in this vast world. 90,000 years ago, Gu Chen had contemplated eliminating these zones of life. But later, fearing the uncontrollable chaos that a great war might unleash and the potential suffering it could bring to the multitude, he ultimately let the matter rest. Now, however, Gu Chen found himself free from such burdens. What harm could arise from war? As long as the celestial forbidden zones remained intact and his family was safe, even if the heavens were to collapse and the 5 realms were to perish, what significance would it hold? Chapter 51. Entering the forbidden zones, the primordial ancient mind. A warning to the unruly: do you dare to threaten me? Gu Chen leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing through the dense fog, reaching into the depths of the primordial ancient mind. If anyone has objections, let them stand forth now. I shall quell them decisively. The Lord of the Heavens remained resolute. As Gu Chen's voice reverberated through the cosmos, many hearts grew cold, and an inexplicable surge of anger welled within them. Did the Lord of the Heavens truly fear not the wrath of the forbidden zones, risking an apocalyptic conflict? Such actions would place the fate of countless beings across the vast 5 domains in jeopardy. Not only the myriad beings, but even the ancient entities within the forbidden zones were struck with a sense of astonishment upon witnessing Gu Chen's unwavering stance. The slumbering ancient emperors and kings realized that this Gu Chen, the newly ascended emperor, was indeed a far cry from the one they had known 90,000 years ago. He had become more resolute, and his demeanor more indifferent and ruthless. The so-called multitude of beings could not serve as an obstacle to his ambitions. All supreme beings of the forbidden zones could discern that this new Lord of the Heavens was genuinely willing to engage in warfare against the various forbidden zones, unafraid of a world soaked in blood and suffering. Upon this realization, even the primordial ancient mind, the spokesperson for the forbidden zones, fell into silence, no further sounds emerging. As the threat was unmistakable, further words would be mere folly. High above the 9 heavens of the celestial forbidden zone, Gu Chen observed the silence that enveloped the various forbidden zones with an expression of calm. He understood that these ancient beings, now trapped in a precarious situation, faced a dilemma. To offer the elixir of immortality would be to lose their dignity, yet to withhold it could lead to an outcome they did not desire. After all, these ancients had clung to life within the forbidden zones for so long in pursuit of eternal existence. None wished to instigate a war unless absolutely necessary. For such conflicts carried the risk of demise. Should they fall, the millennia of waiting would amount to naught. In light of this, let me assist you. Gu Chen spoke with a tone of indifference, and in a swift motion, he appeared deep within the celestial forbidden zone, amidst the cascading celestial palaces. Come with me, he commanded, extending his hand toward Gu Qingxue among the gathered members of the Gu family. Is the ancestor calling for me? Gu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. Why had the ancestor singled her out? Obediently, she approached Gu Chen, yet her curiosity remained unquenched. In a hushed voice, she inquired, Ancestor, is there something you wish for me to do? Follow me. We shall enter the forbidden zones. With those words, a radiant path woven from myriad runes materialized beneath Gu Chen's feet, stretching toward the heavens and descending into the depths of the primordial ancient mind. In the next moment, under the gaze of Gu Qingxue, filled with astonishment and shock, Gu Chen stepped forward, taking her with him, and they vanished into the vast forbidden zone. Did I mishear? Did the ancestor just say? After Gu Chen departed with Gu Qingxue, a disciple of the Gu family finally came to his senses, swallowing hard. His voice trembling. The ancestor intends to take Qingxue into the various forbidden zones? If I heard correctly, then you surely did too. Another disciple of the Gu family murmured in confusion. But why would the ancestor bring Qingxue along? What does entering the various forbidden zones signify? It became apparent to nearly everyone that the ancestor was undoubtedly aiming to demonstrate power. Yet, why would he take this girl Qingxue along for such a display? The sovereign of the upper realm has taken action. He is set to enter the primordial ancient mind. Upon witnessing the resplendent avenue woven from myriad runes, stretching straight from the depths of the upper realm's forbidden zone to the primordial ancient mind, someone gasped in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that this sovereign would be so audacious, seemingly unafraid of provoking the supreme beings of the forbidden zones to the brink of war? Now daring to descend into the forbidden realms for intimidation? The primordial ancient mind, this place within the eastern wilderness domain, is a deathly abyss that instills dread in all beings. Endless gray mist envelopes the boundless land. Faintly, one can discern numerous dark mine shafts scattered across the vast expanse. Each shaft resembles an unfathomable abyss, devouring everything, even the light of the sun and moon that dares to cast its glow nearby, distorting and consuming it into the depths of the mine. As for what lies within these shafts, no one knows. Throughout history, any being that approached this desolate land, even ancient sages, met with instantaneous death, without exception, let alone those who dared to enter the mine itself. None survived. Yet now, this pattern of exception seems poised to be shattered. For a path adorned with brilliant divine runes has dispelled the ancient, unyielding fog, leading straight into the depths of the primordial ancient mind. Gu Chen, accompanied by Gu Qingxue, strolled forth with an air of tranquility. With a single step, they left the sun and moon, the mountains and rivers behind, arriving at the entrance of the primordial ancient mine. Gazing upon the terrifying shafts that consumed the essence of the heavens and the vitality of the sun and moon, Gu Chen felt a shiver run through her heart. To her, those mine shafts appeared as fearsome eyes fixated upon her, instilling a profound sense of dread akin to plummeting into an abyss. Yet in an instant, that feeling of terror vanished without a trace. For Gu Chen's imperial might dispelled the aura emanating from the depths of the primordial ancient mine, preventing it from encroaching upon Gu Chen even slightly. Sovereign of the upper realm, do you truly wish to incite a great conflict? A voice cold and detached resonated. At this moment, one of the ancient mine shafts glowed, engulfing the essence of the sun and moon, casting the once bright sky into darkness. While the originally pitch-black mine shaft transformed into a blaze, resembling a sun itself, blindingly radiant. This can only be described as a terrifying spectacle. The ancient mine entrance exhales the passage of time, imbued with a formidable power that swirls and converges, transforming the area into a veritable celestial cavern. Above the ancient mine, the daylight that once prevailed abruptly vanishes, giving way to a pitch-black night where not even a finger can be seen. This transformation is merely the result of an unparalleled existence within the primordial mine expressing its dissatisfaction. What do you think you are to dare challenge me? Gu Chen's gaze subtly lowered, directing his attention towards the ancient mine's entrance. In the next moment, a resplendent path woven from countless threads of light moved in accordance with his will, cascading directly into the mouth of the ancient mine. Gu Chen, feeling vexed at the lack of a chicken to use as an example to intimidate others, thought, since you were so eager to reveal yourself, I shall make you the target. With a cold chuckle and without a hint of hesitation, he stepped forward, bringing Gu Chen into the depths of the ancient mine. Chapter 52. The tension mounts. Within the cosmic veil, riding the dragon's head, the Lord of the Heavens has entered a cavern within the primordial ancient mine, high above the eastern wilderness. A powerful being opened their celestial eye, capturing the traces of the Tao within the void, momentarily unveiling a glimpse of the primordial ancient mine's interior. However, in the next instant, this formidable figure let out a horrified scream, blood streaming from their eyes, plummeting from the heavens. For deep within the primordial ancient mine, Tao patterns intertwined and resplendent celestial radiance obscured all, even at a distance of millions of miles. A mere glance at that terrifying power was beyond the endurance of ordinary beings. Yet, the words of this being sent shockwaves through the world. The Lord of the Heavens has entered the cavern of the primordial ancient mine. This distinction is immensely significant. It denotes a departure from merely entering the periphery of the mine, where there might still be a chance for retreat. The former, however, signifies an entry into the true core of the primordial ancient mine, a place of supreme slumber and forbidden zones where the slightest misstep could ignite a cataclysmic battle. In that moment, all beings were engulfed in fear. Many cultivators soared into the sky, desperately fleeing towards the horizon, wishing to escape the eastern wilderness, for if a true imperial war were to erupt, the eastern wilderness would be the first to face annihilation under the relentless might of the emperors. Yet, a portion of the rational cultivators remained still, fully aware that should an imperial war truly commence, the outcome would be the same whether they were in the eastern wilderness or any of the other 4 domains. Under the overwhelming imperial might, none of the 5 domains would find refuge. Fleeing to the ends of the earth would prove futile. In an instant, countless gazes, filled with awe and dread, converged upon the location of the primordial ancient mine. All understood that the fate of the beings across the 5 domains hinged upon the thoughts of the Lord of the Heavens and that supreme existence within the primordial ancient mine. Deep within the primordial ancient mine, as Gu Chen and Gu Chen stepped into the entrance, the scene before them abruptly transformed. Instead of a narrow mining passage, they found themselves in an expansive subterranean realm, where the sun, moon, and stars hung in the sky, casting their radiant light upon the boundless earth, which was enveloped in a delicate mist, both mysterious and terrifying. This Gu Qingxue was astounded by the surroundings. This was no ordinary underground world, but rather an exquisite realm beyond the mundane. Who could have anticipated that the cavern within the primordial ancient mine would reveal such a vista? It was merely a manifestation of the cosmos within a vessel, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon, to forge this supreme domain. At that moment, the storage ring on Gu Qingxue's finger shimmered gently, and the voice of the celestial maiden of the moon echoed, providing clarity. Master, Gu Qingxue thought to herself, what is the purpose of my ancestor bringing me here? Even now, she could not comprehend why her ancestor had led her into the depths of this forbidden zone. With her current strength, she felt entirely incapable of assisting her ancestor. Indeed, if her ancestor were to engage in battle with the supreme being of this forbidden zone, she might become a burden, a prospect Gu Qingxue dreaded above all. There is no need for you to be anxious. Simply follow the instructions of your ancestor, came the reassuring voice. The ring emitted a faint glow, while the voice of the celestial maiden, Xia, was remarkably relaxed. The forbidden zone of life? For you, my esteemed ancestor, this is hardly a concern. Even the supreme beings within this primordial ancient mine are no match for you. What is there to fear? Upon hearing her master's words, Gu Qingxue was rendered speechless in astonishment. Although she had long been aware of her ancestor's formidable prowess, the notion that even the slumbering emperors and kings within this ancient mine could not contend with her ancestor was utterly astonishing. Let us proceed. The calm voice of Gu Chen reached her ears, pulling Gu Qingxue back to her senses as she hurriedly followed in his footsteps. As they traversed the desolate earth, Gu Qingxue accompanied Gu Chen, witnessing an array of eerie sights. She beheld a group of ancient beings, clad in tattered garments, bathing in the passage of time, seemingly caught in a perpetual ebb and flow. These entities, originating from an unknown era, were adorned in decayed attire, yet their hair and flesh gleamed with a crystalline brilliance, though their eyes remained tightly shut, as if ensnared in a deep slumber. As they passed by this assemblage of ancient beings, Gu Qingxue was startled to discern that one of them appeared to sense her presence, opening its eyes and gazing in her direction. Yet in the blink of an eye, this ancient being seemed to be startled, swiftly closing its eyes once more, as if it had never opened them at all. Gu Qingxue also observed a vast lake, nearly 1,000 miles in circumference, its waters exhibiting a sinister dark red hue. The surface of the lake roiled and surged, as though an indescribable monster lurked beneath its depths. However, as Gu Chen led Gu Qingxue past, the lake abruptly fell silent, its surface becoming as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any ripples. Could it be because of my ancestor? Gazing at the stillness of the lake, Gu Qingxue looked at Gu Chen's imposing figure ahead, a sense of enlightenment blossoming within her. She realized that perhaps, in the eyes of these terrifying entities, it was her ancestor who represented the true essence of terror. As they pressed onward, the mist enveloping the earth thickened, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, within a radius of 10,000 feet around Gu Chen, there was not a trace of fog. Suddenly, a soul-shaking roar erupted, causing the mist to churn, and a colossal dragon, spanning thousands of feet and cloaked in formidable scales, emerged, its enormous scarlet eyes gazing down upon Gu Chen and Gu Qingxue. Was this the legendary true dragon? As she beheld the immense being that spanned the horizon, Gu Qingxue's heart fluttered, but she quickly dismissed the thought, for she noticed that upon the dragon's forehead was merely a slight bulge, lacking the true dragon's horn. Moreover, this dragon possessed only 4 claws, not 5. 5 claws signify a dragon, while 4 signify a flood dragon. The magnificent creature before her had not transformed into a true dragon. It was merely a flood dragon. Yet, even so, it was astonishing enough. It is evident that this dragon is not far from transforming into a true dragon, and once it achieves this metamorphosis, it will become a supreme divine beast capable of contending with the existence of imperial realms. A quasi-imperial level dragon? Gu Chen cast a nonchalant glance at the enormous dragon coiling in the air and scoffed. Before me, do you dare to hover in the sky? Descend at once. With but a single utterance, an imperial might surged forth, instantly causing the once ferocious old dragon to emit a mournful cry before plummeting from the heavens, landing right before Gu Chen. Just what I needed for transportation. Gu Chen leisurely advanced, stepping onto the dragon's head, and as he mounted it, he waved at the astonished Gu Qingxue below, casually remarking, "Aren't you coming up?" Chapter 53, Forbidden Realm, the Celestial Golden Stone Dragon. A single palm annihilation with a heart brimming with excitement. Gu Qingxue leaped onto the head of the colossal dragon. A long lament resonated from the ancient dragon, its voice imbued with a hint of reluctance and indignation, as if it resented the presence of Gu Qingxue upon its noble brow. This majestic four-clawed dragon, merely a step away from transforming into a true dragon, could not fathom being trodden upon by a feeble human. However, when a trace of imperial might descended upon its forehead, the ancient dragon's lament ceased abruptly, its eyes instantly clearing with newfound clarity. The old dragon was remarkably perceptive. It sensed that any defiance against the command of the imperial figure above would render its existence a living hell. Proceed. Observing the dragon beneath her calm and submissive, Gu Chen issued a tranquil command. With a resounding roar, the ancient dragon soared, bearing Gu Chen and Gu Qingxue into the depths of the mist. The dragon cut through the air, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. This subterranean expanse was unfathomably vast. Even gazing into the distance, one could scarcely perceive the end. Yet, as they advanced, the dense fog gradually began to dissipate, revealing the outlines of distant forms. On the boundless earth, there arose what appeared to be immense mounds, resembling gigantic tombs. As they drew nearer, it became apparent that these were the entrances to ancient caverns. Within this primordial ancient mine, there existed tunnels of considerable depth. As they approached this region, the quasi-imperial dragon beneath Gu Chen began to tremble slightly, even exhibiting reluctance to proceed. The ancient dragon was acutely aware that this place was the true core of the primordial ancient mind, a dwelling for unfathomable horrors. Despite residing within the ancient mine, it had never dared to approach this core forbidden zone. However, under the weight of Gu Chen's oppressive aura, the dragon had no choice but to steel itself and venture forth, reaching this forbidden realm for the very first time. Stop! When the ancient dragon stubbornly advanced toward the first ancient cavern, Gu Chen finally issued a command. Upon receiving the order, the dragon exhaled in relief, hastily prostrating itself on the ground, lowering its majestic head in deference, allowing Gu Chen and Gu Qingxue to disembark. Simultaneously, the dragon harbored a silent hope that Gu Chen would grant it freedom, for it yearned to escape this terrifying place. Alas, Gu Chen had no intention of granting its wish. Wait here. Gu Chen cast a casual glance at the prostrate dragon, issuing a command before leading Gu Qingxue toward the ancient cavern ahead. Though reluctant, the ancient dragon could only wait with reverence, its gaze directed toward the distant cavern, tinged with profound fear, for it beheld a chilling light emanating from within the cavern, sharp as lightning, as if it could cleave the heavens and the earth. This was following Gu Chen. Gu Qingxue also caught sight of the frigid gaze igniting from within the ancient cavern. Subsequently, she beheld a scene both mysterious and terrifying. From the abyssal depths of a seemingly bottomless chasm emerged a battalion of diminutive figures, no taller than a thumb, clad in armor and brandishing weapons. Their battle cries resounding like thunder as they marched forth, an aura of murderous intent piercing the heavens. Though these tiny beings appeared insignificant, each exuded an overwhelming power. Even more frightening was the revelation that each miniature warrior was composed of genuine extreme Tao celestial gold. This battalion of golden warriors, clad in formidable armor, stood solemnly at the entrance of the ancient cave. Despite their small stature, their presence was utterly impossible to disregard. Human Emperor, you have crossed the line. From the depths of the ancient cave, a grand fluctuation resonated, causing the entire expanse of heaven and earth to tremble in response, as if an unrivaled sovereign were commanding celestial soldiers and gazing down upon the mortal realm. Who dwells within this ancient cave? Is it a true emperor of the Imperial realm? As this thought flickered in Gu Qingshue's mind, she heard Gu Chen's voice break the silence. Noise. Gu Chen replied indifferently, completely dismissing the battalion of golden warriors before the cave, and with a direct motion of his hand, he reached into the depths of the cave. Divine radiance swirled and traces of the Tao densely covered the air. In that moment, the mysterious ancient cave appeared as though it would burst open, its celestial light blinding and impossible to behold. Yet, in the next instant, all brilliance was extinguished. Gu Chen retracted his hand, leisurely unveiling a piece of celestial gold. The size of a human head, its surface adorned with ethereal patterns, which now rested quietly in his palm, while the terrifying gaze from within the cave had long since faded into oblivion. This is... Gu Qingxue gazed at the celestial gold in Gu Chen's hand, her voice trembling with incredulity, as if she had conceived some extraordinary possibility. A piece of ethereal celestial gold, having bathed in the essence of the sun and moon, birthed consciousness to become a celestial goldstone person, on the verge of attaining the Tao. Gu Chen spoke with an air of nonchalance. It is merely a celestial goldstone person that has accumulated wisdom over countless eons, born from the radiant essence of the sun and stars. While it possesses some true essence of the Imperial realm, it has yet to transform into a true extreme Tao sacred spirit. Moreover, even if it were a genuine Imperial extreme Tao sacred spirit, what of it? He has slain such beings before. Kill. The terrifying presence within the cave was annihilated by Gu Chen's palm, yet the battalion of golden warriors, filled with rage, surged forth with battle cries that shook the heavens. However, all their efforts proved futile. Gu Chen made no significant movement, merely lowering his gaze, which caused the entire battalion to disintegrate, their souls extinguished, transforming into fragments of thumb-sized, celestial gold, cascading to the ground. Collect these celestial gold fragments. Gu Chen cast his eyes upon the scattered, celestial gold remnants on the ground, gesturing to Gu Qingxue. Although these fragments were scarce and insufficient to forge an extreme Tao imperial weapon, they could still be melded into weapons and armor to create remarkable sacred arms. Yes, Gu Qingxue swallowed hard, stepping forward to gather the fallen, celestial gold remnants, her heart still reeling from the shock of being on the cusp of becoming an extreme Tao sacred spirit, rivaling true imperial existence, had been so effortlessly dispatched by her ancestor without even a ripple being stirred. The true prowess of our ancestors, just how terrifying is it? At this moment, Gu Qingxue finally began to grasp, albeit vaguely, the reverence her master had previously shown towards the ancestors. Let us proceed to the next ancient cave. Once Gu Qingxue had gathered all the celestial gold and stone materials, Gu Chen calmly instructed. This time, without waiting for his words, the ancient dragon, nearing the level of an emperor, eagerly approached. Its massive head bowed low in a display of respect as it prostrated before Gu Chen. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern that the dragon's body quivered incessantly. It was truly astounded by Gu Chen's capabilities. The celestial gold and stone figure within the stone cave was something it would not dare to provoke. Yet this formidable human emperor had effortlessly dispatched it with a mere slap. If it were in the dragon's place, not to mention a slap, even a single finger could easily crush it to oblivion. Chapter 54. The Supreme Apothecary Garden, the Nine Calamity Tao would. The fury of the ancient emperor, the old dragon, coiled around Gu Chen and Gu Qingxue, soaring forward while a peculiar emotion blossomed within. In times past, despite its exalted status as a quasi-emperor, it dared not approach the forbidden depths of the ancient mind, fearing the horrific entities that lay dormant within, capable of skinning and flaying it, leading to its untimely demise. There had been instances of such folly before. A primordial demon lion, newly ascended to the quasi-emperor realm, once believed it had the right to enter the forbidden zone, only to meet a merciless end, its body disintegrating into blood and bone, vanishing in an instant. Yet now, it flew unabashedly within this realm of taboo, untouched by any misfortune. The old dragon understood that this was solely due to the human emperor perched upon its head. It was his presence that instilled fear in the supreme beings of this forbidden zone, rendering them hesitant to act. Was this the legendary sensation of leveraging another's might? The old dragon could not help but shudder, nearly bursting into a song of exhilaration. As they neared the second ancient cave, Gu Chen issued a command, descending alongside Gu Qingxue by its entrance. In stark contrast to the first cave, this place resembled a divine sanctuary, teeming with fragrant herbs and blossoms. The air was thick with the rich aroma of ancient medicinal plants, which seemed almost sentient, exuding radiant hues and cleansing their forms. A pure spring flowed with crystalline clarity, bubbling softly. 10,000-year-old herbs. Upon landing, Gu Qingxue found herself nearly breathless. The ancient herbs, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, possessed qualities attainable only by medicinal kings that had thrived for over 10,000 years. Here, such remarkable herbs were abundant, with no less than several dozen present at a cursory glance. In addition to these venerable plants, numerous other divine fruits and spiritual flora took root, flourishing freely. Such a plethora of precious herbs constituted an unparalleled apothecary garden. Gu Qingxue's heart raced, her throat dry with anticipation. She knew that if this garden were to manifest in the vast realms beyond, even the lofty imperial clans would be unable to resist the urge to seize it. Ancestor. These. Gu Qingxue turned to Gu Chen, who stood beside her, seemingly hesitant, seeking his counsel. Faced with such an abundance of spiritual plants and precious herbs, it was impossible not to be stirred, yet she worried that depleting this treasure trove entirely might be excessive. Take them all, leaving not a single one behind. Meeting Gu Qingxue's gaze, Gu Chen remained composed, speaking with quiet resolve. His purpose for venturing here was to exploit the primal ancient mind, thereby intimidating other forbidden zones, leaving no room for restraint. Moreover, while these spiritual plans held little value for him, they would be immensely beneficial for the Gu clan, enhancing their legacy. Thus, it was only sensible that he would not depart from this treasure trove empty-handed. Indeed, Gu Qingxue swallowed hard, nodding fervently before she began to enthusiastically gather the spiritual herbs and treasures of this land. Undoubtedly, this was an entirely novel experience for her. This place was none other than the fabled Deathly Abyss, a realm of life's prohibition. Yet now, here she was extravagantly scouring for treasures. The exhilaration was simply intoxicating. As Gu Qingxue diligently collected the precious herbs, Gu Chen's gaze transcended this area, directing itself towards the entrance of a second ancient cavern. The cave was shrouded in a mesmerizing mist of 9 colors. Occasionally, ethereal beams of 9-colored light emanated from within, cascading into the surrounding area and nourishing all the spiritual herbs therein. With profound intensity, Gu Chen peered through the enchanting haze towards the depths of the cavern. There, he discovered an unfathomable spiritual pond. At the center of this pond stood an extraordinary herb, rooted firmly in place. This miraculous herb towered approximately 3 zhang, its body crystalline and translucent, reminiscent of exquisite glass. At the apex of its branches, 9 fruits were formed. Each fruit, the size of an infant's fist, shimmered with crystal clarity, revealing intricate patterns of runic traces within, a sight of extraordinary wonder. The mesmerizing 9-colored mist enveloping the cave's entrance emanated from this divine herb. The 9 calamity Dao wood, unexpectedly found here. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization the moment he discerned the identity of the herb from the depths of the cave. The 9 calamity Dao wood, one of the immortal herbs within the vast realm, bears 9 fruits upon maturation. Each fruit harbors the essence of a calamity, bestowing longevity and the opportunity to comprehend and assimilate the power of a heavenly tribulation, significantly refining one's path of cultivation, an unparalleled marvel. 90,000 years ago, Gu Chen had sought this immortal herb during his initial ascension to the Emperor realm, but had ultimately come up empty-handed. To his astonishment, the 9 calamity Dao wood was concealed within this primordial ancient mine. The acquisition required no effort at all. With a light chuckle, Gu Chen hesitated not a moment longer, extending his hand towards the cave in an attempt to seize the immortal herb. The 9 Calamity Dao fruits had now matured. Presenting them to Gu Chen would grant him a second chance at life, and due to the unique properties of these fruits, they might even assist him in breaking through to a higher realm. As Gu Chen reached into the cavern, the 9 Calamity Dao would seem to sense his presence, almost as if it possessed sentience, stirring its form and withdrawing its roots from the spiritual pond, seemingly attempting to flee. However, upon sensing the unmatched imperial might radiating from Gu Chen's hand, the 9 Calamity Dao would stilled, submitting quietly to his grasp. Immortal herbs, being sentient, naturally wished to evade control. Yet, when faced with the aura of an emperor, even these divine plants would not dare entertain the notion of escape. The prospect of following an emperor held numerous advantages for the immortal herbs, making abandonment of such an opportunity utterly unrealistic. Thus, this 9 Calamity Dao tree would naturally not resist. However, when Gu Chen grasped the 9 Calamity Dao tree in his hand, a suppressed, furious cold snort suddenly resonated from the depths of this boundless land. Heavenly Sovereign, you have gone too far. Do you truly believe this sovereign is akin to mere clay? The voice was frigid and ominous, laced with overwhelming wrath. The forbidden existence, long dormant in the ancient mind's depths, could no longer remain silent, issuing a warning and expressing its discontent. This heavenly sovereign, having forcefully entered the primordial ancient mind, was not content merely with that. Now, he audaciously plundered various treasures right beneath its very eyes, even seeking to seize the elixir of immortality. Such behavior was undeniably brazen. Chapter 55, The Exhaustion of Resources. The dragon submissive, the forbidden zone, bowing, a voice emanated from the farthest reaches of the cosmos, from a grand ancient cave, resembling a primordial demonic mountain. Within that cavern, a pair of eyes opened, gazing towards this direction, cold and merciless, severing all emotion, their brilliance blinding. At this juncture, the ancient sovereign, long in slumber, could no longer remain silent. His voice resonated with authority, cautioning Gu Chen against overstepping boundaries. Yet, alas, Gu Chen felt no trepidation toward such threats. If he were to fear such warnings, how could he have forcefully descended into this primordial ancient mind, commanding the restrictions of the world? Speak another word, and I shall sever you. In the face of the ancient sovereign's intimidation from the depths of the forbidden zone, Gu Chen's gaze blazed with intensity as he spoke indifferently. Simultaneously, he slowly raised 2 fingers, poised like blades, casually slicing towards the edge of this realm. Boom! Though it was merely a simple gesture, it seemed to summon the myriad forces of the universe, resonating in unison, transforming into a resplendent beam of celestial light, cleaving towards the ends of existence. You, from the far reaches of the cosmos, the ancient sovereign's voice, filled with rage and astonishment, echoed. However, just as the sound emerged, it abruptly ceased, replaced by a thunderous roar, the brilliance of the heavens dazzling, the celestial radiance erupting as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. Finally, subsiding after a prolonged moment, Gu Chen gazed in shock towards the distance. When clarity returned to the heavens and earth, she was astounded to discover that the ancient cave, once towering at the edge of existence like a primordial demonic mountain, had been utterly leveled by her ancestor's singular gesture. Who dares to defy? Gu Chen's gaze lowered slightly as he spoke calmly. He understood that the ancient emperors and sovereigns slumbering within this primordial mind were not confined to this one. He had merely entered the resting place of one ancient ruler. In other corners of the primordial mind, it was certain that other ancient emperors were watching closely. Yet, it appeared that the ancient beings within this mind were thoroughly intimidated, as silence enveloped the realm, with no voice emerging for quite some time. Excellent. Gu Chen nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the wisdom displayed by the ancient beings within the primordial mind. Subsequently, he continued onward with Gu Chen, both stepping atop the head of the ancient dragon, advancing towards the next cave for further exploration. As they journeyed, passing through several ancient caverns, Gu Chen overlooked nothing, commanding Gu Chen to collect every divine treasure in sight, leaving not a single item behind. In the end, even Gu Chen master could not help but exclaim, "You, esteemed ancestor, are truly overwhelming. Overwhelming? Gu Qingshue's lips twitched. Indeed, it was quite overbearing. Throughout this expedition, she felt as though the ancient rulers slumbering in this realm were nearly being shorn bald by her ancestor. Divine elixirs, supreme celestial gold, imperial-grade materials. Every ancient cavern was thoroughly plundered, leaving nothing behind. How pitiful. In the end, Gu Qingxue couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the ancient rulers resting here. She understood that the ancient monarch of this realm was none other than the one who had just spoken on behalf of the various forbidden zones. The ancestral being's formidable arrival in this mine was driven by a desire for retribution. It could only be said that this ancient emperor was unfortunate. Of all the beings to offend, he had chosen to provoke the ancestral figure. All right, let us depart. After a while, as Gu Qingxue had thoroughly exhausted all resources within this realm, Gu Chen prepared to leave with her. Suddenly, beneath them, the ancient flood dragon emitted a mournful low cry. Do you wish to accompany me? The fluctuations of its essence conveyed to Gu Chen its intentions. The dragon sought to leave alongside him. It eagerly bobbed its massive head, its bell-like eyes fixed intently on Gu Chen. By now, it had long discarded the initial humiliation of being treated as a mere mount. For having witnessed Gu Chen's overwhelming power and dominance, the ancient dragon realized that this human emperor was no ordinary figure. He could make the entire primordial ancient mind submit. If it were fortunate enough to follow such an existence, perhaps it might truly have a chance at attaining the imperial realm in the future. As you wish. Gu Chen nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. Upon entering the celestial forbidden zone, he had noted that this place was unlike others, devoid of any formidable beasts. Currently, the forbidden zone lacked powerful guardians, and if he could tame this ancient dragon to protect it, it would be quite advantageous. Upon hearing Gu Chen's consent, the ancient dragon was immediately elated, letting out a long cry, bowing its head in reverence at Gu Chen's feet without needing any command. Observing the dragon's understanding, Gu Chen smiled faintly and continued to stand atop its head, soaring towards the exterior of the primordial ancient mine with Gu Qingxue. After several breaths, the ancient dragon carried the two of them out of the ancient mine. The master of the celestial realm has emerged. Upon seeing Gu Chen's silhouette above the primordial ancient mine, the myriad powerful beings below collectively exhaled in relief. They had feared that Gu Chen would clash with the ancient monarchs of the mine, igniting an imperial war. However, it appeared that all was well, as the master of the celestial realm had vacated the ancient mine, and a battle seemed unlikely. Yet, just as the powerful beings had begun to relax, tension returned. They realized that while the master of the celestial realm had left the primordial ancient mine, he had not fully departed, remaining suspended above it. Do not forget what belongs to me, an immortal herb. If it is unavailable, I shall accept the extreme Tao celestial gold as a substitute. Gu Chen gazed down at the primordial ancient mine and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Gu Qingxue was instantly taken aback. Why did the ancestral beings still require the immortal herb? Hadn't they already retrieved one? Master of the celestial realm, did you not just take an immortal herb and obtain a piece of extreme Tao celestial gold? Indeed, upon hearing Gu Chen's voice, a tone laden with suppressed fury resonated throughout the primordial ancient mine, causing the entire cavern to tremble ominously. The treasures I have taken serve merely as a consequence for your audacity to question my authority. Gu Chen's expression remained impassive. What he sought now was a tribute. His words plunged the entire primordial ancient mine into an eerie silence. After several breaths had passed, a piece of ancient celestial gold, the size of a human head and radiating a brilliant crimson hue, soared forth from the depths of the mine, landing before Gu Chen. Though the ancient emperors within the primordial mine remained silent, their actions spoke volumes, unequivocally demonstrating their submission. The once feared primordial ancient mine, a realm that instilled dread in the hearts of all, now chose to bow before Gu Chen. Chapter 56. New grudges and old hatreds. Having stowed away the piece of crimson celestial gold presented by the original ancient mine, Gu Chen departed with a sense of satisfaction, riding on the dragon's head alongside Gu Qingxue. The onlookers, powerful figures from various realms, were left utterly speechless, their shock rendering them mute. Although they remained oblivious to the exact happenings within the original ancient mine, the words spoken by the ancient entity therein hinted at the extraordinary events that had unfolded. The sovereign of the heavens had forcefully descended upon the original ancient mine and was brazenly engaged in what could only be described as plundering. Not only had he looted the Forbidden Zone, but he was also compelling the supreme beings of the area to present tributes. This sovereign of the heavens was undeniably one powerful figure, parched and bewildered, murmured to himself, struggling to find the words to encapsulate the situation. The actions of this sovereign transcended mere tyranny. He seemed entirely indifferent to the attitudes of the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones and showed no fear of engaging in battle with them. The tributes from the original ancient mine had been secured, but what of the other Forbidden Zones? Was it necessary for him to personally retrieve them? Since returning from the original ancient mine, Gu Chen remained proudly elevated in the skies, surveying the vastness of the 5 domains, his voice resonant and authoritative. In truth, his intimidation of these various Forbidden Zones was merely a means of collecting on past debts. The matter concerning Gu Shan's need for the immortality elixir was merely a pretext. 90,000 years prior, during the invasion of the demon realm, not only the Tomb Sky Ancient Emperor, but also the ancient emperors within the various Forbidden Zones were stirring, eager to seize the opportunity presented by the invasion to target Gu Chen, a formidable existence at the peak of the Imperial realm. His imperial blood and body were treasures beyond compare. Should the ancient beings of the Forbidden Zones consume them, they could significantly extend their lifespans. Previously, the absence of external threats had deterred these supreme beings from making any moves. However, with the demon realm's incursion, the ancient emperors within these Forbidden Zones harbored notions of exploiting the chaos to target Gu Chen and divide his flesh and blood. Gu Chen found himself in a precarious position, facing immense difficulties. After paying a significant price, he managed to suppress the various Forbidden Zones and expel the demonic entities from the vast realm. Thus, for Gu Chen, the list of those needing reckoning extended beyond the treacherous Kangming imperial clans. The ancient sovereigns slumbering within the Forbidden Zones were equally accountable. Had these sovereigns maintained a neutral stance and refrained from crossing paths with him, Gu Chen would have had little interest in their affairs. Even if they were to slaughter the inhabitants of the vast realm, he would remain indifferent. However, since these sovereigns had previously offended him, it was only natural that he would settle accounts with them now. Demanding tributes was merely the beginning. As for the Kangming imperial clans, their reckoning had simply been postponed. The reckoning of the Forbidden Zone sovereigns and the Kangming imperial clans, new grudges and old hatreds alike, would be addressed collectively. No one would escape. Gu Chen mused softly, his gaze as cold as frost. Those who had once wronged him, those who now betrayed him, each one would be held accountable, and none would evade their fate. His grand voice echoed throughout the vastness of the 5 domains, resounding ominously over the skies of the various Forbidden Zones. The various Forbidden Zones fell into silence, and the atmosphere of the world seemed to crystallize in that moment. Yet, ultimately, a radiant streak of light pierced the heavens, shattering this stillness. This luminous arc emerged from the ancient Huangshan mountain of the eastern wilderness, traversing the sky and vanishing into the celestial Forbidden Zone. The speed of this light was astonishing. Even the strongest beings could only vaguely discern that it resembled a small tree, leaving behind a trace of supreme Tao rhythm and the fragrance of medicinal herbs as it traversed the firmament. This was an elixir of immortality. The thought surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Had the once indomitable life Forbidden Zone finally bowed its head? A powerful figure was taken aback. Now, both the primordial ancient mine and Huangshan had offered an elixir of immortality, signifying their stance. How would the other life Forbidden Zones across the vast 5 domains choose? The outcome seemed all but predetermined. Indeed, just after Huangshan presented its elixir of immortality, a remarkable stream of light surged forth from the other life Forbidden Zones within the vast 5 domains, swiftly entering the celestial Forbidden Zone. Among these luminous arcs were elixirs of immortality and supreme immortal materials. At that moment, all life forbidden zones in the vast 5 domains chose to bow before Gu Chen. Excellent. Observing the several streams of light that entered the celestial forbidden zone, Gu Chen chuckled softly, accepting this congratulatory gift with grace. Within those streams of light were the elixir of immortality, known as the 10,000 Treasures Dao Tree, along with supreme immortal materials like the Qilin Dao Gold and the blue-patterned purple gold, their brilliance nearly obscuring half the sky. Ultimately, it was Gu Chen who intervened, veiling the radiance of these divine entities. Since the various forbidden zones had already presented their gifts, Gu Chen naturally had no intention of prolonging the matter. He lowered his gaze slightly, preparing to descend into the celestial forbidden zone. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the direction of the primordial ancient mine, a radiant light shot into the sky, accompanied by auspicious colors. As a completely snow-white mysterious tortoise soared forth from the ancient mine, flailing its stout limbs and straining towards the celestial forbidden zone. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be a mysterious tortoise was, in fact, an elixir of immortality that had matured over countless millennia, nearly shedding its medicinal form to become a true living being. Undoubtedly, this was a genuine supreme elixir, one that even surpassed other elixirs of immortality, nearly transforming into a legendary divine medicine. Witnessing this scene, the powerful figures were momentarily stunned. What did this signify? Had the primordial ancient mine also presented an elixir of immortality? Were the ancient beings within the primordial ancient mine so petrified by the celestial sovereign? Had they not just offered an elixir of immortality? How could they now present yet another divine medicine, and one so extraordinarily exceptional? However, the astonishment was fleeting, as they soon grasped the truth. For as the snow-white elixir of immortality soared from the primordial ancient mine, a voice laden with fury resonated from within the mine. Following that, an enormous hand emerged from the primordial ancient mine, seeking to grasp the snow-white mysterious tortoise within its grasp. This is not a forbidden realm offering the supreme elixir of immortality. Rather, this mystical herb seeks to depart from the primordial ancient mine to align itself with the celestial sovereign. A gasp of realization swept through the crowd. Every being in the imperial realm yearns for the possession of an immortal divine herb. In turn, the immortal herb aspires to follow the path of a true, supreme existence, diligently observing and absorbing its essence day and night, thereby striving for its own advancement. Now, this herb, which once resided within the primordial ancient mine, has chosen to defect from its sanctuary, seeking allegiance with that celestial sovereign. Chapter 57. The Acquisition of the Divine Medicine. The Dust Settles. In preparation for seclusion, this scene is undoubtedly steeped in drama. A once-rooted Xuanwu immortal herb, originally embedded within the primordial ancient mine, has now chosen to betray its confines, yearning to embrace the grace of the celestial sovereign. The ancient monarch, who once commanded this immortal herb within the forbidden zone, is engulfed in a tempest of rage and astonishment, resorting to personal intervention in a desperate attempt to prevent its departure. What does this signify? As they gazed upon the resplendent white Xian turtle, gliding majestically in the heavens with its 4 claws outstretched, the assembled powers were left speechless, their astonishment rendering them mute. Undoubtedly, this reflects that in the eyes of the Xuanwu immortal herb, the ancient monarch of the primordial mine is no longer worthy of its allegiance. It seeks to change its allegiance and submit to a worthy lord. Amused, Gu Chen could hardly believe that an immortal herb would defect, choosing to pledge its fealty to him. This particular Xuanwu immortal herb is exceptionally extraordinary, possessing the potential to transcend its peers and transform into a celestial medicine. Faced with such an offering, Gu Chen had no reason to decline. He regarded the colossal hand of the Tao emerging from the primordial ancient mine, casting a shadow over the sky. With a disdainful snort, he flicked his fingers, causing a tremor that effortlessly shattered the looming hand of the Tao, allowing him to seize the Xuanwu immortal herb into his grasp. A treasured essence, now recognized by its rightful master, he readily accepted this immortal herb into his collection. Gu Chen spoke with an air of tranquility, disregarding the furious glares emanating from the primordial ancient mine, and smoothly pocketed the Xuanwu immortal herb. Witnessing Gu Chen's nonchalant acquisition of the herb, the ancient monarch of the primordial mine, despite his unwillingness, had no choice but to lower his banner and retreat into temporary seclusion. In this vast realm of forbidden zones, all bowed before the celestial sovereign. To emerge now and oppose him alone would be an exceedingly foolish decision, though the Xuanwu immortal herb is of great value. The ancient monarch could surely weigh the importance of his own life against it. Of course, this situation is also tied to Gu Chen's presence. Had it been another imperial being seeking to claim the Xuanwu immortal herb, the monarch would not have chosen to submit. A conflict might have ensued to determine supremacy. However, Gu Chen had left an indelible impression on these ancient beings within the forbidden zones nearly 90,000 years ago. Now, after the passage of 90 millennia, Gu Chen not only remains unfallen, but has grown ever more demonic and unfathomable. In such circumstances, no sovereign of the forbidden zones would dare to be the first to provoke him. As Gu Chen returned to the celestial domain, the other life realms fell silent, their activities ceasing. Although tranquility momentarily enveloped the heavens and the earth. Within the eastern wilderness Dao domain, the formidable beings from various factions gazed apprehensively at the gradually fading celestial domain above, their hearts far from at ease. They understood that this tranquility was merely a facade, for beneath the surface, tumultuous currents were already surging, and at any moment, a true imperial battle could erupt. This is the 9 calamities fruit. You should consume it. Upon returning to the celestial forbidden zone, Gu Chen bestowed upon Gu Shan the 9 calamities fruit, which had been sourced from the primordial ancient mine. Ancestor Gu Shan accepted the 9 calamities fruit with a sense of trepidation. Gazing at the supreme elixir in his palm, suffused with traces of the Tao and fragrant with medicinal essence, he could not help but swallow hard, his heart in turmoil. Who would have imagined that his ancestor had just spoken of using the immortality elixir to prolong his life, only to raid the forbidden zone moments later? While it was known that the ancestor's plundering of various life zones was not solely for his own benefit, the immortality elixir he now held was undeniably real. This was the legendary elixir of immortality. Even those of the imperial realm could extend their lifespans by a generation upon consuming it, making it a true treasure beyond compare. He, merely a humble saint, felt unworthy to partake of such a magnificent boon. As if perceiving Gu Shan's hesitation and inner conflict, Gu Chen waved his hand decisively. This emperor commands you to consume it. There is no need for further discussion. Yes, faced with the unwavering determination of his ancestor, who afforded him no opportunity for refusal, Gu Shan could only nod heavily, excitement coursing through him as he consumed the 9 calamities fruit. With a resounding boom, as Gu Shan ingested the fruit, the air around him in the grand hall resonated with vague and ethereal thunder. The lightning blazed intensely, composed entirely of Taoist patterns. Exudant extraordinaire aura. This was the power of the tribulation contained within the 9 calamities fruit, now revived and radiating outward as Gu Shan consumed the elixir. Observing this, Gu Chen merely allowed his gaze to lower slightly and completely dispelled the power of the tribulation that was dissipating into the void, repressing it back within Gu Shan's body. In this way, Gu Shan would not waste a single fragment of the fruit's power, absorbing it wholly. As the elixir's effects unfurled, a torrent of vital energy surged within Gu Shan, akin to a gushing spring. This was an abundant life force, a testament to Gu Shan's rebirth. As time passed, the aura within Gu Shan grew ever more potent, swiftly breaking through the first barrier of the saint realm, propelling him from an ordinary saint to the great saint realm. Excellent. Witnessing Gu Shan's transformation, Gu Chen understood that his lifespan was now secure. He merely required some time to fully assimilate the immense potency of the 9 calamities fruit. Thus, he departed the Grand Hall, personally crafting a divine medicinal garden. guiding Gu Chen to plant the various spiritual herbs and elixirs sourced from the primordial ancient mine within the garden. As for the immortality elixirs, like the 9 calamities fruit, acquired through raids in various forbidden zones, Gu Chen placed them in a central, prominent position within the garden. The formidable Xuanwu immortality elixir, which had voluntarily joined Gu Chen, claimed the central core, leisurely swimming in the filled spiritual pond. Meanwhile, the various divine metals and elixirs gathered from the forbidden zones were allocated to a vast treasure vault, meticulously curated by Gu Chen. In the future, even if he departs from the Gu family, with the assistance of such abundant divine elixirs, the Gu family shall swiftly recover and flourish. After the various matters were concluded, Gu Chen summoned Gu Daolin and instructed, "I shall enter seclusion for several days. For ordinary affairs, let Gu Qingshan make the decisions. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, do not disturb me." During this period of seclusion, Gu Chen had 2 tasks at hand. Firstly, he aimed to infuse the celestial gold, which he had fortuitously acquired from the chaotic sea, into the Wuyang sword, in hopes of forging it into a true celestial weapon. Secondly, he intended to establish a 10,000 calamity killing formation around the periphery of the heavenly restriction zone, ensuring its complete protection. Chapter 58, The 10,000 Paths Furnace. The ritual of forging celestial weapons, and the terrifying consumption the endeavor to forge the infinite sword into a celestial weapon had long been a desire of Gu Chen. Although he had acquired the golden Dao, celestial gold from the Chaos Sea, pressing matters required him to return to the Gu family to quell calamities, which had delayed his attempts. Now that the Gu family had relocated to the celestial forbidden zone and the crisis had temporarily abated, Gu Chen finally had the opportunity to endeavor in refining the infinite sword to a higher realm. After all, at his current level, the infinite sword was no longer capable of unleashing his true combat prowess. Moreover, establishing the 10,000 calamities killing array at the periphery of the celestial forbidden zone was an urgent necessity. In the foreseeable future, Gu Chen would undoubtedly seek retribution against the various imperial clans within this vast realm. Therefore, he could not remain within the celestial forbidden zone indefinitely. Upon his departure, ensuring the safety of the Gu family members within the zone became a critical concern. Leaving merely a projection behind, while sufficient to contend with ordinary imperial realms, would pose risks should they face multiple imperial adversaries. However, if he could successfully deploy the 10,000 calamities killing array, the situation would be transformed. This array, marked by the system as a pinnacle of imperial might, would fortify the celestial forbidden zone, making it impervious to any ordinary pseudo-emperor assaults. Thus, even in the future, Gu Chen could venture forth without trepidation, free from the worry of potential home invasions. As for the ancestral patriarch's retreat, upon hearing Gu Chen's intention to enter seclusion, Gu Daolin was not surprised. Even for ordinary powerhouses, a single period of seclusion could span several months or even years. The patriarch's decision to seclude himself for merely a few days was indeed brief. Once Gu Daolin departed, Gu Chen calmly waved his hand, casting a barrier around the hall to prevent any unwitting Gu family members from approaching and encountering danger. He resolved to first refine the infinite sword, followed by the establishment of the 10,000 calamities killing array. After a moment of contemplation, he determined the order of his tasks for this seclusion. Before him, a square piece of divine gold, shimmering with a sharp golden radiance, hovered silently. Observing the golden Dao, celestial gold floating before him, Gu Chen did not rush to act. Instead, he retrieved several pieces of extreme divine gold recently scavenged from various forbidden zones. Feathered blue gold, ancient Qilin gold, dragon-patterned black gold. Numerous pieces of extreme divine gold materialized, encircling the golden Dao, celestial gold, like a constellation of dragons guarding a precious jewel, extraordinary in their uniqueness. With a flick of his thought, the infinite sword appeared in his hand. The myriad true flames transformed into a furnace, ready to forge the celestial weapon. He then snapped his fingers, and the blazing myriad true flames enveloped both the infinite sword and the various celestial materials. The divine fire blazed fiercely, morphing into the shape of a furnace, akin to a celestial cauldron, incinerating the infinite sword and the assorted celestial materials within. At Gu Chen's level, whether refining pills or crafting artifacts, he no longer required a physical furnace for assistance. A mere thought could summon the myriad true flames to temper all, making this the finest furnace in existence. The flames roared, scorching the heavens and searing the earth. The searing waves of fire even warped the void within the hall, leaving it marked with minute black fissures. In truth, this was merely a faint trace of power emanating from the myriad furnaces. Had Gu Chen not sealed all the heat within those furnaces, allowing it to erupt, the outcome would have been akin to a true sun descending upon the vast continent, instantly turning billions of miles into scorched earth, obliterated from existence. Time passed, and the flames of the myriad fires within the furnace gradually extinguished. Upon gazing into the furnace, there were no remnants of celestial gold, only an ancient sword, quietly resting within. Gulme. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled as he summoned the infinite sword into his grasp. At this moment, the infinite sword appeared similar to its former self, yet upon its blade flowed an ethereal sharpness, capable of cleaving through the heavens and all that exists. However, as he held the infinite sword, Gu Chen instantly sensed its transformation. Now, due to the absorption of various celestial metals, the sword's weight had increased severalfold. Its blade, refined and tempered repeatedly, had elevated its essence beyond measure. Just by holding it, Gu Chen deduced that the current infinite sword might effortlessly sever even the most formidable imperial weapons. Had he possessed this sword during the incursion of the Yin family, Gu Chen felt confident that he could have slain the Yin emperor with a single strike, even traversing the vast cosmos. Could this be deemed a successful ritual, transforming it into a celestial weapon? Gu Chen pondered uncertainly whether the current state of the infinite sword could truly be classified as a celestial weapon, as he had never witnessed an authentic celestial weapon before. Nevertheless, he was certain that the present infinite sword was far beyond the realm of ordinary imperial weapons, residing on a distinctly higher echelon. Contentedly storing the infinite sword, Gu Chen proceeded to embark on the second endeavor of his seclusion, the arrangement of the everlasting slaughter array. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his mind, and an ancient array diagram materialized before him. This was the diagram of the everlasting slaughter array, detailing its configuration and the various celestial materials required for its setup. He required materials such as the 10,000-year dragon breath wood, dreamlike purple cloud gold, thunder calamity ancient wood, and pure earth breath soil. Fortunately, having just plundered the life forbidden zone, he had sufficient materials for the array's arrangement. Upon thoroughly reviewing the list of materials needed for the everlasting slaughter array, Gu Chen could not help but gasp in astonishment. The sheer quantity and rigor of materials required for the grand array were staggering. It was conservatively estimated that the materials needed to establish this everlasting slaughter array could easily forge 3 to 5 imperial weapons. How challenging is it to forge an imperial weapon? Not only does it necessitate corresponding extreme celestial metals as the primary material, but it also requires various precious auxiliary materials for the refining process. Thus, throughout the history of the vast realms, many imperial beings have devoted their lives to seeking materials, yet failed to forge a weapon of their own that could endure the test of time, underscoring the rarity of imperial weapons. Now, merely the materials for arranging the grand array demanded a quantity sufficient to forge 3 to 5 imperial weapons. Had it not been for Gu Chen's recent audacious exploits in various life-threatening zones, he would have found himself in a dire predicament, unable to gather the necessary materials for this grand formation. Nevertheless, despite the staggering cost of resources required, Gu Chen was filled with anticipation. He understood that the greater the rarity of the materials needed for the formation, the more formidable the ultimate array would be. Were it merely a matter of using commonplace materials to establish this 10,000 calamities killing array, Gu Chen might have harbored doubts about its efficacy. However now, having witnessed the terrifying resources required for the construction of this formidable formation, he was left with no lingering doubts regarding its power, and he felt an overwhelming sense of eagerness for its completion. Chapter 59. The Supreme Killing Array, a Terrifying Might. Beyond expectations, after meticulously studying the diagram of the 10,000 calamities killing array, Gu Chen commenced the intricate task of its arrangement. Thanks to the abundance of materials at his disposal, the initial step required merely a systematic placement of all components according to the array's nodes within the celestial forbidden zone. This phase posed no challenge for Gu Chen. With a slight movement of his mind, a plethora of materials autonomously soared towards various locations within the celestial forbidden zone. What was the Ancestor doing? Outside the celestial palace where Gu Chen was in seclusion, Gu Qingxue gazed in astonishment at the torrent of materials cascading from within the hall. Observing the trajectory of these materials, it appeared that her ancestor was preparing an array vast enough to envelop the entirety of the celestial forbidden zone. A ripple in the void heralded the ethereal presence of the celestial maiden Xia, who materialized beside Gu Qingxue. She, too, directed her gaze towards the departing materials, murmuring softly to herself, "Is the Ancestor arranging a grand array?" Gu Qingxue turned to her master, unable to suppress her curiosity. What kind of immense array requires such an abundance of precious divine materials? Just moments ago, she had witnessed the materials that soared from the hall, among which were traces of several supreme celestial metals, many of which she had personally gathered from the primordial ancient mines not long ago. What monumental array could the Ancestor be constructing that necessitates such rare materials? Even the legendary Imperial Array would not demand this much. The ordinary Imperial Array you speak of does not require such a vast array of materials, replied the celestial maiden Xia, her voice serene. If I am not mistaken, your Ancestor is preparing an array that will far surpass any so-called Imperial Array within this vast realm. There was a hint of nostalgia in Xiaoya's tone. To witness a true emperor in this vast world was already astonishing enough for her. Could it be that this emperor could also inscribe a genuine Imperial Array? In the remnants of her memory, Xiaoya recalled that throughout history, those worthy of the title emperor were exceedingly few, and even fewer were those capable of inscribing a true Imperial Array. After all, the legendary Imperial Array could ensnare true immortals, while ordinary pseudo-emperors would meet certain death upon entering, without exception, far surpassing all Imperial Arrays. Gu Qingxue held her breath, rendered speechless. After all, she had never even laid eyes on a typical Imperial Array, let alone one that transcended the ordinary. The unfolding events within the celestial forbidden zone had similarly captured the attention of the other members of the Gu family. In an instant, all gazes turned skyward, watching the materials soar autonomously in various directions, their eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and astonishment. With all preparations complete, it was time to commence the array's formation. Within the hall, as Gu Chen sensed that all materials had taken their positions, he uttered a soft phrase. Then, with his fingers poised like a blade, he began to inscribe the array in the void. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded. As Gu Chen extended his fingers into the void, intricate patterns of Tao manifested, moving in tandem with the tips of his fingers, leaving imprints in the emptiness. With the passage of time, these lines of Tao began to spread from the central location of Gu Chen's celestial palace to various regions of the upper celestial forbidden zone. As the patterns multiplied, profound laws of the Tao began to emanate, releasing wisps of chaotic energy that enveloped the skies of the upper celestial forbidden zone. This was undoubtedly a scene of immense astonishment. The chaotic canopy descended from the heavenly palace like a torrent cascading from the heavens, shrouding the entire upper celestial forbidden zone. In the void, intertwining Tao patterns wove together, forming an invisible net that spread across the vast expanse. Meanwhile, the materials that had originally fallen seemed to be refined by an unparalleled force, merging seamlessly into the endless Tao patterns. The 10,000 calamities killing array was complete. Within the ancient hall, time slipped away unnoticed, and Gu Chen's slightly lowered eyelids finally opened, revealing a countenance filled with joy as he gazed into the void before him. The 10,000 calamities killing array had been successfully deployed. At this moment, a phantom array diagram began to rhythmically undulate in the void before Gu Chen. This diagram was the core of the 10,000 calamities killing array. By manipulating it, he could command the entire formation. Let me witness the true power of the 10,000 calamities killing array, Gu Chen murmured softly, a glimmer of anticipation shimmering in his eyes. The deployment of this array not only consumed an immense quantity of divine materials, but also drained nearly half of his internal strength. It is worth noting that Gu Chen was no ordinary emperor. His imperial power was as vast as the sea, far beyond that of the likes of Yendi. The fact that setting up this grand array had depleted so much of his strength indicated that, were an ordinary emperor to attempt it, they would likely be utterly drained. If establishing the array was such a formidable challenge, then the array's power must be equally remarkable. With a thought, Gu Chen gently activated the array diagram. In the next moment, the entire upper celestial forbidden zone underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The heavens surged with chaos. Lightning tore through the skies, and the winds of disaster swept across, unleashing overwhelming power that shattered the void for miles. There, the forces of earth, fire, wind, and water surged in succession, as if intent on annihilating the world. This power even surpassed the relentless gales of the death abyss within the sea of chaos. Feeling the might emanating from the heavens, Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. The strength exhibited by the 10,000 calamities killing array was even more ferocious than the catastrophic winds he had encountered in the Chaos Sea. Should an ordinary emperor become ensnared within, they would likely be obliterated in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this was merely the result of the array not being fully revived. If the 10,000 calamities killing array were to awaken completely, the extent of its terrifying power would be beyond imagination. Excellent. Satisfied after sensing the power of the 10,000 calamities killing array, Gu Chen nodded approvingly. With this array in place, he could finally leave the upper celestial forbidden zone without concern for the safety of his entire clan. Ancestor Dao Ling seeks an audience on urgent matters. Just as Gu Chen melded the array diagram into the fabric of the void, the voice of Gu Dao Ling echoed from outside the hall. Enter. Gu Chen spoke softly, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Since the commencement of his ritual to forge the infinite sword, followed by the establishment of the 10,000 calamities killing array, only 5 days had elapsed. In his perception, the celestial forbidden zone had not been breached by any external adversaries. Thus, what pressing matter could Gu Daolin possibly have to report to him? Ancestor Gu Daolin entered the hall, first bowing respectfully to Gu Chen. Speak, what news do you bring? Gu Chen inquired, lowering his gaze. Reporting to the ancestor, the matter is as follows. Gu Daolin organized his thoughts before proceeding to narrate. As he spoke, an expression of astonishment emerged in Gu Chen's eyes, for the events recounted by Gu Daolin were indeed beyond his expectations, even to the point of being utterly unforeseen. Chapter 60, The Secret of the Celestial Realm. The mysterious stone gate and the ancient coffin. The matter spoken of by Gu Daolin pertain to the celestial forbidden zone. It turns out that during the days Gu Chen was in seclusion, Gu Daolin led the disciples of the Gu family in a thorough exploration of the core area of the celestial forbidden zone. After all, this is to be the dwelling place of the Gu family for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. How could they remain uninformed? Prior to Gu Chen's retreat, Gu Daolin had also inquired whether there were any dangers within the celestial forbidden zone. At that time, Gu Chen had scanned the entire area with supreme divine intent, confirming the absence of any perilous taboos. Thus, Gu Daolin felt assured to allow numerous Gu family disciples to venture forth in search of knowledge. After this exploration, they indeed uncovered a mysterious and unknown realm. It was an ancient mountain situated beyond this celestial threshold, at the foot of which stood a massive stone door, tightly sealed. The second uncle had attempted to open that door, but despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge it in the slightest. Gu Daolin recounted this slowly, adding that Qing Xue insisted this matter must be reported to the ancestor for a decision, as what lay beyond the stone door might conceal unimaginable dangers. Not far from this location, there existed a stone door, impervious even to the might of sages. A flicker of curiosity and astonishment danced in Gu Chen's eyes. Previously, He had thoroughly surveyed the entirety of the celestial forbidden zone with his imperial intent and found no trace of this enigmatic stone door. What further piqued Gu Chen's interest were the words of Gu Qingxue. He understood that her perspective echoed that of the celestial maiden, Xiao Yu. If even she held such a view, Gu Chen could not help but feel a stirring of curiosity within him. He yearned to discover what lay beyond that stone door. Determined, Gu Chen moved with purpose, departing from the ancient hall and following the coordinates provided by Gu Daolin, arriving at the ancient mountain located at the heart of the celestial forbidden zone. This ancient mountain, while not particularly imposing or majestic, exuded an aura of ancient, time-worn grandeur, as if it had stood there for countless millennia. At the foot of this venerable mountain, there stood an unadorned stone door, devoid of any intricate patterns, steadfastly closed, denying entry to all outsiders. It appeared to be merely an ordinary stone door. Gu Chen's gaze fixed upon it, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could discern that the door itself bore no extraordinary features. It was simply crafted from the most commonplace stone, yet enveloped in a formidable and terrifying power. It resisted any external force, remaining utterly impervious. At that moment, within Gu Chen's line of sight, the vast stone door was adorned with countless celestial runes that radiated a brilliant luminescence. The runes intertwined, with paths of power weaving through them, elevating the door to a level of solidity surpassing even the most indestructible celestial gold. No wonder his previous imperial scan yielded no results. The door was too ordinary, and the celestial runes that adorned it could only be perceived up close, remaining undetectable otherwise. Gu Chen stepped forward, placing his palms upon the stone door, initiating the analysis and unraveling of the enigmatic runes affixed to its surface. As he deciphered the inscriptions, the astonishment upon his face deepened. The celestial runes adhered to the door appeared to be entirely foreign to the vast realm, their foundational power emanating from an even more sacred and transcendent origin. Reflecting on the legends related to the origins of the celestial forbidden zone, Gu Chen began to doubt whether the stone door and the entities behind it were indeed products of the vast realm. Rather, they might be akin to the celestial forbidden zone itself, emerging from the chaotic sea or perhaps the fabled celestial world. No wonder the ancient emperor of the burial sky was so reluctant to depart from his place. As he continued to decipher the power of the stone door, Gu Chen pondered that the ancient emperor must have discerned the extraordinary nature of this door, recognizing its mysterious and noble lineage, which explained his unwillingness to leave and his intention to bestow this fortuitous discovery upon Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen was acutely aware that even if the Emperor of the Burial Sky lingered within the celestial forbidden zone for 90,000 years or even 1,000,000 years, it would be of no avail. The essence of the celestial runes inscribed upon the stone door was exceedingly profound, far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary emperor within the vast realm to unravel. Even with his peak emperor-level prowess, the endeavor was quite taxing. Fortunately, though the task was arduous, Gu Chen possessed ample time. After 2 days had passed, he finally succeeded in completely deciphering the celestial runes adorning the stone door. Let this emperor witness what lies beyond this door. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he gradually pushed the stone door open. With a creaking sound, the ancient door trembled, once again parting after eons of silence. Upon its opening, the sight before Gu Chen astonished him anew. Behind the stone door lay a chaotic void, a cavern swirling in the cosmos, inhaling and exhaling chaotic energies, its destination unknown. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chen reasoned that, with the 10,000 calamity-killing formation safeguarding the celestial forbidden zone, the Gu family was secure. Even if he were to explore this chaotic void and be delayed for a time, it would have little consequence. Thus, after summoning Gu Daolin and imparting a few instructions, Gu Chen resolutely stepped forward, enveloped in imperial power, and entered the chaotic void. What lay here? As Gu Chen crossed the threshold into the chaotic void, the scenery before him transformed instantaneously. It resembled a celestial paradise, where the skies shimmered with ethereal light, and an endless stream of celestial radiance surged forth, as if beckoning one to ascend amidst the clouds. At the horizon, An ancient high platform towered majestically, rising 10,000 feet into the heavens, enveloped in celestial mists. This platform, crafted entirely from an unknown jade, shimmered with a divine and transcendent glow. Tier upon tier of jade steps ascended from the base of the platform, leading towards its pinnacle. More astonishingly, swirling chaotic energies surrounded this magnificent platform, with the aura of celestial paths permeating the air, manifesting as ethereal dragons and phoenixes that coiled around the ancient structure in a display of boundless grandeur. Upon witnessing this magnificent scene, Gu Chen instantly grasped the profound significance of his surroundings. The mouth of the Chaos Cave serves merely as a spatial teleportation point. The world beyond the stone door does not reside within the ancient mountain, but rather exists in an entirely different dimension. This place resembles a small world, isolated and independent from the vast expanse of the universe. Gu Chen slightly raised his gaze, directing it towards the towering platform above. Although the summit of the platform was shrouded in dense celestial mist, it failed to obscure Gu Chen's line of sight. He beheld an ancient coffin lying horizontally at the pinnacle of the platform. The ancient coffin rested upon the jade pedestal, entwined in a dance of chaotic energy and celestial radiance, which illuminated the coffin at its center, rising and falling in an eternal rhythm. Even from a great distance, an indescribable sense of oppression emanated from the ancient coffin, overwhelming him as if it sought to collapse the very fabric of time and space, gazing down upon the past, present, and future with indifference. Chapter 61. Entombed Heaven Within a Coffin? A solitary ancient coffin lay horizontally atop a towering jade platform, its secrets shrouded in mystery. Who, indeed, was interred within? Gu Chen's emotions surged as myriad thoughts intertwined in his mind. The celestial forbidden zone, also known as the Island of Buried Heaven, earned its name due to its coffin-like silhouette. Remarkably, deep within this realm, he discovered another such enigmatic coffin. Was there an intrinsic connection between the two? Could it be that this coffin truly contained the essence of heaven? The truth awaited his exploration. Gu Chen murmured softly, his heart now tranquil, as he resolutely advanced towards the jade platform that reached the heavens. In mere moments, Gu Chen approached the majestic jade altar, ascending the steps without hesitation. On either side, the true dragon and true phoenix danced in a grand display, their imposing forms radiating an overwhelming presence. With each step upon the jade stairs, the weight upon him intensified, culminating in a sensation as if he bore the weight of the cosmos itself. Yet to Gu Chen, this pressure was trivial. The vast jade staircase he traversed in but a few breaths, elevating him to the pinnacle of the platform. Upon reaching the summit, the ancient coffin floated amidst an ethereal glow, surrounded by spectral manifestations of the four symbols, safeguarding it in an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yet, it was the coffin itself that captivated Gu Chen's attention. Dark and time-worn, its material was indiscernible, exuding an aura of infinite mystique. Though only 10 feet in length, it seemed to encapsulate eons of history, a vessel of all existence. As he gazed upon the ancient coffin, Gu Chen experienced a surreal sensation. The rise and fall of heaven and earth, the cycle of eras. Even the vast expanse of the universe paled in comparison to this coffin, as if it held within its confines the entirety of time itself. Could it truly harbor heaven? Gu Chen's demeanor grew grave. The sensations emanating from his coffin were profoundly unique. Undoubtedly, even the resting places of those at the Imperial realm could not compare to this ancient relic. However, upon closer inspection, Gu Chen discerned peculiarities. The lid and the body of the coffin, although perfectly aligned, were forged from disparate materials. While the lid exuded an aura of antiquity, it lacked the profound mystery and transcendence of the coffin itself, as if it were a later edition. Let me see what lies within this coffin. Gu Chen's eyes glimmered with determination, his formidable imperial power enveloping him as he cautiously approached, prepared to unveil the coffin. Before such an extraordinary and transcendent artifact, even Gu Chen dared not exhibit any negligence. At last, he stood before the coffin. Here, the oppressive force emanating from within intensified, akin to a tumultuous river, threatening to shatter his very being. This pressure eclipsed even the might he had unleashed during the activation of the myriad calamities killing formation, reaching a level so terrifying that any ordinary being of the Imperial realm would be torn asunder upon approach. What? Resisting the terrifying pressure emanating from the coffin, Gu Chen cautiously approached its front, preparing to unveil it, only to be struck by an astonishing sight. Behind the ancient coffin stood a magnificent nine-colored divine source. The divine source was translucent, encasing a woman whose delicate features were vividly displayed, appearing as if she were alive. She appeared to be in her youth, adorned in a flowing scarlet gown, her slender figure and exquisite beauty seemingly sculpted by the hands of celestial artisans, flawless in every regard. With her eyes gently closed, she seemed to be in a deep slumber. Strangely, the oppressive force emanating from the coffin, when confronted with a nine-colored divine source, appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, retreating to the sides as if in reverence. A woman lay in slumber. Here, Gu Chen was astonished. The divine source, positioned at the back of the ancient coffin, had eluded his sight upon his initial ascent to the jade platform. It was only when he neared the coffin that he discerned its presence. Who was the girl within the divine source? What was her connection to this ancient coffin? Gu Chen's mind raced, contemplating various possibilities. Yet ultimately, his palm pressed against the ancient coffin lid, ready to unveil its secrets. As for the girl encased within the divine source, he could explore that later. With a thunderous boom, the coffin lid was slowly lifted by Gu Chen, producing a deafening roar. Though merely a span of 10 feet in length, it felt heavier than mountains. Nevertheless, the lid was finally raised, revealing a glimpse inside the coffin. As the coffin was opened, a profound divine sound resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, and an infinite surge of chaotic energy erupted from within, enveloping the jade platform and obscuring all sight. An overwhelming wave of power, akin to the descent of a supreme deity, emanated from the ancient coffin, invoking a desire for reverent worship. Yet, Gu Chen remained unmoved. As he revealed a corner of the coffin, his gaze was already directed inward. He was determined to uncover what lay within. Peering inside, Gu Chen beheld a scene reminiscent of an ancient universe, with laws intertwining, collapsing, and rebirthing, as if the very fabric of reality was being forged anew. He concentrated his imperial thoughts, continuing to gaze intently into the coffin, aware that the spectacle he had witnessed moments ago was merely a phantom conjured by the colossal power contained within. At last, as the chaotic vision of the universe's collapse and rebirth dissipated, Gu Chen could finally discern the true contents of the coffin. However, upon viewing the specifics, an icy shiver coursed through him. Impossible! Gu Chen exclaimed, his voice tinged with astonishment. What had he seen? Inside the ancient coffin lay a being, clad in ancient celestial robes, eyes tightly shut, peacefully resting within. Yet, what sent chills down Gu Chen's spine was the startling resemblance. The figure bore an uncanny likeness to him. The being within the coffin was none other than Gu Chen himself, differing only in attire. To unveil the coffin and behold oneself? Gu Chen felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him, grappling with the incredulity of this revelation. He stood there perfectly well, yet who lay within the coffin? How utterly bizarre! Gu Chen, skeptical of the supernatural, exerted force with both hands, fully pushing the coffin lid open, and peered inside once more. However, this time, what he beheld sent a chill down his spine. For this time, he had vanished completely, leaving the coffin utterly devoid of any presence, an empty void. As Gu Chen beheld the desolate sight within the coffin, the overwhelming pressure that had emanated from it since ancient times dissipated in an instant, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 62. The coffin lid runes beyond the desolation, a girl with amnesia. The ancient coffin lay empty, as if nothing had ever existed within its confines. Yet, Gu Chen was certain he had just glimpsed his own reflection within. Was it merely an illusion? Gazing into the void of the coffin, Gu Chen's brow furrowed. If it was not a figment of his imagination, there could be no rational explanation for such a phenomenon. In a world where no two flowers are identical, How could there possibly be two of him? I am the one and only in this realm. Gu Chen murmured softly, his gaze resolute and unwavering. His resolve was unshakable. Regardless of what had once been interred within this coffin, it could never be him. The ancient coffin, devoid of any investigative value, prompted Gu Chen to shift his attention to the open coffin lid, whereupon he discovered it adorned with numerous celestial runes. Each rune mirrored those inscribed upon the stone door, yet they radiated an even more transcendent and sacred aura. A mere glance instilled in Gu Chen a profound sense of immersion, as if he were adrift in an ocean of knowledge. What secrets did the lid conceal? Techniques of cultivation, or perhaps a legacy of some sort? Contemplating the rune-engraved lid, Gu Chen pondered deeply, yet found himself at a loss. To comprehend the inscriptions, one must engage in diligent study, yet it was evident that this was not the opportune moment for such endeavors. After a brief reflection, Gu Chen placed the girl, sealed within the source of divinity, into the mysterious coffin, hoisting both the lid and the coffin itself as he departed from this enigmatic realm of celestial beings. The ancestor has returned. As Gu Chen emerged from the Chaos Cave, reappearing within the heavenly forbidden zone, a chorus of joyous exclamations surrounded him. It turned out that ever since Gu Chen had entered the Chaos Cave for exploration, Gu Dao Lin and Gu Qing Shui, among others, had been filled with concern. Despite knowing it was futile, many members of the Gu family had gathered outside the Chaos Cave, yearning to hear the news of their ancestors' return at the earliest opportunity. Little did even Gu Dao Lin anticipate that their ancestor would return so swiftly. Had it not been mere moments since he had entered the cave? Initially, the Gu family members were elated by Gu Chen's return, but soon their expressions shifted to astonishment, for they beheld the mysterious coffin that accompanied him. The ancestor had emerged carrying a coffin. Moreover, it appeared that a woman lay within. The members of the Gu family stood in stunned silence. This coffin, Gu Qing Shui's ring flickered with alternating light, revealing the voice of the celestial maiden, Xiao Yu, tinged with uncertainty. Master, do you recognize this coffin? Gu Qing Shui gasped, inquiring quietly. The master appears somewhat familiar, yet cannot recall the specifics. The celestial maiden, Xiao Yu, seems to be straining to remember something, her voice tinged with anguish, but ultimately she concedes, fatigue evident in her tone. The only certainty I possess is that this coffin holds an extraordinary origin, one that cannot possibly be a product of this vast realm. Not a product of the vast realm? Upon hearing Xiaoya's account, Gu Qingshue's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that the rumors are indeed true? The celestial forbidden zone is not a part of the vast realm, but rather originates from the chaotic sea, or perhaps even from the ethereal and mysterious celestial world. Otherwise, how could one explain the ancient coffin sealed within the celestial forbidden zone, whose origins do not belong to the vast realm? As Gu Qingxue remained momentarily stunned, Gu Chen's figure had already vanished from the scene. Upon returning to the celestial main hall, Gu Chen first placed the enigmatic coffin aside, and then turned his gaze towards the nine-colored divine source. He was certain that the woman sealed within this source was still alive. Perhaps liberating her from the source would unveil all the secrets associated with this coffin. With a wave of his hand, a strand of imperial might emanated forth, causing the surface of the nine-colored divine source to become riddled with fine cracks, which swiftly led to its shattering. As the divine source fractured, the girl clad in a red skirt, whose eyelashes fluttered slightly, gradually opened her eyes, revealing a pair of amber-like, clear yet innocent eyes. "Who are you?" The girl in the red skirt blinked, her gaze towards Gu Chen filled with bewilderment. "And who am I?" Upon hearing the girl's musings, Gu Chen fell silent. "This is troubling. I hope I haven't awakened a fool from the divine source. It would be quite normal not to remember anything, but to forget one's own identity is indeed abnormal." The girl in the red skirt remained puzzled for a while before seemingly recalling something, exclaiming, "I remember now, I seem to be called Huang Jiuer." Upon recalling her name, Huang Jiuer turned her gaze back to Gu Chen and asked, "Did you save me?" Seeing that the girl appeared to regain some semblance of her senses, Gu Chen succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired and continued to inquire. "Do you know the origins of that coffin?" "I cannot remember. Huang Jiu'er shook her head, her expression as blank as a fresh canvas. I only recall my name is Huang Jiu'er. Beyond that, I remember nothing. Observing her innocent demeanor, Gu Chen understood that she was not lying. Very well, he replied with a hint of resignation. He had initially hoped that awakening the girl from the divine source would naturally lead to the revelation of the coffin's origins. Yet, unexpectedly, she could only recall her name, her memory loss even more profound than that of Gu Qingshua's master. Is this place the celestial forbidden zone? Just as Gu Chen felt somewhat exasperated, Huang Jiu'er blinked and inquired, May I stay here temporarily? I believe that if I remain in a familiar environment, it might help to evoke some of my past memories. Considering Huang Jiu'er's request for a moment, Gu Chen agreed, certainly. He could instantly perceive that the girl named Huang Jiu'er possessed a heart as pure and unblemished as white paper, and thus posed no threat or danger. Moreover, he was eager to uncover the origins of that enigmatic coffin. Thank you, esteemed one. Upon receiving Gu Chen's consent to remain temporarily, Huang Jiu'er burst into exuberant joy. For her, having just awakened and lost all memories of her past, finding a place to call home felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Of course, her decision to stay in the celestial forbidden zone was motivated not only by the hope of rekindling her lost memories, but also by another profound reason, Gu Chen himself. The moment she laid eyes on Gu Chen after awakening, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and reliance blossomed within her heart. Even she could not comprehend the origins of this emotion. Ultimately, however, Huang Jiu'er resolved to heed the call of her heart and chose to remain in this celestial forbidden zone. Chapter 63. The Supreme Martial Display upon reaching the Imperial Gate. Zihong was taken aback. After temporarily settling the young girl, Huang Jiu'er, Gu Chen began to reassess the ancient and enigmatic coffin. Inside the coffin was utterly barren, devoid of any value for further exploration. Gu Chen had previously attempted to sever a corner of the coffin to discern the material from which it was forged. However, the outcome astonished him. Despite employing the boundless sword and unleashing all the imperial power within him, he could not budge the coffin even slightly, nor could he leave a single scratch upon its surface. It is noteworthy that Gu Chen's full-force strike could annihilate any so-called imperial existence within this vast realm. Yet now he found himself unable to shift even the slightest edge of this coffin. The implications were staggering. Gu Chen exhaled slowly. Undoubtedly, the material constituting this coffin surpassed his imagination, far beyond mere extreme divine gold or even the unparalleled celestial gold. However, to his surprise, while he could not alter the coffin in the slightest, he was still able to wear down a corner of the coffin lid with utmost effort. Though the material of the lid was also exceptional, it was evidently not as extraordinary as that of the coffin itself, remaining within a comprehensible range. It appeared that the lid was undoubtedly a later addition. Gu Chen pondered thoughtfully. Upon first encountering the coffin, he had noticed subtle differences between the lid and the body. Now, the stark contrast between the materials of the two further validated this notion. Although the lid was indeed remarkable, it evidently did not befit this mysterious coffin, confirming it to be a subsequent addition. As for the original lid, its whereabouts remained a mystery to Gu Chen. After thoroughly examining the coffin, Gu Chen's gaze finally turned to the celestial runes inscribed upon the surface of the coffin lid. Let this emperor observe what these so-called celestial runes truly record. Gu Chen sat cross-legged upon the lid, intertwining his imperial power with the celestial runes, causing them to radiate brilliance. Ultimately, the runes began to rise from the lid, swirling around him like a series of dazzling miniature suns. As the runes revolved, the scene before Gu Chen shifted in an instant. The next moment, he found himself transported to an expansive and mysterious chaotic space. Was this realm constructed from the celestial runes? Gu Chen's heart stirred, yet he remained unperturbed, having pierced through the illusion. Those who emulate me shall live. Those who resemble me shall perish. My path endures, and all worlds shall persist. A grand, profound, and transcendent ancient voice resonated through this chaotic space. Accompanying this voice was an awe-inspiring sight. In the chaotic void, a figure entirely forged from the light of celestial beings brandished a celestial sword, effortlessly striking forward with a single slash. With a calm and detached voice, the command carried an overwhelming might. As the celestial sword was drawn, an immense and terrifying sword aura surged skyward. In the illustrious sword Chi Hall resides an infinite sharpness, an unparalleled ferocity, and an overwhelming dominance. This sword seems capable of tearing apart the vast universe. Once the sword is unleashed amidst the heavens and the earth, only this radiant sword light remains. Only this terrifying sword energy exuding the sentiment that I am the ancestor of the universe, and I am the sovereign of all realms, persists. An unparalleled display of martial prowess. As Gu Chen gazed upon that brilliant sword light vanishing into the boundless chaos, he finally exhaled, his eyes brimming with joy. He had indeed not miscalculated. The celestial runes inscribed upon the coffin lid recorded an unparalleled swordsmanship heritage. That previous sword light, even Gu Chen found breathtaking, offering a wealth of insights at a mere glance. What an extraordinary opportunity. It must not be missed. Gu Chen composed himself, delving deeply into contemplation within this chaotic space. Although his realm had already reached the pinnacle of the Emperor stage, his corresponding divine abilities had yet to meet the mark. Now was the perfect moment to seize this rare opportunity for seclusion, to thoroughly refine and cultivate his strength to a state of true perfection. Beyond the vast cosmos, deep within an endless sea of chaos, a woman clad in a purple palace gown, exuding a formidable imperial aura, glided like a beam of light across the chaotic sea, soaring deeper into its abyss. This individual was none other than the sovereign of the Kangmang realm's imperial alliance, the great Emperor Zihen. Previously, having received a commission from the great Emperor Yuan Jun, she had ventured into the chaos to investigate the movements of the demon realm. However, despite taking on Yuan Jun's commission, the great Emperor Zihen remained unconcerned. She believed that the turmoil of the demon realm had concluded 90,000 years ago. Even if she investigated, she would uncover no substantial information. The outcome of her journey confirmed her suspicions. As she traversed the chaotic sea, it was filled with nothing but boundless silence. There were no traces of demonic beings. Her friend Yuan Jun was being overly cautious. The great Emperor Zihen chuckled lightly, her laughter laced with disdain. Did Yuan Jun truly believe the tale spun by that Emperor Gu Chen? The notion that one could single-handedly suppress the demon realm for 90,000 years was preposterous. Nevertheless, since she had come, she might as well investigate, providing a satisfactory report to Yuan Jun upon her return. Shaking her head, she continued onward. However, after traversing yet another expanse of chaos, upon finally reaching the depths of the nine heavens, it seemed as if she suddenly caught sight of something. What was that? The great Emperor Zihen gazed into the distance, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. What had she seen? Deep within the nine heavens stood an ancient city gate, towering and majestic, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Even more chilling was the fact that the entire Imperial Gate was drenched in a dark crimson hue, as though it had been washed repeatedly in blood. Even from afar, one could still sense the intense aura of brutal slaughter it harbored. An Imperial Gate stood resolute at the terminus of the nine heavens of the Kangmang realm. Why would such a formidable gate exist here? A shiver ran through the great Emperor Zihen's heart, and she swiftly propelled herself forward, eager to uncover the truth. As the Imperial Gate loomed closer, the Empress of Purple Marks beheld a scene that sent chills coursing through her being, an astonishing sight that defied belief. Before that ancient and formidable fortification lay a mountain of stark white bones, haphazardly piled to a height that seemed to reach the heavens, resembling a demonic peak. In front of the grand gate, a chasm spanned the chaotic sea, where millions of armored specters emanating in overwhelming malevolence stood in formation, vigilantly guarding the abyss. Behind this army of malevolent spirits, an endless shroud of black mist obscured all, revealing only a mere glimpse of 5 pairs of cold, merciless eyes. Each gaze bore the aura of its master, rivaling her own. Indeed, they were true entities of the imperial realm. a total of 5 imperial existences and countless terrifying demonic legions. Where on earth was this? Gazing upon the unfolding spectacle, the Empress of Purple Marks was instantaneously rendered bewildered. Chapter 64. Intangible Imagination, Supreme Trepidation. Earthly chickens, antile dogs, could this truly be the fabled demon realm? The Emperor of Purple Scar gazed upon the million ferocious demons arrayed before the chasm, and an astonishing thought suddenly emerged in her mind. These malevolent soldiers, stationed along the borders of the demon realm, bore an uncanny resemblance to the demons that invaded the Kangmang realm 90,000 years ago, as chronicled in its ancient histories. Had she, through sheer happenstance, inadvertently stumbled upon the very location of the demon realm? The Emperor of Purple Scar was taken aback, a shiver of unease creeping into her heart. After all, she was a being of imperial stature. Though the multitude of demons appeared terrifying, she did not regard them with fear. What truly unsettled her were the 5 formidable presences concealed within the dense black mist, standing resolutely behind the countless demons. Even from a distance, she could still sense their overwhelming aura. Each emanated the essence of an emperor, rivaling her own. 5 emperors. The Emperor of Purple Scar murmured to herself. After countless millennia of development, how many imperial beings existed within the Kangmang Alliance? Aside from herself, Yuan Jun, and Yin Di, there were hardly any others. Yet in the demon realm, merely at its borders, 5 emperors held dominion. It was conceivable that within its vast territories, even more imperial beings lay hidden. 5 emperors commanding millions of ferocious demons stood here. What could their intentions be? Were they preparing to invade the Kangmang realm once more? The Emperor of Purple Scar scrutinized the scene before her, only to observe that both the million demons and the 5 imperial entities bore grave expressions, refraining from advancing, as if they were wary and awaiting something. Was it the blood-stained Imperial Pass? Casting a glance at the nearby Imperial Pass, she quickly dismissed this notion, for she sensed that the pass was now devoid of any life, a mere empty shell. How could such a hollow city deter so many formidable beings? Could it be that these demons were unable to cross the chasm into the chaotic sea? The Emperor of Purple Scar contemplated the abyss that separated the demon realm from the chaotic sea, and a new thought struck her. Clearly, such overwhelming power from the demon realm would not be halted by an empty city. Therefore, the only barrier between them must be this chasm. Perhaps within this abyss lay some form of restriction preventing the demons from entering the chaotic sea. With this realization, the previously solemn expression on the Emperor of Purple Scar's face transformed into one of ease. If that were the case, there was nothing to fear. Even if the opponent possessed 5 emperors, they could not traverse the chasm, or if they did, their strength would be significantly diminished. What then was there to fear? Thus, that Gu Chen, who had been stationed here for 90,000 years, had the audacity to call it guarding the demon realm for all that time? The Emperor of Purple Scar chuckled, as if she had pierced through some grand illusion. Indeed, Gu Chen had a remarkable talent for embellishing his own reputation. What a journey to the heavens and a defense against the demon realm. It is merely a fade of deception and false glory. Such formidable powers as those of the demon realm, if truly capable of traversing the chasm, how could a single Gu Chen possibly withstand their multitude of imperial forces? Surely, he would have faced utter defeat long ago. It is merely due to the advantage of time and place that he has achieved this, and there is nothing to fear. With this realization, Emperor Ziheng felt a sense of relief. Since these demonic entities cannot breach the chasm, it has become evident that Gu Chen possesses no substantial strength. Therefore, her mission has been satisfactorily fulfilled. Nonetheless, before departing, she decided to explore the stronghold before her. In her eyes, this formidable fortress should have stood here long before Gu Chen arrived as a mere newcomer. However, Gu Chen has survived for 100,000 years. Had he not suppressed his own realm, perhaps he had indeed acquired some fortuitous opportunities within this very stronghold. If she could obtain something of value here, her journey would not be in vain. With this thought in mind, Emperor Ziheng entered the imposing fortress, confident that the demonic creatures could not cross the boundary. She did not conceal her aura, allowing the 5 supreme beings of the demon realm to detect her presence immediately. Within the Imperial Fortress, an unfamiliar Imperial presence has emerged. Upon sensing Emperor Ziheng's entrance, the demon realm stirred. The Supreme Demon Mountain, wary, glanced at the other supreme beings nearby and transmitted a thought. Ever since that day, when Gu Chen had slain the Supreme of slaughtering heaven and abandoned the defense of the fortress, fearing that Gu Chen might return, the Supreme Demon Mountain had summoned the other 3 supreme beings for support to jointly guard the borders. Yet, even with 5 supreme beings present, the Supreme Demon Mountain dared not cross the fortress. The intimidation brought by Gu Chen's sword on that day was too profound. Until the Supreme of Scarlet Flame received concrete news, these Demon Realm Supremes did not dare to act, not even to cross the chasm. Now, after several days, this fortress has welcomed another unfamiliar emperor. Could this individual be connected to Gu Chen? Remain calm and observe her intentions. The Supreme of Xian Sha spoke in a hushed tone, his gaze fixed intently on the fortress, as if attempting to unravel the mysteries of Emperor Ziheng. Disappointingly, there was nothing to be found. Inside the fortress, Emperor Ziheng wore an expression of disillusionment. After entering, she had only taken a few breaths to examine every corner of the stronghold. Yet, the outcome revealed that the fortress was utterly barren, devoid of any so-called fortuitous treasures. Could it be that Gu Chen had taken the treasures from his place? A thought stirred within Emperor Ziheng as she ascended the walls of the fortress. She prepared to inquire with those beings from the demon realm, hoping to uncover information related to Gu Chen. If successful, she might return with the possibility of uniting with her companion Yuan Jun and others to seize the fortune once held by Gu Chen. As the figure of Emperor Ziheng appeared atop the city wall of the Imperial Pass, the 100,000 fierce demons from the demon realm instinctively recoiled. Their eyes filled with trepidation. Over the years, they had been thoroughly terrified by Gu Chen. After enduring a period of emptiness atop the city wall, the emergence of another figure instilled a natural sense of dread among these demonic beings. Witnessing their fearful demeanor, Emperor Ziheng could not help but display a hint of disdain in his eyes. He had initially thought these were elite warriors of the demon realm. Yet their reaction to his presence revealed them as mere pretenders, nothing more than a collection of frightened, insignificant creatures. Chapter 65. The Aftermath of Gu Chenyu's Power. The Supreme Ones flee in anger, harboring a hint of disdain. The Emperor of Purple Marks remained unfazed. She gazed into the distance, towards the 5 pairs of eyes concealed within the dense black mist, and boldly declared, "I am the Emperor of Purple Marks, sovereign of the vast realm. I have matters to inquire of you all." As the Emperor of Purple Marks boldly stood upon the walls of the Imperial Pass, announcing her origins from the vast realm, a flicker of understanding emerged in the eyes of the Supreme Ones from the Demon Mountain. This individual indeed hailed from the vast realm and was connected to the esteemed Gu Tiandi. Could it be that she was the successor appointed by Gu Chen to guard the Imperial Pass? Fortuitously, they had refrained from acting rashly. Had she truly been sent by Gu Chen, a hasty move could have resulted in significant repercussions for them. Exchanging glances, the Supreme Ones of the Demon Mountain did not dare to be negligent. Their voices turned cold and grave as they commanded, "Speak. I wish to inquire whether Gu Chen, from our realm, has ever guarded this place." The Emperor of Purple Marks inquired, seemingly undeterred by the chilling tone of the Demon Mountain Supreme. Upon hearing her words, all 5 Supreme Ones, Demon Mountain, Xian Sha, and the other 3, simultaneously furrowed their brows. Did she not know the answer? Had it not been for Gu Tiandi's vigilance here, how could they have been trapped for 90,000 years, unable to advance a single step? Moreover, this woman audaciously dared to address Gu Tiandi by name, which left them incredulous. Despite the bloodshed Gu Chen had wrought over these 90,000 years, incurring deep-seated enmity with the demon realm, it did not diminish the respect they held for him. They still referred to him as Gu Tiandi, a title earned through his formidable strength and fierce reputation. The appellation of Gu Tiandi represented an unspoken reverence from the demon realm's Supreme Ones. It was not a matter of their weakness, but rather an acknowledgement of Gu Tiandi's unmatched might. To belittle Gu Chen would only serve to imply their own inferiority. Thus, Gu Chen's guardianship over the Imperial Pass for 90,000 years not only instilled fear in these Supreme Ones, but also earned their genuine respect. Yet now this woman, in addressing Gu Tiandi with such disregard, stirred dissatisfaction among the 5 Supreme Ones. We all refer to him as Gu Tiandi, yet you call him Gu Chen. Do you intend to imply that you are superior to him, dismissing us entirely? The Demon Mountain Supreme, feeling displeased, coldly remarked. The very ground upon which you stand is where Gu Tiandi once held his ground. Although the Demon Mountain Supreme did not provide a direct answer, it was an indirect affirmation. Upon hearing his voice, the Emperor of Purple Marks raised an eyebrow. Gu Tiandi? It is rather amusing that these Demon Realm Emperors would bestow such a title upon Gu Chen. The title of Tiandi is not one that just any emperor can bear. How could Gu Chen possibly deserve it? Since Gu Chen once guarded this place, do you know if he received any fortuitous blessings from within the Imperial Pass? The Emperor of Purple Marks suppressed her disdain and continued her inquiry. As soon as her question arose, the Supreme Demon Mountain and the others instantly sensed something amiss. This Imperial Gate was clearly constructed by the esteemed Emperor Gu. What could possibly be deemed as a creation? What did this woman mean by her words? Could it be that she was entirely unfamiliar with Emperor Gu? Are you not sent by Emperor Gu? The Supreme Xian Sha's gaze turned frigid, his voice booming. Sent by Gu Chen. The Emperor Zihen, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to sneer dismissively. What is he, an aging and decrepit emperor, to issue orders to me? If you're not sent by Emperor Gu, then why do you pretend to be so? As soon as Emperor Zihen finished speaking, the irate Supreme Demon Mountain could no longer contain himself. He thrust a massive hand, covered in dark fur, from the black mist, striking fiercely at Emperor Zihen. At this point, the Supreme Demon Mountain had come to a realization. Although this woman was also an emperor from the vast realm, she was evidently not acquainted with Emperor Gu. There might even be enmity between them. Their previous apprehensions had been unfounded. For this woman was not sent by Emperor Gu at all. With a resounding crash, the Supreme Demon Mountain's colossal hand shattered the heavens, sending a shockwave through the vast emptiness and crashing down upon Emperor Zihen. Unprepared for such an abrupt attack, she hastily extended her hand to counter. However, the outcome of this confrontation left her astonished. The power contained within the Supreme Demon Mountain's hand seemed boundless, surpassing her own strength by several degrees. As it forced her to stagger back several steps, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. Stay composed. Seeing the Supreme Demon Mountain's aggression, Supreme Xian Sha called out sharply, choosing to intervene not against Emperor Zihen, but rather to dissipate the overwhelming imperial energy emanating from their clash, safeguarding the integrity of the Imperial Gate. While the Supreme Demon Mountain's actions were of little concern, should the Imperial Gate be damaged, who could foretell the potential wrath of Emperor Gu in the future? In light of this, even the Supreme Demon Mountain's gaze became notably clearer, and he cast a grateful glance towards Supreme Xian Sha. What nightmare! At that moment, Emperor Zihen was engulfed in shock, no longer daring to remain at the Imperial Gate. She swiftly took to the skies, her beautiful face etched with astonishment and fear. She found herself in a state of bewilderment. These imperial beings from the demon realm could traverse the chasm without hindrance. This very chasm posed no barrier to the demon emperors. If that were the case, why did they stay here, unwilling to advance an inch? Truly reckless. Our domain has refrained from conflict out of respect for Emperor Gu. Yet you presume to flaunt your power here. Having just gauged Emperor Zihen's true worth, and now witnessing her retreat from the Imperial Gate, the Supreme Demon Mountain would not let such a rare opportunity slip by. With a cold laugh, he struck out once more towards Emperor Zihen. Emperor Gu forged the Imperial Gate after a bloody 9-decade war with our domain, earning our respect and the title of Emperor. You dare to belittle Gu Chen and disregard Emperor Gu. What do you think we are? Supreme Xian Sha also let out an angry snort, striking out without mercy. Did you truly believe yourself to be an equal to Emperor Gu? In the realm of the ordinary emperor, how dare they speak to us in such a manner? A path to destruction. At this moment, the 5 supreme beings of the demon realm finally revealed their ferocious fangs, launching an assault that transcended boundaries, their strikes as relentless as a celestial torrent, overwhelming and inexorable as they descended upon Emperor Zihong. They had remained silent and restrained until now, out of reverence for Gu Chen. Yet upon discovering that Emperor Zihong had no connection to Gu Chen, how could these demon sovereigns continue to endure? They unleashed their fury without mercy, mercilessly besieging Emperor Zihong. No, with a united front, the five sovereigns combined might unleash cataclysmic waves that instantly tore through everything in their path. The terror etched upon Emperor Zihong's face had yet to dissipate when the relentless force violently shattered her imperial form multiple times, her aura plummeting to an all-time low. Evidently gravely wounded. Flee! Quickly flee! The cold, haunting voices of the five sovereigns echoed ominously in Emperor Zihong's ears. It was only now that she began to comprehend that she had seemingly misjudged the situation. The reason these demon sovereigns hesitated before an empty city was not due to any insurmountable barrier, but rather out of fear of Gu Chen's lingering power. Nothing more. Merely the residual force, with the true body absent, leaving behind only an empty city, had intimidated the five demon sovereigns to the point of daring not to cross even a single step. Just how formidable is Gu Chen? Emperor Zihong dared not ponder further. A singular thought involuntarily arose in her mind. Offending Gu Chen may well be the gravest error the Imperial Alliance has ever made in its history. Chapter 66. The Regret of Purple Scar, the Shackles of Righteousness, a moment's wait in the chaotic sea. The Purple Scar Emperor fled desperately towards her point of origin, not daring even to glance back. At that moment, she had exhausted all her resources, even resorting to burning her own lifespan, transforming her dark hair into white, merely to gain a fleeting increase in her speed of escape. Five supreme beings from the demon realm were pursuing her, even with both Yuan Jun and Yin Di present. The three of them would not stand a chance against those five formidable demons. Now, she was utterly alone. How could the Purple Scar Emperor dare to confront them? No, I must hasten back to the vast realm and inform Yuan Jun and Yin Di of the situation in the demon realm. That Gu Chen is excessively sinister and should not be trifled with. A chill coursed through the Purple Scar Emperor's heart, mingled with disbelief. This desolate Emperor's Pass was actually established by Gu Chen, who had guarded this place for a staggering 100,000 years. Even in his current weakened state, he instilled such dread in those five demon realm supremes that they did not dare to step across the boundary. How did he achieve this? The expression on the Purple Scar Emperor's face darkened. At this juncture, she had to admit that she might not be Gu Chen's opponent at all. In fact, the disparity between them seemed insurmountable. After all, Gu Chen had single-handedly held off the demon realm for 90,000 years. Meanwhile, she had merely exchanged glances with those supreme beings and was forced to flee in panic. Now, with no one guarding the Emperor's Pass, those demon realm supremes were merely deterred by Gu Chen's residual power, but it was only a matter of time before they crossed the unguarded threshold. When that time came, the vast realm would be in grave danger. The Purple Scar Emperor murmured to herself, her mind racing with thoughts. Simultaneously, a faint sense of regret began to quietly surface in her heart. Initially, she regarded Gu Chen's return to the vast realm as insignificant. Her curiosity was limited to how he had survived for 100,000 years. However, after witnessing the Emperor's Pass and the terrifying demon realm supremes firsthand, she finally understood what Gu Chen's existence truly meant for the vast realm. Moreover, a considerable part of his decision to return after 90,000 years was due to the pressure from the Imperial Alliance. After all, when the Gu family faced calamity and sought aid from various imperial families, all the clans of the vast realm chose to shut their doors, completely disregarding the oaths they made with Gu Chen. Now that Gu Chen had returned to the vast realm to rescue the Gu family from peril, would he return to guard the Emperor's Pass once more? Truthfully, if the roles were reversed, the Purple Scar Emperor would never choose to return. Yet, Gu Chen had chosen to fight for the beings of the vast realm. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into the chaotic sea to thwart the demon realm for 100,000 years. Upon returning, I shall discuss matters thoroughly with Yuan Jun and the others, compelling Gu Chen through the weight of righteousness, even if he is reluctant. For the sake of those he protects in the vast realm, he shall have no choice but to return to the Emperor's Pass to guard it. The purple scar Emperor's gaze flickered as her mind began to devise a plan to compel Gu Chen to return to guard the Emperor's Pass under the guise of righteousness. You, Gu Chen, are you not powerful? Thus, the duty of guarding the Imperial Pass rightfully falls upon you, if you choose not to stand watch. Do you expect me to take on this responsibility? While I am not afraid to defend the Imperial Pass, should I fail to hold the line and allow the demonic realm to surge forth, plunging countless souls into despair, the weight of such transgression would rest solely upon you, Emperor Gu Chen. Contemplating this, a faint smile curled upon the lips of Emperor Zihen. With this invisible shackle of the greater good of all beings bearing down upon him, she could scarcely believe that Gu Chen would not acquiesce. Emperor Zihen's plans were astutely calculated, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that the lofty ideal she espoused held no sway over Gu Chen whatsoever. At the borders of the demonic realm, Supreme Xian Sha observed the frantic flight of Emperor Zihen and reached out to halt the advance of the pursuing Supreme Mo and others. Why do you impede me? Supreme Mo cast a dissatisfied glance at Supreme Xian Sha, his irritation still simmering beneath the surface. Do not pursue a desperate foe. Be wary of deception, Supreme Xian Sha replied coolly. Moreover, this individual is of the imperial realm of the vast world. Where could she possibly escape? When we eventually cleanse the vast world, she shall not evade her fate. At present, our priority lies in awaiting news from our ally, Supreme Qi Lian. Upon hearing Supreme Xian Sha's words, Supreme Mo gradually regained his composure. Indeed, it was imperative to await intelligence from Supreme Qi Lian before deciding whether to unleash further devastation upon the vast world. As for Emperor Zihen, she may flee, but the temple shall remain. When the time comes to breach the vast world, her demise will be inevitable. In that moment, the thick black mist slowly dissipated, and the 5 supreme beings of the demonic realm retracted their gazes, settling into a focused state of anticipation. On the vast continent, within the eastern wilderness domain, outside the celestial forbidden zone, in an unremarkable yet dense forest, Supreme Qi Lian lay in quiet concealment, casting her gaze skyward toward the 9 heavens, her eyes filled with distress. Supreme Qi Lian had traversed the grand cosmos and had been present on the vast continent for several days. During this time, she had gradually uncovered the happenings that had transpired on the vast continent. Upon learning that the descendants of Emperor Gu Tian had nearly been annihilated, she was left utterly astounded. She could not comprehend how the beings of the vast realm would dare to oppress the kin of one who had protected the Imperial Pass for 100,000 years. In the demonic realm, if a supreme being guarded a border, their family would be protected from such indignities. There would be no need for the supreme to return, as other supremes would swiftly eradicate any fool daring enough to commit such acts. Although she was unaware of the prior agreements and secrets between Gu Chen and those of the imperial lineage, Supreme Qi Lian had at least unraveled the first question. Why had Emperor Gu Tian abruptly abandoned the Imperial Pass to return to the vast realm? To her astonishment, he had returned to assist his family. Now, only one final, crucial question remained. After resolving the crises facing the Gu family and ensuring their safety, would Emperor Gu Tian return to the Imperial Pass? The Supreme Crimson Serpent has discovered that the Emperor Gu has relocated all members of the Gu family to a realm known as the Celestial Forbidden Zone, situated above the 9 heavens. The Supreme Crimson Serpent harbored the desire to leap into the heavens and confront the Emperor Gu for clarification. However, she was apprehensive that such an action might provoke the Emperor's ire, potentially leading him to silence her with a mere gesture, rendering her journey futile. After much contemplation, the Supreme Crimson Serpent ultimately resolved to remain in seclusion for the time being, observing the subsequent actions of the Emperor Gu. She aimed to discern, through his movements, whether he would eventually return to the Imperial Gate. After all, having already awaited entry into this vast realm for 90,000 years, they could afford to bide their time a little longer. Chapter 67. The Forge of 10,000 Paths, the Life-Saving Talismans. The sword pointing at the Imperial clan at this moment, within the core hall of the Celestial Forbidden Zone, Gu Chen sat cross-legged atop the enigmatic coffin lid. his eyes gently closed. Surrounding him, fleeting flashes of sharp sword light occasionally pierced the air, indicating that he had entered a profound state of enlightenment. The celestial runes inscribed on the coffin lid formed a spatial domain of their own, engraved with the essence of supreme being's martial arts, which Gu Chen could ponder and cultivate repeatedly. This sword, indeed, it is precisely as it should be. Within the mysterious chaotic space created by the celestial runes on the coffin lid, Gu Chen gazed intently at the terrifying sword lights traversing the chaotic expanse, his eyes shimmering with a sense of joy as if he had discovered a pathway ahead. 90,000 years ago, after he attained the Tao and became an emperor, he had scarcely encountered any true adversaries. Even in fierce battles, he was often besieged by multiple imperial beings, which could hardly be considered a contest of equals. Consequently, each step Gu Chen took after entering the imperial realm was a solitary journey of exploration, devoid of any precedents to guide him. Yet now, having witnessed the supreme martial arts within this mysterious space, the veil shrouding his vision had finally been lifted. He could see the path clearly. The imperial realm is by no means the pinnacle of cultivation. Beyond this realm lies the towering heights of further ascension. As he comprehended the sword lights, Gu Chen's combat progressively ascended. Although he had already achieved the pinnacle of the imperial realm, his divine abilities and combat strength had not yet aligned with this level, remaining at a previous standard. While this level was sufficient to dominate the ordinary imperial beings within the vast world, it still did not match the true peak of the imperial realm. Now, this final shortcoming was progressively being rectified by Gu Chen. His cultivation, realm, and combat power would ultimately reach the zenith of the imperial realm, flawless and complete. To comprehend this sword technique and integrate it into my heavenly emperor scripture, to forge the 10,000 paths, ultimately for my own Tao. Gu Chen murmured softly. The intertwining myriad paths transformed into a blazing furnace within the depths of his consciousness. As he poured the myriad sword insights he had just absorbed into this furnace, igniting them with the flames of countless paths, perfectly melding them with his own Tao. What makes Gu Chen's heavenly emperor scripture so formidable, surpassing ordinary imperial scriptures? From the very beginning, he has treaded the path of forging 10,000 paths into his own. He has perused the historical tomes of imperial scriptures across the world, extracting the essence while discarding the dross, all of which he has funneled into the furnace of his consciousness, refining and tempering until they all coalesce into the most harmonious expression of his own Tao and methods. This is the essence of Gu Chen's unparalleled strength. He has never been one to blindly revere the methods of his predecessors. Rather, he firmly believes that his own Tao and methods will ultimately surpass those of others. Thus, even within this mysterious space, having witnessed the supreme martial arts, he does not view them as treasures to be wholly assimilated. Instead, with great determination, he meticulously unravels this supreme sword technique, incorporating it into his own Tao and methods, elevating his heavenly emperor scripture to greater heights. Only my Tao belongs to me. The paths of others, no matter how strong, cannot be wholly embraced. As the consciousness withdrew from the chaotic expanse, Gu Chen opened his eyes, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment and strength in his Tao and methods. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. The supreme path of martial arts is vast and intricate, not something one can clarify and comprehend in a fleeting moment. Rather, it requires a protracted period of reflection and insight. Fortunately, he was not short on time, with ample opportunities ahead for cultivation and enlightenment. The coffin lid, indeed, was a remarkable artifact. Gu Chen pinched his fingers, and at their tips appeared a slender wooden shard, scarcely larger than a fingernail. This shard was what he had just scraped from the edge of the coffin lid using the infinite sword during his experimentation. For the time being, he could not budge the mysterious coffin itself even a fraction, but with all his might, he could manage to shave off a piece or two from the lid. Nonetheless, this lid was undoubtedly an exceptional artifact, surpassing the common extreme Tao materials. After thorough exploration, Gu Chen made a new discovery. This thin wooden shard could perfectly bear his power without shattering or being damaged. This indicated that Gu Chen could entirely infuse his strength into this wooden shard, crafting talismans that could be unleashed when needed. Although this held little significance for him, it would be of immense utility for the descendants of the Gu family. Though the celestial forbidden zone was currently as solid as a fortress, the Gu family disciples could not remain confined there for eternity. Doing so would not constitute mastering the forbidden zone, but rather cowering within it. With the life-preserving talismans infused with their own power, the Gu family disciples could traverse the vastness with impunity. Even the decrees of emperors or the might of supreme imperial weapons would not harm them in the slightest. Of course, Gu Chen could not prepare such high-grade life preservation measures for every disciple of the Gu family. He was their ancestor, not their caretaker. At most, he could prepare 3 to 5 talismans for the core disciples of the Gu family, which would suffice. With this thought in mind, Gu Chen proceeded to act, methodically shaving off a few more wooden shards from the coffin lid's edge and infusing his power into each. Once he completed this task, he opened his mouth to transmit a message, summoning Gu Daoling, Gu Qingxue, Gu Qingshan, and others to him. Greetings, ancestor. In the grand hall, Gu Qingshan and the others respectfully bowed to Gu Chen, while the storage ring on Gu Qingshue's finger emitted a faint glow. Your esteemed ancestor seems to have become even more formidable. The faint voice of the fairy of the sky, Moon, echoed in Gu Qingshue's ear, causing her to momentarily pause in surprise. What is my master saying? Has the ancestor grown stronger? Gu Qingxue cautiously glanced at Gu Chen, unable to discern any visible difference. What exactly had her master perceived? With a desire to inquire further, Gu Qingxue suppressed her curiosity in Gu Chen's presence, intending to ask her master once they had departed. This emperor has summoned you here for a matter of importance. Upon the arrival of Gu Qingshan and the others, Gu Chen slightly nodded and said, You may be aware that 90,000 years ago, when I, the emperor, departed from the vast realm to suppress the demon realm deep within the 9 heavens, an oath was sworn with the vast imperial clan. After my departure, those of the vast imperial clan were to provide protection for the Gu family. Yet, as you have witnessed, those imperial clans have all betrayed the Gu family and betrayed me, the emperor. Thus, I have summoned you here to convey that in this world, no one can betray the Gu family and betray me without facing consequences. The reckoning of the Gu family against those vast imperial clans is about to commence. Chapter 68. Liquidation of all. Gu Chen's will. Drawing the snake out of its hole, the ancestral elder proclaimed that the reckoning against the Kangmang imperial clan was about to commence. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, both Gu Qingxue and Gu Daolin, along with Gu Qingshan, exhibited expressions of profound astonishment. The ancestral elder refers to all the imperial clans within the Kangmang realm. Gu Daolin could not restrain himself from inquiring. Previously, he had believed that after Gu Chen eradicated the Yin family and led the Gu clan to dominate the upper celestial forbidden zone, there would be no further conflicts, and that the other Kangmang imperial clans would simply be avoided in the future. However, the implication of the ancestral elder's words suggested that from the very beginning, he had never intended to spare those imperial clans. Indeed, in response to Gu Daoling's question, Gu Chen slightly nodded, his expression serene as he declared, Every one of those Kangmang imperial clans, without exception, shall pay the price for betraying the oath they made with me. Gratitude must be repaid, and vengeance must be exacted. This has always been my guiding principle. The existence of these Kangmang imperial clans had allowed them to endure for 100 millennia. Otherwise, they would have long been slaughtered by the supreme beings of the demonic realm, their blood flowing like rivers, all succumbing to demise. Now that I have returned, how could I choose to maintain peace and spare those imperial clans? Every Kangmang imperial clan that once pledged an oath and ultimately violated it must face reckoning. Ancestral elder, what do you intend to do? Seeing Gu Chen nod, Gu Daolin could not help but swallow hard, his voice trembling slightly. To reckon with all the imperial clans in the Kangmang realm. Throughout the ages, how many imperial clans have emerged in the Kangmang realm? Excluding those that have perished due to the passage of time or unforeseen calamities, the number of imperial clans still existing in the realm today surely exceeds a mere 10. Each of these clans possesses formidable legacies. Some of their founders may even still be alive. And now, the ancestral elder is resolutely determined to reckon with all clans, clearly intending to confront the world single-handedly. Can the ancestral elder achieve this? This thought flickered in Gu Daoling's mind, but he quickly extinguished it. He recalled that not long ago, the ancestral elder had similarly stood against all the life-restricting zones of the Kangmang 5 domains with his singular strength. Yet what was the outcome? Those ancient beings slumbering within the forbidden zones ultimately chose to bow down, none daring to confront the ancestral elder. Perhaps the reckoning against the Kangmang imperial clans would unfold in a similar manner. What is the current combat strength of the Gu clan? Gu Chen did not elaborate, but instead posed another question. Although Gu Daolin was perplexed by this sudden shift in topic, he dutifully responded, "Currently, in our Gu clan, there exists only one individual of the Holy Realm, my second uncle. Below the Holy Realm, there are 3 in the Harmonious Tao Realm, 15 in the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, 36 in the Transformation of the Dragon Realm, and approximately 400 clan members with even lower strengths. There are over 2,000 family members who have yet to cultivate." Gu Daolin was well acquainted with the overall situation of the Gu clan. After speaking, even he could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. The current state of the Gu family is undeniably dire. Across the vast expanse of the realm, there are but a few families with imperial lineage akin to the Gu family, and it is nearly impossible to find a second. In fact, even some formidable holy lands and sects find themselves in a more favorable position than the Gu family at present. This predicament arises not only from the profound complexity of the Heavenly Emperor's teachings passed down by Gu Chen, but also from the family's lack of sufficient cultivation resources. Without the foundational strength of an imperial lineage, the Gu family refrains from contending with other imperial clans for treasures found in secret realms or fortuitous circumstances. Over time, this disparity naturally widens. Listening to Gu Daoling's report, Gu Chen nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying the situation. Although the overall strength of the Gu family is weak at present, he does not perceive this as a significant issue, for he has returned and is confident in his ability to restore the family's former glory. With this in mind, the process of reckoning shall commence immediately. Gu Chen calmly instructed that several disciples of the Gu family be dispatched to the Zhao family, the Tuoba family, and the He family to announce his imperial edict. One by one, Gu Chen enumerated all the imperial clans that had made oaths with him in the past, then paused briefly before continuing, directing them to each present 3,000 divine materials capable of facilitating the cultivation of 3,000 individuals from the mortal realm to the sage realm. They are granted 1 day to prepare, and if any family fails to present these divine materials within that time frame, they must be ready for extermination. Gu Chen spoke with an air of nonchalance, while Gu Daoling and the others were drenched in sweat. Divine materials sufficient for 3,000 individuals to ascend from the mortal realm to the sage realm. Each imperial clan is expected to provide such an abundance, surely. They must have misheard. Gu Daoling and the others questioned their own auditory senses. Ancestor, such an abundance of divine treasures. Even if we were to exhaust the entire wealth accumulated by those imperial clans over millennia, it would be unattainable. Gu Qingshan exclaimed, utterly astonished. He was genuinely taken aback. No matter how affluent those imperial clans might be, it is inconceivable that they could possess such wealth. The resources required to cultivate 3,000 sages. What does that even entail? When converted, the value of even the most precious divine gold pales in comparison. What does that have to do with my Gu family? Gu Chen's gaze lowered slightly as he spoke indifferently. This emperor demands that they return all that they have taken from my Gu family over the years. If they cannot gather enough, they must seek loans from other sects. If they fail to secure those, they may offer imperial weapons or scriptures as compensation. Should they still fall short, then extermination awaits. Gu Chen harbored no inclination towards mercy. For the past 90,000 years, had he remained within the vast realm, all opportunities and fortunes would have belonged to the Gu family. How could they have fallen into the hands of those imperial clans? Now, he merely seeks to reclaim the debts of yesteryears. To eradicate these imperial clans outright would be too lenient. Gu Chen intends to gradually extract the value from these imperial clans to arm the Gu family, ultimately dealing with them in due course, or perhaps casting them into the fray against the demon realm, leading to their eventual obliteration. From the very beginning, Gu Chen had no intention of sparing the vast imperial clans. However, rather than opting for an outright extermination, his methods were decidedly more ruthless. Furthermore, Gu Chen's approach was guided by another layer of strategy. He was acutely aware that there were likely several formidable entities behind these imperial clans, lurking in the shadows. The task of searching for these powerful beings scattered throughout the vast realm would undoubtedly be cumbersome. Thus, he preferred to employ intimidation tactics against the clans, coaxing the hidden serpents out of their lairs, compelling those who cower to reveal themselves. In this manner, Gu Chen could conserve his time and effort. By eliminating the lesser threats, he would draw out the greater ones, ultimately orchestrating a comprehensive annihilation, leaving no survivors in his wake. Chapter 69. The Unconventional Creation of Law. The Sutra of Nirvana. The reckoning begins. There is one more matter. Gu Chen seemed to recall something, raising his hand with a subtle gesture, and a scroll, no thicker than the tip of a finger, was tossed into Gu Dowling's hands. What is this? Gu Dowling held the slender scroll, a look of perplexity dawning upon his face. This is the Imperial Scripture, revised by me. It comprises 5 volumes, the Body Refinement Volume, the Chi-Si Volume, the Divine Bridge Volume, the Tao Palace Volume, and the Dragon Transformation Volume, all commencing from the Body Refinement Realm. Gu Chen stated with a calm demeanor. For those members of the Gu family who have yet to embark on their cultivation journey and feel their innate talents insufficient, they may practice this ordinary imperial scripture. Those who have already begun their cultivation may also transition to this scripture from their current level of practice. This imperial scripture was crafted during my leisurely hours within the chaotic space forged from celestial runes, where I observe supreme martial arts and refine myriad paths. For me, who has already established the Heavenly Emperor's scripture and reached the pinnacle of the imperial realm, creating a commonplace imperial method poses no challenge, especially considering it only pertains to the initial few minor realms. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Gu Dowling's body began to tremble uncontrollably, holding the thin scroll as if it were an immense burden. Though the ancestral elder spoke with an air of nonchalance, each word resonated profoundly in Gu Dowling's ears. Had it only been a few days since the return of the ancestral elder, and he had already devised a new imperial scripture. Previously, Gu Chen mentioned preparing a more accessible set of imperial techniques for the ordinary members of the Gu family compared to the Heavenly Emperor's scripture. However, Gu Dowling believed it would take at least a century or two for the ancestral elder to create a new imperial scripture. After all, throughout history, those who have ascended to the imperial realm have often taken hundreds, if not thousands, of years to distill their own imperial laws. Even if the ancestral elder surpassed those great emperors, he would still require a century or two. Nevertheless, Gu Dowling felt that the Gu family could afford to wait that long. Yet, who could have anticipated that merely a few days had passed, and the ancestral elder had already succeeded in his creation? Though it encompassed only the initial 5 realms of the imperial scripture, it was evident that crafting subsequent realms would be a trivial endeavor for the ancestral elder. Truly, the ancestral elder is a prodigy. Gu Dowling found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Yet, amidst his astonishment, he could not suppress the excitement bubbling within him. With these 5 volumes of the imperial scripture in hand, a significant portion of the uninitiated members of the Gu family could commence their cultivation with a far superior starting point than before. Additionally, those who had already begun their training but lacked strength could abandon their original methods and transition to this imperial law. Most importantly, even individuals like Gu Dowling, who had surpassed the dragon transformation realm, could patiently await their turn. In light of the speed at which our ancestors established the imperial laws, it is conceivable that within a few days they will unveil the subsequent chapters of this imperial scripture. Thus, both I and the esteemed elders of the Gu family may commence the true cultivation of the imperial laws. Ancestor, may I inquire about the name of this volume of the Imperial Scripture? Gu Dowling, suppressing the tumult of excitement within, respectfully posed the question. What is it called? Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had merely created this imperial law on a whim and had not invested much thought into naming it. Naturally, although this imperial scripture was spontaneously conceived by Gu Chen, given his formidable strength and realm, its quality far surpassed that of the ordinary imperial laws crafted by others in the vast realm. Noticing Gu Chen's silence, Gu Dowling was immediately struck with uncertainty. Could it be that the ancestor had not even named this volume of the imperial scripture? A bead of sweat trickled down Gu Dowling's brow. Other emperors would eagerly disseminate the names of their crafted scriptures throughout the vast realm upon their success. Yet here stood the ancestor, who had not even bothered to name his creation. Ahem, if this volume of the imperial scripture remains nameless, might I, Qingshu, be so bold as to request the ancestor to bestow upon it the name Nirvana scripture? At this moment, Gu Qingshu has stepped forward and spoke softly. The Gu family finds itself in dire straits. The ancestor's return has rescued us from peril, and now he has initiated a new imperial law, paving the way for our family's future. Naming this scripture Nirvana perfectly encapsulates our current situation, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, reborn anew. Listening to Gu Qingshu's words, not only Gu Dowling, but even Gu Qingshan, who stood nearby, nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her suggestion. Gu Chen, upon hearing this explanation, smiled and nodded in affirmation, declaring, if that is the case, let it be as you say. This volume of the imperial scripture shall henceforth be known as the Nirvana Imperial Scripture. With the naming of the Nirvana Imperial Scripture concluded, it was time to begin formulating the specific strategies for addressing the imperial clans of the vast realm. Ancestor, shall I and the elders of the Gu family take charge of notifying those imperial clans? Gu Dowling inquired. There is no need. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly to send a few younger disciples of the Gu family to handle it. We are going to seek justice, not to forge friendships with those imperial clans. What purpose would it serve to send our strongest members? A few younger disciples will suffice. Additionally, ensure that all selected disciples carry the talismans I have crafted. They will ensure their safety. Gu Chen issued another instruction, bestowing several talismans made from coffin boards upon Gu Dowling. These talismans shall be kept by you. If any Gu family disciples venture into the forbidden zones, they may be granted these talismans for their protection. Understood. I shall attend to this immediately. With Gu Chen's directives concluded, Gu Dowling and the others took their leave, discussing which disciples of the Gu family should be dispatched to seek justice from those imperial clans. Moments later, several Gu family disciples received their orders and departed the heavenly forbidden zone, setting forth towards the 5 domains of the vast realm. In the eastern wilderness Dao domain, at the residence of the Zhao family of the imperial clans. In this enchanting realm, surrounded by celestial mountains, stretches a vast expanse of fertile land, lush with verdant flora and fauna, where various auspicious beasts roam freely. Ethereal white mists envelop the surroundings, revealing only a glimpse of a palace corner, resplendent and opulent, serene and harmonious, reminiscent of a paradise beyond the mortal realm. Yet at this moment, this tranquil and peaceful atmosphere is abruptly shattered by a sudden, commanding voice. Gu Chu of the Gu family arrives, bearing the edict of our illustrious ancestor. Where's the head of the Zhao family? Come forth and welcome us at once. A youth clad in a simple blue robe, appearing no older than 17 or 18, stands boldly outside the Zhao family residence, addressing the vast, magnificent land before him without a trace of trepidation. Chapter 70. Fanatical Worship, Bloodstained Beginnings. Confronting the accused, gazing upon the vast expanse of celestial land before him, Gu Chu's youthful visage involuntarily betrayed a hint of anxiety. With merely the cultivation of the divine bridge realm, he was by no means exceptional among the younger disciples of the Gu clan, merely a transparent figure in their midst. Yet, moments ago, the clan head had summoned him and several other young disciples of comparable standing, entrusting them with a task that was beyond their wildest imaginings. The clan head had commanded them to represent the Gu family in confronting the imperial clans of the vast world. Could this truly be within my capabilities? Gu Chen felt utterly bewildered. Good heavens, he was just a fledgling cultivator of the divine bridge realm, among those imperial clans of the vast world, who did not have an emperor-level figure reigning supreme. How could a mere novice like him dare to challenge a mighty imperial clan? Was he not courting his own demise? The other Gu clan disciples summoned by Gu Daolin shared similar sentiments of trepidation. However, before they could voice their concerns, Gu Daolin calmly elucidated. This is the will of our ancestor. The will of our ancestor? Upon hearing Gu Daolin's words, both Gu Chen and the other disciples displayed expressions interwoven with excitement and fervor. The momentous deeds accomplished by Gu Chen upon his return had thoroughly captivated these young disciples of the Gu family, leading their admiration for him to reach unparalleled heights. Since it was the command of their ancestor, what was there to hesitate about? Even if the ancestor were to order them to march to their deaths, they would not flinch or furrow their brows. Later, when you arrive, simply convey this. Gu Daolin imparted all of Gu Chen's instructions to Gu Chen and the others, bestowing upon them several talismans. Do not worry. With these talismans, your safety is assured. As his thoughts returned to the present, Gu Chen instinctively clenched his hand, feeling the presence of the talisman within his palm, which instantly calmed his mind considerably. With a life-preserving artifact bestowed by their ancestor, what was there to fear? The debts owed by those imperial clans to the Gu family were long overdue and needed to be repaid. Gu Chen's voice rang out robustly, devoid of any hint of hesitation or trepidation. Thus, when he called out, his voice reverberated across the ethereal realm, drawing the attention of the Zhao family members. How audacious! Who dares to shout recklessly at the gates of the Zhao family? At the periphery of the celestial land, an elder of the Zhao family, clad in resplendent robes, suddenly soared into the air, his expression darkening as he glared in the direction where Gu Chen stood. Had the world truly changed? What audacity did these insignificant beings possess to act so brazenly before the Zhao family? They were courting death. The elder of the Zhao family had no intention of listening to Gu Chen's words. Ascending into the air, annoyance flickered across his face as he casually unleashed a beam of divine light towards Gu Chen, intending to erase this audacious insect that dared to offend the Zhao family from existence. A mere ant of the Dao Palace realm had the audacity to act with impunity at the gates of the Zhao family. The divine light blazed brilliantly, tearing through the void. As Gu Chen drew near, the talisman in his palm unexpectedly radiated a subtle warmth, unleashing a wave of imperial might that instantaneously extinguished the divine light, while simultaneously, in the astonished gaze of the elder clad in brocade, swept through his form, resulting in his obliteration, both body and soul. One elder from the Zhao family had fallen. The thick scent of blood, along with the dissipating imperial aura, swiftly stirred the entire Zhao household. Zhao Lin, the head of the Zhao family, immediately gathered several elders and a host of family members, hastening towards the scene. What transpired? Zhao Lin, detecting the intense stench of blood in the air, wore a ghastly expression. It is Elder Zhao San. I sense his lingering aura. He must have been directly crushed to ashes by the imperial might. An elder from the Zhao family remarked solemnly after a moment of sensing. A mere insect at the Dao Palace realm can unleash such formidable power? Is this individual a scion of the Gu family? Zhao Lin gazed down at Gu Chen, who stood outside the celestial soil, his countenance dark and uncertain. Only at this moment did he begin to believe that this seemingly unremarkable youth might indeed hail from the Gu family. Otherwise, how could a mere child of Dao Palace cultivation summon the might of the imperial realm? Head of the family, I believe I have encountered this individual before. A young Zhao disciple approached Zhao Lin and whispered, during my ventures in a small secret realm, I chanced upon him. He should be a descendant of the Imperial Gu family. As for his name, I am unaware. Previously, in that small secret realm, this Zhao disciple had not regarded the impoverished descendant of the Gu family, Gu Chen, with any significance. Later, emboldened by his status as a Zhao disciple, he expelled all other cultivators, including Gu Chen, from the core of that secret realm, claiming the fortune for himself. Thus, to this Zhao disciple, Gu Chu was merely a passerby of slightly different origin, rendering any need to remember his name unnecessary. Truly, the Gu family. Upon hearing the confirmation from the Zhao disciple, Zhao Lin's expression shifted, his gaze darkening even further. Fear begets fear. Indeed, the Gu family would not easily relent. Since Gu Chen's return and his decisive eradication of the Yin family, other imperial families across the vast 5 domains have been both astonished and enraged. They were furious that this Gu family emperor, upon his return, acted with such reckless abandon, daring to obliterate an imperial clan. Yet they were astonished that since Gu Chen dared to annihilate the Yin family, would he also dare to extinguish other imperial clans? In an instant, various imperial families grew restless, furtively contacting the supreme beings within the imperial alliance, hoping to secure protection or suppress the audacity of Emperor Gu Chen. And now, before the imperial alliance could issue a decree, the Gu family had already come knocking to demand accountability. A flicker of indignation danced in Zhao Lin's eyes. If it is accountability, then so be it. What does it signify that the Gu family emperor does not personally descend, but instead sends a mere insect of the Dao Palace realm? Is this a sign of disdain for my Zhao family? However, the current circumstances favor the situation over individuals. Although Zhao Lin was seething with anger, he could only suppress his fury for the time being and coldly inquired, "You are from the Gu family?" "I am Zhao Lin, the head of the Zhao clan. Might I ask if the esteemed emperor of the Gu family has any directives?" Without hesitation, Gu Chu stood tall before the numerous formidable members of the Zhao clan, his composure unwavering as he declared, "All imperial clans must, within the span of a single day, prepare and present sufficient treasures capable of elevating 3,000 individuals from the mortal realm to the saint realm. There must be no mistakes. Should it be difficult to gather these, one may substitute with imperial weapons or immortality elixirs as compensation. One day hence, if any imperial clan fails to procure what my Gu family requires, they shall face annihilation." Chapter 71. 1,001 Nights, the Foolish Multitude. The conspiracy of the emperors. How many? Upon hearing the quantity of divine materials demanded by Gu Chu from the Zhao family, Zhao Lin momentarily believed he was suffering from auditory hallucinations. Did this fellow truly comprehend the gravity of his words? The amount sufficient to elevate 3,000 individuals from the mortal realm to that of saints would require the entirety of the Zhao family's resources. Yet even then, they could not amass such a sum. Furthermore, even if the Zhao family possessed such wealth, most would have long been utilized to cultivate their own formidable members. How could they allow it to simply accumulate in their family treasury? The Gu family had truly lost their senses. Absurd. No, it was a tale spun from the fabric of dreams. The head of the Zhao family resolutely waved his sleeve, his countenance reflecting an unwavering resolve to refuse. What nonsense is this? The Gu family's actions were nothing more than an attempt to harass the Zhao family. He had yet to hold the Gu family accountable for Zhao Qin's demise. By what right did they demand such things from the Zhao family? Simply because that Emperor Gu Chen had returned? Annihilation of the clan. Huh, my Zhao family is an imperial lineage. How can we cower before such threats? Moreover, the obliteration of the Yin family had already instilled a sense of dread among all imperial clans across this vast world. From the words of this Gu family descendant, it was evident that the Gu family was not merely targeting the Zhao family, but issuing such commands to all imperial clans. In light of this, how could the various imperial families not unite in solidarity? With the imperial clans cooperating, bolstered by the backing of the imperial alliance, I refuse to believe we cannot quell this Emperor Gu family. With such thoughts, Zhao Lin felt a measure of calm return to his heart. He turned his gaze toward Gu Chu and spoke with a detached demeanor. "You may relay to your ancestor that such impudent terms will be met with a resolute refusal from the Zhao family. The Gu family would do well to abandon this folly. It appears your ancestor has little interest in these trivial matters," Gu Chu replied, her expression betraying no sign of distress. "I shall return to the Zhao family in 1 day's time. Should the Zhao family remain obstinate, then death shall befall you and your clan." With that, Gu Chu paid no heed to the furious glances cast upon her by the Zhao family members and gracefully turned away, departing with an air of tranquility. Patriarch, allow me to eliminate this wretch and avenge third brother. An elder of the Zhao family seethed, his teeth clenched as he watched Gu Chu's retreating figure. How dare a mere child of the Dao Palace realm come to the Zhao family and flaunt their strength, having already slain one of their elders? If she were to leave unscathed, how would the Zhao family preserve their dignity? However, before the hot-tempered elder could act, Zhao Lin raised his hand to halt him. Do not act recklessly. How do you know that this Emperor Gu is not lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike against our Zhao family? Zhao Lin admonished, his expression darkening as if it might rain. I shall report this matter to the Imperial Alliance forthwith. Emperor Gu? In one day, I shall witness how you intend to annihilate my Zhao family. In the vast expanse of the 5 domains, when Gu Chu arrived at the Zhao family's gates to proclaim the Gu family's decree, the other Gu family disciples tasked with delivering commands had yet to reach the doorsteps of the imperial clans. As time passed, the various clans of the Middle State, such as the Tuoba family, the Lin family from the Northern Absolute Domain, and the He family from the Southern Ridge Domain, all received the imperial decree of Gu Chen, a disciple of the Gu family. This news spread like wildfire across the vast expanse of the 5 domains, igniting a profound disturbance. The Gu family was audaciously demanding accountability from the imperial clans of the world. The decree from the illustrious Gu Chen commanded that all imperial clans present a substantial offering of divine treasures as restitution. Upon the announcement of this decree, a wave of astonishment swept through the 5 domains, leaving the formidable beings of various celestial sects in utter disbelief. Had the Gu family lost their senses? How could they dare to question the imperial clans? According to ancient tales, 90,000 years prior, an emperor from the Gu family had forged a solemn vow with these imperial clans, compelling them to provide unwavering support to the Gu family. However, as the story goes, the imperial clans failed to honor this pact, inciting the wrath of the Gu emperor. Is this not sheer folly? What justification do the other imperial clans have to assist the Gu family so wholeheartedly? Is it solely based on the so-called legend of the Gu emperor who ventured into the chaotic realms to subdue the formidable entities of the demon realm 90,000 years ago? I find the existence of that demon realm itself to be questionable. It might very well be that the Gu Chen emperor crafted this narrative to enhance his own prestige and glorify his image. Indeed, many strong individuals murmured among themselves, expressing dissatisfaction toward Gu Chen and the Gu family. After all, it was no longer 90,000 years ago. Such an extensive passage of time has obscured most historical truths, and the grand eras have shifted countless times, leaving no living soul to recount the events of yore. Consequently, an increasing number of individuals began to doubt the authenticity of the so-called demon realm invasion from 90,000 years ago. Even if it were true, the feared demon sovereign likely did not resemble the terrifying figure depicted in ancient texts. Furthermore, with Gu Chen leading the entire Gu family into the life forbidden zone, the sentiments of the world's populace instinctively began to lean toward the imperial clans. To these naive souls, the life forbidden zone epitomized terror and degradation. Since the Gu family had now established their presence in the life forbidden zone, their reputation was inevitably tarnished compared to that of the other imperial clans. Even though the Gu family had performed numerous benevolent deeds and aided countless beings over the past 90,000 years, the outcome remained unchanged. Within the 5 domains, tumultuous undercurrents stirred. Meanwhile, the leaders of the various imperial clans had promptly reported this news to the Imperial Alliance, awaiting the decisions of the emperors within the alliance. In a certain mysterious location within the vast realm, in the divine hall of the Imperial Alliance, majestic thrones towered, exuding an ethereal presence. At that moment, 3 figures sat regally upon 3 distinct thrones, engaged in a dialogue. Among them, one figure clad in black armor was none other than the Yin Emperor, who had previously fled in disarray after being struck down by Gu Chen's sword, retreating to the chaotic realms. It appeared that the Yin Emperor's injuries had healed. On one of the thrones, a ruler adorned in a dragon-patterned imperial robe, with golden hair cascading down, cast a penetrating gaze upon the Yin Emperor and spoke in a booming voice. "Humph, Long Yin, had you been in my position at that time, your fate would have mirrored mine." The Yin Emperor scoffed, his gaze scarcely lingering on the great Emperor Long Yin, instead shifting to another sovereign seated upon a throne. This figure, shrouded in a black robe and obscured by chaotic mists, exuded an air of mystery. Yet the Yin Emperor clearly recognized his identity, coldly inquiring, Emperor, pray tell, what matters necessitate our summons?" Upon hearing the Yin Emperor's words, the enigmatic Emperor, partially veiled by the chaotic aura, leaned slightly forward and emitted a chuckle. "Dear friend Yin, do not be hasty. I have summoned you both today at the behest of my esteemed companion, Yuan Jun, to deliberate on how we might address the situation concerning the esteemed Gu family emperor." Chapter 72. The Alliance of Strategies, the Eight Emperors Conspiracy, united to eliminate Gu Chen. My esteemed friend Yuan Jun possesses remarkable patience. The return of Gu Chen has stirred chaos within this vast realm, yet Yuan Jun remains composed. Yin Di let out a cold snort, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Among the great emperors of the Emperor Alliance, Yuan Jun is the most ancient and serves as the visible leader of the alliance. Yin Di was uncertain about when Yuan Jun ascended to emperorhood or when he joined the alliance. All he knew was that after achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor tens of thousands of years ago, it was Yuan Jun who invited him to join the alliance. Besides him, other emperors like Zihin and Long Yin were also drawn into the alliance by Yuan Jun. Now, as the alliance convenes to discuss how to deal with Gu Chen, Yuan Jun remains absent. This naturally incited Yin Di's ire. He restrained his impatience and decided to listen to MOD's perspective. Long Yin, with a chuckle, cast his gaze towards the enigmatic emperor shrouded in chaotic energy. MOD is an ancient emperor birth from the Emperor Alliance, having joined long before both him and Yin Di. The identity of this MOD has always been a mystery, eluding even Long Yin and Yin Di. What they did know was that MOD shared a profound connection with Yuan Jun. Whenever Yuan Jun was unable to attend to matters, MOD would take charge and address related affairs on his behalf. The events on the vast continent are well known to you all. Without wasting time, MOD spoke directly, stating that Gu Chen's return prompted Yuan Jun to initially consider a peaceful resolution. But unexpectedly, Gu Chen's arrogance has now overshadowed us all. Should the Emperor Alliance remain inactive, the lives of our descendants within the imperial clans may well be in jeopardy. Upon hearing MOD's words, an intense anger ignited within Yin Di, yet he quickly suppressed it. Gu Chen's current strength is exceedingly formidable, and he is not a foe that Yin Di can contend with. Long Yin and MOD are likely in the same predicament. What could be done? Since the day Gu Chen annihilated the Yin family and gravely wounded him with a single strike, Yin Di has been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. However, that strike left an indelible mark on him, one that was unbeatable and utterly unstoppable. Even now, when he recalls that moment, a shiver runs through his body, as if he were once again confronting an insurmountable power. Though unaware of what Gu Chen has experienced over the past 90,000 years, Yin Di is acutely aware that he is no match for the emperor of the Gu family. However, we alone may not suffice. What if we add a few supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones? Are you suggesting that those ancient beings from the Forbidden Zones would also choose to intervene? Long Yin narrowed his eyes and inquired further. Indeed, the monarch of Amon nodded with a slight smile, stating that upon Gu Chen's return, his actions not only provoked the ire of the Imperial Alliance, but also displeased the various sovereigns within the Forbidden Zones. Seizing this opportunity, I have taken the initiative to contact several sovereigns from the Forbidden Zones to collaborate in quelling the disaster brought forth by Gu Chen. How many sovereigns from the Forbidden Zones are willing to act? Yin Di inquired with a furrowed brow. Currently, 5, Qi Huang, Zhang Tian Gu Huang, Guang, and Gu Di. Essentially, one sovereign from each life-imbued Forbidden Zone has mobilized, representing the collective stance of the various domains, replied the monarch of Mo leisurely. These old-timers from the Forbidden Zones choosing to intervene must have motives beyond mere revenge against Gu Chen, Di remarked with a hint of sardonic amusement. I suspect their true interest lies in the secret of Gu Chen's ability to survive for 90,000 years, with his combat prowess not only intact, but seemingly enhanced. The sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones, in their quest for longevity, have willingly suppressed their own strength, slumbering in the depths of the Forbidden Zones for countless years. Thus, their decision to confront Gu Chen cannot simply be attributed to dissatisfaction. What truly captivates these sovereigns is the mystery of eternal life that Gu Chen embodies. Indeed, my insightful friend Di, the monarch of Mo, chuckled, clapping his hands together. I have already pledged to these sovereigns that, upon success, the Imperial Alliance and the Forbidden Zones shall jointly share in the secrets possessed by Gu Chen, with 5 sovereigns from the Forbidden Zones, alongside myself and Long Yin. We amass a formidable force of 8 Emperor-level powers. Di contemplated, feeling a stirring within. Alone, he was no match for Gu Chen, but with the strength of 8 Emperors combined, even the mightiest cannot withstand such overwhelming force. Excellent. I shall agree. After a moment of reflection, the deep-seated animosity in Di's heart solidified his resolve. He yearned for Gu Chen's demise. If my friend Di harbors no objections, then neither do I, the monarch of Mo stated, witnessing Di's nod, to which Long Yin also consented. Very well, the monarch of Mo said with a slight nod, acknowledging the agreement of both Di and Long Yin. Tomorrow, the Gu family will send envoys to coerce the various imperial clans, and Gu Chen will undoubtedly be vigilant. We need only ensure that these clans respond with force, even resorting to imperial weapons and decrees if necessary, to surely draw Gu Chen's attention and lure him out from the celestial Forbidden Zone. At that moment, we shall divide our forces. 2 emperors will advance to seize control of the celestial Forbidden Zone, restraining the Gu family members, thus causing Gu Chen to hesitate. The remaining 6 emperors shall encircle Gu Chen. When the 2 emperors return from the celestial Forbidden Zone, we shall unite our strengths and vanquish Gu Chen. What a ruthless scheme. Listening to the monarch of Mo's meticulous arrangement for tomorrow's ambush, Di couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Not only did the monarch intend to besiege Gu Chen, but he also planned to leave no stone unturned regarding the Gu family members within the Forbidden Zone. However, this was fortuitous, for did not Gu Chen place great importance on his kin? It would be an exquisite torment to allow him to witness the demise of his family members right before his eyes. Upon considering this, Emperor Yin promptly declared, "Count me among the 2 emperors venturing into the celestial Forbidden Zone." He yearned to personally infiltrate the celestial domain, seize the members of the Gu family, and subject them to torment until death, in retribution for the past annihilation of the Yin family by Gu Chen. Very well, replied Emperor Mo with a smile. Tomorrow, you need only lie in wait outside the celestial Forbidden Zone. Once you sense the eruption of imperial might within the vast 5 domains, you may reveal yourself and join forces with another imperial ally to breach the celestial Forbidden Zone. Indeed, Emperor Yin nodded. In that case, I shall retreat to cultivate and prepare. There is no need to contact me further. When the time for the slaughter arrives tomorrow, I shall naturally make my appearance. With that, Emperor Yin acknowledged the plan and eagerly dispersed his form. He intended to engage in deep meditation, elevating his state to its zenith in anticipation of the impending battle. Chapter 73. The Order of the Empire Alliance, the Celestial Curse. The return of the Purple Scar in the Eastern Wilderness Domain. Within the Zhao family, Zhao Lin knelt deep inside an ancient secret chamber. Before him, incense flickered, its smoke swirling mystically, yet he dared not raise his gaze even once. For at the pinnacle of this secret chamber, chaos enveloped all, with only wisps of imperial might cascading down, instilling in Zhao Lin a profound reverence that forbade him from looking up at the celestial visage. Should the Gu family press him again on the morrow, he would summon the supreme imperial weapon, unleashing its formidable might. A grand and majestic voice resonated from the heights of the secret chamber, echoing in Zhao Lin's ears. Indeed, upon hearing that voice, excitement flickered across Zhao Lin's features. To wield the imperial weapon and counter the ultimate authority? The emperors within the Empire Alliance were poised to confront the celestial sovereign directly. However, soon anxiety crept back into Zhao Lin's countenance as he whispered, "Great Emperor above, should the Gu family merely bear the edict of the celestial sovereign, our imperial weapon can certainly withstand them. Yet if the celestial sovereign himself were to arrive, even with our imperial weapon in hand, we would be utterly powerless." The Zhao family possessed supreme imperial weapons as a testament to their imperial lineage. However, the effectiveness of such weapons depended on the wielder. If an emperor were to channel them, the weapons would awaken fully, revealing their true might. Yet, the Zhao family currently had only a quasi-emperor to safeguard them. A quasi-emperor could at most invoke 1/10 or 1/12 of an imperial weapon's strength, rendering them incapable of contending with a true emperor. If the Gu family were to come tomorrow bearing the Edict of Gu Chen, Zhao Lin felt confident that their imperial weapon would suffice to repel them. But if the celestial sovereign were to personally descend, even possessing an imperial weapon would avail them nothing. No matter. Upon hearing Zhao Lin's concerns, the grand voice resonated once more. Should the celestial sovereign arrive, an emperor shall descend to confront him. Indeed, the emperors of the Empire Alliance were truly preparing to take action against the celestial sovereign. With such a reassuring response, Zhao Lin's heart settled. As long as the threat from the celestial sovereign was neutralized, how could the mere Gu family hold any significance for the Zhao family? Zhao Lin obeys. Zhao Lin bowed respectfully, only to find that the imperial might that had enveloped the secret chamber suddenly dissipated. When he looked up, the mysterious figure at the chamber's apex had vanished. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded among the various imperial clans across the vast 5 domains. Originally filled with trepidation, the clans found newfound courage upon receiving the affirmation from the Empire Alliance, no longer treating the Gu family's threat with any seriousness. In fact, these clans eagerly anticipated the arrival of the morrow, unable to contain their excitement at the prospect of witnessing the Gu family's humiliation before the world. Did the Gu family truly believe they could return and impose their will upon the world, reigning over the various imperial clans? The harsh reality would soon teach them that this was no longer 90,000 years ago. In the depths of the primordial ancient mine within the eastern wilderness domain, an ancient cavern lay. An ancient sovereign, adorned in regal robes, with hair ashen and white, sat in serene meditation. This individual was none other than the ancient emperor of Burial Heaven, who had been driven away in disgrace by Gu Chen from the island of Burial Heaven. Gu Chen, the lord of the celestial realm, you have seized what belongs to me, and I shall ensure you return it, sooner or later, murmured the ancient emperor, his eyes glinting with profound hatred. Since that day of expulsion from the island of Burial Heaven, he had not chosen to depart from the vast continent, but instead had stealthily infiltrated the primordial ancient mines, becoming one of its supreme beings. He could not bear to leave so easily, nor could he accept that the island of Burial Heaven was now under Gu Chen's dominion. For within that island lay a great secret. If he could decipher the celestial runes inscribed on the stone door, he might glimpse the path to immortality. Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be relinquished to Gu Chen without a struggle. The ancient emperor had devoted countless millennia to studying the celestial runes on that ancient stone door deep within the island. Now, after finally making some progress, he had been expelled from the forbidden zone by Gu Chen. How could he accept such an affront? After a period of concealment, he at last awaited his chance. The enigmatic emperor of the Imperial Alliance had secretly contacted various forbidden zones to unite against Gu Chen. The ancient emperor, resolute not to let this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity slip away, eagerly volunteered to become one of the 8 emperors tasked with confronting Gu Chen. Moreover, fearing that other sovereigns might uncover the secrets of the island of Burial Heaven, he chose to be one of the 2 imperial forces assaulting the celestial forbidden zone. The ancient emperor had meticulously plotted his strategy. Come dawn, he would be the first to breach the celestial forbidden zone, hiding the celestial stone door before it could be discovered by any other sovereigns. Gu Chen, the celestial forbidden zone has seen countless sovereigns meet untimely ends. None have escaped unscathed. Do you believe yourself to be the exception? The ancient emperor scoffed. While other life-forbidden zones were perilous, that was only for the multitude. The celestial forbidden zone was different. Throughout history, every imperial being that ventured within had met a tragic fate. Consequently, when Gu Chen returned to the vast realm, the ancient emperor was the sole occupant of the celestial forbidden zone, as all other sovereigns shunned this malevolent domain. In truth, the ancient emperor had remained within the celestial forbidden zone to uncover the secrets of the celestial stone door. And now, with Gu Chen taking command of the celestial forbidden zone, he would soon face the collective wrath of the 8 emperors, destined to fall and perish. This reality struck the ancient emperor with reflection. The curse of the celestial forbidden zone was indeed chilling. Even imperial beings could not evade its grasp. This realization awakened the ancient emperor. After vanquishing Gu Chen, he must hasten to unravel the secrets of the celestial stone door and then swiftly retreat from this forbidden zone, lest he suffer the same fate as Gu Chen. Tomorrow, another imperial presence would join me in the assault on the celestial realm. No, I must act immediately, to conceal myself just outside the celestial forbidden zone, ready to invade the moment the slaughter begins, ensuring that the secrets within the forbidden zone remain undiscovered by others. In the heart of the ancient emperor of burial heaven, a resolute decision seemed to have crystallized. Subsequently, he reigned in his form and presence, ensuring that no supreme being within the primordial mind was disturbed, and silently departed from the ancient mind of origins. The following day, amidst the vast and boundless chaos beyond the desolate realm, a figure swiftly traversed the expanse, ultimately descending quietly into the familiar landscape of the desolate realm. At last, he had returned. With disheveled hair and an erratic breath, Emperor Zheng gazed upon the well-known scenery of the desolate realm, nearly overcome with tears. Who would have anticipated that what was meant to be a remarkably effortless journey through the sea of chaos would nearly cost him his life upon return? Chapter 74. The Boundless Realm. The resurrection of the Imperial Weapon. The sky is falling. Fortunately, the supreme beings of the demon realm did not pursue her. The Emperor Zheng instinctively glanced back, her face still bearing the pallor of lingering fear. On that fateful day at the border Imperial Pass, 5 supremes from the demon realm had simultaneously attacked her. Zheng had thought her fate was sealed, yet to her astonishment, those 5 demons ultimately chose not to chase after her, allowing her to escape with her life. In the days that followed, she had scarcely paused, fearing that the demon supremes would come after her. Now, having finally returned to the vast realm, Zheng's anxious heart began to settle, albeit slightly. However, the memories of that day at the Imperial Pass quickly rekindled her trepidation. Gu Chen, wielding but a single sword, had defended the Imperial Pass for 100,000 years, rendering the demon supremes unable to advance, and they willingly referred to him as the Heavenly Emperor. In his absence, the Imperial Pass was but a remnant, yet it still intimidated the demon supremes into inaction. The might of Gu Chen must have reached an unfathomable magnitude. She needed to promptly inform all the emperors within the Imperial Alliance at the Imperial Hall that Gu Chen from the Gu family must not be provoked. With this thought, Zheng did not take the time to adjust her appearance. She closed her eyes momentarily, and a thread of divine consciousness traversed the vast expanse of the starry sky, soaring towards an unknown destination. Meanwhile, in the vast continent within the eastern wilds, the Zhao family was abuzz with activity. Outside the Zhao estate, spies from various factions had gathered, sent to gather intelligence. The matter of the Gu family seeking retribution against the vast imperial clan had become common knowledge across the 5 regions of the vast realm. As the Zhao family was the first to make a move, they naturally became the focal point of attention from all quarters. In a sense, the Zhao family's stance represented the collective attitude of all the imperial clans within the vast realm. Would the Zhao family bow under the pressure from the Gu family? Bow. Impossible. The Gu family had incurred the wrath of all, offending every imperial clan. No matter how powerful Gu Chen was, could he truly stand against the united front of all the imperial families? Our esteemed elder observed the celestial phenomena last night during his meditative journey through the cosmos. Can you guess what he discovered? He found that among the Zhao family, the Tuoba family, and other imperial clans, there was an imperial might swirling, suggesting the descent of an ancient emperor. Is it possible that an emperor from the Imperial Alliance cannot condone Gu Chen's actions and intends to descend? Alas, one must say that the Gu family has been excessively overbearing, reckoning with the imperial clans. Have they forgotten that they too were once part of the imperial lineage? Whispers echoed from afar beyond the Zhao estate. Within the Zhao residence, the head of the family, Zhao Lin, sat leisurely in the council hall, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. Ever since the arrival of the emperor yesterday and the declaration of the will of the Imperial Alliance, Zhao Lin felt as if he had swallowed a calming pill, no longer fearing the threats from the Gu family. In fact, he found himself rather looking forward to the arrival of the representatives from the Gu family. What the Gu family seeks can the Zhao family provide. Just as Zhao Lin awaited with an air of tranquility, a resonant voice echoed through the heavens, causing his expression to darken slightly. Ah, they truly dare to come knocking. Oof. Zhao Lin let out a cold chuckle, remaining seated, his words like thunder. The Gu family is overstepping their bounds. How could the Zhao family acquiesce to such impudent demands? Dream on. The very notion of meeting Gu Chu was unthinkable, as this itself represented the Zhao family's stance. Of course, should the Gu family attempt to force their hand, the Zhao family is far from defenseless. Zhao Lin's voice grew more resolute, and at that moment, deep within the Zhao residence, the air trembled, emanating an aura of terrifying power, as chaotic energies surged forth, leaving everyone awestruck, as if a true emperor were awakening. With a resounding hum, divine brilliance shone amidst the chaotic turbulence. Within the depths of the Zhao family, an ancient scroll materialized amidst the boundless void, enshrouded in chaotic energies, fluttering in the ether and radiating countless beams of light. What kind of scroll was this? Measuring no more than a foot, it seemed to encapsulate vast landscapes within its confines, as though the entirety of heaven and earth were gathered within. As the scroll emerged, an overwhelming terror spread throughout the realm. An invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings, threatening to shatter the very fabric of existence. Even the sun, moon, and stars appeared frozen, subdued by the might of an emperor. This is the Zhao family's ultimate imperial artifact, the map of 10,000 domains. My heavens! The Zhao family has summoned their ultimate weapon. Are they truly resolved to go to war with the Gu family? From the outset, they activated their imperial artifact, making their intentions abundantly clear. They harbor no intention of yielding to the Gu family. All the powerful figures present were taken aback, shaken by the Zhao family's unwavering stance. So bold as to unveil their ultimate weapon. This was an unmistakable declaration of their resolve. The Zhao family would never submit to the Gu family. The ultimate imperial artifact. Outside the Zhao residence, Gu Chu looked up, his gaze fixed on the ancient scroll suspended amidst the chaotic void, his expression tinged with tension and seriousness. Prior to this, he had considered the possibility of rejection from the Zhao family. Yet, he had not anticipated such a decisive refusal. With the Zhao family immediately unveiling their ultimate artifact, this clearly signified the Zhao family's stance. Even in the face of conflict, they would not acquiesce to the Gu family's terms. At that moment, Gu Chu recalled the head of the family's instructions before his departure. Should the Zhao family prove obstinate and refuse to comply with the Gu family's conditions, you need only summon the talisman in your possession. Summoning the talisman. Gu Chu's hand gradually closed around the talisman, his expression shifting to one of determination. In the vast realm, within the halls of the emperors, beams of light ignited, as the figures of Mod and Long, Yin Emperor, appeared successively upon the ancient thrones. Frenzy Hen, have you returned from the Chaos Sea? Upon catching sight of the figure of the Purple Scar Emperor, Mo Emperor was momentarily taken aback, but then inquired with a smile, during this expedition to the Chaotic Sea, have you, dear friend, garnered any notable insights? What the esteemed Yuan Jun and Emperor Yen, the Purple Scar Emperor, disregarding Mo Emperor's inquiries, spoke with a hint of urgency. Yuan Jun is currently in seclusion and cannot come. As for Emperor Yen, he is likely preoccupied with preparations to eliminate Gu Chen. Should there be any matters of concern, you need only convey them to me. Mo Emperor replied languidly. What did you say? Preparing to eliminate Gu Chen? Upon hearing Mo Emperor's words, the Purple Scar Emperor felt as though a thunderous roar echoed in his mind, as if the heavens were about to collapse. Chapter 75, Plans Altered, Sword Slashes the Zhao family. Imperial weapons shattered. Has it only been a few days since I departed from the vast realm? The Imperial Alliance is already preparing to execute Gu Chen. Did Taoist Yuan Jun not state that we would wait for my return from the Chaos Sea before making any decisions? Quickly summon Taoist Yin back. If he does not return soon, it may be too late. Emperor Zihin, disregarding everything else, spoke urgently. Return? Taoist Yin, consumed by a desire for vengeance, has likely sharpened his blades, ready to strike at Gu Chen. It is improbable to call him back now, remarked Emperor Longyan, casting a glance at the empty throne of Taoist Yin, chuckling softly. When the decision to eliminate Gu Chen was made yesterday, Taoist Yin had already declared his intention to focus solely on this matter, instructing others not to contact him. Today, as the assassination plot unfolds, it is only natural that he remains absent. Hearing Taoist Zihin's tone, could it be that Gu Chen is truly formidable? Fear not, for today's assassination scheme involves the participation of 8 Imperial-level beings. Gu Chen would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Although Emperor Longyan perceived Zihin's apprehension towards Gu Chen, he calmly elucidated, despite his own puzzlement. 8 Imperial-level beings? Is that sufficient? The countenance of Emperor Zihin twitched. Had she not ventured into the depths of the Chaos Sea to ascertain the truth, she would have believed that the presence of 8 Imperial-level beings would indeed render Gu Chen incapable of fleeing, leaving him no avenue for survival. Yet now, she could hardly believe that a mere 8 Imperial-level beings could pose any threat to Gu Chen. It is crucial to note that at the border of the Chaos Sea, 5 supreme beings from the demon realm have been deterred by a solitary empty city left by Gu Chen, frozen in place by fear. These 5 supreme beings are as terrifying as those within the vast realm. I journeyed into the Chaos Sea and uncovered the truth behind Gu Chen's 90,000-year vigil over the demon realm. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Zihin hastily relayed her experiences to Emperor Mo and Emperor Longyan. As she spoke, Emperor Longyan's expression grew increasingly animated, while the chaotic mist surrounding Emperor Mo swirled restlessly, reflecting his turbulent emotions. Taoist Zihin, is what you say truly factual? As soon as Emperor Zihin finished, Emperor Longyan inquired impatiently. It is undoubtedly true, with not a word of falsehood. Emperor Zihin affirmed vehemently. So close. The complexion of Emperor Longyan darkened, but he soon exhaled sharply in relief. If what Emperor Zihin conveyed is indeed accurate, then the so-called 8 Emperor assassination scheme today is nothing short of a farce. Gu Chen, wielding a single sword, could very well blockade the vast expanse of the demon realm's border, preventing those terrifying supreme beings from daring to step beyond the confines of their realm. Over these 90,000 years, the number of supreme beings he has slain likely exceeds the combined total of the emperors within the alliance. In such circumstances, the outcome of the imperial siege would likely be one where Gu Chen effortlessly counters and dismantles each opponent. Fortunately, Taoist Zihin has delivered her warning in a timely manner. Otherwise, had the battle commenced later, I would be in grave danger. Upon reflecting on this matter, the forehead of the dragon, Yin Emperor, began to perspire profusely. In light of this, it would be prudent to defer any decisions regarding Gu Chen until Taoist Yuan Jun emerges from seclusion. I shall promptly notify the esteemed sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones to annul the impending encirclement of the 8 emperors. The Mo Emperor fell silent for a moment, then swiftly dispersed his form to convey the message across the various life Forbidden Zones. The plan has changed. The encirclement of the 8 emperors is hereby cancelled. Within the depths of the primordial ancient mine, a humanoid chaos shadow materialized silently, whispering, "The ancient emperor of burial heaven, the plan has changed. The encirclement of the sovereign of the heavens has been called off." For a long while, silence reigned within the mine, just as the chaos shadow furrowed his brow. Another ancient sovereign spoke up. Taoist burial heaven has already departed from the primordial ancient mine. As for his destination, we remain unaware. The Chaos Shadow was taken aback, but hastily responded, should the ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven return, please be certain to convey this message. Within the Hall of the Emperors, the Emperor reappeared, yet his expression bore a hint of displeasure. All other sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones had been informed, yet the ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven and Taoist Yin remained unreachable. The ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven and Taoist Yin. Were they not part of the group that breached the sovereign's Forbidden Zone? The Dragon Yin Emperor frowned, perplexed by their inexplicable absence. Unknown, the Emperor replied grimly. Now, we can only hope that Taoist Yin may find a way to safeguard himself. If Gu Chen descends upon another Imperial clan, they may still have a chance to escape after breaching the sovereign's Forbidden Zone. It all depends on their ability to seize that opportunity. In the Eastern Desolation Dao domain, at the Zhao clan, it seemed they were obstinately persisting in their folly. Gu Qi inhaled deeply, no longer hesitating. He raised his hand to summon the talisman he held. In that case, let the Zhao clan face annihilation. With a resonant hum, the talisman glowed and activated autonomously. An unimaginable, overwhelming power surged forth from this talisman. A resplendent sword light cleaved through the heavens, pausing in eternity, and surged towards the Zhao clan's stronghold. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered for miles. Chaotic currents raged, and terrifying scenes of the cosmos being born and the heavens being both created and destroyed were vividly manifested. It is beyond description how radiant and sacred this sword light was, capable of obliterating 3,000 great worlds and shaking the ancient skies. Unrivaled. Upon witnessing this sword light, every living being felt an involuntary surge of the same thought. Nothing could withstand this sword light, not even the most formidable imperial weapons. Deep within the Zhao clan, the supreme imperial artifact, the map of 10,000 domains and mountains, seemed to sense something and began to tremble violently. An endless aura of chaos descended from this grand scroll, enveloping the entire Zhao clan stronghold, akin to a chaotic celestial waterfall descending, isolating the two realms. This ancient imperial weapon, worshipped by the Zhao clan, appeared to be aware of the terrifying nature of the sword light, and thus began to awaken autonomously, unleashing all its power in preparation for battle. However, all of this is evidently in vain. The sword light, encapsulated within the talisman, was conceived by Gu Chen while observing the supreme martial arts in a chaotic realm. Even a true great emperor would be cleaved in twain by it. How much less a mere imperial weapon? In an astonishing turn of events, the sword light sliced through the chaotic barrier constructed by the Myriad Realms map, as fragile as a sheet of paper, which was instantaneously torn to shreds. In the blink of an eye, that sword light, undiminished in its momentum, cleaved the Myriad Realms map in half, rendering it into two segments. The imperial weapon lay shattered, yet the sword light remained. Amidst the horrified gazes of the Zhao family members, that relentless sword light descended mercilessly upon the Zhao family as stronghold. Chapter 76. The Annihilation of the Zhao clan, the Forbidden Zone's Imperial clan, and the Gu family of the Celestial Realm heavens. The map of all realms has been cleaved in twain. A sword shatters an imperial weapon. Has the Lord of the Celestial Realm made his move? In that moment, every being that bore witness to this spectacle was engulfed in shock. The map of all realms, an imperial weapon governed by the Zhao family, has been effortlessly severed by a single ray of sword light. Such an occurrence is utterly inconceivable. It is known that imperial weapons are forged from the most sublime celestial materials, rendering them exceptionally sturdy, their strength surpassing even that of an emperor's physique. Yet astonishingly, this revered map of all realms offered no substantial resistance before being cleaved asunder. Does this not imply that even if a mighty emperor were present, he too would succumb to the same fate beneath that singular sword? No. At the Zhao family stronghold, Zhao Lin and the other Zhao clan members gazed at the severed map of all realms, their minds reeling, feeling as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. That was the supreme imperial weapon bequeathed by their ancestors. It constituted one of the foundational legacies that elevated the Zhao family to imperial status. Their forebears had wielded this map, sweeping across the vastness, compelling all races to submit. And now, this unparalleled imperial weapon of the Zhao family has been so easily obliterated by a mere sword. Where are the emperors of the Imperial Alliance? Why have they not descended? As he witnessed the destruction of the imperial weapon, Zhao Lin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly spitting blood in despair. However, he had no time to mourn the shattered map of all realms, for that beam of sword light, having severed the imperial weapon, continued its relentless descent toward the Zhao stronghold. Undoubtedly, if that sword light were allowed to strike, the entire Zhao clan would meet the same fate as the Yin family, reduced to nothingness. Where are the emperors of the Imperial Alliance? Why do they not appear? The Lord of the Celestial Realm has already made his move. Zhao Lin was consumed by anxiety. That sword light was evidently wielded by the Lord of the Celestial Realm. Did not the emperors of the Imperial Alliance proclaim that upon the Lord of the Celestial Realm's intervention, they would descend together to vanquish him? At such a critical juncture, why do those emperors remain hidden? Master, are we being deceived? An elder of the Zhao family uttered in despair. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Zhao Lin murmured, unable to fathom the betrayal. He could not comprehend why the emperors of the Imperial Alliance would deceive them. The surviving celestial imperial clans are their descendants. Zhao Lin's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. He yearned to voice his indignation and plead for mercy from the Gu family, yet it was all too late. The sword light descended, indiscriminately annihilating all. In but a fleeting moment, that traversing sword light obliterated everything, erasing all traces. The once mighty Zhao clan, an esteemed imperial lineage, seemed as though it had never existed in this world, leaving behind only a scorched earth, devoid of any signs of life. The celestial imperial clan, the Zhao family, has been annihilated. The heavens have truly changed. The Zhao family has been utterly annihilated. An ancient imperial lineage, steeped in heritage for countless millennia, has been reduced to ashes in an instant. The formidable powers from the far reaches of the world gazed upon the expanse of charred earth, murmuring in disbelief, as if entrapped in a dream. Prior to their arrival, they had speculated, to varying degrees, that the Zhao family would likely reject the conditions set forth by the Gu family, leading to friction and conflict. Yet, none could have anticipated the swiftness and severity of the outcome. The Zhao family offered not a semblance of resistance before being obliterated by a single strike from the sovereign of the heavens. The entire sequence unfolded with alarming rapidity. From the moment the sword light appeared to the instant the Zhao family's imperial weapon was severed, their annihilation transpired in scarcely more than a breath. So swiftly that the onlookers scarcely had time to react. The Zhao family has been extinguished. Not only the formidable beings from various factions, but even Gu Chen himself, gazing upon the scorched remains of the Zhao family, felt a surreal sense of disbelief. The Zhao family is no more. Did he truly bring about their demise? Holding the talisman in his hand, Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with profound reverence. He understood that the downfall of the Zhao family had no bearing on him. It was the manifestation of the will of their ancestors. Should any imperial lineage defy this decree, they would meet a fate of death and extinction. The words of the clan leader reverberated in Gu Chen's mind once more. At that time, he had perceived the leader's words as mere encouragement, perhaps even a threat to the vast imperial clans. Only now did he grasp the gravity of the truth. It was not an idle threat, but a stark reality. Drawing a deep breath, Gu Chen forcibly quelled the tumult of emotions within him and made his way toward the desolate expanse before him. He had observed that when the sword light erupted from the talisman, obliterating the Zhao family, it did not indiscriminately annihilate everything. Rather, it appeared intentional in preserving certain palace structures. Gu Chen surmised that if his instincts were correct, these palatial edifices housed the Zhao family's treasury, containing treasures amassed over countless ages. Moreover, he had keenly noted that the Zhao family's map of the myriad realms had fallen deep within the remnants after being severed. Even though the imperial weapon had been destroyed, it was forged from the essence of supreme divine gold. This divine gold must be reclaimed. As Gu Chen ventured deeper into the heart of the Zhao family, embarking on his treasure hunt, The formidable figures standing at the ends of the earth could not help but display expressions of envy and eagerness. This was the legacy of an unparalleled imperial clan. It was a treasure that could make even the most revered sects covetous, with the potential for bloodshed in the quest to claim it. Yet, despite the fact that the assembled powers surpassed Gu Chen in rank and strength, none dared to approach and tarnish the inheritance left by the Zhao family. They could only observe from a distance, too apprehensive to draw nearer. The pursuit of such treasures depended greatly upon the nature of the prize being contested. Currently, there are those in search of divine treasures. It is the Gu family that stands paramount. Even the Zhao family, a lineage steeped in history and profound in heritage, can be extinguished with a mere word from them. What audacity do ordinary celestial sects and grand teachings possess to contend with the Gu family? This venture is not merely a gamble for wealth and power. It is a blatant invitation to demise. Among imperial lineages, disparities exist, and from this day forth, the name of the Kangmang imperial family is destined to undergo transformation. A powerful figure, overwhelmed by emotion, reflects on the undeniable strength of the Kangmang imperial family, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary forces. Yet, above these imperial families, there exists a realm of forbidden imperial families, the exalted Gu family. Upon hearing this, many formidable beings instinctively nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Gu family of today is no longer the once misleading Kangmang imperial family. It has ascended to a status that surpasses all other imperial families, becoming a far more terrifying forbidden imperial family. Chapter 77. Fishing for big fish, the killing game begins. Seeking self-preservation in the vast expanse of the Kangmang continent, within the celestial forbidden zone, Gu Chen sat leisurely upon the throne of the celestial palace. He seemed to sense the formidable aura emanating from the Gu family, blooming in the distant sky. With a slight lift of his gaze, his expression remained calm and indifferent. He felt that the power he had preserved within the talisman had been awakened. The Zhao clan, the imperial family, would likely find it impossible to escape the fate of total annihilation. However, despite this impending doom, Gu Chen remained unfazed, his heart untouched by any turbulence. The destruction of the Zhao clan was, for him, merely an inconsequential beginning. 90,000 years ago, he had been burdened by the weight of the greater good of all beings, ultimately ending up isolated in the chaotic realm, where he thwarted the demon world for 90,000 years, allowing those so-called Kangmang imperial clans to revel in luxury and ease. Now that he had returned to the Kangmang realm, unshackled by past constraints, any imperial clan that believed he was still the Gu Chen of 90,000 years prior was gravely mistaken. A debt that has lingered for 90,000 years is surely one that must be repaid. The Yin clan and the Zhao clan are merely the beginning. Gu Chen's reckoning with these imperial clans is far from over. Yet, with the Zhao clan's demise, will those rats within the imperial alliance still feel secure? Gu Chen sat serenely upon his throne, softly speaking to himself. The eradication of the Zhao clan was also a means to compel those rats within the imperial alliance to reveal themselves. Now that the Zhao clan has been extinguished, how can the emperors within the alliance remain complacent? Gu Chen eagerly anticipated the outcome of using the various imperial clans as bait to catch some big fish. In the eastern wilderness, a remote forest located 100,000 miles from the celestial forbidden zone, Emperor Yin sat quietly with his eyes closed, gathering all his aura until he resembled a lifeless stone. Since the discussions in the halls of the emperors the previous day, he had stealthily concealed himself in this location, deliberately choosing a spot far from the celestial forbidden zone to avoid detection by Gu Chen. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, abruptly opening his eyes, excitement flickering within them. Such a monumental imperial pressure could only signify that the lord of the celestial realm had made his move. Emperor Yin raised his head towards the direction of the Zhao clan, unable to contain his excitement. He could feel that this immense power was not something that could be unleashed by a mere decree of an emperor. It was indeed the lord of the celestial realm acting personally. Emperor Yin understood that the encirclement and assassination plan against the lord of the celestial realm had likely commenced. Gu Chen, wait for me. once I breach the celestial forbidden zone and capture all your family members. You will witness with your own eyes how I eradicate every last member of the Gu clan. A sinister grin spread across Emperor Yan's face as he ceased to conceal his aura, allowing his imperial might to surge forth as he soared towards the celestial forbidden zone. Simultaneously, in another location 100,000 miles from the celestial forbidden zone, the ancient emperor of the burial sky sensed the overwhelming imperial might rising from the direction of the Zhao clan. Has the Eight Emperors' assassination scheme begun? The ancient emperor of burial heaven lowered his voice, murmuring to himself in excitement. In that case, I must act swiftly. I cannot allow others to seize the opportunity to enter the celestial forbidden zone before me. The ancient emperor of burial heaven not only sensed the overwhelming imperial aura rising from the direction of the Zhao family, but he also felt the presence of Emperor Yan, which filled him with a sense of urgency, fearing that Emperor Yan would be the first to penetrate the celestial realm and uncover the secrets within the forbidden zone. Thus, without hesitation, the ancient emperor of burial heaven set forth, heading towards the celestial forbidden zone. Within the Hall of the Emperors, the great Emperor Zihen, the great Emperor Long Yen, and the great Emperor Mo were all seated upon their majestic thrones. At that moment, an ethereal scroll depicting the vast landscape of the continent unfolded before them. The contents of this scroll plunged the three imperial leaders into a profound silence. Emperor Yin and the ancient emperor of burial heaven have actually ventured into the celestial forbidden zone, murmured the great Emperor Zihen, gazing at the figures of Emperor Yin and the ancient emperor of burial heaven within the image, likening them to moths recklessly drawn to a flame. These two, whom I have been unable to contact, have evidently found a hiding place early on. The expression of the great Emperor Mo darkened as he contemplated dispatching a divine sense to urgently summon the two back. However, after careful consideration, he suppressed this idea. The reason was simple. The master of the celestial realm must surely be aware of the whereabouts of Emperor Yin and the ancient emperor of burial heaven. To hastily inform them might lead the master to trace their steps back to the Hall of the Emperors, thereby exposing their existence, a risk not worth taking. What should we do? Are we to watch helplessly as our friend, Emperor Yin, and the ancient emperor of burial heaven meet their demise? Lamented the great Emperor Long Yen, unable to bear the thought. The plan had been for the 8 emperors to jointly initiate a slaughter, yet now 6 of them had retreated upon receiving insider information, leaving only the ill-fated Emperor Yin and the ancient emperor of burial heaven, unaware of the true circumstances. The great Emperor Long Yin could hardly bear to witness the unfolding events. What can we do? If we expose ourselves to warn these 2 fools, it would be no different than leading them to their deaths, sighed the great Emperor Zihen. Moreover, now that these 2 have been exposed and discovered by Gu Chen, even if we were to warn them, it might be too late. They could only hope that both Emperor Yin and the ancient emperor of burial heaven would be blessed by fate. The great Emperor Mo silently expressed his agreement, thereafter falling into silence. The great Emperor Zihen and the great Emperor Long Yin exchanged a glance, each recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in the other's eyes. Indeed, what could they do? They could only silently wish for Emperor Yin and the ancient emperor of burial heaven to find their own salvation within the celestial forbidden zone. As Gu Chen sensed the 2 imperial auras rapidly approaching, his expression remained calm, yet a deep sense of astonishment and confusion flickered in his eyes. It was no surprise that the imperial leaders of the alliance would seize this opportunity to act. Gu Chen had been fully prepared for such an eventuality. However, he was taken aback by the arrival of these 2 small fry. One of them was Emperor Yin, whom he had previously sent fleeing into the chaotic void with a single strike. One was the ancient emperor of the burial heaven, who had fled in a state of panic, driven by his own words. To think that these 2 defeated subordinates, whom Gu Chen deemed beneath contempt, would dare to invade the celestial forbidden zone and seek trouble with him? Gu Chen found the notion utterly absurd. The Imperial Alliance was indeed excessively arrogant, or perhaps foolishly so. He had anticipated that they would at least deploy 5 or 6 emperors to collectively confront him. Yet, to his astonishment, they had only sent forth Yin Emperor and the ancient emperor of burial heaven, As he beheld the imposing figures of Yin Emperor and the ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven approaching from 100,000 miles away, Gu Chen was rendered speechless. Chapter 78. A Path to Destruction. The vast imperial domain, terrifying indeed. Gu Chen, annihilate my lineage. The time for vengeance is today. Yandirord unabashidli. Hastening toward the celestial forbidden zone. The profound secrets of the immortal path within Burial Sky Island are destined to belong to this emperor. The ancient Emperor of Burial Sky murmured, as if he could already envision himself reclaiming the celestial forbidden zone and unraveling the hidden mysteries of the immortal path within. The Emperor and the ancient Emperor, both unreserved in their presence, swept across the eastern wilderness, approaching the celestial forbidden zone. The overwhelming and rampant aura of the imperial domain naturally drew the attention of countless beings in the eastern wilderness. Even the formidable imperial might emanating from the Zhao family was momentarily forgotten, as they turned to gaze toward the celestial forbidden zone. In the span of a single day, imperial beings descended one after another, their formidable presence heralding a transformation in the vast continent. It was Yendi, and the ancient Emperor of Burial Sky, who had been banished by the Lord of the Celestial Realm. What were their intentions? Were they to confront the Lord of the Celestial Realm in battle? All living beings trembled. Since the return of that Emperor from the Gu family, the once stagnant vast realm had seemingly erupted into fervor, with turmoil following turmoil. In the past, over the course of hundreds or even thousands of years, the myriad beings of the five domains could scarcely sense the arrival of an imperial presence even once. Yet now, within mere days, the aura of multiple imperial beings surged forth, shaking the entirety of the vast realm. The root of it all was that Emperor of the Gu family, the Lord of the Celestial Realm. Yendi, my friend, ancient Emperor of Burial Sky. In just a breath or two, Yendi and the ancient Emperor of Burial Sky approached the celestial forbidden zone, recognizing each other's presence. Upon seeing one another, they instantly understood each other's intentions. It appeared that in this scheme of 8 emperors, the other was to be a comrade in their assault on the celestial forbidden zone. Once they infiltrated the forbidden zone, this emperor would take all the members of the Gu family, and everything else would be left to his companion's discretion. Yendi spoke, clearly stating his intentions. Aware that the celestial forbidden zone was originally the territory of the ancient Emperor of Burial Sky, he wished to make no claims on it, hence his preemptive clarification. Agreed. Upon hearing Yendi's words, the ancient Emperor of Burial Sky felt a sense of relief. The celestial forbidden zone, the Lord of the Celestial Realm. This emperor has arrived. After reaching a preliminary cooperation agreement, Yendi let out a cold laugh, his imperial might surging forth, his form instantly transforming, his forehead radiating light, manifesting an unparalleled divine appearance that illuminated the vast 5 domains. A figure as grand as an ancient demonic mountain towered between heaven and earth, engulfed by a dense aura of chaos, revealing only a pair of profound and icy eyes, within which lay terrifying visions of sunrises and moonfalls, of heavens collapsing and earth shattering. This was the boundless imperial body exhibited by Yendi, while the ancient Emperor of Burial Sky, not to be outdone, similarly manifested his supreme form. 2 imperial beings surrounded the celestial forbidden zone. The overwhelming waves of their presence could not be contained, and were instantly sensed by the members of the Gu family within the forbidden zone. In a fleeting moment, numerous members of the Gu family instinctively turned their gazes towards the outer realms of the celestial forbidden zone, where they beheld the towering, terrifying manifestations of 2 great emperors. What has transpired? Is there an imperial presence poised to assault our celestial realm? Could it be that those imperial clans have launched a counterattack? Great emperors. These 2 entities must undoubtedly be great emperors. Exclamations arose in succession as the Gu family members stared in astonishment at the fearsome manifestations beyond the celestial forbidden zone. Their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. The imperial clans, it seems, are indeed unwilling to submit and have chosen to resist. Observing the 2 formidable emperor manifestations, Gu Dowling felt a weight settle in his heart. The Gu family's recent endeavor to assert dominance over the vast imperial clans has evidently provoked a retaliation. And the convergence of these two imperial presences at the celestial Forbidden Zone serves as irrefutable evidence. The two great emperors, Yi Yingying, gazed solemnly at the manifestations outside the Forbidden Zone, her mind clouded with unease. In recent days, since becoming a disciple of Gu Chen, she had devoted herself diligently to cultivating the celestial emperor scriptures imparted by him, remaining largely oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. Yet now, with two emperors arriving, the overwhelming and rampant imperial might jolted her from her meditative state. Are these two imperial beings here to assault the celestial Forbidden Zone? However, they surely cannot be a match for my master. Yi Yingying pondered, her heart laden with uncertainty. As a sacred body of humanity, her own ventures had led her to acquire fragments of an ancient emperor's scriptures by fortuitous chance. Due to their incompleteness, she could not practice them directly, instead using them as supplementary material for contemplation and insight. Even so, Yi Yingying often marveled at the extraordinary nature of imperial existences. The vastness and profundity of the emperor's scriptures were indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Yet, after obtaining the celestial emperor scriptures from Gu Chen and undergoing rigorous training, Yi Yingying was astounded to discover that compared to her master's teachings, the fragments she had once cherished were utterly insignificant. The grandeur and elevation of the celestial emperor scriptures were leagues beyond any standard emperor scriptures. It was from that moment on that she started to sense, albeit vaguely, that her master's power was likely far beyond what ordinary emperors could contend with. Even with the arrival of these two emperors, they would surely not be her master's adversaries. Yi Yingying resolvit firmly in hertots. In contrast to Yi Yingying's contemplative demeanor, Gu Qingxue appeared much more relaxed and at ease. She understood that these two imperial beings could never hope to rival their ancestral lineage. In fact, even in the absence of their ancestor within the celestial Forbidden Zone, the formidable 10,000 calamities killing formation safeguarding, it would be more than sufficient to ensure these two emperors met their demise without a trace. Pseudo-emperors are but pseudo-emperors, akin to frogs at the bottom of a well, having never witnessed the vastness of the azure skies. Just then, a voice tinged with disdain and contempt, belonging to the celestial moon fairy, echoed from the spatial ring upon Gu Qingxue's finger, reminding that even a true immortal must maintain respect in the presence of a genuine emperor. How dare mere pseudo-emperors oppose an emperor? They are truly courting their own demise. Beyond the celestial Forbidden Zone, the Scarlet Serpent Sovereign had been lurking in wait, poised to discern Gu Chen's motives and future intentions. At that moment, the sudden arrival of Emperor Yin and the ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven left the Supreme Master of Crimson Serpent utterly astounded. Initially, the Supreme Master did not consider that they had come for the celestial Forbidden Zone. Rather, she feared that her whereabouts had been compromised and that she had been discovered by the imperial entities within this vast realm. In her mind, the two imperial beings could not possibly match the formidable Gu Tian Emperor, and confronting them would be akin to courting death. Thus, it seemed evident that their intentions were directed solely towards her. However, when the Supreme Master realized that both Emperor Yin and the ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven had actually descended outside the celestial Forbidden Zone, she comprehended that their true aim was indeed the celestial Forbidden Zone and the formidable Gu Tian Emperor. How terrifying the imperial entities of this boundless realm could be. The Supreme Master of Crimson Serpent murmured to herself. Merely two imperial beings dared to grasp the whiskers of the Gu Tian Emperor? Even the sovereigns of the demon realm lacked such audacity. The imperial entities within this vast world truly possessed remarkable courage. Chapter 79. One strike to obliterate. Like sweeping away dust, burying the fallen heavens, is it truly over? Within the celestial Forbidden Zone, Gu Chen sat serenely upon the exalted throne, his gaze directed towards the two formidable imperial manifestations standing outside the celestial Forbidden Zone, a flicker of confusion and disappointment evident in his eyes. He had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that these two, Emperor Yin and the ancient Emperor of Burying Heavens were merely the appetizers, with greater prizes yet to be ensnared. However, as he extended his consciousness, he found no traces of other imperial presences in this realm. It appeared that those who had come to assault the celestial forbidden zone were indeed limited to just these two. How disheartening. Gu Chen felt a wave of despondency wash over him. After waiting for so long, only to catch these two small fish was naturally unsatisfactory. Yet, on a brighter note, he had garnered some reward and was not returning empty-handed. With a mere thought, an aura of supreme authority emanated from him, expanding outward toward the boundless expanse beyond the forbidden zone. Yet, even without his direct intervention, the formidable 10,000 calamities killing array guarding the celestial forbidden zone was more than capable of eliminating both the ancient Emperor of Burying Heavens and Emperor Yin. However, Gu Chen had no intention of revealing this trump card so easily. In the future, he hoped to use the celestial forbidden zone as bait to lure in more imperial figures, to demonstrate its power now, merely due to the presence of two inconsequential characters. Will be a foolish trade-off. Gu Chen is still here. Upon sensing the unparalleled might emanating from the celestial forbidden zone, Emperor Yin instinctively trembled. How could this be? He had just felt a force surpassing the imperial realm erupt from the direction of the Zhao family. Yet Gu Chen had not descended upon them, remaining steadfast within the celestial forbidden zone. Had Gu Chen seen through the ruse of drawing the tiger away from its mountain? A chill coursed through Emperor Yan's heart as he pondered. In truth, had Gu Chen been aware of Emperor Yan's thoughts, he would have found it amusing. The force he had infused into that talisman had far exceeded the power that could be unleashed by imperial commands or weapons, even surpassing that of an ordinary imperial figure, thus leading Emperor Yin to this grave misunderstanding. The Lord of the Celestial Realm. When the ancient Emperor of Burying Heavens realized that Gu Chen remained within the celestial forbidden zone, he too was taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. What if he discerned the ploy to draw him away? Once the remaining 6 emperors recognized the anomaly, they would undoubtedly converge here, with 8 emperors encircling him. How could they fail to eliminate this lord of the celestial realm? However, the secrets within the forbidden zone must never be revealed to the other imperial realms. The ancient Emperor of Burying Heavens contemplated how to safeguard the secrets of the forbidden zone, when suddenly, an unmatched force erupted within the celestial forbidden zone. It turned out that Gu Chen had made his move. He had no intention of engaging in further discourse with Emperor Yin and the ancient Emperor of Burying Heavens. With a casual motion of his hand, he struck towards the ancient Emperor, as effortless as crushing an ant, as light as brushing away dust. How dare you? The ancient Emperor of Burying Heavens, filled with shock and fury, clearly did not anticipate Gu Chen's decisive action, responding with such swiftness. However, he is, after all, an ancient sovereign who has endured the test of time, confident in his lifelong superiority over others. Previously, he had been compelled by Gu Chen to relinquish his dominion, a humiliation that weighed heavily upon his pride. Now, having descended voluntarily, if he were to retreat once more before Gu Chen, what dignity would remain for him? With a resolute declaration, I shall turn the heavens upside down. The ancient Emperor of the Burial Sky unleashed a resonant roar. His palms spread wide, and his thick hair danced wildly. His formidable physique seemed capable of collapsing the very cosmos. At that moment, within the void before him, an endless aura of chaos surged and coalesced into a chaotic abyss, radiating an aura of terror that suggested the birth of worlds. This was the epitome of supreme law. Within the chaos, mists roiled, echoing with the roars of spectral deities. The azure dragon soared, shattering stars with its claws, while the vermilion bird spread its wings, incinerating the 9 heavens. A plethora of ominous phenomena unfolded, reaching a chilling climax. This was the unparalleled royal secret art cultivated by the ancient Emperor of the Burial Sky over eons, a technique that had previously quelled numerous formidable foes, now wielded once more to obstruct Gu Chen. Yet, in the face of this proud display, Gu Chen remained unfazed, his expression unchanged and his gaze devoid of any tremor. His strength and realm had transcended what was conceivable within this vast domain. The ancient Emperor of the Burial Sky, He was scarcely worthy of compelling Gu Chen to employ any supernatural abilities or laws. A mere gesture from him would suffice to subdue him. With a resonant clang, Gu Chen merely extended his hand, unadorned by any incantations. Yet, as he struck forth, the sound of celestial metal rang out, a force that seemed capable of shattering the ancient heavens. Within that alabaster hand lay a terrifying power, potent enough to instill fear even in the ancient emperor of the burial sky. The void shattered, the palm obliterated the universe, and along its path, even the laws of the great Tao were ground to dust. This strike bore an ominous quality. A sense of foreboding arose within the ancient emperor's heart. Even the supreme law he had summoned offered him no solace. In that moment, an instinctive thought surged in his mind. Flee. Flee swiftly. He could not withstand this blow. The ancient emperor was taken aback by the emergence of such a thought. Yet at this moment, even if he wished to escape, it was too late. That alabaster hand seemed to have sealed off all avenues of retreat, rendering him unable to evade or escape. With a thunderous boom, Gu Chen's hand swept forth, crashing into the chaotic abyss before the ancient emperor. The sound resonated as if the heavens and earth themselves were colliding. This hand, earth-shattering in its might, caused the chaotic abyss to erupt, its momentum unwavering as it struck the ancient emperor directly. No! The ancient emperor's eyes widened in horror, his words yet to escape his lips before they were frozen in disbelief. For that single blow annihilated all vitality within him, instantly causing his boundless imperial body to explode. A torrent of imperial blood cascading into the void, shattering the surrounding star realms into nothingness. As a lingering glow emanated from the remnants of the ancient emperor's bones and blood, it seemed to yearn to absorb the essence of the vast universe, attempting to reconstitute itself. For beings of the imperial realm, as long as a single drop of blood remained, they could reforge their unparalleled bodies and return anew. Yet the force of Gu Chen's strike seemed to have inscribed itself into every bone and drop of blood within the ancient emperor of burial heaven, rendering him utterly incapable of reconstituting his imperial form. His blood and bones could only shatter incessantly, ultimately leading to a complete annihilation, vanishing without a trace. I am unwilling. At last, the ancient emperor of burial heaven could only leave behind this single phrase steeped in unwillingness before ultimately falling. The vast universe returned to silence, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only the cascading blood rain that descended upon the desolate world bore witness to the fall of an emperor's existence. Just a single strike, merely a single strike, and the ancient emperor of burial heaven perished. In this moment, across the boundless continent and the expansive five realms, all beings fell into silence amidst the heavens and the earth. Chapter 80. The world shudders, the imperial alliance betrays me, and I flee in disgrace once. A venerable sovereign reigned supreme within the forbidden zone of life, gazing down upon the realm for countless millennia. Yet now he meets his demise in such a shocking manner. Merely a single strike, just one hand. The ancient emperor of burial heaven could not withstand the overwhelming blow from the Lord of the heavens and has fallen into obscurity, fading into the annals of history. Is this truly the extent of our ancestral power? Within the forbidden zone of the heavens, Gu Chen murmurs softly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an array of emotions. Although she had long been informed by her master, the celestial fairy Xiaoya, of the dreadful might possessed by their ancestor, witnessing it firsthand today leaves her utterly astonished. This was an ancient emperor, though now aged and weakened. No one can deny he remains a formidable entity of the imperial realm. Yet, even he could not endure a single strike. In the face of the Lord of the heavens, the vast imperial realm appears no more resilient than a mere chicken or a dog, utterly powerless. At this moment, Gu Chen begins to comprehend why no supreme being dared to oppose their ancestor when he commanded the world and instilled fear across the various forbidden zones. Had any of those sovereigns dared to rise against him, their fate would have mirrored that of the ancient emperor of burial heaven. Just one strike, merely one strike. Within the other forbidden zones, supreme beings keenly observe this battle, their voices trembling imperceptibly as they speak. The combat prowess of the Lord of the Heavens transcends mere terror. It is akin to a sinister force. A single strike dispatched an opponent with ease. Throughout the entirety of the vast realm's history, such a feat is unprecedented. Fortunately, I did not foolishly act alongside that imbecile. One supreme being quietly rejoices, for he was among the 8 emperors tasked with the extermination of Gu Chen. At the last moment, he received a message from the mysterious emperor, which halted their operation. Now, it seems fortuitous that this so-called scheme of the 8 emperors never came to fruition. Otherwise, the outcome would have undoubtedly been devastating. What an absurdity it would have been to witness the 8 emperors descend and collectively perish at the hands of Gu Chen. Throughout history, those who have entered the forbidden zone of the heavens have met with untimely deaths, and now the ancient emperor of burial heaven has also fallen, the curse remaining unbroken. An ancient supreme within the forbidden zone seems to recall something, murmuring to himself. The curse of the forbidden zone continues unabated. Throughout the ages, every individual who has claimed dominion over this zone has met the same tragic fate. The fall of the ancient emperor of burial heaven undoubtedly reaffirms this grim reality. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if Gu Chen, having assumed control of the forbidden zone of the heavens, can evade such a terrifying conclusion. Gu Chen, he has grown even stronger. Outside the forbidden zone of the heavens, Emperor Yan's expression has turned grave. On that day, when Gu Chen struck him to the far reaches of the cosmos with a single sword, Emperor Yan had already sensed the terrifying strength of Gu Chen. Yet, witnessing the fall of the ancient emperor of burial heaven with his own eyes, Yan now feels that Gu Chen's power has seemingly intensified once more. This is utterly bewildering. After reaching the imperial realm, every advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. Yet, it seems that Gu Chen possesses no discernible limitations or bottlenecks. The speed at which his strength escalates is truly terrifying. Or perhaps, when he struck at himself that day, he did not exert his full might? In the heart of Emperor Yan, a sense of dread took hold, accompanied by an unsettling feeling. What the promised alliance of the 8 emperors in this deadly scheme? Where are Zihin and Long Yan? Surely by now, they should have discovered that the Lord of the Upper Realm has not departed from the confines of the Upper Realm. Why have they not come to his aid? Within the Hall of the Emperors, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. I warned you, the prowess of this Gu Tiandi is beyond our capacity to confront. Zihin, breaking the stillness, spoke with a voice laced with tremors of fear. Although he had long known of Gu Chen's terrifying reputation from the words of the supreme beings of the demon realm, witnessing Gu Chen mercilessly dispatch the ancient emperor of burial sky was a revelation. It was at this moment that Zihin truly comprehended why merely an empty imperial city could instill such dread in 5 supreme beings from the demon realm, rendering them reluctant to cross the threshold. Fortuitously, thanks to the warning from Taoist Zihin, otherwise this emperor would surely be in peril now. Long Yan, with great difficulty, articulated his thoughts, feeling his heart race despite not having faced Gu Chen's might directly. Is this truly the Gu Chen of 90,000 years past? A sense of reverence, even despair, welled up within Long Yan. Having attained the path of the emperor 30,000 years ago, he had dismissed the legends of Gu Chen, believing that once he became an emperor, he could accomplish what Gu Chen had once achieved. After all, each generation produces its own talents. Gu Chen's time had long since faded. Yet, it was only at this moment that Long Yan realized the extent of his misjudgment. He was still leagues away from this Gu Chen. Gu Chen, on the ancient throne, Mod spoke softly, yet his voice carried a depth of hatred that even Zihin and Long Yan could not perceive. Yandi. Long Yan could not restrain himself from speaking, a hint of reluctance lacing his tone. Now that the ancient emperor of burial sky is dead, who would be next? It seems Yandi's turn is imminent. May he seek his own fortune, lamented Zihin after a brief silence. Even if they were to attempt a rescue for Yandi, Zihin dared not act. Gu Chen seemed like a harbinger of death. Rescuing Yandi would be akin to courting doom. The Emperor Alliance has betrayed me. As Gu Chen's gaze shifted towards him, and realizing no emperor was forthcoming to assist, Yin Di belatedly recognized that he had been deceived, unleashing a cry filled with resentment and fury. Gazing into Gu Chen's indifferent and tranquil eyes, Yin Di felt a chilling terror, his imperial form trembling uncontrollably. "Gu Chen, I shall fight you to the bitter end," Yin Di roared, sensing that escape was futile. His boundless imperial body towered between heaven and earth, exuding overwhelming imperial might, ready to confront Gu Chen. "Kill!" Yin Di's palms moved, summoning a myriad of runes that obscured the horizon of the vast 5 domains. "Gu Chen, prepare to pay with your life." The voice of authority resonated throughout the heavens, instilling awe in all beings. The Emperor Yin truly embodies the might of a contemporary sovereign, even upon witnessing the fall of the ancient emperor of the buried heavens. He remained undaunted, daring to take the initiative against the celestial realm. However, mere moments later, the formidable powers from various factions began to feel bewildered, for the celestial runes above suddenly shattered, and there was no trace left of Emperor Yin. Instead, in the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, a figure was seen, burning with life, transforming into a fleeting ray of light, desperately fleeing from the vast continent. That figure was none other than Emperor Yin. It turned out that his earlier display of readiness to confront Gu Chen was merely a fade. Chapter 81. A Sword Strike, the Fall of Emperor Yin. Dire news for the Imperial clan. Quickly flee. In the vast expanse of the outer starry sky, Emperor Yin, nearly expending all his strength, burned his lifespan in a frantic bid for survival. His sole thought was to escape, to retreat into the boundless chaos beyond the Kangmang realm, never to return. As for the earlier intention to confront Gu Chen, what ist? Gu Chen had dispatched the ancient emperor of burial heaven with but a single strike. It was evident that 2 or 3 blows would suffice to eliminate him as well. Though Emperor Yin had been somewhat arrogant, he was not foolish. The current Gu Chen was clearly beyond his capacity to contend with. Cursed be the day he listened to the insidious words of Mod, returning from the Chaos Sea. As he fled desperately, he seethed with resentment. Had he not heeded Mod's counsel, how could he have returned to the Kangmang realm so hastily? Now, what farce it was! The promised alliance of the 8 emperors to jointly target Gu Chen had resulted in merely himself and the ancient emperor of burial heaven stepping forth to meet their demise. Truly laughable. At this juncture, he was in the prime of his life, having consumed the elixir of immortality, with several tens of thousands of years ahead of him. For at least 20,000 years, no, 30,000 years, he vowed never to set foot back in the Kangmang realm, unless his power significantly increased to a level where he could rival Gu Chen. Emperor Yan's mind raced as he pondered his future. To his delight, Gu Chen remained on the Kangmang continent, seemingly without the intention to pursue. Not pursuing this emperor? Excellent. When the opportunity arises in the future, I shall exact revenge for today's grievances. Emperor Yin felt a surge of relief, as if he had salvaged his very life. Meanwhile, on the Kangmang continent, although Gu Chen did not immediately set off in pursuit of Emperor Yin, his indifferent and tranquil gaze transcended the boundless expanse, locking on Emperor Yan's fleeing figure. Letting Emperor Yin go? Impossible. Gu Chen had never been one to act with indecisiveness. Those who stood against him must be eradicated without leaving any future troubles. Although he had severely wounded Emperor Yin with a single sword strike previously, the vast distance across the cosmos had allowed his adversary to escape with his life. Now that Emperor Yin had re-emerged, how could Gu Chen permit him to flee? Did this emperor grant you permission to leave? Gu Chen spoke coolly, raising his hand as the infinite sword manifested from the void, firmly grasped in his palm. With no unnecessary movements, Gu Chen merely directed his gaze towards the direction of Emperor Yin's escape, lifted his arm, and brought down the sword. Clang! The sound of celestial gold resonated, akin to the roar of a true dragon or the cry of celestial phoenix. This strike cleaved through eternity itself. The brilliance of the sword shone like a transcendent celestial being, dazzling to the utmost, rendering it impossible for any living creature within the vast universe to behold. All were compelled to shut their eyes. The sword surged forth from the Kangmang, piercing into the cosmic void. Where the sword light passed, constellations shattered, and star domains fell silent, reduced to ash beneath the infinite's sword. Moreover, this sword light seemed to transcend worldly speeds, halting within the realm of eternal time, astonishingly arriving ahead of its target, catching up to the fleeing Emperor Yin in the blink of an eye. No! As he sensed the terrifying sword light approaching from behind, Emperor Yan's eyes widened in horror, engulfed by an indescribable fear. Upon reaching his level of mastery, one would expect that fear would no longer plague him. Even if it did, it would be swiftly extinguished, rendered non-existent. Yet at this moment, Emperor Yin found himself unable to suppress the overwhelming dread that surged within him, allowing it to fester unchecked in his heart. For he understood that he could not withstand this sword strike. Should it descend, it would mean his demise. With a furious roar, Emperor Yin invoked the supreme divine law, even going so far as to expend his very lifespan, unleashing all his might in a desperate attempt to block the impending blow. However, in the face of such an insurmountable disparity in power, all his efforts to resist were as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The radiant sword light annihilated all, obliterating everything in its path. The terrifying wave of catastrophe erupted, instantaneously dissolving all resistance from Emperor Yin and utterly tearing apart his form, erasing his imperial blood without a trace, leaving no possibility for reassembly. As the sword light faded and the wave of calamity dissipated, it swept into the vastness of the cosmos. Yet within the celestial expanse, Emperor Yan's presence had vanished entirely. Under the magnificent sword light unleashed by Gu Chen, Emperor Yin had not a shred of resistance and was utterly dismembered, falling into oblivion. Emperor Yin was dead. On the boundless continent, Gu Chen stood resolute with his sword, gazing at the resplendent fireworks blooming in the cosmic sky, his eyes calm and serene, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Although he had severely wounded Emperor Yin with his previous strike, the latter had managed to escape by a narrow margin. Now, having refined the infinite sword into a celestial weapon and further enhanced his prowess through observing the supreme martial arts within the chaotic realm, his strength had surged significantly. In such circumstances, how could Emperor Yin possibly hope to survive a second strike? Boring. Gu Chen shook his head slightly, his thoughts shifting as he re-entered the heavenly, forbidden zone. The consecutive slayings of the ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven and Emperor Yin felt to him like swatting two flies, hardly a matter of consequence. Certainly not worthy of pride or exhilaration. Gu Chen remained composed, yet the vast five domains were anything but two imperial beings. And now, under Gu Chen's hand, they had both fallen in mere moments. The Lord of Heaven was indeed terrifying, evoking awe. Emperor Gu Tian. He seemed to have grown even stronger than when he was at the Imperial Pass. Somewhere in the eastern wilderness domain, the Crimson Lien Supreme murmured to herself, gazing towards the location of the heavenly forbidden zone, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and reverence. She had initially believed that Gu Chen's slaying of the Supreme of Slaughter Heaven at the Imperial Pass had revealed his full combat prowess. Yet now, it appeared that this was far from the entirety of Emperor Gu's strength. Had he wished, he could have effortlessly annihilated her and other supreme beings. One must not act rashly. It was imperative to ascertain whether Emperor Gu truly would not return to the Imperial Pass before notifying our domain to take action. The Crimson Lien Supreme trembled slightly, feeling an immense pressure. Until the true intentions of this Emperor Gu were understood, the demon realm must refrain from any actions. Otherwise, even if multiple supreme beings converge to attack, it would be akin to walking towards death. The Imperial Zhao clan has been obliterated. The ancient Emperor of Burial Heaven is dead. Emperor Yin has fallen. These three pieces of news, as if endowed with wings, swiftly traversed the vast expanse of the five realms, reaching every celestial sect and holy ground. Particularly, the remaining imperial clans were the first to receive this shocking news, which they deemed as calamitous tidings. Upon learning of these revelations, the other imperial families that had initially considered resisting the Gu family were struck with a profound sense of despair, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. While the reasons for the emperors within the Imperial Alliance refraining from intervening remain unclear, the current situation has become evidently stark. Those who defy the will of the Gu family, regardless of their ancient lineage spanning millennia, are destined for annihilation. The recent obliteration of the Yin and Zhao families stands as the most brutal and unequivocal testament to this grim reality. Chapter 82, A World Apart, the Immortal Ones. The Gu family's ascendant emperor upon the vast expanse of the Tsangman continent. The various imperial clans were engulfed in a state of trepidation. They found themselves perplexed as to why the esteemed emperors within the Imperial Alliance had refrained from descending to sanction the formidable Gu family emperor. Yet, an even deeper dread consumed them. For the consecutive demise of the ancient Emperor Zongtian and the Emperor, Yin seemed to convey a stark message to these ancient lineages. The existence of Gu Chen was far beyond the reach of any ordinary emperor. Swiftly seek out the treasures in our clan's vault. We must prepare everything the Gu family demands. Go at once. What? The treasures within our clan's vault are insufficient? Then we shall borrow from other sacred lands and esteemed sects. It is imperative that we acquire what is needed. And if we cannot procure enough, then we shall offer sacred weapons and potent elixirs as collateral. If that still falls short, we might as well resign ourselves to our fate. Within the ranks of the Tuoba and Lin families, chaos reigned among the various imperial clans. Elders from each lineage had been dispatched to beseech assistance from other sacred lands and esteemed sects in a desperate bid for cultivation resources. The fate of the Zhao family had delivered a clear warning to the other clans. Failure to meet the demands of the Gu family could very well lead to their annihilation. In the eastern wasteland domain within the Lin family, when Gu Chu arrived at the Lin family's entrance, he found the clan leader and several elders already awaiting him with utmost respect. Clan leader Lin, have you gathered the items my Gu family requested? Gu Chu inquired directly. Having just swept the Zhao family's stronghold clean of treasures, he had rushed to the Lin family without a moment's delay, for other imperial clans awaited his arrival to reap their due. Fear not, esteemed young friend of the Gu family. We shall certainly procure what you seek. Please grant us but a moment. The Lin clan leader wiped the cold sweat from his brow, offering Gu Chu a somewhat obsequious smile, lowering his demeanor significantly. Previously resolute in their opposition to the Gu family, the Lin family had not prepared the necessary cultivation resources. However, the recent destruction of the Zhao family and the fall of the emperor, Yin, served as a wake-up call, compelling the Lin family to hastily gather the required resources. Yet such a task could not be accomplished in the blink of an eye, requiring time for adequate preparation. Half an hour remained. Should they not assemble the items, the Lin family would face total obliteration. Gu Chu, undeterred, promptly announced that he would allow the Lin family a final half-hour to comply. That should suffice. That should suffice. Why not take a seat in my Lin family and rest for a moment? The clan leader, relieved by Gu Chu's extension of time, allowed a somewhat stiff smile to grace his face. No need. I shall wait here, Gu Chu replied coolly, observing the Lin clan leader and the elder's somewhat anxious and sycophantic demeanor, reflecting on the past with a sense of melancholy. Once upon a time, when the Gu family was on the brink of annihilation, he had been sent by Gu Dao Lin to seek aid from these imperial clans, including the Lin family. At that time, the Lin family had refused him entry. Not a single elder would meet with him, leaving him standing at the threshold, bereft of hope. Now, however, the Lin family's attitude had transformed a full 180 degrees. Not only did the patriarch of the Lin family personally come forth to greet him, but he also adopted a remarkably humble demeanor, even displaying a semblance of obsequiousness. This stark transformation naturally left Gu Chuxin deeply moved. He understood that the sole cause of this remarkable change was the return of their venerable ancestor. With the ancestor's return, the Gu family was no longer the once derided clan trailing behind other imperial families, but rather had become an entity that all other imperial clans must now revere. In the depths of a desolate forest within the eastern wilderness domain, a mound can be discerned, draped in wild grass, its age unknown. Even the inscription on the stone tablet before the mound has nearly worn away, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Scattered before the mound are offerings of fruits, suggesting that someone had recently come to pay their respects. Suddenly, the earth of the mound began to tremble violently, and then it erupted with a force, as a pale hand emerged from within. This was undoubtedly a chilling sight. The ancient grave had exploded open, and a hand was reaching forth, as if someone were about to rise from the dead. "I'm not dead." To everyone's astonishment, a middle-aged man clad in ancient garments, his hair thick and unkempt, leaped forth from the grave. Though his attire was nearly decayed, it was evident that he was not a revenant of the deceased, but a living man. After countless epochs of slumber, what year is this? I cannot believe that I'm still alive. As the middle-aged man stepped out of the grave, he murmured to himself, a hint of nostalgia crossing his features. His name was Gu Chen, a man who should have perished long ago, but had inexplicably lingered on. He was oblivious to how much time had actually passed. Gazing at the nearly eroded stone tablet before the grave, Gu Chen realized that it must have been at least several tens of thousands of years since he had been interred. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He was originally a member of the Gu family, an imperial clan within the Eastern Wilderness domain, who had successfully cultivated the heavenly emperor scripture passed down by the great Emperor Gu Chen, achieving the quasi-emperor realm. He was the most gifted and powerful individual within the Gu family during his time. Indeed, since the departure of Emperor Gu Chen, not a single member of the Gu family had managed to cultivate the heavenly emperor scripture to the quasi-emperor realm for a full 50,000 years. Gu Wuxian's prodigious talent had stirred excitement among the clan, as they believed he could very well be the second emperor to arise after their ancestor, Gu Chen. Hence, all resources of the Gu family were made available to him, in hopes of witnessing the emergence of another emperor to stabilize their standing in the vast realm. Bearing the hopes and pressures of his kin, Gu Wuxian devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, yet he struggled to cross the threshold to ascendancy. Ultimately, he decided to venture into the chaotic realms beyond, in search of fortuitous encounters and breakthroughs. After some adventures, he inadvertently stumbled into a supreme domain, where he was struck by a beam of celestial light, only to be subsequently crushed by a colossal chaotic finger descending from the heavens, leaving him gravely injured and unconscious. When he awoke once more, he found himself adrift in the chaotic sea, with no knowledge of how long he had been there. Gu Wuxian, having exhausted all his strength, finally succeeded in returning to the vast expanse of the Kangman continent. Yet, he had depleted all his energies. His spiritual sea was barren, his physical form shattered, and he possessed not a trace of the power of a quasi-emperor, with merely 3 to 5 decades of lifespan remaining. In a state of profound despair, Gu Wuxian chose not to return to the Gu family, but instead spent his remaining tranquil days in the mortal realm, marrying and siring children, experiencing the cycle of life and death. Ultimately, he was interred in this grave, resting eternally in this place. However, after an unfathomable span of countless millennia, Gu Wuxian astonishingly revived. Not only that, but he was also astounded to discover that his once tattered body had been restored, regaining its former peak condition. Now, he found himself once more endowed with the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. Chapter 83. The Light of Ascension. The ancestral grave explodes. The Gu family annihilated? Why am I still alive? Gu Wuxian gazed at his own palms, a sense of incredulity permeating his words. Though he was unaware of the current date, he vaguely discerned that it had been at least several tens of thousands of years since he was laid to rest. Not to mention that the cultivation of his quasi-emperor level had long since diminished. Even if he were still a quasi-emperor, how could he withstand the passage of time? Even an emperor's lifespan barely reached 30 to 50,000 years. As for a quasi-emperor, living a mere 10,000 years was already a considerable limit. Yet astonishingly, he not only remained alive, but his once battered body had also completely restored itself to its former condition. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Gu Wuxian found it incomprehensible, yet a faint intuition hinted at a possible answer. The reason for his survival after tens of thousands of years, coupled with such a remarkable transformation, might be intricately linked to that mysterious light of ascension that had been imbued within him during his ventures into the chaos sea. Could the light of ascension truly be connected to the legendary realm of immortals? Gu Wuxian murmured to himself. According to ancient lore, there existed a mythical realm where beings could ascend to immortality and bask in its ethereal essence. Was it possible that the mysterious light that struck him originated from this fabled realm? As Gu Wuxian pondered, a flicker of impulse surged within him, urging him to once again delve into the chaos sea for answers. However, his initial entry into that exalted domain had been a mere stroke of luck, and now, after such a vast expanse of time, whether he could locate that place again remained uncertain. Moreover, shortly after being struck by the light of ascension, a colossal finger of chaos had descended, effortlessly injuring him, who had been at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor strength, as if he were an insignificant ant. Although he did not understand why that immense finger had chosen not to obliterate him, Gu Wuxian was acutely aware that its master was an entity beyond his capabilities to contend with. While Gu Wuxian contemplated these thoughts, his expression suddenly shifted, and he lifted his gaze towards the distance. There he observed an elderly man clad in simple garments, accompanied by a stout middle-aged man, both making their way with unsteady steps deeper into the wild forest. "Father, do you truly believe that the person buried in that small grave deep within the forest is one of our Gu family's ancestors?" The middle-aged man inquired while supporting the elder. "Of course. This is what my father has told me since my childhood," the elder replied, casting a disapproving glare at the middle-aged man. "I just find it hard to believe." The middle-aged man scratched his head and responded earnestly. "According to your account, this ancestor lived 50,000 years ago, and it's astonishing that the lineage has not been severed for all these millennia. I have yet to hear of any tales from the neighboring villages. This is precisely the result of our ancestors' blessings." The elder huffed. "That is why we must always remember to pay homage to our forebears. We must not let the offerings cease, especially during the festivals. Do you understand?" As Gu Wuxian sat atop the grave, listening to the exchange between the elder and the middle-aged man, a wave of astonishment washed over him. 50,000 years? Had he truly been in slumber for a full 50 millennia? Gu Wuxian could sense the faint fluctuations of bloodline emanating from the old man and the middle-aged man, which undoubtedly derived from the descendants he had left behind during his mortal days. Contemplating this, Gu Wuxian raised his hand slightly, bringing the old man and the middle-aged man before him. In a blink, as the stars shifted, not only had they arrived at the ancestral grave, but they also beheld someone seated atop the grave. The old man was instantly rendered speechless with shock. As for the middle-aged man, he trembled, extending a quivering finger toward the disturbed grave, stammering, Father, the ancestral grave has exploded. I am not blind." The old man's lips quivered, and with a thud, he knelt before Gu Wuxian, exclaiming, "I, Gu Xiaoming, this is my son Gu Shi. If the Celestial One has any task for us, please command us. I shall not utter a word of dissent." Although Gu Xiaoming was unaware of the events unfolding, he instinctively knew that this man before him was not someone he could offend. To preserve his life, he had no choice but to adopt a humble demeanor. "Rise. I bear no malice. There is no need for you to be anxious." Gu Wuxian spoke with gentle eyes, lifting Gu Xiaoming with a subtle gesture. "I merely wish to inquire about the current state of the Gu family in the Eastern Wilderness domain. Upon being resurrected from the grave, Gu Wuxian's foremost desire was to ascertain the fate of the Gu family. However, as the question escaped his lips, he could not help but shake his head. His eagerness to learn about the Gu family had rendered him somewhat muddled. It was evident that these two descendants were ordinary mortals, lacking any knowledge of matters concerning the Gu family. Nevertheless, Gu Xiaoming's subsequent response left Gu Wuxian momentarily stunned. "May I ask if the Gu family you refer to is the Imperial Clan Gu family? You are aware of the Imperial Clan Gu family?" Gu Wuxian inquired, perplexed, for he believed that the name Gu family should not be known to the common folk. "In our village a few years ago, a child with talent for cultivation named Gu Yu emerged. He was fortunate enough to join the ranks of the Hunyuan immortal sect and became a disciple of the sect. He spoke of these matters concerning the cultivation world during his visits back to the village." Gu Xiaoming answered earnestly. "What did Gu Yu say about the Gu family?" Gu Wuxian pressed on urgently. "Gu Yu mentioned that the situation of the Gu family is dire. They're being cornered at their doorstep by a quasi-emperor. Furthermore, other imperial clans are turning a blind eye and remaining indifferent to the Gu family's pleas for assistance. The once mighty Gu family now faces the imminent threat of annihilation. Gu Xiangming recollected. What? The Gu family is on the brink of extermination? Gu Xiangming's words struck Gu Wuxian like a thunderclap, resonating with dread in his heart. Why were the other revered imperial clans not aiding the Gu family? Had not the ancestral patriarch established an alliance with them? Furious and alarmed, Gu Wuxian sensed that the underlying circumstances were undoubtedly complex, and he urgently inquired, "When did Gu Yu convey this information to you?" "Approximately half a month ago," Gu Xiaoming recalled. He also mentioned that even the elders of the Hunyuan sect went to the Gu family to witness the spectacle. "I do not know how it ultimately turned out. Cursed be this fate." Gu Wuxian's expression darkened. A fortnight ago, was it not already too late for everything? Upon hearing this shocking news, Gu Wuxian did not hesitate. He immediately rose, transforming into a streak of light, and swiftly made his way toward the location of the Gu family. Only Gu Xiangming and his son remained, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. After a brief moment at the original stronghold of the Gu family in the eastern wilderness realm, Gu Wuxian beheld the desolate sight before him, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. This was the ancestral home of the Gu family for generations, and now, not a single trace of a Gu family disciple could be found. Had the Gu family truly been annihilated? Chapter 84. The notion of atonement, collecting debts at the door. Beyond expectation, the Gu family annihilated? A tremor coursed through Gu Wuxian's heart. He found it hard to accept, even harder to believe this outcome. Although he had returned from death, the Gu family was no more. What significance did his revival hold? Perhaps the Gu family had not been eradicated, but merely relocated. Gu Wuxian murmured to himself, clinging to the last flicker of hope within him. Yet, he understood that this glimmer of hope was undeniably tenuous. This place was the ancestral land of the Gu family, a site that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, unless a cataclysmic event had occurred. How could the Gu family have so easily departed? One must see the living and the dead. If the Gu family truly no longer existed, I shall ensure that those imperial clans pay a price. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Wuxian's eyes. He was aware that the so-called quasi-emperor, who had pressured the Gu family, might be linked to their annihilation, but those apathetic imperial clans could not escape culpability either. When the ancestors departed, they had forged oaths with those imperial clans. Yet now, when the Gu family sought aid, not a single imperial clan offered assistance. Such treachery was no different from collusion. Perhaps the truth behind the Gu family's demise was indeed intertwined with those imperial clans. Gu Wuxian's gaze turned icy as his consciousness expanded, seeking out a nearby, celestial sect to inquire about the situation. However, as his consciousness spread, he overheard some cultivators conversing. "Have you heard? The younger generation of the Gu family is currently heading to the Yuan family of the imperial clans. They intend to coerce the Yuan family. Indeed, the current state of the Gu family is truly lamentable. Who could have anticipated that the Gu family would end up like this just half a month ago?" The scattered conversations reached Gu Wuxian's ears, leaving him both elated and astonished. Elated, for the Gu family had not been annihilated. There were still surviving kin. Astonished, for the Gu family had indeed been compelled to vacate their ancestral land, and their current circumstances appeared rather dire. A young member of the Gu family aimed to threaten an imperial clan? This was, of course, an impossible endeavor. The only plausible explanation was that although the Gu family had waned and stood on the brink of extinction, they were unwilling to forsake their former glory. They sought to exit the stage with brilliance, refusing to let the reputation of the Gu family tarnish. Hence, they resorted to the tragic act of sending merely a single descendant to confront a powerful imperial clan. Had heaven granted me a second life as a means of atonement? With my presence, the Gu family shall never be extinguished, nor shall we suffer indignities. Gu Wuxian murmured to himself. When the distant ancestors departed 90,000 years ago, apart from the heavenly emperor's scriptures, they left little else of substantial imperial heritage for the Gu family. This had led to the Gu family's strength being consistently inferior compared to other mighty imperial clans. As the sole member of the Gu family to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures to the quasi-emperor realm, Gu Chen naturally garnered the attention and nurturing of the entire clan. In pursuit of Gu Chen's growth, the Gu family had nearly wagered everything, pouring all the rare treasures and divine artifacts accumulated over 5 millennia since the ancestor's departure into Gu Chen, hoping he would succeed in the path to emperorhood, thus revitalizing the Gu family's former grandeur. However, the outcome was that Gu Chen not only failed to break through to the imperial realm, but even lost all traces of his quasi-imperial cultivation. This result filled him with shame, as he felt he had let down the Gu family, who had invested so much in his training. Thus, in the final decades of his life, he retreated into seclusion, never to return to the Gu family. In Gu Chen's eyes, the current decline of the Gu family was undoubtedly linked to his own actions 50,000 years ago, when he had nearly exhausted all of the family's resources. With this in mind, Gu Chen harbored a sense of atonement in his heart. Having been resurrected after 50,000 years, he was determined to protect the Gu family and ensure that they would suffer no further humiliation. With this thought, Gu Chen no longer hesitated, ignoring the continuing discussions of the cultivators around him, and set sail towards the direction of the imperial clan, the Yuan family. No matter what, he was resolved to rescue the young descendant of the Gu family whom he had never met before. In the eastern wilderness domain, at the Yuan family of the imperial clan, Gu Chu, though maintaining a serious expression, felt an overwhelming joy within as he approached the nearby Yin family. Having just come from a heist at the Lin family, he knew that the Lin family struggled to gather the resources demanded by the Gu family. In the end, they had no choice but to offer a treasured piece of extreme, divine gold from their collection to cover the resource gap. Once he finished plundering the Yuan family and visited 2 other imperial clans, his task would be complete. Gu Chu instinctively shook the bag in his hand, feeling its weight. This bag contained several spatial rings, filled with various divine treasures and cultivation resources offered by the imperial clans. As Gu Chu reveled in the bounty of his journey, a towering figure abruptly appeared before him, blocking his path to the Yuan family. It was Gu Chen. "I do not mean any harm. You should come with me first, and I will explain later," Gu Chen stated directly. The matter of his identity could not be clarified in a moment. His sudden appearance was to intercept Gu Chu at the right time. Though he had quasi-imperial cultivation, the Yuan family was an imperial clan with considerable resources. If Gu Chu pressed forward and fell into their grasp, it would be much more difficult for him to rescue him later. However, it was evident that Gu Chu did not grasp Gu Chen's good intentions. He merely regarded Gu Chen warily and calmly replied, "The vast imperial clans all owe a debt to the Gu family. I am merely here to collect what is owed. I hope that you, senior, will not obstruct me." Gu Chu was unaware of Gu Chen's true strength, but he sensed that he was formidable. Yet, what did that matter? Could this person possibly compare to the fallen Yin Emperor and the ancient burial Sky Emperor? Seeing Gu Chu's unwavering resolve, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of melancholy and solace. Such is the essence of the Gu family scion, who, despite their current plight, remains unyielding and resolute, never bowing their head in defeat, even when confronted with the formidable Yuan clan. A mere junior of the Gu family dares to lift his chin high and display his claws. Thus, let him unleash the hatred and fury within, and afterward, he shall rescue himself. Should this necessitate a direct confrontation with the Yuan family, he is more than willing to pay the price. With this thought, Gu Chen finally relented, silently stepping aside. Observing Gu Chu ease his grip on the talisman after casting a deep glance at Gu Chen, he strode confidently towards the Yuan clan. Watching Gu Chu's departing figure, Gu Chen focused intently, his spirit heightened, ever ready to lend assistance. However, the ensuing scene left Gu Chen momentarily breathless, nearly frozen in disbelief. What my Gu family desires, has the Yuan family truly prepared? If not, then death shall be their fate. Gu Chu approached the Yuan clan's entrance with an air of arrogance, proclaiming loudly, "Prepared. The Yuan family is prepared." The head of the Yuan family, flanked by numerous elders, hurriedly approached Gu Chu, his face adorned with a forced smile. Chapter 85. Utterly bewildered, true and false ancestors. Is this the Gu family? What is happening? Gazing at the members of the Yuan family, all wearing smiles, Gu Qian's mind descended into a state of confusion. Surely, he could not be mistaken. The Yuan family man, beaming with a broad grin and exuding an air of grandeur, accompanied by numerous elders of the Yuan family, clearly held a significant position, likely that of the patriarch of this imperial Yuan clan. Yet, how could the leader of an imperial family treat a mere junior from the Gu family with such courtesy? This was not mere politeness. It bordered on obsequiousness. Gu Wuxian felt dazed, pondering whether the Yuan family had discovered his existence, thus treating this Gu family disciple with such respect. However, in an instant, he dismissed this notion. After all, he was a formidable semi-emperor, and at present, he had not revealed even a hint of his presence. How could the Yuan family possibly be aware of his existence? Moreover, even if they did know, it was unlikely they would exhibit such fawning behavior towards a junior from the Gu family, especially one who had just threatened to annihilate their entire clan. Remarkably, the Yuan family members did not seem angered by his bold words. Gu Wuxian was utterly perplexed, yet what baffled him further lay ahead. In response to the Yuan patriarch's warm demeanor, Gu Chu maintained an air of calm, simply stating, "Patriarch Yuan, where are the items my Gu family desires?" "It is all here." The Yuan patriarch wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, hastily producing a series of spatial rings from his bosom, reluctantly handing them over to Gu Chu. Not only he, but all the Yuan elders present displayed expressions of anguish and resentment. The treasures within these spatial rings were the culmination of millennia of accumulation by the Yuan family, and now, in a single day, they were being completely relinquished to the Gu family. How could this not cause the Yuan family great distress? It was worth noting that to gather these divine treasures, the Yuan family had even humbled themselves, persistently seeking favors from several sacred sects, promising numerous debts of gratitude, just to barely assemble these precious items. As Gu Chu accepted the spatial rings from the Yuan patriarch, he did not hastily stow them away, but instead began to meticulously examine each one. An abundance of divine treasures was casually extracted from the rings, haphazardly piled on the ground like a small mountain. After completing his inventory, he finally tucked them away. Throughout this process, even the elders of the Yuan family could not help but swallow hard at the sight of these treasures that rightfully belonged to them. In contrast, Gu Chu maintained his composure, displaying no change in demeanor. He had witnessed such scenes more than once, from the initial shock of the situation to now. Even when faced with such an abundance of treasures, Gu Chu remained as unflappable as ever. This observing Gu Chu calmly, tallying the numerous treasures and then collecting them all. Gu Wuxian felt as though his mind was straining to comprehend the unfolding events. Was it not said that the Gu family was weak, that various imperial families had betrayed them, even conspiring to suppress them? How is it that the situation appeared to be entirely contrary to those claims? Who is truly oppressing whom? Who is subjugating whom? Such a ludicrous scene. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Gu Wuxian found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, before the Yuan family residence, Gu Chu had finally finished counting all the precious treasures. He collected the spatial rings presented by the Yuan family without uttering a single word, elegantly turning away and departing. As they watched Gu Chu's retreating figure, the members of the Yuan family, despite their clenched teeth, could only lower their heads, afraid to express their indignation. For they understood that the fate of the Yuan family hinged entirely upon the whim of the younger generation of the Gu family. Upon witnessing Gu Chu's departure, Gu Wuxian stood in a daze for a moment before awakening from his reverie and hastily pursuing him. The events that had just unfolded at the Yuan family left him bewildered, even evoking a sense of horror akin to the supernatural. Thus, he felt compelled to follow Gu Chu, eager to discern his subsequent actions. Several hours later, observing once more as Gu Chu left yet another imperial clan, laden with spoils, Gu Wuxian remained silent, his expression devoid of any emotion, replaced only by a sense of numbness. Over these hours, he trailed this young scion of the Gu family, witnessing firsthand how Gu Chu plundered one imperial clan after another. Indeed, it was nothing short of robbery. Upon arriving at each imperial clan, this young man acted like a bandit, demanding the surrender of their precious treasures, often threatening extinction should they refuse. Strangely, despite their apparent resentment, the robbed clans complied without exception, offering up their treasures meekly. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Gu Chen was utterly confounded. Even during the zenith of the Gu family's power 50,000 years ago, the other vast imperial clans scarcely regarded them. Let alone now, when the Gu family seemed to wield the power to command and intimidate these once mighty clans. How could it be that the Gu family was no longer the oppressed, but rather the formidable oppressor, the villain in this narrative? What transpired during the 50,000 years of my absence? After Gu Chu departed from yet another imperial clan, Gu Chen could no longer contain himself and revealed his presence before Gu Chu, declaring his identity. I am Gu Chen, a distant ancestor of the Gu family. Given your age, it would not be amiss for you to address me as your venerable ancestor. Gu Chen regarded Gu Chu with a kind demeanor. However, upon hearing Gu Chen's explanation, Gu Chu furrowed his brow deeply. An ancestor? The Gu family presently recognizes only one ancestor, Emperor Gu Chen, the founder of the Gu family, now the sovereign of the heavens. Who dares to impersonate the name of our venerable ancestor? Do you not know where the Gu family currently resides? Might you lead me there for a visit? Gu Chen continued. You wish to accompany me to the Gu family? Gu Chu scrutinized Gu Chen intently before loosening his grip on the talisman in his hand. This talisman had been bestowed by the family head, with strict instructions that it should not be activated unless in dire circumstances. Before him stood a person audacious enough to impersonate the venerable ancestor of the Gu family, even daring to accompany him back to the Gu residence. In light of this, there was no need for him to employ the talisman. After all, with the ancestor present, this individual was unlikely to stir up any significant turmoil. I hope you will not regret this decision. Gu Chu cast a profound glance at Gu Chen, then proceeded to lead the way towards the celestial forbidden zone. Observing this, Gu Chen hurriedly followed, his eyes betraying an insatiable curiosity. After a series of twists and turns, he could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the current state of the Gu family. Upon arrival, he gasped, You claim this is the Gu family? Before him loomed the magnificent supreme heavenly island, shrouded in chaotic mist, a towering presence amidst the heavens. Gu Chen stood in stunned disbelief. This was the Gu family? What a jest! This was the legendary celestial forbidden zone, the resting place of ancient emperors and sovereigns. How could it possibly be the abode of the Gu family? Chapter 86. Continuous Shocks, Riding the Dragon. The Immortal Medicine Garden. How could this place be the stronghold of the Gu family? Gu Chen hesitated to voice his doubts. But upon observing Gu Chu's composed demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, he suppressed his inquiries deep within. If you possess courage, then follow me. Upon reaching the entrance of the celestial forbidden zone, Gu Chu felt completely at ease, for he was aware that their ancestor was stationed within the confines of the zone, and at this very moment, his gaze might already be fixed upon them. Should any audacious individual dare impersonate the forefather of the Gu family, they would not escape the wrath of their ancestor. As Gu Chu stepped into the teleportation array and vanished from sight, Gu Chen's eyes flickered. Yet he ultimately chose to follow suit, stepping into the array and being transported into the celestial forbidden zone. On the periphery of the zone, ancient woods flourished, lush and vibrant. Gu Chu appeared to be well acquainted with the terrain, navigating a path into the depths of the forbidden zone with ease. His brazen demeanor sent shivers down Gu Chen's spine. After all, this was a place where life itself was at stake. According to the ancient chronicles, this land was not only the resting place of venerable emperors and monarchs, but also rife with peril and danger. It was said that even the most exalted beings could meet their demise here. Yet, this young member of the Gu family strode into the forbidden zone as if it were mere flat ground. Could it truly be, as he claimed, that the Gu family had relocated their stronghold to the very heart of a life-threatening zone? Gu Chen was filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Instinctively, he continued to follow Gu Chu, and after a short while, the scenery before them suddenly opened up. A vast expanse stretched for hundreds of miles, dominated by a deep, serene lake. At that moment, a colossal dragon, measuring thousands of feet in length and adorned with formidable scales, lay coiled within the lake, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Upon their arrival, the ancient dragon seemed to sense their presence, its enormous, cold eyes swiveling to regard them. A dragon of quasi-emperor caliber, on the cusp of transforming into a true dragon. Gu Chen instinctively held his breath, his body tensing slightly, revealing a serious demeanor. Clearly, this dragon was an ancient, feral beast dwelling within the celestial forbidden zone, although he too was of quasi-emperor status. The imposing dragon before him was not far from achieving the legendary status of an emperor. If a conflict were to arise between them, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Gu Chen felt a surge of anxiety, concerned about provoking this dragon or inadvertently awakening the terrifying entities within the forbidden zone. However, the next moment caused him to pause in surprise. "Roar, you have returned?" The ancient dragon let out a deep roar, turning its gaze toward Gu Chen, communicating telepathically. "Indeed," Gu Chen replied, nodding slightly, his expression as calm as ever. The day their ancestor returned to the celestial forbidden zone riding this quasi-emperor dragon had left Gu Chen in a state of astonishment for quite some time. Yet, after multiple encounters, he had grown accustomed to the presence of the ancient dragon. "Roar, do you require my assistance in transportation?" The ancient dragon continued to sing long and loud, its demeanor remaining unchanged, seemingly unaware that it was beneath its dignity as a quasi-emperor to carry a mere junior from the Gu family. In truth, the old dragon was acutely aware of its circumstances. Although it currently held the esteemed title of quasi-emperor, it was aging and had little time left to live. If it could not transform into a true dragon before its lifespan came to an end, it would ultimately disintegrate into ashes. The key to its potential transformation lay in the hands of the Lord of the Celestial Realm. This Lord, who could dispatch even an emperor with the ease of slaughtering a chick, was not to be compared with ordinary emperors. Perhaps, in a critical moment, he could lend his aid, enabling the dragon to ascend to the Imperial Realm and become a true dragon. Even if it ultimately failed to attain the status of emperor, there remained countless elixirs of immortality within the celestial forbidden zone. If the dragon could obtain just one elixir from the Lord of the Celestial Realm, it could live a second life, which would be sufficient. For this reason, the old dragon treated the Gu family members residing in the celestial forbidden zone with great courtesy, showing no trace of the authority befitting a quasi-emperor. All this was, of course, an endeavor to ingratiate itself with the Lord of the Celestial Realm. Gu Chen understood this quite well. "Since that is the case, I shall trouble you, esteemed elder," Gu Chen said politely, without hesitation, and promptly ascended to the dragon's head as instructed. Observing the old dragon bow its head without a hint of reluctance, Gu Chen felt at a loss for words. A quasi-emperor? How could such a being prostrate itself before a junior of the Gu family? Gu Chen was bewildered and perplexed, finding that since his awakening, he had encountered increasingly incomprehensible events. However, upon seeing the expression in Gu Chen's eyes, he gritted his teeth and followed suit, stepping onto the old dragon's head, allowing it to carry the two of them deeper into the celestial forbidden zone. During their flight with the old dragon, Gu Chen was astounded by a breathtaking sight. Along the dragon's path, there appeared to be a vast medicinal garden spanning several acres, where countless precious herbs flourished, releasing an intoxicating aroma that ascended to the heavens. The radiant colors emanating from these divine herbs obscured the very skyline. To Gu Chen's astonishment, those rare 10,000-year-old elixirs, which would incite fierce competition even among beings of the sacred realm, grew in this garden like mere weeds, unable to penetrate the core area of the garden. Closer to the garden's center, there thrived several elixirs of immortality. Indeed, these were elixirs of immortality. Gazing at the exceptional plants rooted within the garden, exuding an endless fragrance, Gu Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was what he beheld truly real? Even beings of the Imperial realm struggled to find a single elixir of immortality. Yet here, in this garden thrived as many as 7 or 8. Could this be a veritable garden of immortality? Moreover, it appeared that these miraculous herbs were not even situated in the garden's true core. Gu Chen felt parched, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the depths of the medicinal garden. There, at the very heart of this verdant sanctuary, lay a snow-white mystical tortoise, blissfully stretching its limbs and inhaling the fragrant essence of the herbs. When Gu Chen's eyes fell upon it, the tortoise seemed to sense his presence, casting a fleeting glance in his direction before swiftly averting its gaze, returning to its tranquil reverie. Could it be that this was the legendary elixir of immortality? Gu Chen was utterly taken aback. A plant capable of transforming into a sentient being? He had never heard of such a thing. Yet, he discerned that this tortoise undoubtedly surpassed all other divine herbs of immortality, perhaps even embodying the fabled elixir itself. Chapter 87. The Entire Gu Family, Eternal Substance. Secrets of Chaos in the Blink of an Eye. The ancient dragon whisked Gu Chu and Gu Chen away from above the immortal medicine garden. Yet, Gu Chen's mind lingered on the sights he had just witnessed. Was that immortal medicine garden established collectively by the ancient emperors residing within this celestial forbidden zone? Gu Chen could not help but inquire. To him, the only plausible explanation was that the ancient emperors, resting in slumber here, had gathered their own immortal elixirs to forge that terrifying garden. However, Gu Chu's subsequent response left Gu Chen momentarily stunned. That immortal medicine garden belongs entirely to the Gu family. Gu Chu cast a casual glance at Gu Chen, adding, of course, those immortal elixirs you just beheld once belonged to the supreme beings of various forbidden zones. It was only after they congratulated our ancestor for taking command of the celestial forbidden zone that they offered the immortal elixirs as gifts. Ancestor, taking command of the celestial forbidden zone? The forbidden zone offered immortal elixirs as gifts? The wealth of information embedded within Gu Chu's seemingly nonchalant words was overwhelming, leaving Gu Chen struggling to comprehend it all. Yet before he could voice his confusion, the ancient dragon had descended from the heavens. As Gu Chen beheld the sprawling celestial palaces before him, a sense of reverence washed over him. He understood that he had arrived at the very core of the celestial forbidden zone upon seeing the Gu family disciples moving about and feeling the familiar bloodline aura resonating within them. Gu Chen could hardly contain his astonishment. What Gu Chu had stated earlier was indeed true. The Gu family had truly relocated from their ancestral grounds to reside within this celestial forbidden zone. Patriarch, I have not failed in my duty. Gu Chu first entrusted the resources collected from various imperial clans to Gu Dowling, then gestured towards Gu Chen, lowering his voice. This individual is impersonating our Gu family's ancestor. Before Gu Chu could finish, Gu Dowling interrupted with a wave of his hand. The ancestor is already aware of this matter and has instructed me to bring him forward. You have done well. Now, please take a rest. The ancestor already knows? Gu Chu was taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement, silenced by a lingering sense of doubt. Could it be that this individual truly was a member of the Gu family? Esteemed senior, the ancestor wishes to meet you. Please follow me. Gu Dowling approached Gu Chen, extending an invitation. The ancestor? Gu Chen could no longer contain his curiosity. Which ancestor? There is only one ancestor in our Gu family, and that is Gu Chen, the progenitor. Gu Dowling replied matter-of-factly as he led the way. Gu Chen. Upon hearing this familiar yet foreign name from Gu Dowling, Gu Chen's face was filled with disbelief. The founder of the Gu family, the once great Emperor Gu Chen, could he still be alive? Within the celestial main hall, when Gu Chen beheld the figure leisurely seated upon the exalted throne of the Grand Hall, the tumultuous shock within his heart surged like an uncontainable tide. The existence of the Emperor realm became palpable, and he felt an inexplicable kinship with the source of his bloodline. Could this individual possibly be the revered Ancestor Gu Chen? Reveal your origins, Gu Chen inquired, his gaze fixed upon Gu Chen with a straightforward curiosity. As Gu Chen approached the celestial forbidden zone alongside Gu Chu, Gu Chen had already sensed his presence and recognized the aura of the Gu family's bloodline emanating from him, thus permitting his entry into the hallowed grounds. Otherwise, Gu Chen would never have qualified to enter the core of the celestial realm. Yet, Gu Chen found himself intrigued by Gu Chen's lineage. He was well aware of the current state of the Gu family, but had not heard of a descendant of the Gu family wandering the world, possessing the potential of the quasi-emperor realm. Junior Gu Chen. Upon confirming Gu Chen's identity, Gu Chen, though initially incredulous, did not dare to be remiss. He hurriedly recounted all that he had experienced. I once believed that my survival was a miracle in itself, yet I am astonished to discover that you, esteemed ancestor. Gu Chen expressed with a hint of sentiment. He had thought that being reborn after 50,000 years was a feat of remarkable peculiarity, only to realize that the true ancestor of the Gu family, Emperor Gu Chen, had remarkably endured through the passage of 100,000 years. In comparison to himself, the ancestor was indeed a living legend of the age. It is recorded in the genealogical records of the Gu family that 50,000 years ago, an ancestor named Gu Chen achieved the quasi-emperor realm, only to vanish into the chaotic void in pursuit of breaking through to the emperor realm. Gu Dowling reminisced, his tone imbued with astonishment. What Gu Chen spoke aligned perfectly with the records, and coupled with the aura of his bloodline, the possibility of deceit was virtually non-existent. This meant that the individual before him was indeed an ancestor of the Gu family from 50,000 years past. Ah, I see. After listening to Gu Chen's narrative, Gu Chen slightly nodded, resolving a lingering question in his heart. Living for 50,000 years at the quasi-emperor level was beyond the reach of even the most potent elixirs of immortality. The only plausible explanation was that the celestial light which had struck Gu Chen had induced some transformation within his being. How intriguing! Gu Chen's gaze fell upon Gu Chen, absorbing the current state of his body. He observed that deep within Gu Chen's dantian, a radiant celestial light flickered, pulsing with waves of vitality that nourished his form. The essence of longevity. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. He could discern that within that celestial radiance lay an abundance of longevity essence. This ethereal substance, elusive even to those of the emperor realm, could only be found in minuscule amounts within elixirs of immortality. Ever since Gu Chen ascended to the pinnacle of the true emperor realm, he discovered that he could refine this essence within the mortal realm. Possessing this essence would significantly extend his lifespan, nearly liberating him from the constraints of mortal limits. According to Gu Chen's estimation, even without any further elevation in his own realm, it would pose no challenge for him to endure several million years in this vast world, sustained by the life essence he has meticulously refined. The reason Gu Chen was able to survive was due to the fact that the celestial light that struck him contained an abundance of life essence, far surpassing that found in any immortal elixir. It was through the nourishment and restoration provided by this life essence that he was able to awaken once more after 50,000 years, his vitality still abundant. The celestial light, Gu Chen pondered. Based on Gu Chen's account, he had inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious realm deep within the chaos sea. It appeared to be a grand, chaotic thunder pool, where streaks of celestial light would occasionally descend from the ethereal void, striking the pool below. And now, within a single beam of celestial light, there resided such a rich concentration of life essence. What then could be said of that chaotic thunder pool? A place of such enigmatic supremacy? Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Indeed, the chaos sea beyond the vast realms concealed profound secrets. Chapter 88. Those who learn from me shall live. Yuan Jun exits the barrier. The Emperor's Alliance is a secret. Gu Chen found himself intrigued by the chaotic thunder pool mentioned by Gu Chen. However, much time had elapsed since then, and Gu Chen had stumbled upon that mysterious realm within the chaotic sea almost by accident. Now, the exact location of the chaotic thunder pool was a mystery lost to time, compelling Gu Chen to set aside the matter for the moment. You claim that years ago, you had cultivated my heavenly emperor scripture to the quasi-emperor realm, and I have indeed left behind subsequent chapters of the emperor's path. If that is so, why have you not ascended to the throne of an emperor? Gu Chen's gaze fell, infused with curiosity and perplexity. His heavenly emperor scripture encompassed vast and profound wisdom. Yet, once mastery was attained, it was destined to surpass other emperor scriptures by considerable margin. In Gu Chen's estimation, achieving the quasi-emperor realm in the heavenly emperor scripture should naturally lead one to break through to the emperor realm itself. This was precisely why that ancient quasi-emperor risked the wrath of the Gu family to obtain the heavenly emperor scripture. However, why had Gu Chen 5,000 years prior stagnated at the quasi-emperor realm, remaining stationary? It is rather embarrassing. Upon hearing the ancestor mention this question, a flash of shame crossed Gu Chen's face. In those days, I had successfully cultivated the heavenly emperor scripture and reached the quasi-emperor realm, standing on the brink of greatness, with an inflated sense of confidence. I believed I could not simply follow the path laid out by my ancestor, but must forge my own path to emperorhood, thereby allowing for greater changes and possibilities in the future. Listening to Gu Chen's account, Gu Chen understood the reasoning behind it. While Gu Dowling looked on in astonishment, he could hardly fathom that his ancestor from 5,000 years ago harbored such thoughts and ambitions. Gu Chen sought not to tread the path of his predecessor, but aimed to break free and carve out his own destiny. In other words, he did not aspire to be the second ancestor, but to surpass the original. Such lofty aspirations, such unwavering confidence. No wonder Gu Chen's name is etched so vividly in the annals of the Gu family's history. Once Gu Chen concluded his narrative, he lowered his head somewhat sheepishly. It was only now that he comprehended the monumental difficulty and unattainability of surpassing his ancestor. He had been excessively naive, or perhaps foolish, in his ambitions. Would the ancestor hold this against him? You have done well. To Gu Chen's surprise, the ancestor did not reprimand him. Rather, there was a hint of appreciation and approval in his words. Those who learn from me shall live. Those who emulate me shall perish. The heavenly emperor scripture is a legacy left by me, yet it also serves as a constraint. Only by breaking free from this constraint can one truly achieve greatness. Naturally, Gu Chen encouraged and supported Gu Chen's endeavors. To merely tread the path laid out by a predecessor, even if one were to ultimately become an emperor, would inevitably lead to limitations. One could not even aspire to become the person he once was. Before Gu Chen attained enlightenment, he managed to resist the temptations of the emperor, steadfast in his resolve to carve his own path. This remarkable tenacity and determination alone foretold an immeasurable future achievement. Since the heavens have granted you a chance to start anew, pursue your own journey. I believe that your perseverance will yield rewards and results. Gu Chen chuckled lightly, encouraging Gu Chen with a few words. To witness a talent as extraordinary as Gu Chen emerge from the Gu family lineage is undoubtedly a source of comfort for Gu Chen, the ancestral figure of the Gu clan. In the depths of the vast realm, beneath the boundless starry sky, within the ancient Hall of Emperors, an atmosphere of suffocating tension prevailed. The Purple Mark Emperor, the Long Yin Emperor, and the Mo Emperor sat upon their thrones, their gazes flickering, lost in contemplation. The death of the Yin Emperor's ally cannot simply be overlooked, can it? Long Yin Emperor spoke, his voice low and somber. What can be done if we do not overlook it? Are we to venture into the heavens' forbidden zone, seeking our demise? Purple Mark Emperor shot a disdainful glance at Long Yin Emperor. This fool still does not comprehend the terrifying nature of the Gu family as emperor. Not only Long Yin, but the entirety of the Imperial Alliance combined would hardly be a match for Gu Chen. Mo Emperor, what do you propose? Stung by Purple Mark Emperor's sarcasm, Long Yin's momentum faltered, and he turned his gaze toward Mo Emperor. The Yuan Jun ally has emerged from seclusion and will arrive shortly. It would be wise to heed his counsel. Mo Emperor merely noted the impending arrival of Yuan Jun Emperor before resuming his silence upon the throne. Observing this, Purple Mark Emperor and Long Yin Emperor could only bide their time patiently. After a brief moment, a swirling mass of chaotic energy began to manifest upon an ancient throne within the Emperor's hall. Soon after, Yuan Jun Emperor, clad in an ancient robe with silver hair, appeared before the venerable seat. I am fully aware of the matters concerning Gu Chen. Upon his arrival, Yuan Jun Emperor stated. My proposal is to find a way to have Gu Chen return to the depths of chaos to guard the front line of the demon realm. What do you all think? Return to chaos and suppress the demon realm? Longyan Emperor could not help but repeat incredulously, Yuan Jun, is this not a mere fantasy? Gu Chen so brazenly returned to the vast realm, ruthlessly oppressing and eliminating the imperial clans, and now he has even moved his entire family into the heaven's forbidden zone. Would he still go to suppress the demon realm? It is a good idea, but the problem is that it is utterly impractical. My thoughts align with those of Longyan Emperor. Purple Mark Emperor concurred, feeling that before returning to the vast realm, she could impose the notion of righteousness upon Gu Chen to compel him to return to chaos and suppress the demon realm. However, upon her return to the vast realm and learning of Gu Chen's recent actions, she found herself overwhelmed with uncertainty and confusion. Can Gu Chen truly be bound by the so-called righteousness of the people? I have my own methods. In the face of the skepticism from the Dragon Yin Emperor and the Purple Mark Emperor, the Yuan Jun Emperor responded with a calm demeanor, stating that since Gu Chen chose to venture into the depths of chaos 90,000 years ago to suppress the demon realm, and has maintained that suppression for an enduring 90 millennia, it is simply inconceivable to assert that he is devoid of compassion and loyalty towards the vast multitude of beings. When the time comes, we need only to invoke the righteousness of our cause. Should he be unwilling to comply, we shall brand him as a traitor to the myriad of beings, undeterred by his dissent. Moreover, even if he remains obstinate at that juncture, I possess means to ensure his acquiescence. Means? What means could those possibly be? Both Purple Mark and Dragon Yin were momentarily taken aback, evidently perplexed by the Yuan Jun Emperor's insinuations. The Imperial Alliance has existed since ancient times, with a history spanning millions of years. The Yuan Jun Emperor spoke slowly, with profound significance, revealing that within the hallowed halls of the Imperial Temple, only a handful of us remain. Many of the former sovereigns of the Imperial Alliance have perished, yet some still endure. Those ancient emperors who continue to exist have long since ascended beyond the confines of the Imperial Alliance. Chapter 89. The Revered Mei Gu, a candidate for immortality. Analyzing the Emperor realm among the many ancient emperors of the Imperial Alliance, there are still those who live. Upon hearing the account of the Emperor Yuan Jun, both the Emperor Zihong and the Emperor Longyan displayed expressions of astonishment, although they too were emperors within the Imperial Alliance. This was the first time they had encountered such a profound secret. Is it possible that ancient emperors still exist within the Imperial Alliance? Does the implication of Emperor Yuan Jun suggest that some ancient emperors chose to suppress their own powers and fell into a slumber within the realms of life and death? Yet, even those supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones could not possibly contend with the Emperor of the Gu family. The Emperor Longyan was perplexed and bewildered. Only those ancient sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones, who have endured the passage of countless ages, could have survived. However, even they, as current emperors, could not match the strength of the Gu family's emperor. How could the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones? The fate of the ancient Emperor of the Buried Sky serves as a poignant example. Surprisingly, after the Emperor Longyan finished speaking, Emperor Yuan Jun slowly shook his head and remarked, "The ancient emperors of the Imperial Alliance, to which I refer, are not currently within the various realms of life and death. Not within the realms of life and death." What does that mean? The Emperor Longyan was taken aback, as if a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that the ancient emperors of the Imperial Alliance, as mentioned by Emperor Yuan Jun, have transcended the Emperor realm and liberated themselves from the confines of mortality, achieving eternal life among mortals? Just as Emperor Longyan was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by a wave of Emperor Yijuan's hand. When the time is ripe, you shall naturally know everything. For now, I must prepare to confront that Gu Chen. If you have no further matters, you may disperse. With that, Emperor Yuan Jun hastily vanished from sight. Observing this, Emperor Longyan and the others could only depart, awaiting the next summons from Emperor Yuan Jun. Beyond the vast realm, amidst the boundless chaos sea, upon an ancient bronze ship, weathered and rusted, the robed figure of Emperor Yuan Jun opened his eyes, revealing a shadow of ominous intent. "Gu Chen, Why do you still live, and why is your power still so formidable? Emperor Yuan Jun murmured, with an unmistakable undertone of enduring hatred. Time passed, and at last, the bronze ship gradually came to a halt. Before Emperor Yuanjun's eyes lay a grand and magnificent sight, deep within the endless chaos. It appeared as though an infinite river of the heavens cascaded down, transforming into a chaotic celestial pond. Rays of dazzling, snow-white light descended from the vast unknown. Erupting in the chaotic pond, Emperor Yuanjun raised his gaze towards the brilliant beams of celestial light, a profound longing reflecting in his eyes. At that moment, a multitude of chaotic airstreams suddenly converged before him, forming a vague figure clad in ancient robes, revealing only a pair of eyes, cold and indifferent. Gazing down upon Emperor Yuanjun, I pay my respects to the revered Megu. Upon encountering this chaotic figure, Emperor Yuanjun promptly bowed in deference. Should this scene be witnessed by the Emperor Longyin and others, they would certainly be struck with awe and disbelief. Among the many emperors of the Imperial Alliance, the great Emperor Yuanjun stands out not only for the length of his enlightenment, but also for the unfathomable depth of his power. In ordinary circumstances, only individuals like Longyin and Xian treat the great Emperor Yuanjun with the respect he deserves. It is rare indeed to witness the great emperor extend such deference to another. What is it? Inquired the being known as the Divine Lord Megu, his gaze remaining indifferent. Esteemed Divine Lord, a matter has arisen within the vast realm that has exceeded my control. The great Emperor Yuanjun gritted his teeth, selectively narrating certain details regarding Gu Chen. I have come to beseech you for a decree of longevity, so that we may ensure absolute certainty in our subsequent dealings with Gu Chen. Gu Chen. Upon hearing this name, the Divine Lord Megu's expression flickered slightly, his gaze towards the great emperor tinged with dissatisfaction. I recall, 9,000 years ago, Gu Chen was the candidate for longevity, was he not? His erratic and ostentatious behavior displeased several divine lords, and with my strong recommendation, the position was transferred to you. Now, after 9 millennia, you tell me that Gu Chen not only survives, but that you are utterly powerless against him? Though the divine lord's tone was calm, each word struck the great Emperor Yuanjun's heart like a hammer, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. I know not what Gu Chen has experienced over these 9,000 years, but his current combat prowess is indeed fearsome and uncanny. I fear that his existence may become a variable that could disrupt the plans of the divine lords, which is why I seek to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. The great emperor explained, you fear losing your candidacy for longevity to him. The divine Lord Megu interjected, disregarding the great emperor's explanation and casting a meaningful glance in his direction. I can grant you the decree of longevity. However, once the matter of Gu Chen is resolved, do not delay in attending to your primary responsibilities. Primary responsibilities? The great Emperor Yuanjun paused, then seemingly grasped the implications of the divine lord's words, hastily inquiring,